Xian, whether in the realms of the living or the dead, I shall cling to you endlessly. To perish alongside you is truly a blessing. Lin Xuan breathed his last, his body callously cast into the river by a treacherous scoundrel and a vile woman. She, the resolute and cold-hearted CEO of the Su Corporation, was merciless and decisive. After 3 days and nights of relentless effort, they retrieved his body from the water. Lin Xuan, now a towering figure, gazed upon the corpse and pressed a tender kiss upon it. Together, they lay entwined within an icy coffin, fingers interlaced, lips curled in a faint smile as their eyes gently closed. This noble and aloof woman bowed only for one person, Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan was reborn, endowed with a golden gift, returning to the very day he married that despicable woman. Su Hua came to disrupt the wedding. Lin Xuan's eyes brightened with intention to prove his loyalty on the spot, but her kiss stealthily slipped a drugged wine into his mouth. Chapter 1: Death. Lin Xuan was dead. He had caught his wife in the act with another man. Together, they conspired to murder him and disposed of his body in the river, disguising it as a suicide. Qin Ruoyao, panicked, clutched his suicide note and reported to the authorities. Several boats scoured the river, attempting to retrieve Lin Xuan's body. Due to Qin Ruoyao's misleading information, their efforts were doomed to failure. Kneeling by the riverside, Qin Ruoyao wept bitterly, her heart shattered. Husband, please don't die. Why would you despair so deeply as to take your own life? You cannot earn money, and you have lost the ability to bear children. I do not blame you. Not at all. Husband, please don't die. Come back to me, please. Wah, you're gone. Leaving me all alone. What am I to do? Qin Ruoyao's tears streamed like waterfalls. She had neither eaten nor drunk all day. Her lips were pale, and she swayed unsteadily, evoking tears from onlookers. Qin Ruoyao truly loved Lin Xuan. What merits does this Lin Xuan possess to inspire such devotion? If only I had such love, such a beautiful wife, I would awaken from dreams laughing with joy. Amidst a throng of reporters and media capturing photos and videos, they lamented, perhaps Lin Xuan is the only man whose death no one mourns. Who would mourn him? A useless freeloader. Lin Xuan's eyes brimmed with hatred as he observed the scene. Those hypocritical wretches still performing their charade. Ha ha. Lin Xuan laughed bitterly. I was truly a fool, manipulated by a woman's deceit. My life this time is nothing but a cruel joke. Though the legitimate heir of the Lin family, he was utterly rejected and cast aside by an adopted son, having no standing within the family at all. The woman who had always adored and fawned over him had only exploited him. Those who cared for him were pushed away by his own hands. How deeply he hated it. How deeply he hated it indeed. But he was dead. Revenge was beyond his reach. Meanwhile, the internet buzzed with celebration. Lin Xuan's death is well-deserved justice. Sisters, tonight we celebrate grandly. Congratulations to Ruoyao for escaping her torment. Congratulations to Ruoyao for liberation. Qin Ruoyao, a celebrity hailed as the national goddess, was universally believed to be undeserving of Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan was dead. Her fans, the public, and the entire internet rejoiced. Qin Ruoyao had kept vigil by the river all day, but eventually fainted from exhaustion. The salvage team, after a day and a half of fruitless searching, gave up. Lin Xuan's soul returned to the Lin family. His second sister, Lin Xuan, happened to scroll through Weibo and exclaimed in shock, "Father, mother, Lin Xuan committed suicide by jumping into the river." Jiang Shuqin was stunned. That shameless man. How could he possibly commit suicide? This must be false news. It's already spread all over Weibo. Many police and firefighters have arrived at the riverbank, and everyone is congratulating Qin Ruoyao on her deliverance. Jiang Shuqin sneered coldly. If he chose to die, it was not because of us. What concern is it of ours? Today is Liar's birthday. Let us celebrate happily and not mention him. Lin Xuan agreed. Yes, let us toast to Liar's birthday and think of nothing else. The Lin family gathered around the dining table, joyous and merry. Lin Xuan's heart turned utterly cold. This was his biological family, his own parents and sister, so indifferent upon hearing of his death. Lin Xuan's spirit drifted back to the river. Watching the sun rise and set, the evening glow fading, his heart was enveloped in desolation. The family dearest to him treated him with disdain, regarding him as a disgrace and burden. The wife he loved most had always exploited him, treating him like a dog. Only Su Hua truly cared for him, yet he had lost her. Su Hua, you must hate me deeply. Lin Xuan's voice was hoarse. How could she not resent him when he had treated her so cruelly? She had offered him a sincere heart, and he crushed it. He could still vividly recall her anguished and despairing expression at their wedding. The sun finally set, darkness enveloping the surroundings. Lin Xuan's soul aimlessly drifted over the river when suddenly, countless flashlights illuminated the riverbank. Lin Xuan was stunned. A group clad in diving suits approached, led by a strikingly beautiful and noble woman dressed in black, exuding the aura of a ruler yet tinged with a fragile vulnerability. Chapter 2. I have avenged for you. Lin Xian's pupils suddenly constricted. It was Su Hua. She actually came? Hadn't she been utterly disappointed in him at that wedding? For a full 5 years, she had not graced his presence again. Su Hua's complexion was pale, dark circles shadowed her eyes, and she appeared thoroughly fatigued. Find him, Su Hua commanded in a hoarse voice. Whoever locates him will receive 1 million. The first to discover him will be awarded 10 million. She was determined to find him at any cost. The frigid river waters were too cold. She did not want him to be alone in such desolation. Yes, Miss Su. The retrieval team was filled with vigor. They launched into their search with great enthusiasm. After 2 full days and nights of relentless effort, finally one night, Lin Xian's body was discovered on a deserted riverbank, entangled in rapidly growing aquatic plants, lying beneath the water surface. At the moment his body was retrieved, everyone except Su Hua was overwhelmed with revulsion, retching violently. After 4 days of immersion, Lin Xian's remains had succumbed to a grotesque state of decay. His lips were turned inside out, his tongue protruding, his eyes bulging, and his limbs appeared bloated and grotesque, resembling a grotesque caricature of life, as if they could burst at any moment. The exterior of his body was coated in a foul green hue, emanating an unbearable stench. Lin Xian was dumbfounded. Was this truly him? He could hardly bear to look upon this sight, and even he felt nauseous. One of the retrieval crew remarked, Miss Su, given his condition, we cannot ascertain if this is indeed Mr. Lin Xian. Should we conduct a confirmation? No, it is him. Even if he were reduced to ashes, I would still recognize him. Tears cascaded down Su Hua's cheeks as she knelt before Lin Xian's grotesque remains. Gently caressing his decayed, swollen face, her voice trembled. Hoarse with emotion, Xian, I'm sorry. I failed to protect you. Crystal clear tears fell upon Lin Xian's body. Then, to the astonishment of all present, Su Hua bowed her head and kissed his grotesquely inverted lips. The crowd gasped. Lin Xian was utterly taken aback. In such a revolting state, how could she bring herself to do this? His perception of Su Hua's obsession deepened significantly. Yet this time, he found himself strangely unresistant to her madness. Su Hua contentedly licked her lips, her beautiful eyes reflecting an unhealthy fixation. Xian, even in death, I shall leave my mark upon you. Lin Xian's body was taken back by Su Hua and preserved within a grand transparent ice coffin, spacious enough for 2. For the next 2 days, she remained by his side, day and night. On a particularly quiet night, the servants in Qin Ruoyao's villa were rendered unconscious. As Qin Ruoyao was entangled with Lin Li, a knock resounded at the door. Ignoring it, they continued their tryst, but the incessant knocking soon irritated Lin Li, who angrily opened the door. Upon seeing 4 men clad in black suits, sunglasses, and masks, he was momentarily taken aback. Who are you? One bodyguard smirked, young Master Lin. Our Miss Su wishes to invite you for a gathering. Miss Su? You mean Su Hua? Indeed, the bodyguard replied. A wave of intense dread washed over Lin Li. Su Hua, the very head of the Su conglomerate. Hadn't she completely given up on Lin Xian? Just moments after his death, she had come seeking him. Before he could devise a plan, the bodyguards swiftly bound him and gagged him with a cloth. Qin Ruoyao's eyes widened in terror as she scrambled for her phone to call the police. Just as she pressed a single digit, a bodyguard snatched the device from her hands. Thinking of calling for help? Not a chance. Miss Qin, come with us. Night Garden. Butler Wang entered Su Hua's chamber respectfully. Miss, we have captured the 2 individuals, and they are currently detained in the dungeon. Very well, I understand. Su Hua gazed tenderly at Lin Xian. Xian, I have avenged you. Wait for me. I shall return to be with you soon. Lin Xian's spirit followed Su Hua into the basement. Lin Li and Qin Ruoyao were both bound. Lin Li trembled. Misu, Iriala's my mistakes. Please spare me. It was Qin Ruoyao who wanted to kill Lin Xian. I had nothing to do with it. Qin Ruoyao glared at him. Lin Li, how dare you slander me? You were the one who proposed his murder and took action. You said that once he was dead, we could be together without obstacles. The situation starkly illustrated the meaning of self-preservation in dire straits. Su Hua smiled gently, yet her beautiful eyes were filled with an icy resolve. Neither of you shall escape. The one who killed Xian cannot live. Approaching Lin Li with a knife in hand, Su Hua plunged it into his body amidst his terrified gaze. Lin Li screamed in agony. Su Hua, well versed in human anatomy, knew precisely where to stab him to prolong his suffering. She methodically drew the blade across his flesh. How dare you harm the man I cherished? How could you? Only when Lin Li drew his last breath did she cease her actions. Blood stained her fair complexion. Yet at that moment, she remained strikingly beautiful. It's your turn. Su Hua turned her gaze toward Qin Ruoyao. She lifted the bloodied knife, tilting Qin Ruoyao's chin. Qin Ruoyao, I envy you. He truly loved you, willing to escape from me time and again, even threatening his own life for you. You obtained him. So why did you not cherish him? Her unattainable love was so wantonly trampled upon. You both deserve to die. Qin Ruoyao, filled with dread, fixated on the knife in Su Hua's hand. Miss Su, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Do you know, Qin Ruoyao, I have long wished to kill you. But he loved you, and I feared he would lose hope if you died. Now, I have no such concerns nearby. A white tiger stared intently at Qin Ruoyao. Su Hua personally untied Qin Ruoyao, who believed she had been spared. Kneeling on the ground, she bowed repeatedly. Thank you, Miss Su. Thank you. Su Hua smiled slightly. Raising her hand, the white tiger lunged at Qin Ruoyao. She screamed in panic, fleeing desperately, but the tiger seized her leg. She was no match for its might. Crunch, crunch. The tiger tore at her flesh, chewing on her bones. Qin Ruoyao watched in horror as her own flesh was devoured, despair and regret flooding her being. She regretted ever provoking Lin Xuan. This woman who loved him was a madwoman. She was terrifying. Half an hour later, Qin Ruoyao finally breathed her last. Master, she is dead, a bodyguard reported. A blood-stained smile crept upon Su Hua's stunning visage. Xian, I have avenged you. Chapter 3. I have come to find you. Lin Xuan stared blankly at her. His wife had betrayed him, and his parents and sister had remained indifferent upon seeing reports of his demise. None of the people he cared for truly valued him. Yet it was Su Hua, the woman he had always despised, who had taken it upon herself to avenge him. Su Hua staggered back to her room, opening the ice coffin. She tenderly caressed Lin Xuan's face. Xian, I have come to find you. She murmured, a resolute smile gracing her features as she produced a knife, aiming it at her delicate wrist. Su Hua, no. Lin Xuan shouted hoarsely, desperate to grasp her wrist and prevent her from taking her own life. But his hand passed through her wrist. As a spirit, he could not touch her. Su Hua had already driven the blade into her wrist. The keen edge sliced through her tender skin, piercing an artery. The gushing blood rendered the nearby, blossoming red spider lilies even more resplendent. Su Hua reclined within the icy coffin, resting upon Lin Xuan's chest, her body shedding its chill as a gentle smile graced her lips. Action, beyond the realms of life and death, I shall forever entwine myself with you. To perish alongside you is truly a blessing. Her slender, alabaster fingers intertwined with Lin Xuan's swollen hand, their 10 fingers interlocked. As the crimson life force drained away, a vivid smile bloomed at the corner of Su Hua's lips before she finally closed her eyes. Lin Xuan clutched his chest, agony coursing through him, a pain so acute it felt as though a dagger was relentlessly twisting within his heart. Su Hua, he had lost her. If fate granted him another chance, Lin Xuan sneered bitterly, it would be nothing but a fanciful delusion. There would be no opportunity to relive his life. How could a man like him deserve such a second chance? His soul drifted aimlessly through the world. He attended Su Hua's funeral and witnessed his parents and several sisters mourning Lin Li's death with hair-trending sorrow. Such a stark contrast. Lin Li had passed away. Yet the family joyfully celebrated his birthday. Lin Li's death brought them despair and anguish. Lin Xuan remained by Su Hua's tombstone for an indeterminate length of time, until suddenly he was drawn into an immense, boundless space, engulfed in a sea of whiteness. A hollow, chaotic voice echoed. Lin Xuan, congratulations on being chosen by the heavenly Tao as the child of destiny. You shall be granted rebirth. As the child of destiny, you will be endowed with eidetic memory, extraordinary learning abilities, and knowledge from other worlds. Furthermore, you possess a space into which you can enter with your mind. 1 hour spent within equates to merely 1 minute in the external world. This space contains countless resources for your study. Lin Xuan, child of destiny, rebirth, a space where time flows slowly. Remarkable. Yet, as the saying goes, there is no such thing as a free lunch. Lin Xuan queried, why have you chosen me? What are the conditions? Because Su Hua is the destined female protagonist, and she took her own life for you. We cannot bear to witness such tragedy again. The condition is that you remain with her. Lin Xuan replied, I am willing, absolutely willing. To refuse would be folly. As his words faded, a flash of white light surged through his mind, accompanied by a piercing headache. Doubling over, clutching his head, he sank to the ground. The pain was excruciating, as though myriad entities were burrowing into his brain. But within a minute, the unbearable torment vanished completely. He felt his intellect had been vastly enhanced. The voice from the void resonated once more. You may go. Darkness enveloped Lin Xuan as he was returned to his original world, the timeline reversing. His eyes snapped open. Gazing around the room, he found himself in the Lin family residence, in his own chamber, standing before the bathroom mirror. He saw his reflection clad in a royal blue suit, a red wedding corsage pinned upon his chest. This was Lin Xuan's gaze trembled fiercely as he dashed from the bathroom, seizing his phone from the table to verify. He had truly returned to the day of his wedding. In the Summer Kingdom, men marry at 21, women at 20. Now he was 21. He had indeed come back. On this very day in his previous life, Su Hua had crashed the wedding, her finger tracing his chin as she uttered chilling words. "Ah Xian, you are truly disobedient. Without my consent, you dare marry another woman? Since you are so unruly, you shall return to the cage I forged for you. Ah Xian, you shall have no freedom." Her voice was demonic, echoing in his ears, threatening to bind his very soul in inescapable chains. He knew that if he were taken back, he would never have the chance to be with Qin Ruoyao in this life, losing his freedom to spend eternity with Su Hua, a woman he despised. He refused such a fate. At that moment, he grasped a knife against his throat. The blade broke his skin, scarlet blood welling forth, threatening Su Hua with his life. He declared, "Su Hua, I am not your possession. I never agreed to be with you. Why do you force me? If you ruin my wedding today, all you will receive is a corpse. Su Hua, can you not let me go? Grant me freedom. Allow me to be with the woman I love." His gaze was resolute. If she compelled him further, he would sever his arteries without hesitation. Su Hua's eyes reflected pain, despair, and anxiety. He seemed to perceive helplessness within her, as if she were a wounded creature licking its wounds after losing its support. That day, Su Hua gazed at him for a long moment before sneering mockingly. "Very well. As you wish, I shall let you go. Marry Qin Ruoyao." Su Hua departed with her bodyguards, and he married Qin Ruoyao as he had wished. Since then, Su Hua never appeared before him again. Any news of her came only from the internet. Lin Xuan clenched his fists tightly. That day was a turning point. He would alter his destiny. When Su Hua came to disrupt the wedding, he would obediently leave with her. Glancing at the time, Lin Xuan prepared to proceed to the wedding venue. Exiting his room, he found the Lin family seated solemnly on the sofa, the atmosphere heavy with tension. "Are you resolute in marrying Qin Ruoyao?" His biological mother Jiang Shuken asked with a somber gaze. Lin Xuan replied calmly, "Yes." Well, Lin Xuan, you truly are something." Jiang Shuken gritted her teeth. How could the Lin family produce such a shameless creature? As the eldest son of the Lin family, you choose to be a son-in-law. Unbelievable. Indeed, Lin Xuan was marrying into the Qin family. He felt inferior before Qin Ruoyao, venerating her as a goddess and obeying her every command. When Qin Ruoyao insisted he marry into her family, Lin Xuan agreed without hesitation. Beyond his devotion, he sought escape from the suffocating Lin household. Yet, moving to the Qin family proved merely jumping from the frying pan into the fire. There, he was not a son-in-law, but a servant. The Qin family, aiming to save money, dismissed their servants, burdening Lin Xuan alone with all household chores, laundry, cooking, cleaning. Chapter 4. Severing ties. Jiang Shuken's face blazed with fury. Lin Xuan, if you dare marry Qin Ruoyao today, do not expect to return to the Lin family. Lin Li's eyes brightened. Mother was truly driving Lin Xuan out of the family. Indeed, his scheme had been flawless. Lin Xuan adored Qin Ruoyao, trailing her like a sycophant. He had anonymously struck a deal with her, offering 3 million yuan in exchange for her hand in marriage to him. After all, he was his father's biological son. Why should he not inherit the Lin family? Fearing Jiang Shuken discovering his true identity, he devised this plan. Through Qin Ruoyao, he intended to sever all ties with the Lin family. Moreover, to prevent any chance of return, he would have Qin Ruoyao utterly ruin him, reducing him to a complete incapacitate, incapable of managing the Lin family business. Lin Chang puffed on a cigarette, smoke swirling around him. Lin Xuan, if you do not marry her today, you remain a Lin family member. Call Qin Ruoyao now and cancel the engagement. If word spreads that Lin Chang, as eldest son, is marrying into the Qin family, where will my dignity lie? Lin Xuan enunciated each word deliberately. Today, I will marry her. The wedding shall not be cancelled. He still needed to attend the ceremony, marry Qin Ruoyao as planned, and await Su Hua's arrival. In Su Hua's presence, he would annul the engagement with Qin Ruoyao, demonstrating his sincerity. Slap. Lin Chang slammed his hand heavily upon the table. Lin Xuan, I am your biological father. Will you not heed my words? Lin Xuan retorted with biting sarcasm. You mother, and my sisters, have any of you ever regarded me as your son or brother? If not, why should I acknowledge you as my true father? His icy gaze swept over the relatives seated on the sofa, those who were supposed to be his closest kin. Since childhood, he had been abducted and left to drift in a destitute orphanage, where merely having enough to eat and staying warm were his greatest desires. Observing the other orphans, some reunited with their birth parents, others adopted, he yearned profoundly for familial affection. How he longed to be one among them, to have a family of his own. When he was 13, Lin Xuan found him, claiming to be his long-lost father. At that moment, joy filled his heart. He believed he finally had a home. Upon returning to the Lin household, he endeavored to assimilate, flattering the family endlessly. Yet, they harbored prejudice from the start, viewing him as a poorly raised orphan, unworthy of the Lin name. Their eyes favored Lin Li, the adopted son, exclusively, though Lin Xian's academic record once surpassed Lin Li's. During the recent college entrance examination, he felt dizzy and his mind buzzed incessantly, resulting in a disastrous score, barely over 300 points, failing even the second-tier cutoff. The Lin family suspected he had cheated in regular tests, and now his true colors were exposed. Reflecting back, it was likely Lin Li who sabotaged him. In their eyes, Lin Li was the obedient, capable son, while Lin Xian, their own flesh and blood, was deemed worthless and disregarded. The epitome of irony was that even in death, their reaction revealed the truth. He was less valued than an outsider. An outsider's demise elicited some pity, but from them, he received only cold indifference. How bitterly ironic. They were supposed to be his closest blood relatives. In this lifetime, he resolved he would no longer tolerate such so-called family. Lin Xuan roared with fury. I never expected to raise an ungrateful son. You think you've grown up and become capable? Then get out of the Lin family, and don't ever come back. Lin Xian's face remained expressionless. If you say so, then I'll leave. Lin Xian's voice darkened. Before you go, sign this severance agreement. Lin Xian glanced at the lawyer beside him and sneered. How eager they would cast him out. Precisely as he wished. He no longer wanted any connection with the Lin family. Without hesitation, he signed the agreement and resolutely departed. Lin Li said, Mother, I want to attend my brother's wedding. Jiang shook and scowled with disdain. Attend his wedding? Aren't you ashamed? Mother, if none of his relatives go, I fear it would upset him. Besides, rumors will spread, and it would be a blemish on our family's reputation. Let me represent the Lin family. Lin Li feigned concern for the family's honor. Lin Xuan nodded, then go. Lin Li climbed into his Ferrari, the 8 million yuan gift from Lin Xuan on his 18th birthday. He picked up his phone and affectionately called, Darling. Qin Ruoyao coquettishly chided, Liga, you know what date is, why are you calling me now? Lin Li's voice was hoarse. I miss you. Darling, meet me at the Grand Hyatt. I've already booked a room. At this hour, still thinking about that? Qin Ruoyao blushed. I have to attend the wedding. Lin Li smiled slyly. There's still 40 minutes. Plenty of time. The thought of Lin Li's prowess in bed stirred her heart aflame. As the second young master of the Lin family, deeply favored and destined to inherit vast fortunes, he was a man she must keep. Qin Ruoyao sweetly agreed. All right, I'm coming. Wait for me, Li Ge, claiming to feel unwell. She had the car stop at the Grand Hyatt entrance, then approached the front desk softly. Hello, my friend reserved room 601. I'm here for the key. The receptionist eyed her suspiciously. 601 was booked under a strikingly handsome man, yet here stood a woman in a wedding dress. May I ask who you are? Qin Ruoyao. Ah, Miss Qin, here is your key. Please keep it safe. The receptionist handed over the card. Watching Qin Ruoyao's retreating figure with a click of her tongue. Nowadays, people really knew how to play, holding a wedding, yet already consummating the marriage in hotel rooms. Chapter 5. He refuses. No sooner had Qin Ruoyao swiped the card and entered than Lin Li grabbed her wrist, pressing her against the doorframe. His eyes burned with passion. Darling, you look exquisite today. It was the day of Qin Ruoyao and Lin Xian's wedding, yet moments before the ceremony, his wife still lay beneath Lin Li, moaning wantonly, a thought that thrilled him. Blushing, Qin Ruoyao warned, Don't mess up my makeup or hair. I still have to attend the wedding. Clothes were strewn across the floor. Once finished, Qin Ruoyao nestled against Lin Li's chest, coquettishly murmuring, Li Ge, you're amazing. Compared to Lin Xian, am I not more satisfying? I'm yours. I've never let that fool Lin Xian touch me. Even after marriage, I won't let him near me. Good girl. Lin Li smiled with satisfaction. Qin Ruoyao insisted on a simple wedding. Just a ceremony. No groomsmen, no bridesmaids, no bridal procession, only inviting relatives from both Qin and Lin families. When the time came, she reappeared at the reception, cheeks flushed, feigning exhaustion. Lin Xian, I was so tired I fell asleep at the hotel, but luckily I made it. It's so hot. Lin Xian immediately recognized her flushed appearance, the very same as when he had caught her and Lin Li in flagrante on their wedding day. Those two scoundrels, Qin Ruoyao and Lin Li, were entwined on his wedding day. Lin Xian felt as if a vast plain stretched above his head. How blind he had been not to see their early collusion. Lin Li, dressed in a suit, approached with a red envelope, a smug gleam in his eyes. Brother, Mom and Dad are still angry. Eldest and second sisters are busy with work. I'm the only one bringing this gift to your wedding. His lips curved. Wishing you and sister-in-law happiness, a long life together, and many children. Qin Ruoyao accepted the envelope with a tender thank you. The two exchanged a furtive glance. Beneath Lin Xuan's gaze, Qin Ruoyao subtly tugged Lin Li's sleeve. Brother, I won't disturb you and sister-in-law any longer. I'll go in first. Lin Li's eyes gleamed with provocation. Imagining his wife moaning beneath Lin, Li was exhilarating to Lin Xuan. He sneered coldly. Gentlemen, take revenge when the time comes. Reborn this time. He vowed to make Lin Li and Qin Ruoyao pay dearly. Not only them, but the entire Lin family would be brought to justice. Lin Xuan maintained a composed demeanor as he greeted guests at the door. Meanwhile, 5 black executive cars sped along the road. In the lead vehicle sat a breathtaking beauty. Despite sunlight bathing her face, her expression remained as cold as ice, radiating an aura of fierce hostility. The driver was Su Hua's secretary, Jiang Qing. Beads of cold sweat dripping from her brow. This is the end. It's all over. President Su's mood fluctuated entirely with Lin Xuan's behavior. As long as he behaved well, her spirits soared like a clear sunny day. But the moment Lin Xuan defied her, a tempest would ensue. This time, the incorrigible Lin Xuan dared to marry Qin Ruoyao while President Su was on a business trip. Upon receiving the news, she abandoned a vital collaboration and hurried back to the country. She had never witnessed President Su in such a fury, a force of nature that felt apocalyptic. Inside the car, she dared not even breathe. Why couldn't this boy simply be well-behaved? Jiang Qing despaired inwardly. Su Hua chuckled softly. What a truly disobedient pup he is. She had considered granting him a semblance of freedom to reduce his resistance towards her. Yet, he had chosen to wed another woman. If that was the case, she would confine him, turning him into a caged canary with clipped wings. Jiang Qing shivered at Su Huan's chilling laughter. President Su. Jiang Qing ventured cautiously. Should we perhaps call young Master Lin to inquire about the situation, or summon him here? Su Huan replied with a light laugh. Why go through all that trouble? Let's simply seize him. Such disobedience warrants consequences. He should reveal himself as mine before the woman he cherishes. Jiang Qing was taken aback. Was President Su truly intending to invade the wedding? President Su, if you storm in like this, young Master Lin may resist rather fiercely. She worried that if pressed too hard, he might resort to drastic measures. Su Huan's voice dripped with icy resolve. Even if he contemplates self-destruction, I shall not allow any other woman to lay claim to him. He belongs solely to me. Jiang Qing fell silent. The wedding proceeded without a hitch. The MC cheerfully introduced. This is the bride, Miss Qin Ruoyao, and this is the groom, Mr. Lin Xuan. They're childhood sweethearts, having known each other for 8 years. Throughout these years, they have developed a profound bond, and now, they finally step into the holy matrimony. Let us all applaud and bless this loving couple. In attendance were guests primarily from the Qin family, with the exception of Lin Li, all of whom held Lin Xuan in contempt, whispering disparaging remarks. This Lin Xuan is utterly worthless. Despite being the eldest son of the Lin family, he is hardly favored. Why would Ruoyao ever choose him? They lamented for Ruoyao, remarking on her beauty and lamenting her marriage to such a lowly figure. If it weren't for Ruoyao, who would ever willingly marry Lin Xuan? His only redeeming quality is his willingness to marry into the family. No one applauded. An awkward silence enveloped the room. The MC, taken aback, had never encountered such a scene devoid of blessings for the newlyweds. Fortunately, his professionalism allowed him to quickly regain composure, smiling as he continued. Next, we shall proceed with the exchange of rings. Mr. Lin Xuan, do you take Miss Qin Ruoyao as your wife? Will you love and cherish her? All eyes were fixed on Lin Xuan. Lin Li, holding a glass of red wine, smirked with satisfaction. Lin Xuan, once you marry Qin Ruoyao, your fate is sealed. Lin Xuan glanced towards the entrance, frowning. Where was Su Hua? If he exchanged rings with Qin Ruoyao now, no matter how he professed his loyalty later, it would be futile. Lin Xuan hesitated to respond. Whispers began to circulate among the guests. What's happening? Why does he seem reluctant? You're overthinking it. Lin Xuan, in front of Ruoyao, acts like a lovesick puppy. How could he possibly be unwilling? It's a stroke of luck for him to marry Ruoyao. There's no way he would refuse. The MC attempted to ease the tension. Look, our groom is so delighted he seems to have lost his wits. Mr. Lin Xuan, do you consent? Another peculiar silence fell. Qin Ruoyao's expression darkened. Lin Xuan, why are you dazed? Quickly say you agree. Be quiet. Lin Xuan snapped irritably. Qin Ruoyao's eyes widened in shock. Lin Xuan had dared to yell at her. He remained fixated on the entrance. The MC felt a headache coming on. First, the guests refused to bless them, and now the groom was unresponsive. He had never encountered such a challenging wedding. Reluctantly, he repeated, Mr. Lin Xuan, do you wish to marry Ms. Qin Ruoyao? To love her and remain loyal to her for life? He does not wish to. A voice is chilling as ice pierced through the air. Chapter 60. How riveting. BMC thought. What is happening now? Is someone trying to disrupt the ceremony? Lin Xian's eyes sparkled. Su Hua had arrived. At last she was here. 16 imposing bodyguards clad in black, wearing sunglasses, marched in, swiftly taking their positions on either side of the red carpet. The Qin family had never witnessed such a spectacle. They recoiled in fear. BMC's heart sank. They were indeed there to cause chaos. Thankfully, he was already bald. The thick hair he sported was merely a wig, or else he would have lost a significant amount of hair this time. Yet, it appeared that a thrilling spectacle was about to unfold. BMC, usually serious, now sparkled with intrigue. A collective gasp echoed through the venue. A woman, dressed in a sleek black evening gown that seemed to have just emerged from a gala, made her way down the red carpet. Her smooth black hair was elegantly pinned up with a single hairpin, and her custom-made dress hugged her figure, accentuating her natural beauty. Her exquisite face exuded an otherworldly charm, radiating unparalleled grace. Such a woman could easily captivate countless men, yet her icy demeanor and imperious presence commanded respect and reverence. Su Huan's entrance ensnared every gaze in the room. Guests stood agape, their eyes filled with awe. This was simply breathtaking. Lin Li, too, was mesmerized by Su Huan. He had encountered countless beauties, yet he had never seen one so striking. This woman was like a tempting yet dangerous flower, igniting an irresistible desire for conquest within him. If only he could win her over. Lin Li's thoughts raced as he gazed at Su Huan with determination. Meanwhile, Qin Ruoyao, standing on the elevated platform, was consumed with jealousy. As the campus belle of Qin University, her beauty was well known, yet standing before this woman made her feel woefully inadequate. Su Huan, in her high heels, ascended the stage, her voice steady and clear. Lin Xuan does not wish to marry another woman. Qin Ruoyao, sensing the invisible pressure emanating from Su Huan, barely masked her fear as she inquired, who are you? Today is my wedding with Lin Xuan. What are you doing here? Su Huan cast a fleeting glance at her, dismissing her as mere vermin, and ignored her. Ah Xian, she said, her delicate fingers tilting Lin Xian's chin. Her voice laced with icy authority. You have been very disobedient. How dare you attempt to marry another woman without my consent? The crowd gasped in astonishment, their minds reeling. This woman had come for Lin Xuan, and her tone suggested an extraordinary bond with him. Was Lin Xuan truly the sought after? First, Ruoyao insisted on marrying him, and now there was a celestial beauty intent on snatching him away. The coldly beautiful woman leaned close to Lin Xian's ear, her lips barely parting. Since you are so disobedient, I must take you back to the cage I have prepared for you, my dear Ah Xian. You are no longer free. Su Huan uttered the same words she had in a past life. Lin Xuan had rehearsed this exact scenario countless times. He intended to profess his loyalty to Su Huan first, claiming he wished to leave with her. He anticipated Qin Ruoyao's angry inquiries, to which he had already prepared retorts. Once he rebuffed her, he would announce the annulment of their engagement. He believed that this would significantly alleviate Su Huan's wrath. He was able to express his loyalty to Su Hua with great sincerity. Lin Xian's mind raced as he spoke. Su Hua, I am willing to go with you. Before he could finish, Su Hua placed a single finger gently upon his lips. Shu, Ah Xian, don't speak. Lin Xian looked puzzled. What's wrong? Su Hua glanced at Jiangqing and commanded coldly, hand it over. Jiangqing passed her a wine glass filled with a crimson liquid. Su Hua held the scarlet liquid in her mouth, then pressed her lips to Lin Xian's. Gasps erupted from the onlookers. Lin Li clenched his fists tightly. This woman had defiled Lin Xuan. How despicable. Su Hua transferred the liquid from her mouth, the scent of a woman's fragrance wafting from her, mingling with the strong taste of alcohol on Lin Xian's breath. Some of the wine trickled from Lin Xian's mouth, and Su Hua even licked it away. Lin Xian felt himself growing intoxicated. His head began to swim dizzily. Su Hua whispered, Ah Xian, sleep now. There is a sedative in this wine. Lin Xian's mind was filled with despair. He had intended to demonstrate his loyalty to Su Hua at this wedding, but instead, she had drugged him. His plan to marry Qin Ruoyao was now hopeless. When he returned, Su Hua would surely punish him severely. Su Hua, you misunderstand. Lin Xian struggled to explain, but before he could complete the word misunderstand, he lost consciousness and was supported by two bodyguards. Qin Ruoyao's eyes widened. He's my groom. How dare you drug him in front of everyone? Qin Ruoyao. Su Hua narrowed her eyes as she regarded the woman before her. Such a slender neck, just a slight twist, and it could break. She was Ah Xian's favorite woman. If she were dead, Perhaps he would no longer think of other women? Su Hua's beautiful eyes filled with a murderous intent. She longed to kill her, but feared Xian's hatred. Suppressing the raging killing intent within, Su Hua's voice turned icy. I warn you, stay away from him. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee the day I want to tear you apart. Qin Ruoyao shivered all over. Just now, she had seen the murderous intent in this woman's eyes. Yes. For the killing intent. No, it couldn't be. She could not allow this woman to take Lin Xuan away from the wedding. That would be the ultimate humiliation. Qin Ruoyao shouted, Security. Where are the guards? The guards, witnessing the commotion, dared not advance. None were willing to intervene. Su Hua left with Lin Xuan, and the bodyguards withdrew entirely. The guests whispered among themselves. This woman was obviously wealthy, and with such beauty and figure, Ruoyao could not compare. Lin Xuan was truly lucky. What charm did he possess to captivate such a stunning beauty? This beauty was merely toying with him. Mark my words. She would soon cast him aside. The tone of some young men was dripping with envy, as if they wished to replace Lin Xuan themselves. Qin Ruoyao, clad in her white wedding gown, watched helplessly as her groom was taken away by another woman. Hearing the guests compare herself unfavorably to that woman, belittling her at every turn, Qin Ruoyao was beside herself with rage. It was the first time she had endured such humiliation. She stomped her foot. Lin Xuan's heart belonged only to her. So what if this woman took him away? The moment she beckoned, Lin Xuan would crawl back to her like a loyal dog, tail wagging in supplication. The master of ceremonies' eyes gleamed with excitement. This scandal was immensely satisfying. Oh, how thrilling! Judging by the scene, the groom had been led away by this breathtaking woman. Surely, a punishment awaited them. Intimate retribution between man and woman. Haha. Chapter 7. Purchasing a coffin in the night garden. Steward Wang paced anxiously in the garden. He had hoped Lin Xuan would see reason and cease fleeing. But it had all been a facade. Once the young lady left the country, he seized the chance to marry another woman. This time, young Master Lin's actions would surely provoke the young lady's wrath. The other servants in the night garden wore equally grim expressions. This time, the young lady's anger would be the greatest in history. Sigh. They could not understand why their young lady insisted on Lin Xuan alone. Su Hua South car entered the estate, and everyone's hearts tightened in anticipation of the impending storm. The car stopped. Steward Wang approached and respectfully opened the door. Mississippi. Su Hua said nothing, radiating an aura capable of shattering heaven and earth. Wang stole a glance at the unconscious Lin Xuan lying in the back seat and silently lit a candle for him in his heart. Lin Xuan was confined to the bedroom. Su Hua sat beside the bed, shedding her icy demeanor, gently caressing the man's face. Action. If only you could always be as obedient as you are now, how wonderful that would be. Why can't you love me? Her voice was restrained, deliberate, fragile, and pitiful. I see how kind you are to other women, and I am consumed by jealousy. Xian, stay by my side. In this world, all I desire is you. Su Hua gazed long and hard at Lin Xuan, then staggered to her feet. She could not remain any longer. Seeing Xian stirred images of him in a wedding dress alongside Qin Ruoyao. She feared losing control and hurting him. Su Hua stepped outside. Prepare a coffin. She instructed hoarsely. One large enough for two. Steward Wang was momentarily stunned. Miss, what are you? No matter who dies first, they will take the other with them. Su Hua commanded silently. Through realms of life and death, they shall perish together. Wang's expression darkened. He suspected Miss feared Lin Xuan might attempt suicide, and if he did, she would join him in the coffin. Su Hua proceeded to the training ground. Master, the group greeted her in unison. Su Hua plaif gamli. Train with me. Fear spread across their faces. Their mistress was terrifyingly skilled in martial arts. They stood no chance. And her mood was grim, her expression as cold as ice and snow. Were they to become human punching bags? Su Hua ascended the sparring platform. All of you come up. Her gaze swept over the first row of shadow guards, who trembled as they stepped forward. Despite their full strength, they found it nearly impossible to resist Su Hua. Thuds echoed as bodies hit the ground repeatedly. Su Hua kicked one shadow guard after another. They clutched their chests, groaning in pain, some with bruised and battered faces. After venting her fury on the guards, the violent aura surrounding Su Hua abated somewhat. Su Hua returned to her room and entered the bathroom. She immersed herself in the bath. Lin Xuan awoke, despondently staring at the ceiling. The sedative had disrupted all his plans. Su Hua now believed he intended to marry Qin Ruoyao, making reconciliation all the more difficult. Sighing deeply, Lin Xuan lamented, I've just been reborn, and already life is in hell mode. What a cursed existence. He resolved to consider how best to appease Su Hua, for when he yander a woman like her lost control. The consequences were terrifying. The sound of running water echoed from the bathroom. Lin Xuan looked over. Su Hua was in there. His mind sprang into action. He must strike first. Su Hua emerged from the bathroom, clad in a bathrobe, barefoot on the floor. Suddenly, Lin Xuan sprang forth and pinned Su Hua against the wall. Instinctively, Su Hua clutched his neck, but upon recognizing him, she relaxed her grip. So close in such intimate contact, Su Hua's heart raced uncontrollably. Su Hua, I want to discuss the wedding, Lin Xuan said. The wedding? Su Hua curled her lips into a smile. I've ruined the wedding between you and your beloved woman. Xian, do you despise me? Lin Xuan shook his head. I do not harbor any hatred, Su Hua. Even if you hadn't drugged me, I would still have obediently followed you. Previously, he may have resented Su Hua for confining him, depriving him of freedom. But ever since he witnessed her avenging him and her willingness to sacrifice herself, that resentment had dissipated entirely. Ha! Su Hua let out a soft laugh. Xian, you truly know how to flatter. Are you afraid I might harm Qin Ruoyao, hence this little charade with me? Lin Xuan realized that whatever he said now would be wrong. If he expressed hatred, Su Hua would go mad. If he claimed to have none, it would seem like mere pretense. What a headache. Xian, if you dare to run again, I cannot guarantee that I won't do anything to Qin Ruoyao, your parents, or your sisters, Su Hua said, her gentle tone laced with chilling undertones. The Lin Xuan of the previous life would have reacted with fury, but this Lin Xuan was taken aback. Is there really such a good fortune? He thought of defying Su Hua again and fleeing. But as soon as the thought crossed his mind, he dismissed it. That was too risky. Su Hua was too unhinged. What if she truly turned him into a specimen or kept him confined forever? It was wise to avoid provoking her. Xian, if you choose to act, then maintain the charade. Do not entertain thoughts of escaping my side, and those you care about will remain safe. Otherwise, do not blame me, Su Hua warned softly. Forget about her, Xian. Devote your heart and body to me. A line from a novel Lin Xuan had read flashed in his mind. To silence a woman and ease her anger, one must kiss her. He lowered his head and pressed his lips against Su Hua's crimson ones. Su Hua momentarily froze, then a wave of scorn washed over her. How could such a proud man as Xian be willing to go to such lengths to protect Qin Ruoyao? His love for her was indeed profound, stirring jealousy within her. An atmosphere charged with ambiguity enveloped them as the enchanting woman pushed Lin Xuan onto the bed. Lin Xuan frowned. Isn't this a bit off? Shouldn't the man be on top? Su Hua, her voice hushed, responded, Xian, if you wish to protect Qin Ruoyao and the Lin family, then please me. Using your body to do so. Lin Xuan had anticipated being consumed by Su Hua, but at that moment, his heart began to race. The following day, Lin Xuan awoke to find Su Hua's absence beside him. Reflecting on the wild events of the previous night, he felt a twinge of discomfort. It had been Su Hua who had taken the lead throughout. Returning to his own room, he opened the wardrobe Su Hua had prepared for him. He was taken aback to find it brimming with various clothes, shoes, and hats, seemingly custom-made for him. He had never ventured to use Su Hua's belongings before, so the wardrobe had remained unopened. He selected an outfit and entered the bathroom, grooming himself meticulously. He even summoned a male servant to trim his hair. In the dining room downstairs, Su Hua was already seated at the table. Miss, shall I call young Master Lin down for breakfast? Butler Wang inquired respectfully. There's no need, Su Hua replied, her scarlet lips curving into a smile. He worked hard last night. Let him rest a bit longer. Butler Wang's face registered astonishment. Could it be that Miss has finally won over young Master Lin? His eyes sparkled with intrigue. As Lin Xuan descended the stairs, the servants exchanged shocked glances. Miss, young Master Lin has arrived, a servant announced, opening the dining room door. Su Hua lifted her gaze, and upon seeing the impeccably groomed Lin Xuan, her pupils constricted, momentarily lost in thought. Butler Wang was taken aback. Is this really young Master Lin? Lin Xuan cleared his throat. So, Su Hua, how do I look? Quite handsome. Su Hua nodded. Lin Xuan exhaled in relief. Her demeanor remained unchanged. Given Su Hua's capricious nature, he feared that a mere change of hairstyle might lead her to overthink. Young Master Lin, please take a seat. Butler Wang gestured to a chair opposite Su Hua. Lin Xuan glanced at it, but chose instead to sit beside her. Butler Wang was bewildered. Lin Xuan had always resisted sitting close to Su Hua during meals, opting for the farthest spot. Why had he chosen to sit beside her today? Su Hua's gaze remained fixed on Lin Xuan, curiosity evident in her sparkling eyes. Did he not feel anger after her actions last night? Lin Xuan felt uneasy under her scrutiny. What is it? Su Hua averted her gaze, commanding, serve me my meal. All right. Lin Xuan recalled that Su Hua particularly enjoyed shrimp, so he peeled some for her, placing the morsels near her crimson lips. She took a delicate bite. Lin Xuan couldn't help but marvel at how agreeable and easygoing Su Hua appeared when she wasn't in her deranged state. Come on, continue eating. Have more. Lin Xuan, seemingly addicted, kept feeding her one bite after another. In a moment of distraction, he even offered her a piece of lamb. Young master, wait, Butler Wang exclaimed. Lin Xuan looked at him in confusion. Miss is allergic to lamb. Before Butler Wang could finish, he watched as Su Hua consumed the piece of lamb. But, she knows she is allergic and still eats it? Lin Xuan asked, perplexed. Nothing serious, Butler Wang replied, unsure what else to say, feeling an itch in her throat. Su Hua stood up, I am full. Back in her bedroom, she retrieved an antihistamine from a drawer and swallowed it with water. Lin Xuan sensed something was amiss. He quickly finished his meal and followed her upstairs. Despite taking the medication, Su Hua was still covered in red rashes as she applied some ointment. Lin Xuan pushed the door open. Su Hua shot him a dangerous glance, momentarily stunned to see him. The icy air around her softened as she hastily concealed her arm, covered in red spots. What are you doing here? Lin Xuan strode over, pulling her hand away to reveal her pale, slender arm, dotted with red. What happened to your hand? It's nothing serious, just a little allergy, Su Hua replied, pursing her lips. Allergy? Lin Xuan recalled Butler Wang's unfinished sentence. You're allergic to lamb? Yes. Then why did you eat that lamb just now? Because it was you who fed it to me, Ah Xuan. As long as it was offered by him, she would consume it without hesitation. Even if it were poison, she could not bring herself to reject his kindness. Lin Xuan fell silent, recognizing that with her twisted affection, it was indeed something she would do. He truly could not fathom why someone as beautiful and capable as Su Hua had set her sights on him. He had once believed she viewed him merely as a cherished plaything, until he realized, after his death, that she genuinely cared for him, willing to bare her heart completely. With a stern expression, Lin Xuan spoke with an unprecedented assertiveness. Do not treat yourself so poorly in the future. I will gradually learn your preferences and aversions. There is no need for you to accommodate me any longer. Su Hua gazed at him intently, her eyes sparkling with something akin to starlight. Feeling perhaps a tad too serious, Lin Xuan added, if you continue like this, I will feel heartbroken. Allow me to apply the medicine for you. Tenderness and sincerity were his ultimate weapons. He decided to treat Su Hua with a touch more kindness, hoping it might prevent her from confining him further. Lin Xuan squeezed a bit of ointment onto his palm, then gently began to apply it to Su Hua's arm. All done, Su Hua. How do you feel now? Is there any relief? He inquired, noting there were still some allergic spots untouched. Su Hua's gaze dimmed slightly. Huh? Where else? Lin Xuan was momentarily taken aback, glancing over her arms and neck, convinced he had treated all the red patches. Let me show you, Su Hua said as she took Lin Xuan's hand and brought it to her front. Lin Xuan's hand trembled in surprise. Su Hua whispered enticingly in his ear, Lin Xuan, will you apply the medicine for me? The air thickened with an undeniable tension. Lin Xuan felt a peculiar tingling in his ears. He had never noticed before how alluring Su Hua could be. Unable to refuse her, he nodded dazedly. All right. A smile danced in Su Hua's beautiful eyes, though her garments concealed the area in question. She guided Lin Xuan's hand to the buttons of her white shirt. Be good, Lin Xuan, unbutton it, she urged, her voice laced with seduction. Lin Xuan, trembling, fumbled to unfasten the buttons as instructed. One by one, they came undone. This was the first time he beheld Su Hua's figure. The previous night, he had extinguished the lights and failed to appreciate the woman before him. Chapter 9. The Little White and Little Yellow People. Lin Xuan found himself momentarily frozen. Suddenly, he felt something warm and sticky trickling from his nose. Upon wiping it, he was horrified to see red on his hand, his face flushing crimson. Lin Xuan, how utterly shameful of you. Is this truly the moment for a nosebleed? He exclaimed. I need to wash up. Clutching his nose, he dashed into the bathroom. A glimmer of mischief flickered in Su Hua's eyes as she murmured, So, Lin Xuan is fond of my body. How delightful. Inside the bathroom, Lin Xuan splashed cold water on his face, struggling to regain composure. Yet the image of Su Hua, partially disrobed, persisted in his mind. Again, blood trickled from his nose. Lin Xuan remained in the bathroom for a full 15 minutes before re-emerging. Su Hua was seated on the sofa, perusing a magazine. Lin Xuan had anticipated that she would have applied the ointment herself. To his surprise, the tube still lay untouched on the coffee table, clearly awaiting his assistance. Su Hua closed the magazine. Come here, she commanded, her tone brooking no argument. Lin Xuan exhaled deeply and stepped closer. Continue applying the medicine, she instructed. Yes, he replied, eyes squeezed shut as he extended his trembling hand towards her. He dare not look. If he bled from his nose while still clothed, what would happen if he were to undress her? Just a thought sparked another wave of blood. But how was he to assist her in removing her clothing? He fumbled around, searching for the elusive button. Lin Xian's hands fell to flame, igniting a fervor wherever they roamed. Suddenly, Su Hua grasped his wrist firmly. "That's enough. I shall do it myself," she declared, her voice tinged with suppressed desire. If this continued, she would be unable to resist pulling him down with her, and she still had a crucial meeting to attend. "Oh, all right." Lin Xian's hand retreated, relief mingling with a hint of disappointment. The warmth of her touch lingered on his fingertips, causing an inexplicable heat to rise within him. Su Hua had already shed her clothing and was applying the ointment. Strangely enough, aside from some rashes on her neck and arms, this was the only area affected. Lin Xian was torn between the desire to look and the fear of doing so, as two opposing thoughts warred within him. The little white figure admonished Lin Xian, "You are a gentleman. Do not listen to or behold anything improper." The little yellow figure countered, "What nonsense! In the presence of the woman you cherish, there are no gentlemen. Why not gaze upon her?" The white figure stammered in shock. "You are far too crude." The yellow figure retorted, "You are so pure. Go read your scriptures. Here, we are indulging in romance, not merely chatting under the covers." The white figure fell silent. The yellow figure urged, "Go for it. You've already engaged in the most intimate acts. What's holding you back?" With a resolve to take a glance, Lin Xian prepared himself mentally and stole a peek. Su Hua, with a serious expression, was diligently applying the ointment to herself. The very earnestness of her demeanor only heightened her allure. Blood surged once more, uncontrollable. Lin Xian thought, at least this time, Su Hua did not notice. He hastily dashed back to the bathroom. When he re-emerged, Su Hua had donned her clothing again, her demeanor once more cold and aloof. The moment he laid eyes on her, memories of her applying medicine to him flooded back, and he cursed himself. "Lin Xian, how could your mind be filled with such lewd thoughts? You have fallen." "Lin Xian, come here." Su Hua's voice held a hint of huskiness. He approached her. She pulled him close, causing him to tumble onto her. "Lin Xian," she said, her delicate fingers lifting his chin, in comparison to Qin Ruoyao, who possesses the better figure. "It is you, of course. Yours is superior." He spoke no falsehoods. Su Hua was not only beautiful, but also possessed a remarkable physique. Her voluptuous form, long legs, and slender waist created an exquisite silhouette, while Qin Ruoyao appeared as a mere innocent flower, lacking substance. Su Hua's eyes narrowed dangerously. "Have you seen Qin Ruoyao's body?" With a desperate desire to survive, Lin Xian shook his head vehemently. "I have only seen yours. I have only seen other women clothed." From your tone, Lin Xian, it seems you regret not having seen other women unclothed, Su Hua teased. Lin Xian found himself at a loss for words. This composed and self-possessed woman could also be quite capricious, but in this light, she was rather endearing. Lin Xian, with newfound determination, raised two fingers. "Su Hua, I have seen you. No other woman captivates my gaze." The icy demeanor of Su Hua melted away, clearly pleased with Lin Xian's response. Even if she knew his words were merely a form of flattery, she relished it nonetheless. Su Hua lightly bit Lin Xian's lip. "Good, this is your reward." A knock at the door abruptly shattered the intimate atmosphere. Su Hua strode to the door, opening it with a frosty glare. "What is it?" "It's so cold," her secretary, Jiang Qing, remarked, rubbing her arms. It seemed Su Zong's mood was less than delightful. Had Lin Xian provoked her again? Su Zong. "There are 20 minutes left before the meeting. We should head out, or we may be late." "All right, I understand." As she closed the door, Jiang Qing noticed Lin Xian standing just behind Su Zong, a faint trace of lipstick on his lips, and Su Zong's attire appearing somewhat disheveled. "Oh my goodness!" Jiang Qing gasped. Could it be they were just? She quickly covered her mouth. No wonder Su Zong's mood seemed off. Who could be happy with such an interruption? Thankfully, she had not taken her frustration out on Jiang Qing. In the bedroom, Su Hua straightened her clothing before stepping in front of Lin Xian. "Stay here and wait for me. Remember, do not attempt to run away," or SE Chapter 10. Soft rice. As Su Hua descended the stairs, the butler, Mr. Wang, greeted her with a smile. "Miss, has young Master Lin come to his senses?" Mr. Wang, now in his 50s, had been by Su Hua's side ever since her return to the Su family, having long regarded her as his own daughter. If only young Master Lin could genuinely remain by her side, it would be for the best. Come to his senses? Su Hua's lips curled into a sardonic smile. "He has merely grown wiser. This is just his way of seeking an escape from me. He is merely protecting the woman he adores, fearing that I might cause her harm. Yet, it will be best if he plays this charade for a lifetime, otherwise." Su Hua's gauze darkened ominously. Mr. Wang shuddered slightly at the thought. He could foresee that if Lin Xian were indeed feigning his feelings, the revelation of his true intentions would likely drive Su Hua to madness. Meanwhile, upstairs, Lin Xian, after charging his phone, was bombarded with a plethora of QQ messages, most of which were from Wang Dehe and Qin Ruoyao, accompanied by an incessant barrage of calls from Wang Dehe. Lin Xuan returned the call. Suanzi, how have you been? I've tried reaching you all day. Wang Dehe's voice was frantic upon connection. My phone died. I only just turned it back on, Lin Xuan replied. Wang Dehe sighed in relief. That's a relief. By the way, how's the wedding with Qin Ruoyao? Is she willing to share the bridal chamber with you? The wedding is off. Off. Wang Dehe's eyes widened in disbelief, his anger surging. Is it that little vixen who backed out? She's playing with your feelings too much. Honestly, Suanzi, I don't think she truly cares for you, otherwise. She wouldn't have been so indifferent at school. Plus, she didn't even invite your friends and family to the wedding. It's clear she wants to keep your marriage a secret. Her canceling the wedding is just a ploy to humiliate you. Wang Dehe genuinely felt indignant for his friend. In front of Qin Ruoyao, Lin Xuan appeared too subservient, a pathetic sycophant. No matter how he was insulted or belittled, Lin Xuan never retaliated. There was an instance when he discovered Qin Ruoyao was unwell. He skipped class to fetch her medicine, where he discreetly handed it to her. Other students caught wind of the exchange. Fearing their relationship would be exposed, Qin Ruoyao slapped him publicly and disdainfully declared, Lin Xuan, I don't like you. Can you please stop pestering me? Your relentless pursuit is truly repugnant. Lin Xuan still recalled that moment vividly. The collective scorn directed at him, as if he were a frog yearning for a swan's affection. Afterward, he expressed relentless self-reproach, lamenting that he should have been more discreet. His good friend had been utterly manipulated. Wang Dehe questioned why Qin Ruoyao would consider marrying Lin Xuan, concluding it could not be out of genuine affection. Suanzi, promise me this. If she calls off the engagement, don't go begging her to marry you again. Wang Dehe was genuinely afraid his devoted friend would once more wag his tail and return to Qin Ruoyao. It was I who called off the engagement, Lin Xuan replied. Wang Dehe was taken aback, thinking he misheard, and cleared his ears. What did you just say? I said it was my choice to end the engagement. Wang Dehe, confirming he had not misheard, exclaimed, You ended the engagement? How could this be? With your personality, you'd never voluntarily call off an engagement, even if the sky were to fall. Suanzi, Wang Dehe said, worry creeping into his voice. Has something happened? Perhaps I can help you figure something out. Lin Xuan spoke softly. It's nothing, just a realization. I find a notion of living off someone else's fortune rather appealing. Living off someone else's fortune? Wang Dehe was at a loss for words. Given our looks, we are hardly the dashing youths. Perhaps we should abandon such unrealistic dreams. With our circumstances, it would be impossible to partake in a wealthy woman's lifestyle. I actually have, Lin Xuan asserted. It's Su Hua who is forcefully feeding me this soft rice. Wang Dehe rolled his eyes dramatically. Pray tell, what does this soft rice entail? Lin Xuan responded, a grand estate. Dozens of servants, a room exceeding 100 square meters, a personal chef, bodyguards when I step outside, luxury cars, and a leading enterprise run by a female tycoon. Wang Dehe became increasingly perplexed. The female tycoon you speak of, is she not a woman in her 50s or 60s? No, she's merely 3 years my senior. Possessing an exquisite figure and radiant beauty, the kind that shines wherever she goes. Wang Dehe burst into laughter, clutching his stomach. Suanzi, your daydreams are astonishing. You think such a wealthy woman would ever look your way? Come now, let us return to reality. Suddenly, Wang Dehe's laughter ceased. Concern etched on his face. Suanzi, you aren't experiencing a mental breakdown, are you? We must meet. Where are you? I'll come find you. Lin Xuan sighed. We can discuss meeting later. I must first placate Qin Ruoyao. She is rather upset about the wedding. He was still confined. How could he meet anyone? Very well. If you need anything, remember to contact me, Wang Dehe said, relieved to hear Lin Xuan was all right. After ending the call, Lin Xuan reclined on his bed, crossing his legs, idly counting animated sheep. 1 happy sheep, 2 beautiful sheep, 3 lazy sheep, 4 boiling sheep, 5 warm sheep, along with red wolf and gray wolf. Before long, he drifted into a deep slumber, exhausted from the previous night's exertions with Su Hua. He slept soundly until 1 in the afternoon, roused only by a series of QQ messages from Qin Ruoyao, awakening his temper. He was not a morning person. Yao Yao babe, Lin Xuan. Who was that woman who took you away at our wedding? What is your relationship with her? Yao Yao babe. Your connection with her isn't simple, is it? Lin Xuan, you profess your love for me, yet you clandestinely engage with another woman. Is this your love? Yao Yao babe. Are you with her for her wealth? I can't believe you are the type to be swayed by money. I truly misjudged you. Yao Yao babe. I had disputes with my family and overcame significant obstacles to marry you. And this is how you repay me? Yao Yao babe. I command you to leave her immediately. Yao Yao babe. Lin Xuan, why aren't you replying? Are you feeling guilty? Speak up. Yao Yao babe. If you don't respond, don't ever come to see me again. Our marriage is off. Even through the screen, Lin Xuan could feel Qin Ruoyao's fury radiating. Chapter 11. You better not kneel, and plead. Lin Xuan swiftly browsed through the messages on his phone, cursing himself for being so naive. He had been oblivious to such blatant manipulation in his past life, as if his brain had been kicked by a mule. He changed Qin Ruoyao's contact name and replied, "Then let us annul the engagement." Qin Ruoyao's eyes widened in disbelief. "You actually want to annul our engagement?" Lin Xuan, yes. Qin Ruoyao, Lin Xuan, do you even realize what you're saying? What you just said will make me despise you. If you ever wish to marry me again, dream on. Lin Xuan rolled his eyes. Ask yourself, can you compare to her? I would be a fool to choose you over her. In his past life, he had indeed been a fool. You. Qin Ruoyao was livid. Yet she found herself at a loss for a retort. That woman merely standing there radiated brilliance. Her own beauty, which she had always taken pride in, paled in comparison. The grace that exuded from that woman was maddeningly enviable. If there had been no overlap between them, she would have felt indifferent. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that she had taken Lin Xuan away. Qin Ruoyao, seething with rage and humiliation, declared, "Fine. Lin Xuan, you said this. So don't come crawling back to beg for my forgiveness. Rest assured, that day will never come." Lin Xuan retorted. Previously, he had been obsequiously devoted to Qin Ruoyao, yet this sudden transformation was utterly incomprehensible to her. Infuriated, she began to smash everything in the room. How dare Lin Xuan speak to her in such a manner? Did he forget how he had once fawned over her? Lin Xuan, I will not let this go. Oh dear Yao Yao, please stop breaking these things. They all cost money. Qin's mother lamented, her heart aching at the sight of the chaos. Mom, Qin Ruoyao sobbed as she embraced her mother. How can Lin Xuan treat me this way? Qin's mother comforted her. It's all right, my dear. Lin Xuan is hardly a good man. We can do without him. My precious daughter, with your beauty. What man could you not have? If Lin Xuan dares to treat you like this, we shall ensure he regrets it. Qin Ruoyao continued to cry, Mom. Why does he think he can treat me this way? And who is that woman? Su Hua, noble and alluring, exuded an air of power that drove Qin Ruoyao to madness with jealousy. A cold glint flashed in Qin's mother's eyes. That scoundrel Lin Xuan must be living off that woman, being kept by her. But Mom, why does he have to be kept by someone like her? She could not understand why a man she deemed unworthy would be cherished by such a woman. What was so special about Lin Xuan? Who knows? Perhaps some people simply have such perverse tastes. Yao Yao, truth be told, Lin Xuan still harbors feelings for you. Someone's affections cannot change so drastically. Just wait and see. Once school starts, he will surely come back to you, tail between his legs, begging for forgiveness. Really? Qin Ruoyao's eyes shimmered with tears. Of course, my dear. If he dares to treat you this way, you must not forgive him so easily. Yes, Mom, I will. A glint of malice flashed in Qin Ruoyao's eyes. Should Lin Xuan dare to apologize, she would ensure he felt the full weight of her humiliation. Lin Xuan tossed his phone aside, exhaling in relief. How satisfying. The rehearsed words he had prepared before the wedding had not been in vain. Unbeknownst to him, while he was conversing with Qin Ruoyao, Su Hua had quietly entered his room. Lin Xuan had set special notifications for Qin Ruoyao on QQ, distinguishing them from ordinary friends. Half of Su Hua's face was shrouded in shadow, her downcast eyes concealing an endless chill. Why is it so cold? He murmured, then noticed Su Hua by the door. Questioning when she had returned, and sensing her mood was far from pleasant. Su Hua was notoriously unpredictable. Regardless of the reason, it was best to tread carefully. Approaching her with trepidation, Lin Xuan asked, Su Hua, has something happened? Instantly regretting his inquiry, he realized probing into the affairs of a temperamental woman was akin to courting disaster. Su Hua's eyes appeared to shimmer with an impending tempest. A suffocating silence enveloped them. And Lin Xuan swallowed hard, desperate to understand what had transpired and where he had gone awry. Outside, Steward Wang heard a thud and halted in his tracks. Glancing at the door, he recalled that the young lady had entered Lin Xiao's room just moments prior. Shaking his head with a smile, he mused about how the younger generation seemed to be playing with fire, while he felt increasingly out of touch with the times. He took it upon himself to instruct the servants not to disturb Lin Xuan, which elicited knowing glances among them. Inside the room, Lin Xuan leaned against the door, staring at the woman before him. A soft gulp echoed in the silence. Had he been walloped by a woman? Su Hua bit her lip, her gaze reflecting suppressed anguish. Lin Xuan, why? She implored, suddenly closing the distance and kissing him with an intensity that left no room for refusal. Pain shot through Lin Xuan's lips, furrowing his brow in discomfort. Was Su Hua part dog, nipping at him incessantly? Tears rolled down Su Hua's cheeks, landing on Lin Xuan's hand like molten fire. As he opened his eyes, he beheld her, a creature bereft of its kin, desperately seeking warmth amidst her madness. She was crying? Lin Xuan furrowed his brow, perplexed by the turn of events. Su Hua pushed him onto the sofa, asserting, Lin Xuan, remember, you are mine, Su Hua's man. No one can take you away. The one who possesses you is me, not Qin Ruoyao. You shall not be with her. Another afternoon of chaos ensued. Xian, if you must act, why not remain in character? Why do you still maintain contact with her? Lin Xuan barely registered the pained words whispered in his ear by Su Hua. Lost in the throes of passion. Only when he heard the sound of water cascading from the bathroom did he begin to piece together the gravity of the situation. Could Su Hua's frenzy stem from her discovering his clandestine conversation with Qin Ruoyao earlier that day? No wonder. Lin Xuan hastily donned the clothes strewn on the floor, only to wince as they tugged at his wounds. Su Hua was relentless, leaving her marks upon him with her nails and teeth. Chapter 12. She wept. Su Hua emerged from the bathroom. Lin Xuan, in a flurry, approached her, phone in hand, eager to explain. Su Hua, here are the chat records from my conversation with Qin Ruoyao. Yes, I did contact her, but there was nothing romantic involved. Su Hua boasted, taking in the contents of the screen. Su Hua, I have come to my senses. I will no longer harbor feelings for Qin Ruoyao. I will obediently remain by your side and strive to be a good man for you, Lin Xuan professed earnestly. Su Hua's demeanor visibly softened, the tension dissipating. Her crimson lips brushed against Lin Xuan's ear as she whispered, Xian, if you're to play a role, then commit to it fully. If today's events were not a misunderstanding, I shall sever all your communications. Lin Xuan sighed in resignation. So, she still believed he was merely acting. However, this was understandable. Before Su Hua left for abroad, they had quarreled fiercely, and upon her departure, he had hastily married Qin Ruoyao, compelling Su Hua to abandon her significant project to return and reclaim him. He truly was a source of constant worry. With a heavy sigh, he resolved to demonstrate his sincerity through actions from now on. Su Hua, may I tend to the injury on your shoulder? Lin Xuan glanced at the mark on her delicate shoulder, feeling a pang of guilt for having dared to bite her. Yet, surprisingly, Su Hua seemed unperturbed, even exhilarated. As she drained him completely of his resolve, Jiangqing entered the night garden with a contract in hand. Steward Wang, where's President Su? There are matters at the company that require her attention. After several unanswered calls, I had no choice but to come find her in person and bring this contract for her signature. It was odd. President Su was a workaholic, often braving high fevers to attend to her duties. Yet this afternoon, she had neither shown up for work nor informed anyone of her absence. Miss is resting in her room. Resting at this hour? Is President Su unwell? Jiangqing's voice was laced with concern. Not at all, Steward Wang replied, clearing his throat. She is merely a bit fatigued. With Lin Xiao keeping her company, there is no need for you to worry, Secretary Jiang. Jiangqing disapproved. Steward Wang, if President Su needs rest, why would you allow her to stay alone with Lin Xuan? That is far too dangerous. Butler Wang said, Secretary Jiang, Master Lin has changed significantly. He would not harm Miss, so you need not worry. Jiangqing looked at him with suspicion. Shouldn't Lin Xuan, having been jilted by President Su, harbor a deep-seated animosity towards her? How could he possibly exhibit any kindness towards President Su? Butler Wang continued, moreover, if Master Lin were to harm Miss, would she not resist? Jiangqing fell silent. She would not resist. At that moment, Su Hua, clad in a white camisole nightgown with a delicate veil draped over her shoulders, descended the stairs. Her lustrous black hair cascaded down her chest, exuding an aura of serene beauty. Jiangqing was momentarily taken aback. President Su had been abducted at a young age and molded into a cold, remorseless killing machine. Upon returning to the Su family at the age of 16, she constantly navigated through a world drenched in bloodshed. The head of the Su conglomerate had ascended by stepping over countless corpses. She herself had to remain ever vigilant against assassination attempts, having spent 2 months stranded on a deserted island and narrowly escaping death on 2 occasions. Had President Su not endured such trials, she would likely have been a carefree socialite, often graced with a radiant smile. As Su Hua reached the bottom of the stairs, she inquired, what is it? President Su. The situation is as follows. Jiangqing relayed the company's matters truthfully. Su Hua nodded. Very well, let us proceed according to their company's requirements. President Su. There is also this contract. Please sign here. All right. As Su Hua signed the contract, Jiangqing stood behind her and inadvertently caught sight of something, a glaring bite mark on her shoulder. This mark was evidently quite recent. Coupled with Butler Wang's earlier comment about Lin Xuan accompanying President Su, Jiangqing suddenly recalled 2 phrases, a beautiful disaster and the king does not attend court. After Su Hua completed the signing, Jiangqing did not linger, but cast a few more glances at Lin Xuan, who was descending the stairs. In this world, President Su cared for only Lin Xuan. One could only hope that he would not betray her heartfelt affections. For the following 2 days, Lin Xuan and Su Hua maintained a peaceful coexistence. That evening, Su Hua reclined on the sofa in her bedroom, perusing a financial magazine. Fresh from a bath, she resembled a water lily, exquisite and radiant. Her damp hair cascaded over her shoulders, and the black chiffon draped over her form accentuated her alluring curves. Lin Xuan mustered his courage and entered. Su Hua, what is it? At this critical moment, Lin Xuan felt a wave of trepidation. He had intended to request freedom from Su Hua, an action that would undoubtedly provoke the wrath of this obsessive woman. The words that formed in his throat morphed into, Su Hua, it's not good for your health to have wet hair. Let me dry it for you. Lin Xuan picked up the hairdryer and began to dry her hair, the soft strands gliding through his fingers. To his surprise, he had never noticed how beautiful and silky her hair was before. He must have been blind. Once her hair was dry, Su Hua, with her supple body, pinned Lin Xuan back onto the bed, her hair cascading down onto his face, carrying a delightful fragrance. This position, Lin Xuan could hear the sound of his own gulping. Su Hua lifted his chin, her crimson lips parting. Ah, Xuan, you are so good to me. I truly wish to devour you. Was that the kind of devour she meant? A wave of anticipation surged within Lin Xuan. Yet each time, Su Hua's fervor was almost overwhelming for him. Her beautiful eyes gleamed with a pathological madness. This way, we can become one, forever inseparable. Su Hua's demeanor was quite serious. Her fingers, painted with rouge, glided along his throat. Lin Xuan weakly replied, there is no need for that. I can provide you with emotional value. Su Hua, don't you like the living me? She did. Su Hua's gaze darkened, but she was terrified, afraid that this was merely a dream, and once she awoke, he would revert to the man who desperately sought to escape. Su Hua chuckled softly. Very well, I shall grant you this opportunity. Chapter 13. The Ultimate Nourishing Soup. If you desire freedom, if you wish not to be confined, Su Hua lightly nipped at the man's Adam's apple. Tonight, please me. Ah Xuan, she guided Lin Xuan's hand to her waist. Good boy, take it off. Lin Xuan felt numb, utterly paralyzed. He lay on the bed with a look of despair. As a man, why did it always seem that Su Hua took the lead in their affairs? Damn it. After a brief slumber, Lin Xuan staggered downstairs. Butler Wong regarded him with an ambiguous gaze. Young Master Lin, Miss has gone to the company. She mentioned you look tired and instructed you to rest well. By the way, young Master Lin, I have prepared a special soup for you. Please drink some. Butler Wong leaned closer to Lin Xuan and whispered, this is the ultimate nourishing soup, excellent for enhancing a man's vitality. It is my exclusive recipe. I have consumed it many times, and I do not easily share it with outsiders. Lin Xuan coughed lightly, covering his mouth. I don't think I need that. Butler Wong gave him an understanding look. Young Master Lin, I know you may be feeling a bit underwhelmed. I'm a man of experience, and you need not be shy in front of me. Lin Xuan wished to refuse. This was utterly humiliating. However, he needed to reclaim his masculine dignity with Su Hua. He could not continue to be dominated like this, and thus he felt he had no choice but to accept the nourishing soup. With a resigned expression, Lin Xuan gulped down the entire bowl of ultimate nourishing soup in one go. Butler Wong smiled slightly. Young Master Lin, I will prepare this soup for you daily. A week of this will suffice. Lin Xuan felt disheartened and had no desire to converse. Just after finishing breakfast, his good friend Wang Dehe called him. Hey, Suanzi, why have you not emerged for several days? Why haven't you let me come and find you? Don't tell me that a wealthy woman has imprisoned you? Lin Xuan fell silent. Could he admit to that? Suanzi, what in the world is going on? You Haven Tea returned to the Lin family, and I can't find you anywhere. Are we not good friends? Can't I say anything? Wang Dehe refused to believe that Lin Xuan was living off a wealthy woman. He thought Lin Xuan was hiding something from him. I'll come find you shortly. Lin Xuan replied helplessly. If he did go out soon, his friend would probably call the police. Hanging up, Lin Xuan asked Butler Wong, is there anything I can use to show off? Well, flaunting your woman's possessions is not shameful. There is indeed something. Butler Wong led Lin Xuan to the underground garage and pointed to the luxury cars with a smile. A month ago, Miss gifted these to you as a birthday present. All the car keys were inside a red gift box. At that time, you tossed the box to the ground, saying you didn't care for what Miss gave you. Lin Xuan. He felt the urge to slap himself awake in the middle of the night. Su Hua had also given him a black card, which he had never used. There was only one occasion when Qin Ruoyao, tried to save face, had invited people to dinner, and after a costly meal, she had no money to pay. She called Lin Xuan to cover the bill, and he, initially reluctant to use the black card, finally succumbed to her tearful pleas. When Su Hua discovered this, She canceled his card and ceased to provide him with funds. Lin Xuan harbored resentment. In his previous life, he had truly been foolish. Wasn't he living off a wealthy woman appealing? Without the need to strive, one could have mansions, servants, endless money, and a beautiful wife. Why had he subjected himself to the Qin family, serving like a maid? No, more like a butler. Lin Xuan touched a Koenigsegg, marveling this car is so rare. If sold, it would surely fetch a higher price than its purchase. Sighing, he realized he had become poor, with thoughts only of money swirling in his mind. Lin Xuan exhaled deeply. It seemed he needed to work hard to earn money. Butler Wang produced a large handful of car keys. Young master. Which one would you like to drive? Lin Xuan replied, the Koenigsegg, please. That car is simply too stunning. I want to give it a try. Butler Wang handed the keys to Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan climbed into the Koenigsegg, pressed the accelerator, and drove off. A Maybach followed closely behind, housing Butler Wang and 2 bodyguards, both of whom had been dispatched by Su Hua to keep an eye on Lin Xuan. Butler Wang, concerned about Lin Xuan's potential antics, decided to accompany him. Chapter 14. To show off, Lin Xuan parked the car beneath Wang Dehi's building, the dazzling vehicle capturing the attention of many. Wow, cool. A boy whistled. What kind of car is that? It looks incredibly expensive, isn't it? Do you know what it is? Koenigsegg 1, a world-class luxury car, known as the Nordic Phantom, worth 100 million. Wow, is that car adorned with gold? Ah, the person inside must be exceptionally handsome. With that luxury vehicle, his allure must be off the charts. A girl clasped her face in admiration, her gaze fixed on the car, eagerly awaiting the occupant's descent. The vehicle had been specially wrapped by Su Hua, allowing those inside to see outside while concealing their presence from the outside world. One of her male companions, witnessing the infatuated demeanor of the girl he secretly admired, bitterly remarked, "Don't get your hopes up. Anyone capable of driving that car is likely a middle-aged man with a pot belly." Lin Xuan opened the car door, revealing a long leg. All eyes were glued to him. He stood fully exposed, clad in white attire and black pants, his handsome features sharply defined, exuding youthful vigor and an air of audacious confidence. The crowd collectively gasped at his striking appearance. Butler Wang and the 2 bodyguards exited the vehicle and approached Lin Xuan. Young Master Lin, they acknowledged, exuding an air of authority. The enamored girl tugged at her male companion's sleeve. Old Lu, this is not the middle-aged man you described. He is unbelievably handsome, a genuine pretty boy. Yet, she lamented, such beauty was destined to be unattainable for her, merely a fleeting dream. The boy could find no retort, secretly envious of Lin Xuan's wealth and looks. Hey, can I add you on QQ? A girl dressed in a pink skirt approached, her cheeks flushed. Butler Wang shot her a hostile glance. I don't have QQ, Lin Xuan replied. What about your phone number? She inquired. I don't have that either. Recognizing Lin Xuan's refusals, the girl awkwardly retreated. Lin Xuan mused inwardly that while he might be living off others, it did not grant permission for others to take advantage of him. Seeing the girl rebuffed, the others gradually relinquished their hopes. Leaning against the car, Lin Xuan sent a WeChat message to Wang Dehi. I've arrived, come down. Okay, I'll be right there, Wang Dehi responded, rushing down from the building with a bread roll in his mouth, dropping it upon sighting the Koenigsegg. Oh my gosh, Suanze, I just saw an incredible luxury car. Check it out. Koenigsegg 1, the world's top-tier sports car. Isn't it stunning? Send me photos, send me photos. Wang Dehi bombarded Lin Xuan with messages. Did you see the wealthy young man in the photo? He asked the owner of this car. It's unfair how life has given him both a privileged background and striking looks. It's infuriating. Suanze, if I could own this car, no. If I could just ride in it, I would wake up smiling from the dream. By the way, Suanze, where are you? I can't see you. Lin Xuan looked up and spotted Wang Dehi not far away, a mischievous thought crossing his mind. He walked over, placed a hand on Wang Dehi's shoulder, and raised an eyebrow. Buddy, I think we have quite the connection. Interested in taking a spin with me? Wang Dehi's hand trembled. Could this be his lucky day? There is no such thing as a free lunch. He couldn't be planning to take his kidney. Could he? Yet, gazing at the Koenigsegg 1, Wang Dehi swallowed hard. Surely, someone who could afford this car wouldn't engage in illicit activities. Wang Dehi grinned, his eyes narrowing with delight. Thanks, brother. He climbed into the passenger seat. Wow, this seat is so comfortable, and the interior is incredibly stylish, clearly expensive. As they drove off, Wang Dehi's eyes sparkled with excitement. This power is phenomenal. No wonder it's a limited edition luxury vehicle worth over 100 million. While driving, Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow. Buddy, I noticed you were looking around earlier. Were you searching for someone? Wang Dehi smacked his forehead. How could he forget about Suanze? I was looking for my brother. Lin Xuan replied. Shall I take you back then, lest your brother worry? No, that's unnecessary. Wang Dehi quickly waved his hand. My friend had to leave halfway through. Wang Dehe discreetly sent Lin Xuan a WeChat message. Suanzi, I'm sorry, but this wealthy young man invited me for a spin. I can't pass up the chance to ride in a top-tier sports car. If I refuse, I might regret it for life. Suanzi, wait for me to finish the ride, and then I'll come find you. This vividly illustrated the saying, a car can make one forget their friends. Not long after he sent the message, Lin Xian's phone chimed with a WeChat notification. Wang Dehe glanced at it, thinking it was a coincidence. Brother, how long have you had this car? Did your dad buy it for you? Wang Dehe asked, his eyes glistening with envy. It's South my first drive. My girlfriend gifted it to me for my birthday. Lin Xuan replied. Wang Dehe felt a twinge of envy. A birthday gift worth 100 million was a different realm altogether. He recalled that his close friend had celebrated his birthday last month, and he could only afford to gift him a phone. Wang Dehe noticed Lin Xian's phone. Why does your phone look the same as Suanzi's? A 1,500 yuan rice phone? Shouldn't someone of this wealth level be using an expensive fruit-branded phone? Lin Xuan chuckled softly. You seem quite fond of your friend. That voice, and a resemblance to Lin Xuan, sparked an unlikely thought in Wang Dehe's mind. Could he be Suanzi? Just as this thought crossed his mind, Wang Dehe shook his head vehemently. No way. How could Suanzi afford a Koenigsegg and be so handsome? Lin Xuan decided to stop teasing Wang Dehe, pressing the brake and bringing the car to a halt. Wang Dehe glanced around, noting the towering trees that obscured the sun, casting a gloomy shadow, with hardly anyone passing by. He gulped nervously. Could it be true that he was about to lose his kidney? Suddenly, Lin Xuan turned sideways, fixing his gaze intently on Wang Dehe. Wang Dehe sat up straight, his heart racing. Was he not after his kidney? Could this wealthy young man have taken a liking to him? Wang Dehe stammered defensively, buddy, I'm straight. I don't swing that way. No matter how rich you are. Lin Xuan was speechless. Or was his mind wandering? Wang Dehe froze. How did he know his name? He hadn't revealed his identity. Lin Xuan, exasperated, patted him on the shoulder. I am your godfather, Lin Xuan. Chapter 15. You are Suanzi Wang Dehe. He stared at Lin Xuan, eyes wide and unblinking. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Holy crap, you really are Suanzi. Wang Dehe's pupils dilated in shock. No wonder he felt so familiar. Wait, Suanzi, you had plastic surgery? How did you become so handsome? And what is the deal with this car? Wang Dehe was still in a daze, struggling to grasp the surreal situation. Good heavens, this was truly astonishing. This affluent young man is none other than Suanzi, Lin Xian's childhood companion, with whom he has shared countless experiences. Lin Xuan, in a fit of narcissism, tossed his hair back. I possess an exceptional foundation. A little grooming to enhance my looks is only natural. As for this car, I previously informed you that it was a gift from my girlfriend. And those bodyguards accompanying me, they're all hers. Wang Dehe, incredulous, exclaimed, You're really living off her generosity? He initially thought Lin Xuan was merely jesting. Absolutely. Lin Xuan affirmed. Wang Dehe seized Lin Xian's arm. Suanzi, could you take me along for this ride of luxury? My dental situation isn't great either. Lin Xuan chuckled coolly. Don't even think about it. She belongs solely to me, and she has eyes only for me. Wang Dehe rubbed his arm, sensing a peculiar possessiveness emanating from Lin Xuan towards that girl. Surely, it must be a figment of his imagination. Wang Dehe, now serious, remarked, This woman seems quite wealthy. She actually gifted you a Koenigsegg one. If she has feelings for you, then you must make a good impression. After all, that would allow you to relax in the future and divert your attention from that little vixen, Qin Ruoyao. Lin Xuan nodded in agreement. All right. Wang Dehe grinned. Suanzi, let us go for a spin. You drive. Lin Xuan tossed in the car keys. Wang Dehe's hands trembled. Really? Contentment washed over him as he settled into the driver's seat of the Koenigsegg, driving for over an hour. Suanzi, let us get something to eat, Wang Dehe said, patting his growling stomach. Lin Xuan glanced at the time. It was nearly noon. Su Hua. Su Hua was in a meeting with the company's senior executives. One manager was passionately discussing his project. This mountainous region has an excellent geographical location and beautiful scenery. If we could develop it effectively, it will undoubtedly yield substantial profits for our company. What do you all think? Su Hua's gaze swept across the executives. They nodded in agreement, with another executive adding, I concur that this project is feasible. Beyond natural tourism, constructing some large amusement parks and hotels would create significant revenue streams. Su Hua chuckled softly. The project manager felt a chill run down his spine. Oh no, that smile from Su Hua is typically the prelude to a storm. Known for her stern demeanor, she was a force to be reckoned with, and the consequences of her wrath could be dire. Her gaze fell upon the project manager. Are you aware that the area you mentioned is home to a species of deer that is rapidly declining and set to become a second-tier protected species? This region will consequently be designated as a key conservation area. The project manager's eyes widened, and he wiped the sweat from his brow, stammering, yes, I'm sorry. Su-son, I overlooked that. His heart sank. He had made a grave error, and given Su Hua's temperament, he was likely to face demotion. Su Hua's fingers tapped lightly on the table, each sound making the project manager's heart race. Just then, Su Hua's phone rang, shattering the meeting silence. She absent-mindedly swiped her phone, hitting the speaker button. Su Hua, a clear and somewhat magnetic voice resonated from the device. Chapter 16. My man. The executives perked up, intrigued. It's a man, and his voice is quite pleasing, yet Su Hua is not one to be swayed by male allure, no matter how charming the voice. It holds no value for her. Given that she was already in a foul mood, this man had unwittingly placed himself in a perilous position. The room collectively held its breath for Lin Xuan. Unexpectedly, the once imposing Su Hua's demeanor softened. The executives were taken aback. What has transpired? Su Hua picked up the phone, speaking gently, please hold on. The executive's eyes widened in disbelief. Could Su Hua truly exhibit such tenderness? Astonishing. Please take a break. I need to take this call, she instructed, exiting the conference room. Once she departed, the executives erupted into speculation, shedding their professional facades. It was as if they had transformed into gossipy villagers. What has happened? Why has Su Zong suddenly become so amiable? I'm still trying to adjust. The voice on the phone belonged to a young man, undoubtedly attractive based on his tone. Could it be that Su Zong has a boyfriend? A boyfriend? That seems implausible. Su Zong is known for her single-minded focus on work, never allowing herself to be distracted by romantic entanglements. Yet, I genuinely believe this time there is potential. I wonder, if Su Zong were to enter a relationship, would she be the dominant force or the one being led? Given her strong personality, she would likely take charge. I'm not so sure. Did you not notice how tender she just became? No matter how strong a woman is, she often reveals a softer side in the presence of her beloved. Their debate grew heated. Most still presumed that even if this man were indeed Su Hua's partner, he would simply be a trophy she kept to fulfill her physical needs. In Su Hua's office, her voice softened. Ah, Xian, I'm done. What do you need? This was Lin Xian's first time initiating a call, and a glimmer of joy illuminated her features. Were you working just now? Lin Xuan inquired, frowning. Yes, in a meeting. Su Hua, it's noon now. It's time to eat. Su Hua, please take care of yourself, Lin Xuan urged. Okay, Su Hua said, her eyes curving into a smile. How wonderful he is. She wished he could remain unchanged forever. But then, a flicker of darkness crossed her gaze. Should he contemplate self-harm? She would ensure he remained by her side, even if it meant severing his limbs, preserving his remains as a memento, or consuming his ashes, thus merging their essences eternally. Lin Xuan asked, are you at the office? I'll come keep you company. Su Hua almost nodded but recalled Jiang Qing's advice. A man should not be suffocated. He requires space. Yet, the thought of rejecting him was unbearable. Su Hua fell into a long silence. Lin Xuan, not receiving a timely response, questioned Su Hua. Finally, she spoke, pinching the bridge of her nose. You don't need to come. I'm a bit tired and wish to take a nap at the office. Just remember to eat on time. Lin Xuan reiterated, still concerned. Okay, I'll heed your advice, Su Hua replied with a smile. After hanging up, she returned to the meeting room, where the executives had been fervently engaged in discussion. Upon her entrance, their voices ceased abruptly. Manager Lin, she began, her tone noticeably softer than before. Su Zong, the project manager stuttered, wiping his brow. Su Hua tossed the project proposal onto the table. Revise it thoroughly and submit a new version within 5 days. The project manager was taken aback. Was that it? Su Hua frowned. Is there a problem? No problem. Su Zong, I assure you I will put in the effort to conduct thorough research and draft an excellent project plan, he quickly replied, shaking his head. Let us adjourn for today, Su Hua declared, rising from her chair. May I ask a bold question? What is your relationship with the man you just spoke to? A senior executive dared to inquire. All eyes turned to Su Hua, glimmering with curiosity. She glanced at the executive, who was now sweating profusely, realizing he had overstepped his bounds by prying into Su Hua's personal matters. In a calm yet warm tone, Su Hua replied, he is my man. Chapter 17. The dominant CEO and her young pup everyone. At the end, Su Hua added a remark. He is also my boyfriend. This statement clarified that Lin Xuan was not merely her kept man, but rather her equal partner. The high-ranking executives present were left in shock, their mouths agape as if they could fit an egg inside. A boyfriend? And it was uttered so tenderly by President Su. They gasped in disbelief. Is it true that President Su has a boyfriend? Good heavens, this is astounding. Once Su Hua departed, the executives resumed their gossiping like the village elders under the tree. Having read numerous novels featuring domineering CEOs, it seemed to them that President Su fit perfectly into that archetype, while her boyfriend resembled a young pup. Once someone like President Su fell in love, it was for a lifetime. There were many such domineering CEOs who had a touch of obsession, and they wondered if President Su might be one of them. President Su? Obsessive? Surely not. Don't be so sure. Weren't you skeptical about her having a boyfriend before? Anything is possible. Wang Dehe, eavesdropping on Lin Xuan's call with Su Hua, widened his eyes in astonishment. Goodness! The voice of the wealthy woman supporting Lin Xuan is so melodious and youthful. A pang of jealousy gripped Wang Dehe as he lamented not encountering such a rich woman himself. Suanzi, how did she come and notice you? He pondered. Imagining scenarios, perhaps this affluent woman had gotten drunk and shared a night of passion with Suanzi at a hotel, or maybe he had saved her life and she felt indebted, offering herself in return. Lin Xuan shook his head. I have no idea why Su Hua is interested in me. After dining at a hotel, Wang Dehe, satisfied and with a full belly, exclaimed, the chef's skills are exceptional. I must come here frequently. He gestured for the bill. The waiter approached, holding the check. Sir, your total is 29,998 yuan. Wang Dehe sputtered, nearly spitting out his drink. 29,998? For just 5 dishes? He exclaimed incredulously. Is this food encrusted with gold? Let's use a card, Wang Dehe's butler interjected, producing a black gold card. Upon seeing it, the waiter's hand trembled. Is this the black gold card? Wang Dehe gasped, recalling a video he had seen where it was stated that only 10 of these cards existed worldwide, reserved for the exceedingly wealthy. Yes, it's a supplementary black gold card. In fact, this was given to Lin Xiao by our young lady. Unfortunately, Lin Xiao did not appreciate it and used it to pay for Qin Ruoyao, prompting her to reclaim it in a fit of anger. The butler recounted with a sigh. Lin Xuan clutched his chest, regret flooding through him. Wang Dehe looked at him as if he were squandering a fortune. Suanzi, heed my advice. The wealthy woman who supports you is incredibly rich. You must seize this opportunity to live a life of ease, he urged. Ah, indeed, Lin Xuan sighed. I have realized my folly too late. I should have enjoyed the benefits of being supported long ago, rather than enduring hardship. It's not too late. You haven't married Qin Ruoyao yet. There's still time, Wang Dehe encouraged, giving Lin Xuan's shoulder a reassuring pat. Suanzi, my future happiness depends on you. You enjoy the benefits of the rich woman, and I shall enjoy yours. Chapter 18, Rich Second Generation. Dream on. Lin Xuan rolled his eyes at Wang Dehe. How stingy. Wang Dehe retorted. Master Lin, the young lady just sent a message asking you to take your friend shopping. You can purchase anything you desire, and she will cover the bill, the butler informed respectfully. Lin Xuan pondered this. It seemed Su Hua's desire for control over him had lessened compared to before. It appeared that yielding to her was indeed a viable strategy. Lin Xuan and Wang Dehe arrived at a shopping mall, a haven for international luxury brands. With Su Hua having arranged for all his needs, Lin Xuan found little to buy. However, as they passed a watch counter, he was captivated by a pair of couple watches. Sir, these are true love watches designed by Master Creighton and are one of a kind in the world. The sales associate smiled as she introduced them. How much do they cost? Wang Dehe asked curiously, knowing their value must be substantial. For both pairs, the total is 15 million. What? Wang Dehe was taken aback, realizing that he would need to work for 125 years, saving every penny, to earn that amount based on his monthly salary. Let's settle the bill, the butler said, producing the black gold card. Certainly, please wait a moment, the sales associate said with a smile as she took the card. Also, please wrap up the black watch beside it, the butler instructed. Of course. That watch costs 3 million. The total comes to 18 million. Here you are. After completing the transaction, the sales associate handed the card and the 3 watches to the butler, who then gave the 3 million watch to Wang Dehe. This is for me? Wang Dehe asked incredulously, pointing at himself. Yes, young Master Wang, you're a good friend of young Master Lin. This is a gift from our young lady as a token of their meeting, the butler smiled. Wang Dehe, who usually deliberated over spending 30 yuan, was overwhelmed by the thought of receiving a 3 million yuan watch. Dehe, since she has gifted it to you, you should accept it, Lin Xuan urged. Trembling, Wang Dehe accepted the watch, feeling as if he were in a dream. A 3 million yuan watch just like that, he thought, almost overwhelmed to the point of kneeling and calling Lin Xuan father. However, he decided to keep the watch safe and not use it, fearing that if the wealthy woman and Suanzi parted ways, she might want it back. After their shopping excursion, they prepared to head back. Wang Dehe insisted on taking a taxi home, wanting to digest the day's events alone. Suanzi is living off a rich woman's generosity. He has cut ties with the Lin family, and now he's been gifted a 3 million yuan watch. Each of these developments is simply explosive. Lin Xuan went to retrieve his car, a Koenigsegg, which had attracted a group of young men. Whose Koenigsegg one? One is this. It's so cool. It must belong to some rich second-generation heir. There can't be many who can afford this car. Just then, Qin Ruoyao happened to pass by, overhearing their discussion. She pulled out her phone to check the car's price, and upon seeing the figure of 100 million, her hand trembled. 100 million. Yao Yao. This car is worth 100 million, exclaimed Li Xiu, her eyes wide with astonishment. Do you think the owner is a rich second-generation heir or an older gentleman? Chapter 19. Goodbye. Qin Ruoyao couldn't help but wonder what kind of person the car's owner might be. If he were a young man in his 20s, his family must be exceedingly wealthy, likely even more so than Lin Li's family background. Lin Xuan approached the car with the butler in tow. Li Xiu exclaimed excitedly. Yao Yao, he is so handsome. I never expected the owner of this car to be so young and attractive. Qin Ruoyao's heart raced. He is even more handsome than Lin Li. Yao Yao, I've heard that rich second-generation heirs prefer beautiful and gentle women. If you get the chance to interact with him, I'm sure he would like you, someone remarked. Surely not. I don't possess such charm. Qin Ruoyao blushed. Yao Yao, you are far too lacking in self-confidence. You are the campus belle at Qin University, the goddess of so many. Another chimed in. If you were not charming, why would everyone adore you? Master Lin, Miss Qin Ruoyao is watching you, the butler whispered to Lin Xuan. What does it have to do with me? Lin Xuan replied, not even glancing at Qin Ruoyao as he climbed into the car. Butler Wang furrowed his brow, having been keenly observing young Master Lin's expression. Could it be that young Master Lin truly harbored no affection for Qin Ruoyao? Lin Xuan drove away. Qin Ruoyao's face was etched with disappointment. He had left so abruptly. Just moments ago, she had yearned to approach him, but his bodyguards shielded him, denying her any chance to get close. She wondered if fate would ever grant her another encounter with him. At the Royal Hotel, Secretary Jiang was at her wit's end. What shall we do? Xiao Xingfen paced anxiously. Jiang Qing's brows knitted tightly. She was utterly stumped for a solution. Xiao Xingfen glanced skyward. If only there were a fire extinguisher to quench Madame Su's fiery temper. But alas, I fear no extinguisher in this world could douse the flames of Madame Su. A fire extinguisher? Jiang Qing's eyes suddenly sparkled with inspiration. Secretary Jiang, have you devised a plan? Xiao Xingfen inquired eagerly. Let a man be that extinguisher. Jiang Qing smiled slyly. A man? Xiao Xingfen's face was riddled with doubt. Madame Su's fury was sparked by men. She had long shunned male company. How could a man possibly soothe her ire? Those wretched men only fanned her flames further. Other men want to do, but perhaps he will. Jiang Qing chuckled. Who? Xiao Xingfen's curiosity piqued. You'll see soon enough. Jiang Qing replied mysteriously, reaching for her phone. Jiang Qing dialed Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan frowned upon seeing the caller ID. Jiang Qing, secretary to Su Hua, had always regarded him with hostility. Why was she reaching out now? Secretary Jiang, what is the matter? Lin Xuan answered cautiously. Young Master Lin, Madame Su is in trouble and urgently needs your assistance, Jiang Qing said anxiously. Lin Xuan's confusion deepened. How could he help? Yet, since Jiang Qing had sought him out, it could not be trivial. Perhaps this was a chance to earn Su Hua's trust and favor. Very well, where are you? Lin Xuan asked. Jiang Qing provided the address, conveniently just 5 minutes away. Lin Xuan drove swiftly toward the hotel. Xiao Xingfen returned to the private room. There, a strikingly handsome young man knelt before Su Hua, while a portly, trembling man stood nearby. Xiao Xingfen wiped the sweat from his brow as he eyed the stunning woman seated on the sofa, radiating a dark and terrifying aura. Chapter 20. Lin Xuan. The fire extinguisher. What on earth is going on? Xiao Xingfen despaired. Madame Su was negotiating a partnership with the CEO of Fengzhen Technology. Yet this reckless CEO had sent a man to Madame Su, and that man had even touched her arm. To know, Madame Su always kept men at arm's length. Now, she sat sullenly, her expression murderous. Jiang Qing waited anxiously at the hotel entrance, hoping young Master Lin would arrive in time to quell Madame Su's wrath, lest their alliance and the CEO's fate be doomed. At last, Lin Xuan arrived, and Jiang Qing's eyes lit up as she hurried to meet him. Young Master Lin, please come with me immediately. What happened? Lin Xuan asked, puzzled. As they walked, Jiang Qing narrated the situation. Upon finishing, they reached the door of the private room. So, Secretary Jiang, you've come to me to extinguish the fire? Lin Xuan swallowed nervously. Yes. Only you can calm Madame Su, Jiang Qing affirmed. You flatter me too much. Madame Su is a delicate, temperamental woman. Approaching her in anger is courting death. Young Master Lin, you underestimate yourself, Jiang Qing said, then opened the door. Before Lin Xuan could speak, Jiang vanished in the blink of an eye. Huh? Where did she go? Lin Xuan muttered. Young Master Lin, Jiang voice whispered from behind. Lin Xuan startled. Indeed, few under Madame Su's command were truly sane. What's wrong? Lin Xuan felt a foreboding chill. You can do it. Keep going, give it your all. Jiang, push him inside. Trap. This is a real trap. Lin Xuan grumbled. All eyes in the room fixed upon Lin Xuan. Xiao Xingfen gasped. So the fire extinguisher Secretary Jiang mentioned is this pretty face? Are you sure this will work? After pushing Lin Xuan in, Jiang entered as well, closing the door behind her. She lingered by the door, ensuring Lin Xuan could not leave. This damn life. Lin Xuan steeled himself. Wang Jianghai watched in disbelief. This young man has guts, daring to address Madame Su by name. Compared to the man I sent, he is even more handsome. But I doubt Madame Su will accept him. Regret gnawed at him. Had he known, he would never have sent that man. Seeing how handsome this youth was, he had intended to gift him to Madame Su, only to unknowingly provoke her fury. Lin Xuan stepped forward to Madame Su. Madame Su, please don't be angry. Anger is bad for a lady's complexion and accelerates aging. He racked his brains for the right words. What do you want? Su Hua asked coldly. To put out the fire. Lin Xuan stammered, then corrected himself. No, I came to keep you company, to go home together after work. Su Hua frowned. Lin Xuan gently removed the tissue from her hand. Madame Su, don't rub it. Your delicate skin must not be scarred. Wang Jianghai's eyes nearly popped out. Had he seen correctly? This young man had touched Madame Su, and she hadn't reacted. Xiao Xingfen stood rooted in place. What was this pretty boy talking about going home with Madame Su? Su Hua pursed her lips, her aura still icy. At a loss for how to calm her, Lin Xuan closed his eyes and lowered his head to press a kiss upon her crimson lips. Chapter 21. Eyes nearly popped out, everyone in the room. Whoa. Xiao Xingfen's eyes nearly rolled out of their sockets. What was happening? Was this man recklessly bold? Wang Jianghai's heart pounded. The man he had sent only touched Madame Su briefly, and she looked ready to kill. This man kissed her. Surely he was courting death. To their astonishment, Su Hua embraced Lin Xuan's waist and returned the kiss with closed eyes. In that moment, the chill that had surrounded her vanished completely. Everyone, is this some kind of supernatural tale? The aloof and untouchable Madame Su actually liking a man? Seeing Su Hua's softened demeanor, Lin Xuan exhaled in relief. Good, she was no longer angry. Let us continue the negotiation, Su Hua said expressionlessly. Wang Jianghai felt dizzy. Was this hurdle truly overcome so easily? During the remainder of the talks, Wang Jianghai observed a rare softness in Su Hua's posture before Lin Xuan. The cooperation proceeded smooth as Xiao Xingfen and Jiang trailed behind them. Xiao Xingfen quietly inquired of Jiang, isn't that pretty boy living with President Su? If he hears you calling him that, you'll be in for a world of trouble. Jiang shot him a disdainful glance. With his looks, could he not be considered a pretty boy himself? His name is Lin Xuan, isn't it? A student from Qin University. Aside from his decent academic performance, does he possess any other remarkable traits? By the way, I've heard from my sister that Lin Xuan is merely a sycophant of Qin Ruoyao, and his infatuation is well known throughout the campus. Just now, I was observing Lin Xuan closely in the hotel suite, and it finally dawned on me. My initial reaction is that Lin Xuan is unworthy of our President Su. Assistant Xiao, you must treat Lin Xuan with utmost respect. He is the one chosen by President Su. No matter what, disrespecting him could lead to dire consequences if President Su finds out. Moreover, as long as he can keep President Su in good spirits, that outweighs any talent or financial acumen he might have. Given President Su's current status, she lacks nothing materially. What she craves is a confidant, and only Lin Xuan can penetrate her heart. Her previous hostility towards Lin Xuan stemmed from his repeated hurtful actions towards Su Hua and his frequent interactions with Qin Ruoyao. However, now that Lin Xuan appears willing to remain by President Su's side, that alone is sufficient for her to dissolve any animosity she harbored against him. Xiao Xingfen furrowed his brow, but he used to be Qin Ruoyao's sycophant. He seems to be treating President Su well now, but it could all be an act. Keeping such a person around President Su is highly suspicious. Chapter 22. Are we boyfriend and girlfriend? I have a premonition that this time Lin Xuan is genuine. He has come to terms with it, Jiang asserted confidently. Secretary Jiang, what gives you that impression? Xiao Xingfen pressed on. Jiang glanced at him. It's a woman's intuition. Xiao Xingfen retorted. What a ridiculous intuition. Upon returning to Night Garden, Su Hua alighted from the car and glanced at her hand. Her delicate brows furrowing, an almost imperceptible chill emanating from her. Why aren't you leaving? Lin Xuan queried, puzzled. Su Hua pursed her lips and merely gazed at him. Ever since his rebirth, Lin Xuan had become adept at sensing Su Hua's emotions. He could tell that her mood was less than pleasant. Just moments ago, she had seemed fine in the car, so what had caused this sudden shift in her demeanor? Noticing that Su Hua did not move, Lin Xuan reached for her hand and led her away. The icy aura around Su Hua dissipated. Lin Xuan was taken aback. Could it be that her earlier discontent was due to his failure to hold her hand? Su Hua, known for her decisiveness in business, was often likened to an ice princess. He had not anticipated that this icy beauty could also exhibit such childlike behavior. Onlookers gazed at Lin Xuan in astonishment. Is this the young Master Lin? Wow, I never realized he was so dashing. Just a few days ago, I thought he was unworthy of the miss, but now it seems a match made in heaven. Another chimed in. Have you noticed that since young Master Lin has been around the miss, her mood has markedly improved? Absolutely. It's astonishing to think that the miss would one day bend for a man. After dining, Lin Xuan produced a couple's watch. Su Hua, I saw this watch while shopping, and it seemed perfect for you, so I bought it. Of course, I didn't use my own money. I utilized your black gold card subsidiary. He only had 300 yuan to his name, hardly enough for such a purchase, so he had to rely on Su Hua's funds for now, as he planned to embark on his financial endeavors that evening. Once I earn money, I'll buy you gifts with my earnings, he promised. Su Hua smiled, her lips curling. I'll put it on for you. Lin Xuan personally adorned Su Hua with the watch, and she noticed that he wore an identical one, hers in white and his in black, clearly a couple set. Her eyes sparkled with delight. By the way, Butler Wang, please send someone to move the desk from my former bedroom into Su Hua's room. He needed it to write his novel. Su Hua, please have a desk moved to my study. Lin Xuan hesitated. I use my computer. Won't that disturb you? He realized that if the desk were moved to Su Hua's study, he would essentially have to be in her presence at all times once they returned to Night Garden, which was quite overwhelming. It won't, Su Hua reassured. However, Lin Xuan still wished to protest. Your study contains many confidential company matters. It would be inconvenient for me to intrude. Su Hua narrowed her eyes dangerously. Does Xian not wish to be with me? Absolutely not. That is out of the question. Lin Xuan fervently shook his head. Good, Su Hua said, gently ruffling his hair. Lin Xuan noted. Isn't that usually a gesture boys do for girls? It seems that in our relationship, Su Hua always takes the lead. I can't let this continue. I must strive to earn money and cultivate my own power. I want to be the man who supports Su Hua. Chapter 23. The Malignant Glow. That day, Lin Xuan began to vigorously type away on his keyboard, writing his novel. This time, having been reborn, he possessed a space filled with boundless knowledge of entertainment from other worlds. Many novels were vividly etched in his mind. He aimed to construct his entertainment empire. To commence, he required funds. He intended to earn a portion of his startup capital through his novels. Relying solely on royalties would not yield substantial income. The key was in the copyrights. The content he prepared to submit to the novel website was intentionally chosen to be difficult to adapt into films, purely for the sake of earning royalties. He would reserve the novels that were easily adaptable and had garnered popularity in the other world for his own future website. He planned to establish an entertainment company, encompassing novels, film production, and talent cultivation, a comprehensive approach. In addition to the entertainment company, he envisioned a video platform, gaming, short videos, and more. He would proceed step by step. Lin Xuan sat at the computer, typing furiously for an hour. His fingers moved swiftly, and the content of the novel flowed effortlessly from his mind, requiring no contemplation. In that hour, he had written 8,000 words. His hands ached terribly. This is still too slow. Lin Xuan slapped his forehead, realizing how foolish he had been. He had forgotten that he had a space with a 60 one-time flow. Writing in the space would surely be more efficient. After testing it, he found that the content written in the space could be displayed on his computer in reality. Relieved, Lin Xuan dove into the space to type, discovering that he felt neither fatigue nor discomfort while doing so. In the study, while Lin Xuan was typing away with fervor, Su Hua merely saw him sprawled over the desk, asleep. She placed a blanket over him, watching him for a long time with a soft smile. This was her man, Su Hua's. Gently, she pressed a kiss upon Lin Xuan's lips, whispering, Xian, don't revert back, okay? It had been a long time since she had felt his tenderness and the goodness he bestowed upon her. If he were to transform back into the Lin Xuan who adored Qin Ruoyao and would do anything to escape her, she would not hesitate to confine him completely. Those whom he cared for, she would eliminate without mercy. Leaving the study, she encountered Butler Wang. Miss, he greeted respectfully. What has Xian been up to today? Su Hua, Inuited, Pingjing, Herbro. Young Master Lin went to pick up Wang Dehe, then drove around the outskirts before dining and shopping. Butler Wang replied. Has he not sought out the Lin family or Qin Ruoyao? No, Butler Wang shook his head. That's wonderful. A shadow passed over Su Hua's eyes. Xian is willing to act well. She felt an uncontrollable urge to drive away everyone he cared for, to seize all his attention and affection for herself. But she couldn't. She was ensnared in darkness, while he should be basking in the sunlight, not descending with her into this endless abyss. By the way, Miss, young Master Lin encountered Qin Ruoyao today. Su Hua's hand tightened momentarily. What did they discuss? Young Master Lin ignored her, despite my explicit reminder. He declared that Qin Ruoyao was of no consequence to him. Miss, I sense that young Master Lin may no longer care for Qin Ruoyao. Yet, I dare not be too certain of Master Wang's words. After all, it might all be an act. Has he changed? Su Hua murmured softly, earnestly hoping that he truly had. Nevertheless, even if he were merely feigning, he would forever remain my man, even unto death. A flicker of morbid obsession shimmered in Su Hua's eyes. Chapter 24. A face thicker than a city wall. Lin Xuan composed 200,000 words within the spatial realm, crafted an outline, and subsequently submitted his novel to the FEU fiction website, the largest paid platform for novels. Having completed all these tasks, he emerged from the space. Upon awakening, he noticed the blanket draped over him. Lin Xuan paused. Was this placed by Su Hua? He glanced toward her. She was intently focused on her computer. He found himself captivated. It is often said that men engrossed in their work are most handsome. The same applies to women. There was a unique allure in Su Hua's dedicated immersion in her tasks. Lin Xuan cursed himself silently for his blindness. How had he failed to recognize Su Hua's beauty in his previous life? She possessed a striking figure, noble lineage, and undeniable beauty. And she treated him exceptionally well, save for her slight fragility. Was this not the perfect girlfriend? The notification sound of Lin Xuan's QQ rang out. Opening his phone, he saw a message from Li Xiu, Qin Ruoyao's attendant. Unaware of Lin Xuan's marriage to Qin Ruoyao. Li Xiu, Lin Xuan, what is going on? It's been several days, and you haven't come to see Ruoyao. Do you still wish to pursue her? She continued. Li Xiu, you are neither handsome nor wealthy. If you want Ruoyao to like you, you must persist, understand? Li Xiu, Ruoyao has been in a bad mood lately. Take this opportunity to console her. Also, she has taken a liking to a bracelet costing 1,000 yuan. I'll send you the location and picture. Buy it first, and I'll deliver it to her. She'll be thrilled. Lin Xuan sneered coldly. That bracelet was surely her own desire. Li Xiu often exploited his affection for Qin Ruoyao to make him buy meals, milk tea, and gifts. Ridiculously, he had been deceived by her, working 2 jobs and living off scholarship money. All his earnings had been drained by Li Xiu and Qin Ruoyao. Previously, he had been a fool, treated as their cash machine. In this life, they would not reap a single benefit from him. Lin Xuan replied curtly, no money. Li Xiu frowned. Lin Xuan, this summer break is 2 months. Did you work to earn money? Or did you spend it all? How can you pursue Ruoyao without money? Aren't you the eldest son of the Lin family? If you have no money, go home and ask for it. You want to succeed in winning Ruoyao with that attitude. Disgusted, Lin Xuan retorted. Trash like Qin Ruoyao deserves no pursuit from me. Li Xiu's eyes widened in shock. How dare he speak thus of Ruoyao? Li Xiu, Lin Xuan, I've already screenshot your message. If you don't want to tell Ruoyao, bribe me. How about this? Next month's meal expenses are on you. Lin Xuan replied. I envy your audacity. Your face is thicker than a city wall, impervious to bullets and utterly secure. Having sent this, he blocked Li Xiu, deeming her filth unworthy of sight. Li Xiu was furious. How dare he accuse her of having a thick skin? Attempting to message him again, she found herself blocked. Lin Xuan, what are you? How dare a brainless waste question me? Unable to bear the indignity, Li Xiu screenshot Lin Xuan's insult and sent it to Qin Ruoyao. Li Xiu, Ruoyao. Lin Xuan is outrageous. He dare call you trash. When school starts, you must teach him a lesson. Qin Ruoyao's complexion darkened, a wave of unease swelling within. Since the wedding, she sensed Lin Xuan had changed. Though she despised Lin Xuan, deeming him unworthy, she relished his adoration, which gave her immense satisfaction. The Lin residence. Lin Xuan, feeling slightly dizzy, did not go to work. After taking medicine and returning to her room, she noticed many servants entering Lin Xuan's chamber. What are you doing? Lin Xuan asked, frowning. Miss, Madam has instructed us to clear all items related to the young master from this room, the butler replied. At the thought of Lin Xuan being severed from the Lin family, Lin Xuan's heart ached painfully. Don't move anything yet. I want to see for myself. She said hoarsely. Yes, Mississippi entering Lin Xuan's room for the first time, Lin Xuan was stunned. The room was scarcely larger than 1/7 the size of hers. Barely 6 or 7 square meters. The furnishings were sparse. A single chair, a narrow bed, a desk, and a tiny wardrobe. Has Lin Xuan always lived here? She asked incredulously. Yes, young master has resided here since he returned at 13. Madam arranged it, fearing that sudden wealth would spoil him. She insisted on raising him frugally, said the housekeeper with a sigh. Over the years, I've witnessed the young master's life here. No one in the Lin family cares for him. The moment he errs even slightly, he is met with beatings or scoldings. The young ladies often mock him behind his back. For the young master, the Lin family is not a home, but a hell. Chapter 25. Suffocating Lin Xuan stood still, dazed, living in such a cramped room. She had never realized he was the Lin family's eldest son. Examining Lin Xuan's belongings, she found them pitifully few. 2 pairs of torn sneakers clearly years old, only 2 summer outfits, and scant clothing for other seasons, all threadbare from extended use. Aside from essentials, the room was devoid of possessions. In stark contrast, Lin Li's room was adorned with his favorite sculptures, dozens of pairs of shoes purchased annually, a full walk-in closet of clothes, and a cabinet filled with fine liquors. She recalled that Lin Xuan had left empty-handed. Housekeeper Wang, have Lin Xuan's clothes and shoes always been like this? Lin Xuan's voice quivered. Yes, Mississippi. His monthly allowance was only 400 yuan. While you all had chauffeurs, he took the bus to school daily. Neither madam nor master bought him shoes or clothes. He even had only a few sets of uniforms to wear back and forth during school. It was only after graduating high school and working that he could afford more clothing. Housekeeper Wang's voice brimmed with sympathy. So, Lin Xuan worked to support himself? And only had 400 yuan a month? Lin Xuan was stunned. The other Lin children received tens of thousands monthly. At university, allowances rose to 200,000. Yes, the young master studied at university while working 2 jobs, said housekeeper Wang. Absorbing all this, Lin Xuan pondered what Lin Xuan had truly gained from the Lin family. Care? Love? A prosperous life? None at all. It was suffocating, utterly suffocating. Previously, she had been oblivious, but after seeing Lin Xuan's living conditions and hearing housekeeper Wang's account, she realized how greatly the Lin family had wronged him. Lin Xuan descended the stairs. Dear sister, what has transpired? Your eyes are so red, as though you have wept. Lin Xuan inquired with curiosity. Have you visited Xiao Xian's room? Lin Xuan choked out. Sister, why would we go to Lin Xian's room? Lin Xuan retorted disdainfully, turning up her nose at the thought of entering the filthy space of that wretched person. Father, mother, and second sister, I went today and witnessed Xiao Xian's living conditions. Do you have any idea what his room is like? Lin Xuan said, her voice trembling. The words of Wang Ma made her want to cry. The Lin family furrowed their brows in unison. Xiao Xian's room is minuscule, merely a few square meters, accommodating only a desk, a bed, and a tiny wardrobe. His clothes and shoes are tattered and worn. Father, mother, he is your biological son. As the eldest son of the Lin family, is this the life he leads? Now, look at the other younger siblings. Which of them does not reside in a spacious room of 100 square meters? Each room is connected to a study and a dressing room, filled with countless clothes and shoes. Xiao Xian has none of that. Living on a meager allowance of 400 a month is insufficient. He has to work to earn money. Lin Xuan finally let her tears flow. Lin Chong frowned at Jiang Shuken. You are responsible for the household matters. How could you permit Lin Xuan to be assigned such a room? Do you not buy him clothes? And only giving him 400 for living expenses? Jiang Shuken's disdain for Lin Xuan deepened. He has severed ties with the Lin family. Yet he continues to trouble me. Am I not fostering his resilience? After spending so long in the orphanage, how can he not adapt to a better life here? Not to mention that life with the Lin family is infinitely superior to that of the orphanage. Jiang Shuken asserted defiantly. Even so, he has already developed a penchant for petty theft. What would happen if I gave him money? Look at Lin Xuan, chasing after Qin Ruoyao every day. No matter how much money you give him, he will squander all on her. Even without a lavish lifestyle, he still manages to live quite well. Lin Chong frowned, acknowledging the truth in her words. Enough. He is no longer connected to our Lin family. Wanna, let us eat. There is no need to discuss Lin Xuan's affairs any further. He has severed ties with us for that Qin Ruoyao and does not require our concern, Lin Chong ordered. Lin Xuan hesitated, wanting to speak. Xiao Xian marrying into the Qin family was a consequence of the Lin family's heartache, but seeing Lin Chang's grim expression silenced her. Now, their parents and several younger sisters harbored deep-seated prejudices against Xiao Xian. She did not wish to see her own brother suffering outside. She resolved to find time to persuade him. Father, mother, there is something I've kept from you, Lin Li said nervously. What is it? Lin Chong frowned. Actually, my brother has not married Qin Ruoyao, Lin Li replied. What? Lin Chong was taken aback. How could they not have married? A friend of mine attended their wedding and said a wealthy woman brought over a dozen bodyguards to take my brother away from the banquet. I feared you would overthink it, so I kept quiet. Chapter 26 No phone? Well, isn't that just splendid? Jiang Shuken erupted in fury. What a disgrace, first marrying in, now being kept. Mother, could there be some misunderstanding? Lin Xuan queried, her brow furrowed. What misunderstanding could there be? He has simply soared to new heights and looks down upon our family. Jiang Shuken scoffed coldly. Lin Chang's expression darkened. His own son had willingly descended into degradation. Being kept. If word got out, where would the Lin family's dignity reside? Even though they had severed ties, they would still be scrutinized behind their backs. Lin Chang pulled out his phone, preparing to call Lin Xuan. As he scrolled through his contacts, his hands suddenly froze, and he asked solemnly, "Do any of you have Lin Xuan's number?" Jiang Shuken remained silent. Lin Xuan was taken aback. Lin Qinjian pouted. She had long blocked and deleted Lin Xuan's contact. So how could she have his number? Previously, Lin Xuan would call her frequently, but she had grown tired of it. The Lin family members could not find a single person with Lin Xuan's phone number. Wang Ma said, "I have the eldest young master's number." Looking at Wang Ma's contact list, Lin Chang entered Lin Xuan's number into his phone and dialed. "Hello, the number you have dialed is currently in use. Please try again later," came the cold mechanical voice from the phone. Lin Chang called using Wang Ma's phone, and to his surprise, it went through. Lin Chang's face darkened. Lin Xuan dared to block him. "Lin Xuan," he said as soon as the call connected. "Have you been taken care of?" Lin Chang gritted his teeth. Lin Xuan was taken aback for a moment, realizing it was his biological father. He sneered, "Chairman Lin, I have signed a severance agreement, and a third party witnessed it. Do you need me to remind you that we no longer have any ties? You have no right to meddle in my affairs." Without further ado, Lin Xuan hung up the phone. Lin Chang was seething with anger, his chest heaving. Jiang Shuken leaned back in her chair, coldly mocking. Now that Lin Xuan has found a benefactor, he thinks himself quite capable and no longer needs our Lin family. Hence he will not heed your words. Lin Qinjian scoffed dismissively. Those wealthy women who keep men are merely playing a game. Their interest will soon wane. Does Lin Xuan truly believe he can rely on her for a lifetime? Just wait. It won't be long before he is cast aside and remembers to return to us. Just like how she enjoys mingling with those young pretty boys. No matter how much she likes them, the novelty wears off and she moves on to the next. Jiang Shuken remarked coldly. Very well. I shall see how long he can maintain this facade. For some reason, Lin Xuan felt suffocated upon hearing their words. Moreover, none of them had Lin Xuan's number, not even her. She recalled that she had it before. Lin Xuan used to call her frequently, but after warning him not to contact her again since she was busy with work, he had not called since. Once, while deleting contacts, she accidentally removed Lin Xuan's number. They were family, and yet not a single person had his number. At the dining table, Lin Li served Jiang Shuken some food. "Mother, don't overthink it. Brother is just youthful and impulsive. Once he faces setbacks, he will naturally understand that the Lin family is his true support." "Leah, you are still the most obedient and understanding," Jiang Shuken said with a loving gaze. "As your mother, it is only right that I am filial to you." Lin Li replied thoughtfully. Lin Chang feigned a stern expression. "You only care for your mother. What about your father?" "Father, this is your favorite braised pork," Lin Li said helplessly, placing a piece in Lin Chang's bowl. Lin Chang's face finally broke into a smile. Lin Qinjian also held out her bowl. "What about mine?" "You can't show favoritism, brother." Lin Li also served Lin Qinjian a piece of sweet and sour fish she liked. Lin Qinjian's eyes sparkled with delight. Brother truly understands. They were enjoying a warm meal together. In the room, Lin Xuan watched this scene, her heart inexplicably aching. Xiao Xian and Xiao Li's treatment at the Qin family was vastly different. Xiao Li was the cherished one, while Xiao Xian was merely a target for bullying at the Qin family. Chapter 27 Brother, I am kneeling before you. On Lin Xian's end, the editor from the FEU novel website added him as a friend. The male editors on their site were all named after plants. And Lin Xuan submitted his work to an editor named Morning Glory. "Morning Glory, I read your novel. The pacing is excellent, the writing is commendable, and the highlights are sufficient. We can proceed with the contract. But when will the other women of the male lead appear?" Lin Xuan replied, "There is only one female lead." The Morning Glory frowned. "This won't do. A single female lead won't thrive in a male-oriented genre. The male protagonist ought to gather all the beautiful and exceptional characters. Moreover, the Morning Glory continued, the male lead must exhibit a more dominant demeanor in front of the female lead. Your male protagonist comes off as someone living off another's fortune. Such a character won't succeed in a novel." Lin Xuan could no longer contain himself upon reading the last remark. What is wrong with living off another's fortune? Being able to enjoy such a life is a kind of blessing. Lin Xuan furiously typed a response. My novel is just as it is, and I will not change it. The Morning Glory's expression darkened. This is the reality of the market. If you refuse to adapt, your novel is destined to fail. Lin Xuan replied defiantly, not a single word will I change. The Morning Glory retorted, all right, you are resolute, aren't you? I shall not consider your work. I have no time to waste on a novel that is bound to flop. With that, the Morning Glory deleted and blocked Lin Xuan. What's wrong with you, Morning Glory? Who has upset you? Lavender, who shared the office with her, noticed the Morning Glory's sullen demeanor and couldn't help but wonder who had provoked such a reaction. There was an author whose writing was quite impressive, yet insisted on a single female lead, with the male lead living off the female lead. I told him, but he stubbornly refused to change, remaining oblivious. In search of validation, the Morning Glory shared the novel in the editorial group. After reviewing it, the editors shook their heads. The story had potential to be a hit, but the male lead being a freeloader was a significant flaw. Readers would likely abandon it upon encountering such a drawback. Alas, it truly is a pity, Lavender sighed. The Morning Glory scoffed. Even if this novel is successfully contracted, it will not gain popularity. Once he hits a wall, he will surely reconsider. Dogtail Grass also came across the novel shared in the group. Curiosity piqued. He clicked to read it and became enthralled. The chemistry between the male and female leads was handled beautifully. Despite the female lead's delicate nature, she exhibited great respect for the male lead, making their relationship a mutual pursuit. Dogtail Grass added Lin Xuan on QQ. Hello, I am Dogtail Grass, an editor responsible for the male-oriented section at FIU Novels. I have read your story, and it is quite impressive. I would like to sign it. Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow. Do you not think my novel is out of sync with the current market? Dogtail Grass replied, indeed, it does not align with the market. The charts are dominated by multiple female leads or male leads flirting with several women. Most authors cater to the market for financial gain. However, novels need to flourish in diversity. We cannot always adhere to a single formula. I have a feeling your work is extraordinary. I would like to give it a try. If your subsequent submissions maintain this caliber, I will promote you vigorously. Having been an editor at FIU Novels for quite some time, most of his good authors had already been poached by the Morning Glory. Currently, he had very few popular novels under his wing, and he hoped Lin Xuan's work would succeed. Lin Xuan agreed. All right, Dogtail Grass instructed. Then you must update 4,000 words a day until you reach 120,000 words, and I will arrange for it to be published. Lin Xuan replied, I need money. I must get it published quickly. I have already prepared the manuscript, totaling 150,000 words, and I expect to write up to 400,000 words by tomorrow. Dogtail Grass was taken aback. How many? You can write 250,000 words in a single day? Lin Xuan affirmed yes. He possessed a unique ability to write extensively, and achieving 200,000 words was merely a matter of minutes in reality. Lin Xuan added, is that too little? If necessary, I can write a few 100,000 more. Dogtail Grass was skeptical, suspecting Lin Xuan was boasting. He knew that many authors struggled to write 4,000 words a day, not necessarily due to being busy, but often due to writer's block. However, the majority simply distracted themselves with their phones and other activities instead of focusing on writing. The idea that Lin Xuan could churn out hundreds of thousands of words in a day was unfathomable. Dogtail Grass requested, then please send me the remaining manuscript you have. Lin Xuan complied, sharing his work. Dogtail Grass quickly became absorbed in it. The interactions between the male and female leads were exhilarating, and he felt as if he might bleed from his nose due to the intensity of their romance. After 2 hours, Dogtail Grass contacted Lin Xuan. Send it. First, send me 100,000 words. I will give you a major recommendation. It will be published the day after tomorrow. Lin Xuan confirmed, okay. The day after tomorrow also coincided with the start of classes at Qin University, so he aimed to complete the novel beforehand. Within 2 days, Lin Xuan wrote 1,000,000 words and prepared to write an additional 100,000 for another paid website. At midnight, he began charging and uploaded 200,000 words, totaling 300,000 when added to the previous content. Dogtail Grass was flabbergasted. This was the first time he had witnessed an author update at such an astonishing pace. Other authors would agonize over accidentally submitting an extra 2,000 words, while Lin Xuan unleashed a staggering 200,000 words. Incredible! Dogtail Grass exclaimed, dude, take it easy. Save some for the next update. Lin Xuan shared a screenshot of his writing interface with Dogtail Grass, stating, no worries. I wrote 800,000 words yesterday. More than enough. Aside from needing money, Lin Xuan also understood the reader's sentiments. He recalled the excruciating wait during his days of eagerly following updates. Therefore, he chose to provide more content for readers to indulge in. Dogtail Grass exclaimed, I am in awe of you. Writing 800,000 words in a single day was unprecedented. That was a speed no other writer could match. Dogtail Grass suggested, "Why not send me your manuscript? I can help you correct any typos." He wanted to take advantage of his position to sneak a peek at Lin Xian's novel. Lin Xian agreed, all right. He sent the entire manuscript, which wasn't lengthy at just 120,000 words. A final 30,000 words would bring it to a conclusion. Dogtail Grass began reading Lin Xian's novel. Initially, he planned to read for just an hour before sleeping, but he ended up staying up all night engrossed in the story. The next day, he arrived at work with dark circles under his eyes. Chapter 28. The enigmatic little woman when Lin Xian returned to the bedroom to rest. He discovered Su Hua leaning against the headboard. It was already 12:30. "Su Hua, why are you still awake?" Lin Xian inquired, perplexed. Remembering that Su Hua's routine was usually quite regular. Unless meeting a crucial client, she typically retired to bed promptly at 10. "Xian, come here," Su Hua said in a husky voice. Lin Xian sensed that something was amiss with Su Hua's mood. She was far too unpredictable. He slowly approached her, pondering whether he had inadvertently upset her in recent days. Upon reaching the bedside, Su Hua pulled him onto the bed and turned to pin him beneath her. "Su Hua, what has happened?" Lin Xian asked, increasingly concerned. Su Hua remained silent, instead tracing the contours of his features with her delicate fingers while murmuring, "Xian, you are mine. Now and forever." "Yes, Su Hua, I am yours," Lin Xian responded, his mind racing as he realized he needed to soothe her. Otherwise, he would likely face dire consequences. Su Hua's eyes glistened with unshed tears, making her appear especially enchanting and alluring. With her eyes closed, she captured his lips in a kiss. Lin Xian discerned that Su Hua was not in her usual spirits, and obediently embraced the petite woman in his arms. "Xian, I entrust my body to you. I belong to you as well." The room shimmered with an air of subtle tension. Lin Xian gently caressed the hair of the woman nestled against him. "Su Hua, what troubles you?" "I am fine," Su Hua replied, her gaze cast downwards. Tomorrow, he would return to school, slipping from her sight once more, and he would meet with Qin Ruoyao. The thought filled her with dread. What if, upon returning to school, he ceased their charade and reverted to the boy who had once been her adversary, intent on escaping her grasp? Nevertheless, she could never let Xian go. Should he attempt to flee, she would confine him again. "So, Xian, be good. Do not provoke my ire." "Xian," Su Hua's voice brooked no argument. "You are not to approach any other women tomorrow, understood?" "Very well, I promise," Lin Xian affirmed, extending 2 fingers in a gesture of assurance. With Su Hua in his life, not even 100-fold of courage would compel him to court another woman, unless he wished to find himself confined in the dark room again. "You are quite obedient," Su Hua remarked, her eyes softening. As long as he was willing to maintain the pretense, it sufficed for her. "This is your reward." Su Hua praised Akisto Lin Xuan's lips. Yet, this singular kiss spiraled into something uncontrollable. A phrase flashed through Lin Xian's mind. His vitality was at stake. As he had anticipated that night, he was once again thoroughly drained. The following day, he had a class at 9 o'clock. Lin Xian awoke at 8:10, having only fallen asleep in the early hours of the morning. And when he stirred, he found the enchanting presence of Su Hua had vanished. A woman of such stamina and resilience, her recovery was nothing short of miraculous. Descending to breakfast, he found Su Hua already seated at the dining table, adorned in a burgundy gown that accentuated her fair skin, exuding an air of nobility and beauty that was almost sacred. Her demeanor was as frigid and unyielding as ever, devoid of the alluring enchantress she had been the previous night. Lin Xian could not help but recall her intoxicating form entwined around him. His ears flushed with warmth as he cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment, silently eating his breakfast. After Su Hua finished her meal, she leisurely dabbed her lips with a napkin. "I will take you to school shortly." "All right," Lin Xian nodded. Su Hua typically drove luxury vehicles worth millions, seldom opting for brands like Rolls-Royce. However, she wished to indulge Lin Xian. He settled into the passenger seat, and a flicker of light danced in Su Hua's eyes. The Su Corporation was a shareholder of Shanqing University, and since Lin Xian's enrollment, Su Hua had invested a considerable sum to acquire further shares. She was now the unequivocal, controlling shareholder of a university. With a mere word, her vehicle could glide directly onto the university grounds, and she parked effortlessly beneath Lin Xian's classroom. Inside classroom 605, Qin Ruoyao entered clad in a pristine white dress and petite heels, radiating an aura of pure innocence. Here she comes, the campus belle. Many men were entranced by her presence. The campus beauty is absolutely stunning. Indeed, after summer break, she seems to have grown even more exquisite. If only I could date her, I would wake up laughing in my dreams. As everyone marveled at Qin Ruoyao's beauty, only one individual took note of the peculiar absence of Lin Xian. "Where is Lin Xian?" he exclaimed, noticing that Qin Ruoyao's desk bore no breakfast offerings. Lin Xuan had always been diligent in preparing her morning meals, yet today he was nowhere to be found. Surely, Lin Xuan hasn't stopped his infatuation with Qin Ruoyao? Ridiculous. Lin Xuan would never cease his devotion to her. If he did, I would gladly sacrifice my head as a football. Wang Dehe entered just in time to overhear this exchange and grinned widely. Remember, if he stops, you owe me a football. One individual shot Wang Dehe a disdainful glance. Wang Dehe, I understand you're close with Lin Xuan, but he has pursued Qin Ruoyao despite her countless rejections. Is that not the epitome of a sycophant? Confident in his assertion, he continued, once a sycophant, always a sycophant. My head is destined to remain intact. Lida, let us make a wager. If Lin Xuan stops his infatuation, you will cover my lunches this semester. If I lose, I will pay for yours. Deal. Lida agreed without a second thought. Lin Xuan stopping his devotion? Only if the sky were to fall. Qin Ruoyao, having risen late, felt famished but opted not to procure breakfast, confident that Lin Xuan would have it ready for her. To her dismay, upon entering the classroom, she found her desk devoid of any morning sustenance. That devoted sycophant Lin Xuan had failed to prepare her breakfast. Starving and disheartened, she overheard Wang Dehe and Li Da's wager. Though she believed Lin Xuan would never cease his devotion, an inexplicable heaviness settled in her heart. Stepping outside for fresh air, she was followed by Li Xiu. Many students had gathered at the railing, and Li Xiu noted the luxurious car parked below. Yao, look, it's a Rolls-Royce. That must be worth tens of millions. This is the first time someone has driven such a high-end vehicle to our school. Li Xiu excitedly grasped Qin Ruoyao's arm. Curiosity piqued. Qin Ruoyao, too, glanced down, pondering who could be inside. Meanwhile, in the back seat of the car, an inexplicable tension hung in the air, oppressive enough to stifle breath. Lin Xuan felt a sense of unease. What was troubling this possessive and capricious Su Hua? Su Hua, I should be heading to class, Lin Xuan stammered, sensing he would find no easy escape this time. Wait. Su Hua leaned closer, lowering the seat back, her supple form pressing against Lin Xuan. Outside, a throng of Shanqing University students peered curiously into the vehicle, but the tinted windows revealed nothing, merely a subtle motion within. Lin Xuan swallowed nervously. What was Su Hua planning? Surely she wouldn't dare. Yet, the thrill of possibility was undeniable. Recalling Su Hua's enchanting demeanor from the previous evening, he found himself yearning for more. A Xian, Su Hua's delicate fingers traced the fabric of his shirt, igniting a simmering tension. Tell me, who lies beneath you now? In truth, I am beneath Su Hua, Lin Xuan replied weakly. Su Hua's lips curled into a sultry smile. Remember, you are mine, Su Hua's man. Should you ever entertain any semblance of intimacy with another woman, I shall confine you. Her fingers grazed his throat. She longed to bind him completely. Yet she preferred him alive and vibrant before her. I will keep my distance from those women, I swear, Lin Xuan hastily assured her, recognizing the peril he faced. With a woman like Su Hua, compliance was his only recourse. Good. Su Hua's expression softened with satisfaction as she playfully bit Lin Xuan's lip, murmuring, "This is your reward for me." Lin Xuan felt a mix of anxiety and exhilaration, unable to resist the urge to caress the back of the enchanting woman before him. He realized that Su Hua had led him astray. In his past life, he had been a paragon of virtue, untouched until death. Yet now, mere days into this new life, he found himself reveling in illicit encounters with her. The driver, curious about the nature of Su Hua's reward, glanced back only to realize that Lin Xuan should not be in the car. He belonged beneath it. His gaze remained fixed ahead, his thoughts racing. This truly was an academic building, after all. Miss Su, might you have forgotten that a living person is seated right here? As the temperature of the air steadily rose, the two individuals' garments began to dishevel, teetering on the verge of unraveling. Just as tension reached its peak, Su Hua parted from his lips and gently bit his neck. Lin Xuan emitted a sharp hiss of pain, harboring a growing suspicion that Su Hua might be canine, given her penchant for biting. Only when a drop of fresh blood seeped forth did Su Hua relent, swiftly drawing the crimson stain into her mouth. "Ah Xian, this is my mark upon you," she declared with satisfaction, gazing fondly at the bite imprint as the hostility in her demeanor gradually faded. Su Hua, may I attend class now? It's almost time," Lin Xuan timidly inquired. Su Hua acquiesced, unusually compliant at that moment. She rose from atop Lin Xuan, resting her elbow against the car window, smiling warmly as she watched him straighten his clothes. "Ah Xian, there's even a lipstick mark on your neck." It seemed that Ah Xian preferred to keep their relationship concealed, prompting Su Hua to assert her claim through such discreet, surreptitious means. Lin Xuan tidied his attire and stepped out of the vehicle. Today he wore his customary white shirt and black trousers, his hair slightly tousled, exuding an aura of youthful vigor. His mere appearance caused nearly everyone to hold their breath. Wow, so handsome! A girl squealed with infatuation, her eyes sparkling. He.S. even more striking than our campus idol. That S the true epitome of a wealthy and handsome gentleman. I'm swooning. Another exclaimed. Look at that rebellious gaze. I'm about to faint. Though the Rolls-Royce had yet to depart, the shrill screams of the girls were so loud that even Su Hua inside the car could hear them clearly, along with their enamored glances. Su Hua narrowed her eyes dangerously and let out a low, cold laugh. Xian is truly captivating now, able to attract so many admirers. I wish I could hide him away, so only I may behold him. The driver wiped the sweat from his brow. Oh no, Miss Su seems displeased again. Her temperament is truly capricious. Just driving earns me 25,000 a month. Miss Su could beat me without consequence, so I dare not complain. M.A.S. Su, shall we proceed to the hotel? The driver cautiously inquired. Yes, Su Hua replied, withdrawing her gaze and pressing her fingers to her brow, suppressing the wild thoughts surging within her. Let us go. She feared that lingering any longer might compel her to recapture Xian and confine him once more to the night garden. Upstairs in the corridor, Li Xiu pointed excitedly at Lin Xuan. Yao Yao, that's the boy who drove the Koenig the other day. What an incredible coincidence. I thought I'd never see him again. Yet here he is at school. Qin Ruoyao maintained a facade of composure, though her heart fluttered with excitement at their swift reunion. Yes, I saw him too, she replied coolly, feigning indifference. Yao Yao, he drove a Koenig before and now a Rolls-Royce. His family must be extremely wealthy. Li Xiu exclaimed. Qin Ruoyao's eyes gleamed faintly. He must be far wealthier than Lin Li. Lin Li's car was just over 10 million, but the vehicles he drives are worth hundreds of millions. And more than one at that. If only I could be with him. Her thoughts began to stir. He.S. heading toward our academic building. Could he be a student in our department? Li Xiu's excitement grew. Yao Yao, it would be wonderful if he liked you. But you're so beautiful. It's hard not to draw the attention of men, she teased. Xiu, please don't say that. I don't have such charm. Qin Ruoyao blushed. I'm not joking, Li Xiu winked. Let us watch. That man will surely fall for you. Lin Xuan ascended to the 6th floor and proceeded toward the classroom. From afar, Qin Ruoyao's eyes sparkled. Xiu, I'm going to the restroom first, she said, moving in the same direction as Lin Xuan. This boy has officially become my campus idol. When the campus belle and the campus heartthrob meet, do you think sparks will fly? A girl exclaimed excitedly. I really can't stand you girls, a boy retorted, rolling his eyes. Whenever you see a handsome boy and girl, you immediately want to pair them up. And those who ship boys together just because they walk side by side, come on. My best friend and I get teased all the time because of that. Ridiculous. As Lin Xuan and Qin Ruoyao drew nearer, Qin Ruoyao suddenly twisted her ankle and stumbled straight toward Lin Xuan. The crowd erupted. The campus belle fell onto the campus heartthrob. This is just like a scene from a romantic drama. They're about to embark on a sweet school romance. Lin Xuan deftly sidestepped, avoiding contact. Qin Ruoyao landed ungracefully on the floor. Lin Xuan exhaled in relief. Had she fallen on him, Su Hua would have surely punished him. Everyone gawked in astonishment. He actually avoided her. Qin Ruoyao was stunned. She had planned to fall into his arms and thank him, hoping to naturally draw closer to him. Instead, he let her fall and didn't even offer a hand to help. The corridor quickly filled with onlookers, many of whom disapproved of Qin Ruoyao and felt vindicated. She had always been a pretentious white lotus, and this was the first man who refused to be taken in by her act. Qin Ruoyao, humiliated before so many, felt tears welling but refused to cry. She needed to leave a stubborn impression in Lin Xuan's mind. Luo Yuan, another admirer of Qin Ruoyao, pushed through the crowd to help her up. Yao Yao, are you okay? He asked with concern. I'm fine, she said, glancing at Lin Xuan and shaking her head. Your elbows and knees are scraped. How can you say you're fine? Luo Yuan's eyes brimmed with sympathy. Turning to Lin Xuan, he scolded. You saw her fall and didn't catch her? You dodged. Are you even a man? Lin Xuan sneered. Who is she to me? Why should I catch her? She fell on her own. It's none of my business. Luo Yuan, I'm really fine. Don't blame him. It was my own carelessness. Qin Ruoyao apologized profusely, anxious that Lin Xuan might misunderstand her relationship with Luo Yuan. Sorry for the trouble. My friend just didn't know the full story and misunderstood you. Please forgive us. Lin Xuan, hands in his pockets, said brusquely, walk properly. Don't think I'm a type to fall for your tricks. Qin Ruoyao's face betrayed her embarrassment. Had he seen through her deliberate fall? His voice sounded strangely familiar, as if she had heard it somewhere before. Without another word, Lin Xuan entered the classroom. Wang Dehe whistled appreciatively. Xuan is so handsome. Finally, some justice. He used to chase after that bitch Qin Ruoyao, but now he is standing his ground. Chapter 30 Damn. Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan entered classroom 605, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Was this wealthy young man truly a student in their class? Shanqing University employed a small class teaching system, with only 28 students per class, unlike other schools where multiple classes were combined, sometimes reaching 150 students in a single lecture. Apart from electives, most specialized courses were attended by the entire class together. A curious boy asked, "Classmate, did you take the wrong classroom?" Lin Xuan replied, "No, this is the right one." Yao Yao, he must be a transfer student, Li Siyu speculated. Qin Ruoyao suppressed a smile. They were indeed classmates, fate intertwining their paths once more. She was determined to win him over. Lin Xuan strode directly to the seat beside Wang Daihe and sat down. "Here is the solution method you asked for." Lin Xuan placed the USB drive on Wang Daihe's desk. Wang Daihe cradled the USB drive as if it were a treasured possession, exclaiming, "You are truly remarkable. I pondered over that program code for 3 days and nights without a breakthrough, yet you managed to decipher it in no time after I sent it to you yesterday." Wang Daihe was filled with admiration for his brilliant friend, whose talent in computing was nothing short of extraordinary. The other students in the class were taken aback. Wang Daihe actually knew this affluent young man, and they appeared to share a close friendship. This wealthy individual could afford a Rolls-Royce. His fortune must surely exceed $1 billion. So how could someone as financially challenged as Wang Daihe possibly know him? Have you all noticed? This rich young man bears a striking resemblance to someone, one student inquired. Who? The others curiously pressed. Lin Xuan. The more I look, the more I see the likeness. The only differences are the absence of a thick fringe and a pair of black-rimmed glasses. Their voices are remarkably similar as well. And they both share a strong bond with Wang Daihe. Do you think it could be Lin Xuan? How could that be possible? Lin Xuan is just a poor soul who can't even afford decent clothing, let alone a Rolls-Royce. And just look at those clothes. They clearly cost a fortune. Wang Daihe, munching on a bun, asked with curiosity, "Why did you switch cars? What happened to your previous Koenigsegg one?" "One?" Lin Xuan explained. "This Rolls-Royce is just one of the cars in my garage. I simply chose it at random. When Su Hua asked me what car I wanted to drive, I pointed to this one without much thought." Wang Daihe paused in his chewing, swallowing hard. "To be honest, how many cars do you have in that garage?" "I'm not quite sure, but I believe there are various brands, including Ferraris, Bugattis, Rolls-Royces, and Maybachs, probably around a dozen or 20 vehicles." Lin Xuan recalled that Su Hua had gifted him a garage full of cars. The others gasped in disbelief. Is he truly this wealthy? The total must amount to several billion, suggesting his net worth exceeds 100 billion. No one suspected Lin Xuan was lying. After all, a person who could afford a Rolls-Royce had no need to fabricate stories. Wang Daihe nearly knelt in awe. "Suanzi, no adoptive father, do you need a son?" "Suanzi?" The only person who could elicit such a nickname from Wang Daihe was Lin Xuan. Oh my goodness. The group was in shock. He is Lin Xuan? Is this for real? It must be Lin Xuan. I noticed the resemblance from the start, but seeing his wealth made me hesitate to consider that possibility. Now that Wang Daihe calls him Suanzi, it has to be him. Wow. I can't believe Lin Xuan has become so wealthy over the summer. Did he win the lottery or something? Qin Ruoyao's expression soured visibly. Lin Xuan. He was indeed Lin Xuan. Why had he caught her when she reached out? And were these luxurious cars all gifts from that woman who had taken him away at the wedding? Qin Ruoyao clenched her fists, struggling to accept that the man she had always dismissed had transformed into someone so handsome and affluent. Lita sat in his chair, looking utterly disheartened. Lin Xuan, he really isn't fawning anymore? Wang Daihe approached Lida with a smile. You lost. Remember to pay for my meal. There are still 3 minutes until class starts. Lin Xuan's phone buzzed incessantly. It was Dogtail Grass trying to reach him. Whoa, your novel is blowing up. From morning until now. The average chapter has received 1,500 subscriptions. This is despite the length of your chapters, as most people haven't finished reading them all. And today is a weekday, with many still unable to find time to read. At this rate, it's projected to reach a minimum of 10,000 subscriptions today. With 200,000 words in the paid chapters, each 1,000 words yielding 3 cents for the author, he could earn 60,000 in a single day. For a newcomer, this was an extraordinary achievement. Lin Xuan was not surprised by this outcome, given that the novel had been a major hit in the alternate world. However, he had also added a great deal of content to it. Lin Xuan replied. Bro, did you switch to FEU website from another platform as a big shot? Dogtail Grass queried. I'm a newcomer, Lin Xuan responded. After class began, Lin Xuan put his phone away. As soon as the lunch bell rang, Su Hua's team promptly delivered the meals. Upon seeing the lavish spread, vegetables, meat, and an abundance of seafood, including lobster and king crab, Wang Dehi's eyes widened in astonishment. Wow, is this what the life of the affluent looks like? Just this meal alone must cost what I spend in a year. Let us eat together. Lin Xuan glanced at Wang Dehi. Sure. Wang Dehi wasted no time, devouring the food with gusto, leaning back in his chair. Delicious. This is absolutely divine. Suanzi, your family chef is exceptionally talented. Lin Xuan continued to message Su Hua. He replied absent-mindedly. Once they finished their meal, Su Hua's team entered to clean up the dishes before leaving. Wang Dehi opened the Fiyu novel website, and a book immediately popped up. Is the female lead a Yandra? Or a single female lead? Interesting. Wang Dehi glanced at the author's page, noting he was a new author with just that one novel. He didn't hold high hopes for it, as new authors often produced subpar work, which he typically avoided. However, having grown weary of the cliches in other novels, he found this one seemed quite fresh, and the website had given it a significant recommendation. Perhaps it held the promise of a pleasant surprise. Clicking on it, he quickly became engrossed. Lin Xuan, it's time to head back to the dormitory. I'm reading a novel, so I want to be going back. Remember to bring my book this afternoon. Wang Dehi replied without looking up. All right. Lin Xuan returned to his quarters. He had been entangled with Su Hua for a considerable time the previous night. From the bed to the bathroom, and had hardly slept, he was in dire need of a good rest. As most had already left, the teaching building was now quite empty. Just as Lin Xuan reached the stairwell, Qin Ruoyao intercepted him. Chapter 31, Love Letters, Stirring Trouble. Lin Xuan cast her a glance but disregarded her, continuing on his way. Fuming with frustration at being ignored, Qin Ruoyao shouted, Lin Xuan, how dare you ignore me? What makes you such a big shot that I should pay you any attention? Lin Xuan retorted coldly. Qin Ruoyao, you ought to temper your self-importance. Since realizing Qin Ruoyao's true nature and having lived a second life, he felt no fondness or attachment to her, only disdain. Lin Xuan, how dare you speak to me like that? Do you believe I want to ignore you from now on? Qin Ruoyao's chest heaved with fury. Is that so? I would welcome that. Qin Ruoyao's face flushed crimson, and, taking a deep breath, she softened her tone. Lin Xuan, is this how you treat me, because that woman is pressuring you? It must be her. She must have forbidden you from approaching me. What pressure? Qin Ruoyao, I'm with her, driving a Rolls-Royce and a Koenigsegg, with no worries about money. I'm quite pleased. When I was chasing after you, I often had to consider your feelings, spending all my money on you while I lived in poverty. Lin Xuan's expression was filled with scorn. Qin Ruoyao, anyone with common sense would know whom to choose. In his previous life, he had indeed been a fool. Lin Xuan, how can you be so shallow? A man with no ambition, thinking of living off a woman, devoid of any dignity. I was truly mistaken about you. Disappointment filled Qin Ruoyao's eyes. Qin Ruoyao, just because you can latch onto a wealthy man and live off him, does that mean I can as well? We're all human. Don't be so hypocritical. In this life, Lin Xuan found the notion of living off a woman quite appealing. Lin Xuan, do not forget how you used to indulge me. Qin Ruoyao, unable to maintain her previously gentle and delicate demeanor in the face of Lin Xuan's constant defiance, glared at him. If you ever come to regret this, even if you kneel before me begging for forgiveness, I shall not grant it. Lin Xuan replied, rest assured, that day will never come. By the way, Qin Ruoyao, are you blocking my path and saying these things because you are reluctant to part with me? Have you developed feelings for me? A smirk danced at the corners of Lin Xuan's lips. How could I possibly harbor feelings for a man who relies on others for sustenance? Qin Ruoyao retorted, flustered, for she could never develop affection for Lin Xuan, a man devoid of merit. Without that woman, Lin Xuan was nothing. He had no wealth, just a handsome facade. If so, why do you continue to obstruct me? Lin Xuan's expression turned icy. Gritting her teeth, Qin Ruoyao stepped aside. Lin Xuan strode past her without a glance. He knew that a person like Qin Ruoyao only coveted wealth. Whoever possessed it would win her favor. It was conceivable that once his career took off, she would cling to him like a lovesick fool. Li Xiyu arrived with a cup of milk tea and noticed Qin Ruoyao's reddened eyes. Concerned, she asked Ruoyao, what is wrong? By the way, while I was waiting for the elevator, I saw Lin Xuan coming out. Did you two cross paths? Did he beg for your forgiveness? Li Xiyu scoffed, asserting that he must have been groveling and apologizing. Ruoyao, did you give him a proper lesson? Remember, do not forgive him too easily. Men are all the same. The easier you forgive them, the less they will cherish you in the future. Su, Lin Xuan did not apologize. Rather, he insulted me. Qin Ruoyao bit her lip, feeling wronged. What? That's impossible. Li Xiyu was taken aback. Xiyu, do you think he no longer has feelings for me? Qin Ruoyao's mood darkened. Although she looked down on Lin Xuan, she had always relied on his unwavering devotion. The sudden indifference from someone who had always catered to her was simply unbearable. That is inconceivable, Li Xiu asserted confidently. Lin Xuan is merely employing a strategy of feigned indifference to elicit your concern. You have consistently rejected him, and now he's attempting to make you care through this tactic. Feigned indifference? Qin Ruoyao murmured. Li Xiu insisted. Ruoyao, rest assured. He would not cease to adore you so quickly after having lavished you with affection. You must maintain an air of aloofness, and, eventually, he will come crawling back. Qin Ruoyao nodded, her anxious heart finally at ease. So it's a tactic of feigned indifference. A smile crept upon her lips. Lin Xuan was becoming increasingly clever. However, would he truly win her affection through such means? That was nothing short of wishful thinking. As Lin Xuan returned to the dormitory, he attracted numerous gazes. Many girls exhibited signs of infatuation. He is truly handsome. Lin Xuan looks even better in person than in photographs. Oh my, he looked at me. I think I might faint. Had I known Lin Xuan was this attractive and wealthy, I would have pursued him long ago. You're all just dreaming. Lin Xuan favors the campus beauty. I highly doubt that. Perhaps Lin Xuan no longer likes her. Don't forget, when the campus beauty fell in the corridor, Lin Xuan did not assist her, letting her fall like a dog. Upon returning to his dorm, Lin Xuan splashed water on his face and collapsed onto his bed for a much-needed sleep. Their dormitory was a two-person setup, and since Lin Xuan did not return home, nor was he confined by Su Hua, he often slept at school. Therefore, his bedding was always neatly arranged. Last night, he had been entangled with Su Hua until 4 in the morning, resulting in only 4 hours of sleep. He was utterly exhausted, and within 3 seconds of lying down, he drifted off. Yili also returned to the dorm, appearing friendly with Lin Xuan. However, he cast a dark look at the deeply slumbering Lin Xuan. His eyes filled with jealousy. He had seen the discussions about Lin Xuan on the forums. Arriving at school in a Rolls-Royce and dressed in haute couture had transformed him into quite the handsome figure. Lin Xuan had usurped his position as the campus heartthrob. He could not comprehend how such a noble, mysterious, and stunning woman could fall for Lin Xuan. Those cars must belong to that woman. His jealousy boiled. He was no worse than Lin Xuan. How could she overlook him? No, he must devise a way to make that woman abandon Lin Xuan. As Yili prepared to return to his bed, he suddenly noticed a pink piece of paper peeking out from beneath the table, its exposed portion adorned with a heart. Yili picked up the paper and, upon reading its contents, excitement gleamed in his eyes. Lin Xuan, you are finished. Yili took out his phone and sent a message to Su Hua. Hello, Miss Su. I am Lin Xuan's roommate. I found this on his desk. It's a letter he wrote to Qin Ruoyao. Ms. Su, as a woman of such beauty, I do not wish for you to be hurt by Lin Xuan. He included a photograph of the letter. He had developed feelings for Su Hua ever since he witnessed her kissing Lin Xuan while dropping him off at school last year. He had fallen for her at first sight and later obtained her number under the pretense of monitoring Lin Xuan. He frequently offered Lin Xuan advice, encouraging him to distance himself from Su Hua. The foolish Lin Xuan took his words to heart, often following his suggestions, which only served to hurt Su Hua. Yet, he could not fathom why Su Hua still kept Lin Xuan around. Seeing Lin Xuan arrive at school today only heightened his unease. It felt as if everything was slipping from his grasp. Now that he had an opportunity to make Su Hua despise Lin Xuan, he certainly would not let it slip away. After sending the photo, Yili returned the love letter to its original place. Chapter 32. Xian, accompany me to hell. At this moment, in the night garden, a woman clad in a red gown, exuding nobility and elegance, sat on the sofa. Her beautiful eyes fixed intently on a photograph on her phone. It bore Lin Xuan's handwriting. Indeed, he had been acting all along. As soon as he arrived at school, he could not resist the urge to curry favor with Qin Ruoyao and confess his feelings. The love letter he penned was truly heartfelt and poetic, so enviable. Xian, you are quite the mischievous one, Su Hua murmured softly. The room was filled with servants who lowered their heads, anxious and uneasy. They rarely witnessed their mistress in such a fury. It must have been Lin Xuan's doing. They truly believed that Lin Xuan wished to remain by their mistress's side. Yet on his first day at school, he managed to anger her. As Wang, the butler, entered the living room, he sensed the oppressive atmosphere. He lowered his voice to inquire of his servant. What happened? I'm not sure. It seems the mistress received a message and became this way, the servant replied. Wang furrowed his brow, observing Su Hua's expression. She was typically calm and composed. Even in dire situations, she never revealed a hint of fear. Only one person could cause such a loss of control, Lin Xuan. What on earth is on the mistress's phone? Wang picked up Su Hua's phone, which had been bent slightly from her grip. A love letter, and it was addressed to Qin Ruoyao. Wang's eyes widened. No wonder the mistress is so furious. Yet, he felt something was amiss. Could it be a misunderstanding? A dark tide surged in Su Hua's gaze, seemingly intent on obliterating everything, her eyes fixed menacingly on the phone. He actually wrote a love letter to Qin Ruoyao. Ah Xian, your audacity knows no bounds. Wang secretly called Lin Xuan. Abruptly awakened from his deep slumber by the ringing phone, Lin Xuan groggily pressed the phone to his ear, gritting his teeth. What is it? Speak, young Master Lin. You are in big trouble, Wang exclaimed urgently. Lin Xuan was taken aback. He spent the entire day attending classes, and upon returning to the dormitory, he fell into a deep slumber. What kind of trouble could he possibly cause? Could it be that he and Qin Ruoyao were conversing at the staircase, only to be secretly photographed and the image sent to Su Hua, leading to a misunderstanding? Sigh, this matter seems rather straightforward. You are referring to the incident of my conversation with Qin Ruoyao, aren't you, Butler Wang? You have wronged me. It was Qin Ruoyao who insisted on approaching me. I have maintained my distance and uttered no inappropriate words. Lin Xuan explained. Not quite. Butler Wang replied, young Master Lin. Did you perhaps pen a love letter to Qin Ruoyao? Lin Xuan was utterly flabbergasted. A love letter? What love letter? That letter of yours somehow found its way to the young lady's phone, and she is currently quite upset. Young Master Lin, you are in a precarious situation. A love letter. Lin Xuan frantically recollected. He finally remembered that he had indeed written a love letter to Qin Ruoyao. Butler Wang. That letter was written when I had not yet seen Qin Ruoyao's true nature. I am now wholeheartedly devoted to Su Hua. The timing is all wrong. It should not count, Lin Xuan exclaimed, feeling utterly wronged. That was a letter from a foolish past version of himself, not from the reformed man he had become. Butler Wang sighed. Young Master Lin, you should contemplate how to placate the young lady, or else you may find your freedom compromised. With that, Butler Wang ended the call. Lin Xian's mind raced as he contemplated how to extinguish Su Hua's ire. He could not afford to lose the freedom he had so painstakingly fought for. Eureka! An idea sparked in Lin Xian's mind, and he began rummaging through his belongings in search of that letter. Finally, after 5 minutes, he discovered the love letter beneath the desk. Lin Xuan took a photograph of the letter, extracted the text, and sent it to Su Hua. After some thought, he added a personal message. Su Hua, after being apart for just half a day, I find myself yearning for you, longing to kiss your delicate nose, your enchanting eyes, your soft lips, and to witness the captivating expression of desire in you. Su Hua, I am yours, now and forever your man. At Night Garden, Su Hua had already immersed herself in her own world, holding a fruit knife in her hand. The sharp blade sliced through her tender skin, crimson droplets of blood falling from her hand. Butler Wang, witnessing this heart-wrenching scene, could not approach her, fearing it would provoke her further. With hands clasped, he could only hope that Lin Xuan would quickly devise a solution, for he was the sole individual capable of calming the young lady's tumultuous spirit. Su Hua's eyes glinted with a mix of obsession, madness, and a hint of fragility. Ah Xian, why? Why don't you continue to play your part? A sardonic smile curled at the corners of her lips. Indeed, a person like her did not deserve warmth. Each time she fancied she had found solace, reality shattered her illusions time and again. It was her folly to seek light in the depths of darkness. As the tip of her finger grazed the bloodied blade, an unhealthy obsession glimmered in her eyes. Ah Xian, she whispered gently, since you were so disobedient, then accompany me to hell. Butler Wang shuddered. If young Master Lin failed to handle the matter of the love letter properly, the consequences would be dire. Beep, beep, beep. Su Hua's phone chimed with a QQ message notification. However, she paid it no mind, her gaze fixed on the blood-stained knife. Butler Wang's eyes lit up. The only friend in the young lady's QQ was young Master Lin. It must be a message from him. Clearing his throat, he said, Miss, your phone is ringing. Would you like to see what it says? It should be from young Master Lin. Su Hua's vacant, numb gaze fell upon the phone on the table. She had no intention of checking it. Butler Wang, reluctantly, picked up the phone and upon seeing Lin Xian's message, felt as though his eyes might pop out. Goodness. Young Master Lin's move was brilliant. In that subsequent message, cough, cough, the youthful exuberance he was getting old and didn't he understand such things. Su Hua, would you like to take a look at QQ? It contains content related to the love letter from young Master Lin. Su Huadiman Saident. Her focus unwavering on the phone. Butler Wang pressed on, Miss, if you continue to ignore him, young Master Lin will surely grow anxious. If this is a misunderstanding, your silence could adversely affect your relationship with him. Still, Su Hua hesitated. Butler Wang coughed again. Miss, this phone was just crushed in your grip. Let me get you a new one. He pretended to leave with the phone. Wait. Su Hua's voice emerged hoarsely. Give me the phone. Butler Wang wore an expression of I knew it. He handed the phone back to Su Hua. Truthfully, he felt quite apprehensive. He had no idea if the young lady would believe the message. Chapter 33. Preparing to strike, Su Hua scrutinized the love letter repeatedly. Was this meant for her? Rather than Qin Ruoyao? The chill that had enveloped her began to dissipate. She glanced at Butler Wang, who was staring at the ceiling, feigning ignorance. After reading the letter, a subtle smile graced Su Hua's lips. Butler Wang exhaled deeply. It seemed that young Master Lin was indeed effective, serving as a veritable fire extinguisher. Having read the letter multiple times, Su Hua then revisited the additional message Lin Xuan had sent. She called him, remarking that the love letter was beautifully written. Lin Xuan sighed in relief. Thankfully, Su Hua was no longer angry. Su Hua, rest assured, I am wholeheartedly devoted to remaining by your side. I will not even glance at another woman, Lin Xuan assured her. Ah Xian, Su Hua suddenly called. Su Hua continued, regarding the message you sent afterward. Lin Xuan's face flushed. In truth, he had regretted sending it almost immediately. The words felt overly sentimental, sending shivers down his spine. I quite like it, Su Hua said, a smile playing on her lips. Ah Xian, I will fulfill all your desires. Tonight, I will be waiting for your return home. Lin Xuan replied. Indulging every day might not be wise. However, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. It seemed that Su Hua was no longer upset, and the storm had finally passed. On the surface, Yili appeared to be asleep, but he had been eavesdropping on Lin Xuan's conversation, his expression darkening. How had Lin Xuan managed to escape this predicament? Moreover, what was the nature of Lin Xuan's sudden change in attitude towards Su Hua? Feigning awakening due to Lin Xuan's chatter, Yili inquired curiously, Lin Xuan, were you just on the phone with Qin Ruoyao? Congratulations. Your relationship seems to have improved significantly. I was conversing with Su Hua, Lin Xuan replied, narrowing his eyes at Yili. Yili had once been someone Lin Xuan trusted deeply, considering him one of his closest friends, second only to Wang Dehe. But now, he realized Yili harbored feelings for Su Hua. His friendship with Yili had been calculated. He could not forget the smug expression Yili wore upon learning of his impending marriage to Qin Ruoyao and Su Hua's subsequent withdrawal. In his past life, Su Hua often punished him, and Yili was complicit in those schemes. Yili was among those Lin Xuan intended to settle scores with upon his return. Live and let live. But if you cross me, I shall repay you 100-fold. First, he would need to deal with Yili. Yili frowned in confusion. Lin Xuan, why the sudden kindness towards Su Hua? Nothing much. I've simply come to terms with my feelings. She seems quite wonderful, and I wish to be with her. Lin Xuan replied nonchalantly. Yili grew anxious. Lin Xuan, you must think this through. Su Hua is a Yandera. She is capable of anything. Her appetite for affection will only grow. Even if you concede now, she will eventually confine you, and you will lose your freedom. Yili feigned concern for Lin Xuan. By the way, Lin Xuan, didn't you have feelings for Qin Ruoyao? Don't you want to be with the woman you truly love? If you agree to be with Su Hua, she certainly won't allow you to associate with any other women. Lin Xuan sneered. Yili, it seems you are quite disinclined to see me with Su Hua. Yili replied, of course, I wish for you and your beloved to be together, Lin Xuan. You're my friend. Lin Xuan countered. If you truly care for my well-being, why did you surreptitiously send that love letter to Su Hua? With a resounding thud, Lin Xuan slammed the letter onto the table. Yili maintained his composure, stating, Lin Xuan, I am doing this for your own good. I am helping you escape from Su Hua. Lin Xuan retorted, are you truly acting for my benefit, or is it merely for your own interests? You know the answer in your heart. Lin Xuan found himself laughing in anger. Surrounded by the theatrics of Qin Ruoyao, Yili, and Lin Li. Yili, I am aware of your feelings for Su Hua, but let me inform you. You stand no chance. Su Hua is fond of me, and you cannot take her from me. She has no interest in you. During the times you were with me, you must have encountered Su Hua several times. You're the campus heartthrob, while I am just a guy with thick bangs and black-rimmed glasses. Even if I was once unattractive, in Su Hua's eyes, I have always been her focus, and she has never spared you a glance. Yili, no matter how hard you try, it is all in vain. This was the utmost form of psychological torment. Yili's calm demeanor began to crack, his fists clenched tightly. Indeed, Su Hua dismissed his advances, and his covert attempts to entice her had been futile. Her heart belonged solely to Lin Xuan. He thought that only when Su Hua was entirely disillusioned with Lin Xuan would he have a chance to ascend. Thus, he continued to assist Lin Xuan in evading Su Hua, attempting to make Lin Xuan engage in actions that would repel her. Yili, I was deceived by you before, blindly fleeing from Su Hua under your influence. I tell you now, I have awakened and will never fall for your schemes again. I will cling to Su Hua. Yili's expression darkened. How could this foolish Lin Xuan know such things? Suddenly, Lin Xuan swung a punch at Yili's face. Blood trickled from Yili's mouth as he glared. Lin Xuan, what are you doing? Oh, nothing much. Just a little itch. I find you quite displeasing, Lin Xuan replied. flexing his wrist, having learned a few techniques for combat. Are you insane? This is Shanqing University. Fighting will get you expelled. Yi Li gritted his teeth. Expelled? What do I have to fear? Su Hua is a director at this school. My connections are strong. What's there to worry about? Another punch landed squarely in Yi Li's abdomen. Yi Li gritted his teeth, enduring the impact. As Lin Xuan continued to strike, he declared, Yi Li, no matter how exceptional you may be, or how handsome, Su Hua will never develop feelings for you. You should abandon that hope. She only loves me. Look, no matter how I treated her before, she has remained steadfast by my side. Now that I wish to be with her, we will never part. Yi Li, I will forever tread upon your shadow, having seized your position as the campus heartthrob, taken your top rank, and stolen the woman you cherish. I will date her, marry her, and have children with her. Lin Xuan's demeanor resembled that of a mischievous child, intent on provoking Yi Li, knowing he would retaliate. Eventually, Yi Li could no longer contain himself and swung a punch at Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan, who could have evaded, chose not to, allowing Yi Li's fist to connect with his face. The blow was forceful enough to leave a mark. Lin Xuan, now satisfied, delivered several more punches to Yi Li before ceasing, not wanting to overdo it. He was a law-abiding citizen after all. Yi Li's once handsome features were now bruised and swollen, his eyes nearly shut. Lin Xuan, you'll pay for this. Yi Li seethed, I will ensure you are expelled. Lin Xuan replied nonchalantly, Go ahead, I will be waiting. Chapter 34. Her humble love. Meanwhile, in the night garden, Su Hua descended the stairs clad in a tailored skirt suit. Miss, do you believe it is credible that young Master Lin sent that love letter to you? Inquired Butler Wang with curiosity. Su Hua turned to him with a smirk. Uncle Wang, it was you who informed Xian about the love letter incident. That's why he would send such things to me. Such coincidences do not exist. Shortly after Yi Li sent the letter, Xian contacted me, sharing the same letter. Thus, there's only one possibility. Someone must have tipped Lin Xuan off. Miss, if you believe that letter was meant for Qin Ruoyao, why have you not pursued the matter of young Master Lin's love letter? Butler Wang was taken aback, realizing that the young lady was well aware. As long as he continues to deceive me and flatter me, that is sufficient. I cannot expect too much. Even if he is merely acting, it is a significant improvement over before. I do not wish to shatter the beautiful facade of our relationship. A bittersweet smile lingered on Su Hua's lips. I see. Butler Wang watched Su Hua with concern. Who could have imagined that the formidable Su Zong, who ascended to the position of head of the Su family by stepping over the corpses of her siblings, would humble herself to such a degree for a man? One could only hope that Lin Xuan would not let her down, for that would be exceedingly cruel to her. Miss, I feel that this time young Master Lin may truly wish to stay by your side, Butler Wang consoled. He told me that the love letter was written before he fully recognized Qin Ruoyao's true nature. The man he is now is not the same as the one from the past. If he does not wish to, it matters not. He is to be my man. And if he resists, I shall bind him with chains, confining him eternally. Butler Wang thought, the Miss's possessive tendencies are manifesting once more. Just then, Su Hua's phone rang, and upon seeing Lin Xuan's name on the screen, her hostility dissipated entirely. Xuan, Su Hua spoke tenderly. Butler Wang mused. Only young Master Lin can restore the Miss to her normal self, though her obsession was ignited by Lin Xuan as well. Lin Xuan cleared his throat. A hint of embarrassment in his voice. Su Hua, I got into a fight at school and need to inform my parents. I will send my secretary to handle it. Su Hua replied, though she truly wished to go to the school herself. She merely required some time to compose herself, not wanting to frighten him. Jiang Qing hurriedly rushed into Bai Linjiang's office. Bai Linjiang furrowed his brows and asked, Secretary Jiang, why are you in such a rush? Is there something urgent that requires my attention? Yes, something very important, Jiang Qing responded. You need to head to Shanqing University immediately. Is there a dispute over shares between Shanqing University and Su Zong? Bai Linjiang inquired curiously. No, Su Zong wants you to address a student fighting incident, Jiang Qing clarified. Me? Bai Linjiang pointed at himself, astonished. As a prominent lawyer renowned for his skills, he found it absurd to be tasked with resolving a student fight. Secretary Jiang, I have the Wang case to handle. Why not send lawyer Wang instead? He is quite capable and will manage it well. Bai Linjiang was reluctant. Dealing with a student fight was beneath him. Jiang Qing smiled. Secretary Bai, it is specifically requested by Su Zong that you handle it. This individual is very important to her, and if you manage it well, there will be rewards. A spark of interest ignited in Bai Linjiang's mind as he nodded. Very well, I shall head there now. Yi Li's parents, also local residents of Yindu, soon arrived at the principal's office, adorned in ostentatious attire. Upon seeing her son's bruised face, Yi Li's mother was filled with concern. Oh my son, how could you be beaten so badly? She exclaimed, pulling him close with worry. Yi Li's father, with a stern expression, approached Lin Xuan. Are you the one who assaulted my son? Lin Xuan, hands in his pockets, replied. We were merely exchanging blows. If he couldn't hold his own, whose fault is that? Lin Xuan, you are lying. Yi Li shouted. It was you who attacked me unilaterally. Then how do you explain the injuries on my face? Lin Xuan pointed to his own mouth. Yi Li was momentarily speechless. He had fallen into Lin Xuan's trap. No wonder Lin Xuan had been deliberately provoking him all along. And no wonder, when he struck Lin Xuan, he failed to dodge despite having the chance. Yi Li fixed Lin Xuan with a dark, brooding stare. Well, truly impressive. You're becoming increasingly cunning. Yi's mother exclaimed with fervor, my son has always been gentle, courteous, and kind-hearted. He wouldn't even harm an ant. How could he possibly have struck you? That injury must be self-inflicted. Madam, even if I inflicted that wound upon myself, do you possess any evidence? Am I not equally entitled to claim that the injuries on Yi Li were self-inflicted as well? Lin Xuan retorted arrogantly. How dare you be so unreasonable? Have you no manners? Yi's mother snapped, glaring fiercely. Yi's father, however, remained composed, his voice icy as he said, even if you were injured, you only have a single wound, whereas my son has over a dozen. Principal, your school has a regulation that students involved in fights shall be expelled, does it not? The principal nodded. Indeed, such a rule exists. However, we must wait for Lin's parents to arrive before making any decisions. Yi's father sank into the sofa. Fine. I shall wait. I want to see who could have raised such a son. After about 10 minutes, Lin Jiang had yet to appear. Oh, perhaps Lin Xuan's parents feel guilty and have decided not to come. Yi's mother sneered mockingly. Why rush? His journey is long. He has not yet arrived. Lin Xuan replied calmly. Very well, I shall wait then. Yi's mother snorted coldly, recalling that although Lin Xuan's family was modestly wealthy, he was not favored at home. Just then, the sharp click of high heels echoed as Jiang Shukin entered the principal's office. Lin Xuan frowned, realizing he had forgotten that the school had Lin family's contact number on file to prevent forgery when contacting parents. Jiang Shukin's face darkened. Lin Xuan, on your very first day at school, you've already caused trouble. Well done. You're Lin Xuan's mother? Yi's mother scoffed disdainfully. Jiang Shukin cast a heavy glance at Lin Xuan, her face etched with shame brought upon by her unfilial son. Yes, that's me, she said with a deep breath. Speak then. Your son assaulted mine. How do you intend to deal with this? Yi's mother crossed her arms, speaking with an air of superiority. How much do you want? I'll pay. Jiang Shukin gritted her teeth. She had already assumed Lin Xuan was at fault during the journey, knowing his notorious character and lawlessness. If it wasn't his fault, then whose could it be? Seeing Yi Li battered in the principal's office only cemented her belief. Since it was Lin Xuan's fault, she could only apologize humbly. Money? Do we look like people who need money? Yi's mother sneered. I want him. She pointed at Lin Xuan. I want him to kneel and apologize to my son, to slap himself 20 times while admitting his fault. Not only that, I want him to publicly apologize to my son over the school broadcast. Lin Xuan sneered coldly. Lin Xuan, why don't you comply with Aunt Yi's demands? Jiang Shukin ordered grimly. Lin Xuan ignored her and turned to the principal. Principal, I have no relation with her. My family has not yet arrived. The assistant principal glanced at the phone, frowning. There's no mistake. This is the number registered. Lin Xuan, you're truly ungrateful. I came in good faith to resolve your fighting issue and pleaded on your behalf to prevent your expulsion. Yet you show such an attitude? Jiang Shukin's eyes widened, her chest heaving with indignation, feeling her kindness had been repaid with ingratitude. Attrudi infiliation. Lin Xuan twisted his lips coldly. Ms. Jiang, we have severed all ties legally, with lawyers notarizing the agreement in black and white. We have no connection whatsoever. My affairs are not for you to dictate. Fine. It seems you've grown wings. Very well, I will no longer intervene. Let Qin University expel you. Principal, please handle this matter according to your school's regulations. Jiang Shukin crossed her arms, eager to see how Lin Xuan would fare without the Lin family's support. The principal frowned, realizing Jiang Shukin was indeed Lin Xuan's mother, but they had cut ties. Her attitude toward Lin Xuan was hardly maternal. Which mother would immediately demand her son admit fault? In his impression, Lin Xuan was an exemplary student, ranking top in the competitive computer science department. Lin Xuan, have your own parents arrived? The principal asked kindly. They are already here, Lin Xuan replied. Very well, let us wait a few more minutes, the principal nodded. Jiang Shukin's expression faltered. Lin Xuan had called his own guardian? Who could it be? Surely not the woman who kept him? Lin Jiang, dressed in a suit, hurried into the office. Apologies, the traffic was heavy. I'm late, Lin Jiang apologized with a smile. He introduced himself. I am Lin Jiang, a lawyer. appointed by Lin Xuan's parents to handle this matter fully. The principal was shocked. Wasn't this one of Mr. Su's associates? The very lawyer who accompanied Mr. Su to sign the share transfer agreement at school. Could Lin Xuan be connected to Mr. Su? A lawyer? Impressive, calling a lawyer for a mere school fight. They have lawyers. Why don't we? Ye's mother scoffed disdainfully. Honey, call my brother, Ye's father said, making a phone call. With the other side having legal counsel, his son would be at a disadvantage without one. Jiang shook and sneered. Lin Xuan, this is clearly your fault. Yet you summon a lawyer to excuse yourself. Have you learned nothing about morality and etiquette from your teachers? By Lin Jiang narrowed his eyes. And you are? I am Lin Xuan's birth mother. Jiang shook and answered. We have severed all legal ties, Lin Xuan added. I see. By Lin Jiang smiled faintly. Since you are an outsider. Principal, it would be inappropriate for you to include her in this mediation. Jiang shook and S eyes widened in shock. To be asked to leave. The principal, unwilling to offend Ms. Su, spoke politely. Yes, I understand. Ms. Jiang, please leave. Fine. I don't care to stay anyway. Jiang shook in S eyes bore into Lin Xuan with bitterness. After bearing the pain of childbirth and raising him for 8 years, this was how he repaid her? Lin Xuan, the Lin family will have nothing more to do with you. Let us see what you make of yourself. She slammed the door loudly upon leaving. Lin Xuan sneered indifferent. He had no desire to deal with the Lin family's incompetence. By Lin Jiang smiled gently. Now, shall we discuss the altercation between my young master and Ye's son? I have already grasped the general circumstances. Ye's mother interrupted. Wait, my brother has not arrived yet. Brother? By Lin Jiang furrowed his brow. Yes, my brother is also a lawyer. His name is Wang Gao from Junzheng Law Firm, Ye's mother said with a raised chin. Junzheng was the finest law firm in Yindu. She doubted this lawyer could outmatch her brother. By Lin Jiang replied, courteously, very well, I shall wait for him. The principal prepared to witness the confrontation, sensing Ye's mother's confidence in her brother, unaware of By Lin Jiang's true standing. Wang Gao arrived shortly after. Upon seeing By Lin Jiang, he frowned, feeling a vague familiarity but unable to place it. By Lin Jiang checked his watch. Shall we begin? May I ask what your demands are? I presented Lin Xuan with 2 options. The first was to withdraw from school, accompanied by our notification to the police. The second was to kneel before my son, apologizing profusely while slapping himself and admitting his wrongs, broadcasting his apology on air, alongside compensating my son with 500,000 for medical expenses. Ye's mother declared with an air of superiority, determined to avenge her son. By Lin Jiang smiled faintly. We cannot acquiesce to your demands. We can only cover Ye's medical expenses. Our young master has also sustained injuries and requires examination. Thus you must compensate for our young master's medical costs as well. Subsequently, we shall reconcile the medical fee discrepancies. Should Ye's treatment costs exceed our young master's, we will cover the difference, and vice versa. This is what it means to turn black into white. Ye's mother glared. Dream on. This resolution would merely suggest both parties were engaged in mutual brawling. Even if my son's medical expenses surpass Lin Xuan's, it would only amount to a few hundred yuan, paltry enough to dismiss a beggar. Wang Gao interjected, esteemed lawyer, your proposal seems rather flawed. As Wang Gao articulated his points, By Lin Jiang maintained his serene smile, refraining from retorting. Ye's mother beamed with delight. Her brother was indeed formidable, leaving the opposing lawyer speechless. Once Wang Gao concluded, By Lin Jiang leisurely responded, Lawyer Wang, I shall systematically refute the 3 points you raised. Wang Gao had initially felt assured about their altercation. Yet amidst the verbal sparring with By Lin Jiang, he found himself utterly outmatched, consistently on the defensive. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he pondered, who is this person? How can he possess such remarkable prowess? After By Lin Jiang's discourse, he smiled gently. Thus, pursuing my suggested settlement would be the most prudent course of action. Of course, you may opt to escalate this matter or involve law enforcement, but that would lead to the expulsion of both our young master and Ye, to no one's benefit. Chapter 36. I am her man. Ye's mother clenched her fists. No, Lear absolutely cannot be expelled. She pulled her brother aside. Xiao Gao, think of a solution quickly. Lear must not endure this in vain. The sight of her son's bruised visage twisted her heart with pain. Let us settle this, Wang Gao sighed wearily, acknowledging the opposing lawyer's formidable skill. Even if the case escalated to court, they would not prevail. As he had stated, escalating this would be detrimental for all involved. Though Ye's mother felt disgruntled, for the sake of Yi Li's future, she had to swallow her pride. Have we reached an agreement? By Lin Jiang's smile remained unwavering, earning him the moniker of Smiling Tiger, always managing to win cases with a grin. The Su Group was often heralded as the undefeated champion under Su Hua's leadership. The company had not once lost a case. Lin Xuan, just you wait. This matter shall not conclude without recompense for the medical expenses. Yi's mother tugged at Yi Li as they departed. Yi Li's expression remained grim throughout. Upon learning that a lawyer from Su Hua's side was handling the situation, he realized that resolving his conflict with Lin Xuan was futile. He could not fathom why Su Hua held such deep affection for Lin Xuan. What merits did that waste possess? Despite having wounded her heart, Su Hua remained unwaveringly devoted to him. Lin Xuan and Bai Linjiang descended to the ground floor together. "Thank you, Lawyer Bai," Lin Xuan expressed. Bai Linjiang scrutinized Lin Xuan. Noting his appealing looks, he had the charm of youth. Given Su's evident concern, he thought, no, this cannot be. Bai Linjiang shook his head. A strong woman like Su would focus solely on her career and would not be enamored by youthful allure. If she sought a partner, it would be someone more accomplished, not a boy younger than herself. "Master Lin, what is your relationship with Ms. Su? Are you relatives or friends?" Bai Linjiang's curiosity about the identity of the individual who warranted his involvement in a student altercation was piqued. "Neither," Lin Xuan replied. "Then what is your connection?" Bai Linjiang pressed. Raising an eyebrow, Lin Xuan declared, "I am her man." Bai Linjiang's eyes widened. "What? Susman? What an astonishing revelation." Yi Li glared at Lin Xuan's retreating figure, a flicker of resentment crossing his gaze. It is said that distance breeds beauty. Once attained, one tends to take it for granted. Perhaps, if Lin Xuan capitulated now, Su Hua would soon grow weary of him, and he would await the day Lin Xuan was cast aside. Wang Gao climbed into the car with Yi's parents, who were en route to the hospital, conveniently passing by the lawyer's office. Wang Gao furrowed his brow, contemplating Bai Linjiang's identity. Few lawyers possess such capabilities. Who could he be? It infuriates me. My son has been beaten into that state, and yet Lin Xuan remains unscathed. Yi's mother seethed with indignation. Yi's father sighed. That lawyer is exceptionally skilled, and we indeed lack evidence to prove Lin Xuan initiated the altercation. From his account, it seems our son struck Lin Xuan first, leading to Lin Xuan retaliating in self-defense. "Husband, you must investigate who is backing Lin Xuan. We must teach them a lesson. Rest assured." "I will," Yi's father replied, his expression grave. Suddenly, Wang Gao experienced a flash of insight. "That person is." He quickly pulled out his phone to search, and indeed, it was him, Bai Linjiang. "Sis, brother-in-law, do you know who that lawyer is?" Wang Gao asked anxiously, his voice tinged with urgency. Yi's mother replied, "I heard his introduction. I believe his name is Bai Linjiang." "Why? His identity, sis, do you know who he is?" "Humph, I couldn't care less who he is," Yi's mother scoffed. "No matter how formidable he may be, can he surpass Yi's real estate? No, we genuinely cannot compare to him." Wang Gao's heart sank. They had offended him today, and if he held a grudge, it could jeopardize his position as a lawyer in the company run by his sister and brother-in-law. A sense of foreboding washed over Yi's father as he pressed. "Who is he?" "Wang Gao. He is the top lawyer under the Su Group," by Lin Jiang. "What? The Su Group?" Yi's father exclaimed, his eyes wide with terror. Yi's mother sneered. "In this legal society, regardless of how powerful their company is, what can they do to us? You foolish woman, what do you understand?" Yi's father glared at her. "The Su Group is the largest company in the nation. Their methods are astonishing. They employ a vast array of computing talents and PR teams, as well as the finest legal teams in the country. Our company is not impenetrable. If they wish to uncover our flaws, it would be effortless. Moreover, their financial resources are vast. Even if they cannot find fault, should they support our rival companies and suppress us, how can we counteract that?" Yi's father's face was filled with anxiety. If the Su Group targeted them, it would spell disaster. Is it truly that formidable? Yi's mother's expression reflected shock. "Husband, Lin Xuan is a member of the Lin family. The Lin family cannot possibly align with the Su family. The support behind Lin Xuan should not be from the Su family. Perhaps he merely has a connection with that lawyer." Yi's father rubbed his temples. "Regardless, I must prepare thoroughly. I need to ensure that all internal issues are addressed and preventive measures are in place. As for everything else," he turned to Yi Li, "you should buy something to apologize to Lin Xuan." "Dad, Mom, don't worry too much. Lin Xuan is merely a little lover of the Su family. They do not regard him highly. Sending by Lin Jiang was likely a simple task for them. So do not be overly alarmed," Yi Li replied. "If she truly valued Lin Xuan, she would have come in person rather than just sending a lawyer," he concluded. "A lover, huh? That's a relief," Yi's father exhaled. In elite circles, relationships of that nature were often regarded as trifles. The opposing party would likely not take extreme measures against their company. Maintain your distance from Lin Xuan in the future, and do not provoke him," Yi's father cautioned. His concern evident. "Understood," Yi Li replied dismissively. In the boardroom of the Su Group, the atmosphere was charged. The senior executives of the company were reporting their work to Su Hua when Jiangqing entered, holding a phone. President Su. The president of Qin University wishes to discuss something urgent with you. Su Hua took the phone, placing it to her ear. What is it? President Su. It is as follows. The president is respectfully requesting your presence for a speech at our school's opening ceremony tomorrow. Previously, he would contact Jiang Qing, who, after consulting Su Hua, would relay the decision. As the chairperson of the Su group, Su Hua was perpetually occupied and had never consented to attend such a minor event at the school. However, upon seeing by Lin Jiang handle matters related to Lin Xuan today, she sensed an unusual connection between Lin Xuan and herself, leading her to consider that perhaps this time, Su Hua might agree. What time? Su Hua Youth. At 3 in the afternoon, the president answered hastily. Jiang Qing interjected, President Su, you have an important collaboration to attend to in Lincoln at 3 tomorrow afternoon. Upon hearing this, the president's hopes dwindled. Well, since you have other commitments, let it be. I will be there on time, Su Hua declared. Jiang Qing shook her head. Great. President Su seems to be infatuated with male beauty now. That once work-driven President Su is no more. The president was taken aback. President Su actually agreed. The chairperson of the Su group personally delivering a speech to students. This will make headlines and significantly aid Qin University's enrollment. Very well, President Su. I will arrange everything for you, the president said cheerfully before hanging up. Lin Xuan must indeed have a connection with President Su. Moreover, President Su's regard for Lin Xuan was exceptional. If he could secure Lin Xuan's favor, it would be akin to grasping President Su's support. It was rather undignified for a president to rely on a student, yet he felt no shame in it. The executives in the office exchanged astonished glances. She agreed? But how could President Su possibly attend such a trivial speech? Isn't she known to detest such engagements? They recalled that she had never attended the company's annual meeting and shunned media interviews. On his way back, Lin Xuan received a flurry of messages from Dogtail Grass. Dogtail Grass, bro, it exploded. This is a total breakthrough. The average subscription is now 15,000. Tonight, after everyone gets off work and school, is peak reading time, expected to rise by another 20,000. Dogtail Grass, a debut average of 35,000. One achievement that even the most esteemed authors cannot surpass. The elation was palpable even through the screen. Earlier that morning, he had anticipated only 1,000 subscriptions. Yet in a mere 8 hours, it surged to 15,000. It seemed that readers were recommending it to their friends, and another reason was that they had finished reading the book. Dogtail Grass, bro, you're incredible. I bow to you. Lin Xuan stroked his chin. He and T merely copied a novel from another world. He had infused it with his own design plots, intertwining them with others' narratives, all articulated through his unique prose. Truthfully, he felt a twinge of anxiety, worrying that his mediocre writing might not yield favorable results. Yet the outcome exceeded all expectations. He had earned around 210,000 a day. Sighing, he thought that the earnings from writing novels were still quite modest and resolved to withdraw after completing the chapters for the month. The male editors at the FIU novel website were abuzz discussing the sudden rise of this newcomer. What astonishing results. 1 in every 8 visitors is willing to pay to read. No platinum author has such a high subscription rate. This novel had launched on the first day and was available the next. An unprecedented feat, and it had exploded in popularity. It was a manuscript that had been rejected by Bellflower and subsequently picked up by Dogtail Grass. Bellflower would surely regret this. The editors lamented, recalling their initial desire to sign the novel, but hesitating out of fear of offending Bellflower. Why didn't I sign him? Oh, my commission. Bellflower had gone on her honeymoon and was blissfully unaware of Lin Xuan's success, while the male editing department kept his secret from her. Bellflower had poached several successful authors from their ranks, and the editors eagerly awaited her return to witness her reaction to Lin Xuan's novel's explosion. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan glanced at the backend data and generously uploaded another 100,000 words of his novel. Dogtail Grass, bro, take it easy. Who updates like you with tens of thousands of words a day? Other authors, even those with stockpiled manuscripts, were reluctant to release them all at once, fearing that a successful novel might not guarantee the same for the next. They preferred a gradual release, believing that the longer the serialization, the more they would earn. One author had spent over a decade crafting a novel that approached 5 million words but was hesitant to conclude it. Lin Xuan's frenetic updating was unprecedented. Lin Xuan, I need money, and besides, readers will appreciate my rapid updates. Dogtail Grass, all right. But please, don't release the entire novel in one day. You are impressive. You are audacious. Yet, with his writing style and plot design, creating another bestseller should not pose much difficulty. Perhaps Lin Xuan could usher in his own era of novels. Lin Xuan, certainly. After logging off, he checked the time. Only 10 days remained in the month, and he did not wish to wait. He resolved to complete all the chapters within 5 days. He needed to amass a substantial sum for his entrepreneurial endeavors. Lin Xuan had also begun posting another novel on a different website, featuring a Yandere female protagonist, but with a completely distinct plot design from the one on Fiyu. Following the same strategy, he released 100,000 words on the first day and launched it the next. Upon returning to Night Garden, Su Hua had yet to arrive. The chef was preparing dinner when Lin Xuan entered. "Young Master Lin," the chef greeted respectfully. "Allow me to take over," Lin Xuan offered. "No need to trouble yourself." "Young Master, I'm perfectly capable," the chef insisted, tightening his grip on the spatula. "What, do you not trust my culinary skills?" Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow. The chef remained silent, his expression suggesting, what else could it be? Recalling how Lin Xuan had once nearly blown up the kitchen during his first attempt, the chef felt a pang of concern. "Young Master, should you injure yourself while cooking, Miss Su would not let me off easily. I have elderly parents and in-laws to support, not to mention my 3 children. I cannot afford to lose this job. Please, spare me," he pleaded. Lin Xuan replied, "If you do not allow me to cook, I will inform Su Hua that you insulted me." "How shameless." The chef reluctantly nodded. "However, young master, I must stay in the kitchen to supervise you. Should you have any questions, feel free to ask." "Understood," Lin Xuan agreed. He tied on an apron and deftly turned on the gas stove, poured in oil, added vegetables, and seasoned them. The chef was taken aback. The dish was surprisingly well prepared. "Young master, when did you learn to cook?" the chef inquired, curious since Lin Xuan had only blown up the kitchen a month ago. Perhaps it was an unexpected awakening of culinary talent. In truth, after marrying Qin Ruoyao in his past life, he had learned to cook, transforming from someone who could barely manage a kitchen into a man rivaling a 5-star chef. In the Qin household, he serves as the family's cook, undertaking all the culinary, laundry, and cleaning duties. Fortunately, in this life, he prepared a meal specifically for Su Hua. As Lin Xuan completed the last dish, a profound sense of relief washed over him. His cherished position was secure. After setting an exquisite table, he awaited Su Hua's return. Chapter 38. There passed as the dishes began to cool. Su Hua had yet to return to the night garden. Steward Wang entered the dining room, saying, "Young Master Lin, Mrs. gone to Ling City to handle some work matters. She may be quite late. You should eat first." Lin Xuan, not particularly hungry, shook his head and replied, "No worries, I will wait for her." He settled onto the sofa in the living room, engrossed in his phone. After a late night, he had intended to catch up on sleep during the day, but the commotion surrounding a love letter had disrupted that. Fatigue soon enveloped him, and within half an hour, he dozed off against the sofa's back. When Su Hua returned, it was already 8 o'clock. She paused at the sight of Lin Xuan on the sofa, a wave of warmth flooding her cold heart. Was this the feeling of home? To return and find someone waiting for her? The maid had just respectfully addressed her when Su Hua raised a finger to her lips, signaling for silence. She approached Lin Xuan, gazing at him for a while before kneeling down, resting her head on his lap, her expression filled with affection and dependency. Memories of a snowy night flooded her mind when she had been ill, and he had covered her with his coat, allowing her to rest her head on his lap throughout the night. Despite their harsh life on the isolated island, where they faced hunger and cold, those moments remained the happiest of her life. After returning to the Su family, she hesitated to seek him out, fearing that her struggles for power would endanger him. She had narrowly escaped death multiple times and did not wish to involve him. It was only after she ascended to the position of head of the Su family that she sent someone to locate him. After much effort, she found him, only to witness him presenting flowers to another girl, professing his love, while he had forgotten their shared past. Jealousy consumed her. He was her Lin Xuan, and she would not allow him to be with another woman. Thus, she reclaimed him, compelling him to be with her. And this night garden became her crafted cage for him. Yet, she longed to see the vibrant, hopeful man he once was and could not bear to keep him confined. He could attend school, return to the Lin family, but he had stubbornly pursued Qin Ruoyao, breaking her heart. These days, his obedience had made her feel as if she were dreaming, reminiscent of the gentle, carrying him from 5 years ago. If it were a dream, she hoped it would never end. "Ah Xian, is it all right to remain like this?" Su Hua murmured, her delicate fingers caressing Lin Xian's handsome face. After approximately 10 minutes, Lin Xuan jolted awake from his near slumber. "Su Hua, you've finally returned," he said, frowning at the sight of her red-rimmed eyes, as if she had been crying. Perhaps it was best not to inquire about her emotional state. He leaned closer, catching a whiff of alcohol on her. "Look at you, you've been drinking again. It's not good for your stomach. Please, drink less in the future. And don't work too late. Take care of yourself," he chided gently. In his previous life, having married Qin Ruoyao, he often followed Su Hua's life online. 5 years later, merely 6 months before his death, News broke that Su Hua would not survive for 3 more years, creating a sensation across the internet. Lin Xuan was unaware of the reasons behind her illness, but he knew that nurturing her health was paramount. A smile danced in Su Hua's eyes as she replied, "All right, I will heed your advice." Steward Wang's eyes brimmed with tears. Young Master Lin had persuaded the miss with just 2 sentences. He had often cautioned her against being too absorbed in work and encouraged her to prioritize her health, but his words seemed to resonate more than his. Steward Wang regarded Lin Xuan with the admiration reserved for a treasure gem. If only Lin Xuan would remain obedient and not flee, he would be quite pleasing to behold. Lin Xuan prepared a bowl of hangover soup for Su Hua, watching as she dutifully drank it down. The maid soon brought out the freshly heated dishes. "Miss, these are the meals young Master Lin has prepared for you today," Steward Wang announced before ushering the other servants out of the dining room and closing the door, ensuring they would not interrupt the couple's time together. Su Hua stood transfixed, gazing at the table laden with food, all made by Xian. Lin Xuan cleared his throat. "Su Hua, my culinary skills cannot compare to those of the night gardeness chef. I hope you won't find them lacking." He served her some abalone, oysters, and shrimp. Noticing Su Hua's reluctance to pick up her chopsticks, he frowned. "Su Hua, do these dishes not appeal to you? If they do not meet your expectations, I can ask the chef to prepare something else." "Xian," Su Hua looked earnestly at Lin Xuan. "You need not go out of your way to please me. All I ask is that you remain by my side, devoid of any flirtations with other women. That is sufficient. There is no need for anything else. I wish to see your genuine self, both the facade of obedience and the essence of who you truly are." "Su Hua, I am being myself now." Without any pretense or caution, Lin Xuan responded with a gentle smile. "Isn't it quite normal for a boyfriend to cook for his girlfriend?" Su Hua's pupils dilated. Were they indeed a couple? "Su Hua, I wish to be a good boyfriend. I will care for and cherish you. Perhaps my past actions render my words somewhat dubious, but I promise to prove myself with time." His sincerity shone through. Su Hua was one of the few individuals who genuinely cared for him, and he yearned to be with her until the end. Furthermore, he realized that in the days spent with Su Hua, he had begun to care for her deeply. Chapter 39. The tamed beast. Su Hua stared at him intently. "Xian, I believe you. Just don't deceive me, or I may lose my sanity. Now, let us eat before the food gets cold." Lin Xuan picked up a piece of shrimp and held it to Su Hua's lips. He had learned about her preferences and dietary restrictions from Steward Wang, and would not repeat the mistake of offering her anything she was allergic to. Su Hua obediently bit into the shrimp. Lin Xuan couldn't help but think how adorable she was. In the dining room, the handsome man fed the beautiful woman, creating an atmosphere of indescribable bliss. After feeding Su Hua, Lin Xuan began to eat himself, while Su Hua rested her chin on her hand, watching him. Her expression resembled that of a hunter observing her prey, waiting for the opportune moment to claim him. Lin Xuan felt heat rise within him, uncomfortable under her gaze, and hastily finished his meal. Leaning closer, Su Hua's soft hair cascaded over Lin Xuan's shoulder as she whispered in his ear, "Xian, I would like dessert after dinner." Several buttons of her shirt had come undone, allowing Lin Xuan a glimpse of her alluring figure, stirring an irresistible curiosity within him. Cough. Lin Xuan hurriedly averted his gaze. "What would you like? I can make it. I know how to prepare desserts too." He momentarily struggled to comprehend her request. "Xian, my dessert is you." Su Hua teased, her tongue brushing against the shell of his ear. Lin Xuan's cheeks flushed crimson. This enchantress. Observing his reaction, Su Hua's eyes sparkled with amusement. She gracefully positioned herself face to face, settling onto Lin Xuan's lap, her soft arms encircling the man's neck. "Xian, I am yours. Always will be." She offered her crimson lips to him, enveloped by the sweet fragrance that lingered between them. Lin Xuan, unable to resist, tenderly caressed the woman's back. The temperature in the air gradually escalated. The woman's kiss grew increasingly fervent. "Xian, since you have willingly become my Su Hua's man, I shall not allow you to escape. Xian, in this life and the next, we shall be bound together. Do you not wish to see me moved by you? I will comply with your wishes entirely. Xian, let us plunge into the abyss together." She relished their moment of shared descent, feeling as though they could never be apart. Suddenly, the kitchen door swung open with a clatter. Lin Xuan embraced the woman, carrying her from the dining room back to the bedroom. "Su Hua, what has happened to your hand?" Lin Xuan inquired, noticing the deep gashes on her right hand, evidently inflicted by a blade. "I'm fine," Su Hua replied, pursing her lips. Such wounds were trifles to her. Lin Xuan fetched medicine to tend to her injuries, meticulously bandaging them. "Su Hua, you must take care of yourself," he said while applying the dressing. "Otherwise, it will pain me." Su Hua's enchanting eyes sparkled like a myriad of stars. His concern echoed words he had spoken 5 years prior. Had that version of him truly returned? Seeing Su Hua remain silent, Lin Xuan's expression darkened. Su Hua, are you listening? The moment he uttered these words, he was taken aback. How audacious it was to command Su Hua thus. Was this what it meant to take advantage of affection? Cautiously, Lin Xuan glanced at Su Hua, expecting her to appear displeased, yet she remained calm, obediently nodding. All right, I will listen to Hua Xian. Lin Xuan felt as though he had tamed a wild beast. He fashioned a lovely bow with the gauze around her hand. Su Hua waved her hand, adorned with the bow, and said, "It's inconvenient to wash with one hand." The wound could easily come into contact with water. The medication had irritated her injury, causing her some pain, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, lending her an air of vulnerability. Lin Xuan quickly averted his gaze. Su Hua's demeanor was truly captivating. "Then I shall assist you in bathing," Lin Xuan acquiesced. "Carry me, my legs are weak. I cannot walk," Su Hua implored. An image of her clinging to him like a koala flashed through Lin Xuan's mind. No, he must not entertain such thoughts. He complied with Su Hua's request, carrying her into the bathroom. He had anticipated another round of playful antics from this little enchantress. Yet this time she behaved, leaving him captivated by her delicate form. After their bath, Lin Xuan helped Su Hua dry her hair, and she nestled against his waist. Drifting into a deep slumber, Lin Xuan gazed at the tranquil beauty in his arms, who, now devoid of her defenses, appeared utterly harmless. In his recollections, Su Hua was decisive and cold. Yet during these days spent together, he discovered her need for warmth and love. In his presence, her contrasting demeanor as a petite woman was rather endearing. At the Lin residence, Jiang Shukin tossed her Chanel bag onto the sofa, her face ashen. "Mother, what troubles you?" Lin Xuan inquired, curiosity piqued. "I am incensed by that ungrateful wretch, Lin Xuan." Jiang Shukin seethed. He fought with others at school, and I, in my kindness, went to mediate, only to be met with disdain. He declared he had severed ties with the Lin family, treating me like an outsider, and was expelled from Qin University. Lin Xuan's heart sank further. She had thought Lin Xuan was merely throwing a tantrum. That time would mend things, yet days had passed, and his animosity toward the Lin family remained palpable. Was he truly intent on completely severing ties with them? "Eldest brother, let us cease our concern for him." Jiang Shukin scoffed. "He has his benefactor for support. Once that support fades, he will come crawling back." Lin Xuan's heart felt heavy. "Mother, I shall retire upstairs." She entered Lin Xuan's room, surveying the modest surroundings, her heart aching. This small, simplistic room belonged to the esteemed heir of the Lin family. He lived a life less than that of an ordinary servant within the Lin household. They owed him far too much. Yet now, among the Lin family, she was the only one who cared for Lin Xuan. His departure elicited no sorrow or grief from the others. If she spoke of Lin Xuan's plight, they would deem him deserving of his fate. Her desire to understand Lin Xuan's life in the Lin family grew insatiable, and she opened his drawer, finding a thick journal atop the contents. Upon inspecting it, she noticed the pages had yellowed, indicating it had been kept for many years. The first page bore an unsteady scrawl, "Today is my 9th birthday. I finally managed to buy a journal by collecting bottles. From now on, I will document my experiences, so I do not forget. Additionally, when my parents find me, they can learn about me through this journal." Chapter 40. "Oh my, you are the author." Lin Xuan suddenly recalled that Lin Xuan had taken out this journal the night he was brought back. But how had their parents reacted? They had dismissed his request, claiming they were too busy to look, yet they were intently focused on Xiao Li's homework. Perhaps Lin Xuan felt disheartened after that, leading him to cease sharing his journal. He had written those entries, yearning for his parents to read them, only to be met with indifference. Tears welled in Lin Xuan's eyes as she continued to peruse the pages. "I saw my little friends being taken away by their parents. I wonder if my parents are looking for me. Will I ever find them? The director said I was found when I was just a few days old. I have never seen my parents. Am I abducted? If I am lost, will they be worried? I am so hungry. I long for meat. But the director uses the funds for our education, leaving little for food. It's all right. If I tighten my stomach, I want to feel hungry. Today, I saw a girl eating a lollipop. I wish I could have one too, but snacks cost money. And the money for a lollipop could buy me a lot of rice." Lin Xuan's vision blurred with tears. She had never considered the suffering Lin Xuan endured in the orphanage. The pangs of hunger were something she had never contemplated. Unbeknownst to her, she flipped to the entries from after Lin Xuan was brought back to the Lin family. "My parents, sisters, and brothers are all dressed so clean and beautifully. I am the only one in tattered clothes, and they seem to dislike me. The eldest sister seems very gentle. She is beautiful and cultured, studying at Harvard. She is so impressive. It seems the eldest sister is repulsed by my dirtiness. Whenever I touch her clothes, she brushes my hands away. The eldest sister shares a great bond with my other sisters and brothers. Does she dislike me for some fault of mine? The eldest sister graduated from college and returned to help manage the family company. She's a workaholic, hardly eating on time. That cannot be good for her stomach. I should bring her lunch. Bringing lunch? Lin Xuan paused. At that time, Lin Xuan was in his first year of high school, during the summer. He had visited the company, bringing home-cooked meals. He had delivered food to her several times, but her obsessive cleanliness had led her to deem him unclean and unsanitary, discarding the meals he brought. During one particularly frustrating day, she had lost her appetite, yet Lin Xuan continued to pester her. Out of anger, she had instructed security to expel him and had specifically ordered that he be barred from returning to the company. She continued to read. I brought all of the eldest sister's favorite foods, but why did she throw them all away? Does she not like them? Or does she despise me? Lin Xuan clasped her mouth, tears welling uncontrollably in her eyes. So he knew all along. He was fully aware. She was his elder sister, and, as the saying goes, the eldest sister is like a mother. Yet, how had she fulfilled that role? He lived in a small, modest room that she had never noticed. His meager monthly allowance of 300 yuan she had been oblivious to. He refrained from joining family meals, and she paid no mind. His concern for her, she had never truly acknowledged. She had utterly failed as an elder sister. Throughout the entire day, Lin Xuan pored over Lin Xuan's notes, gradually discerning that he had become increasingly self-conscious and withdrawn within the family. The later entries scarcely mentioned anything about the Lin household, and in the subsequent 3 years, there were no records at all. Little Xian, your elder sister will make amends properly one day. I will ensure that father, mother, and your younger sisters come to know the real you, Lin Xuan murmured, her eyes reddened with emotion. The following day, Lin Xuan went to school. On his way, he uploaded another 200,000 words to the website and then immersed himself in his personal space to write his novel. This platform is truly incredible. After spending over 10 hours there, he completed 100,000 words, yet only 13 minutes had elapsed in the real world. Damn, I've updated another 200,000 words. As soon as Lin Xuan entered the classroom, a boy exclaimed, "Do you also read that novel Pampered to the Extreme by a Yandra female tycoon on the FIU website?" Absolutely. That book is insanely sweet and exhilarating. I'm practically craving a Yandra girl myself, another chimed in. And the author's update speed is ridiculously impressive. Who else has managed to post 5 or 600,000 words in just 3 days? This is genuinely thrilling. I used to be into stories where the male lead dominates and amasses harems, but I have to admit, novels where the male is doted upon by a woman are surprisingly captivating. Several boys animatedly debated. Upon hearing such high praise for the novel and the author's rapid updates, other students became curious and opened the FIU novel app to search for it. Lin Xuan nonchalantly sat beside Wang Di, noticing that he too was reading his novel. Is this story really that good? Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow. Of course. You got to open this novel, Suanzi. You'll definitely fall in love with it, Wang Di enthusiastically urged. I'm not going to read it. Lin Xuan replied leisurely, because I'm the one who wrote it. You wrote it? Wang Di shot him a look that said, do you take me for a fool? I know you well. You've never written a novel before. Your first one, and it's this amazing? Impossible. Wang Di grabbed Lin Xuan's phone and began fervently promoting the novel, Suanzi. Let me search it for you. Read the first 3 chapters. I swear you'll love it. Wang Di tapped into the FIU novel app on Lin Xuan's phone. Huh, why does it say $9.99 here? Curious, he clicked further and was stunned. 80,000 followers. Suanzi, you have 80,000 fans? Other students in the class turned to look in astonishment. 80,000 followers? Where did your novel's popularity come from? Wang Di gaped at Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan simply gestured for him to see for himself. Wang Di glanced at the author's name, Xuan. ISNT, that the author of Pampered to the Extreme by a Yandra female tycoon? Putting 2 and 2 together, Wang Di's hand trembled. Could it be true? He exited the app and searched his phone's homepage, finding the FIU novel author's assistant app. Upon opening it, the author named Xuan and the novel Pampered to the Extreme by a Yandra female tycoon were prominently displayed. Wang Di further verified by opening the novel's content. It was indeed the same book he had been reading. Wang Di was so astonished he could have swallowed a duck egg whole. Damn, Suanzi, you really are the author of Pampered to the Extreme by a Yandra female tycoon? He swallowed nervously. Chapter 41. The money is mine. Everyone else in the class stared wide-eyed. This novel was a sensational hit, with several readers tipping over 10,000 yuan the previous day alone. Not to mention, it had topped the male readership charts within a single day. Lin Xuan is the author? That can't be true. He can't be this impressive. Lin Xuan nodded in acknowledgement. There was no reason to conceal the truth. Boom! The class erupted with excitement from those who had read Lin Xuan's novel. Upon discovering Lin Xuan was the author, Luo Yuan immediately opened the Fiyu novel app and deleted the novel, leaving behind a negative review. Yao Yao, I love you. What kind of trash novel is this? As a male, I can't stand such a protagonist who has no backbone, a pure soft rice man. I don't understand why it has so many 5-star reviews. I give it 6 stars, no need to thank me. Li Xiyu exclaimed in surprise. Lin Xuan actually writes novels now. Xiyu, is this novel very famous? Qin Ruoyao frowned. Wait, let me check. Li Xiyu opened the group chat. She had written novels for a time herself, though they flopped terribly, and she quickly lost patience. She had joined numerous author groups, where she often boasted about her data and doctored pictures to impress others. When asked which novel she wrote, she always guarded her pen name carefully to avoid envy-fueled reports. In recent days, Lin Xuan's novel had become a hot topic among authors due to its explosive updates and phenomenal data, sparking lively discussions. Damn, this author is amazing. The writing is incredibly immersive. The plot is crafted flawlessly. The sweet parts are tooth-achingly sweet, and the exciting moments are exhilarating. I'm curious how much he has earned these past 2 days. His daily sales have topped the charts. I calculated it. Yesterday, as subscriptions and tips totaled 280,000 yuan. Although the automatic pop-ups and homepage recommendations have decreased today, his subscription numbers have dropped, and tips have increased. With so many chapters and readers, estimated earnings today are 500,000 yuan. 500,000 yuan. Li Xiyu's eyes widened. Yao Yao. Some authors say he might have earned 800,000 yuan in 2 days. What? Qin Ruoyao was stunned. How can one make so much money writing novels? Xiyu, is there some mistake? How is Lin Xuan so talented? He used to earn so little from his part-time jobs, barely enough to buy a bag in a month. No mistake, Li Xiyu shook her head. This guy is a well-known data expert. His estimates are reliable. Qin Ruoyao's face lit up. Calculating it, 400,000 yuan a day means over 10 million a month. And these popular novels sell copyrights too. Once he finishes this one, he'll start another, and the money will keep flowing. Lin Xuan was her devoted admirer, and all this wealth would eventually belong to her. Lin Li only gave her a few thousand yuan a month, but with Lin Xuan's millions, she would never worry about money again. Qin Ruoyao conceived the idea of focusing on being with Lin Xuan. No, the thought was immediately dismissed. Lin Li might currently have little money, but he was set to inherit Xinggui Entertainment, easily earning billions annually. She would continue as before, being with Lin Li while keeping Lin Xuan dangling. Qin Ruoyao's eyes gleamed as she looked at Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan rubbed his arm, sensing he was being preyed upon. Last night, Su Hua had looked at him like this while he ate, but he had felt only nervousness, not discomfort. This gaze, however, made him feel utterly repulsed. Long after, Wang Dehe finally absorbed the news that Lin Xuan was the author Xuan. His heart swelled with pride. Such a formidable author was his close friend, and from now on, Suanzi would never lack money. Previously, Wang Dehe was thrilled that his favorite novel updated tens of thousands of words daily, but now he felt that such an enormous word count was excessive. Suanzi, maybe write fewer words next time. Wang Dehe advised, you should emulate other authors who update between 4,000 to 10,000 words daily. This way, your earning period will extend. Lin Xuan replied, I merely wish to make a quick profit and depart. I need to shorten the time frame for earning money, which necessitates concluding the novel as swiftly as possible. He intended to establish his own novel app. His writing on the Fiyu novel website served dual purposes, making money and enhancing his personal brand to attract readers to his forthcoming app. He possessed an extraordinary space where writing multiple novels was entirely feasible, as 1 minute in the real world equated to 1 hour in that space. Thus, he could effortlessly compose several million-word novels in a single day, ensuring a solid reader base. There existed a contingent of loyal readers on certain novel apps, drawn by generous benefits that encouraged authors to launch new works, fostering a beneficial cycle of increased readership. Lin Xuan's primary aim in creating this novel site was to supply his future film company with novel IPs. Earning reading fees was merely a supplementary benefit. Although the income from reading was modest, one could never have too much money. Suanzi, are you short on funds? Wang Dehe inquired with concern. You haven't fallen into gambling, have you? There are numerous scams online. Once ensnared in online gambling, one can easily become trapped. Those who lose seek to recoup their losses, while those who win desire to continue winning, but the outcome is entirely in the hands of the house. Suanzi, online gambling can lead to ruin. Don't be deceived. What are you thinking? Lin Xuan rolled his eyes. Am I that type of person? Oh, that's a relief. Wang Dehe exhaled. Then what do you need the money for? Wang Dehe's mind began to wander. Could it be that the wealthy female benefactor has grown weary of you and is demanding repayment? To start a company, Lin Xuan replied. The other students in the class were equally astonished. Some came from affluent backgrounds, while many were of average means. Yet they were only in their third year of university. The idea of starting a company seemed rather distant for them. Several male classmates gazed at Lin Xuan with admiration. Lin Xuan is truly impressive. Huh, starting a company? This Lin Xuan has become arrogant after earning a little money from writing novels, thinking he can do anything. Yao Yao remarked, waiting to see him fail spectacularly. Luo Yuan turned with disdain, conversing with Qin Ruoyao. Qin Ruoyao clenched her fists. No, Lin Xuan cannot start a company. All his money is for her to spend. If he loses it all, what will she have left? Suanzi, after summer. Why do I feel like you've become incredibly impressive? Wang Dehe, he nearly dropped to his knees in reverence. How about it? Would you like to work for my company in the future? I'll look after you. Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow. Worthy father, Wang Dehe exclaimed. Had he resolved his employment issue before even graduating? With a good brother looking out for him, life was indeed delightful. Good son. By the way, Lin Xuan produced a printed book and tossed it to Wang Dehe. This contains some computer knowledge. You should study it. All of this is from space. It's filled with knowledge from different worlds. As he perused the contents of the space, he discerned that there were not just one, but several different worlds, each boasting advanced knowledge in various fields. He could utilize this information and successful experiences to his advantage. Such opportunities should not be squandered. Wang Dehe opened the computer book Lin Xuan had given him and fell in love with it, his eyes sparkling as he absorbed the information. Wow, Suanzi, where did you acquire all this amazing material? He marveled. Chapter 42. Caught in the act, the bell rang, and the classroom's PA system crackled to life. A melodious female voice emanating through the speakers. Students, we have an important announcement. This afternoon, our school's board member, the head of the Su Corporation, Su Hua, will be visiting for the opening ceremony. At that time, please adhere to the rules and maintain a positive demeanor to leave a good impression of our Qin University students. The announcement concluded. Lin Xuan was taken aback. Why would Su Hua come? Wasn't she known for disliking such ceremonies? Could it possibly be for him? It was not unfathomable. She might indeed be here for him, as her behavior was decidedly unusual. The students in the class erupted in a chatter once more. My goodness, the head of the Su Corporation. Rumor has it she is only 24, decisive, and stunningly beautiful. The Su Corporation is the largest company in the country. Their employees enjoy excellent benefits. Securing a position, there would be a tremendous stroke of luck. I must return home at noon and prepare. I'll prepare too. Who knows? She might take a liking to me and make me her little boyfriend. No, even if I were just a lover, I'd be thrilled. A boy joked. Lin Xuan narrowed his eyes. To be Su Hua's man? That position is mine. No one else can encroach upon it. In Feng, you might as well give up. She has a boyfriend already, and they seem quite affectionate. Besides, with your looks, she wouldn't spare you a glance. Lin Xuan remarked coolly. Ugh, Lin Xuan, do you truly think she would be interested in you? In Feng retorted, but as he gazed at Lin Xuan's handsome face, the words died on his lips. Honestly, Lin Xuan looks incredibly attractive now. It's not impossible that the renowned board member might take notice of him. In Feng quickly changed his tune. No way. How could she have a boyfriend? I heard she is not fond of men at all. The media once reported that a man attempted to seduce her and was thrown out by her security. She wouldn't fall for a man, at most. She views them as playthings. Lin Xuan remained silent. In his past life, he too had believed Su Hua regarded him as a mere plaything until he witnessed her kissing his lifeless body in a moment of devotion. Qin Ruoyao did not know Su Hua, but upon hearing her name, an inexplicable discomfort washed over her. She turned her gaze back to Lin Xuan. She needed to find a moment to discuss matters with him, lest he squander all the money earned from his novels. After the first class concluded, the next was physical education. The PE classes at Qin University differed from those at other schools, where students chose their classes based on interests. Here, all 100 students participated together, engaging in whatever sports they desired. Lin Xuan was playing basketball with his classmates. With his handsome appearance and athletic prowess, his movements, dribbling, stealing, leaping, and shooting, elicited cheers from the surrounding girls. One boy felt dejected. Previously, these girls had only eyes for him, but now their attention was entirely captivated by Lin Xuan. No matter how impressive his moves, the girls remained unmoved. As Lin Xuan dribbled past him, the boy conceded, "All right, Lin Xuan is undeniably handsome." Qin Ruoyao sat nearby, watching Lin Xuan play basketball. Observing his agile figure made her heart race. She had never realized how remarkably handsome Lin Xuan was. The fact that so many admired him, yet he remained devoted solely to her, was a delightful thought. A crimson Maserati pulled into Qin University. The principal, accompanied by several professors and administrators, hurried to welcome her. "Miss Su, why didn't you inform us in advance? We would have ensured you received a proper welcome," the principal said, bowing respectfully. "I'm merely here for a casual visit," Su Hua replied nonchalantly. "Please prepare a designated space for me. I'll rest here at noon." "Yes, Miss Su. I will arrange that immediately," the principal answered respectfully. He glanced at his assistant, who promptly set about her tasks, including procuring furniture. Su Hua approached an empty classroom, eyeing the desolation within with a slight frown. "Miss Su, the computer students were unexpectedly sent to physical education today. I can guide you there," the principal stated, his conviction that Su Hua was visiting for Lin Xuan's sake growing stronger. "Very well," Su Hua replied as she made her way toward the playground. Su Hua recalled Lin Xuan's passion for basketball, prompting her to halt in front of the court, her gaze sweeping across the faces of every player on the field. Yet failing to catch a glimpse of Lin Xuan, a frown creased her brow, an aura of displeasure emanating from her. "Quickly find out where Lin Xuan is," the principal whispered urgently. The basketball players felt an inexplicable sensation of being scrutinized, their concentration disrupted by the formidable presence of a figure watching them. Suddenly, a basketball soared towards Su Hua, and although she noticed it, her expression remained composed. Jiang Qing swiftly kicked the ball away just before it reached her. At that moment, it seemed as if time had frozen for everyone present, all eyes fixated on the striking woman in front of the court. Elegantly dressed in a suit and sheltered by an umbrella, she was breathtakingly beautiful, icy and proud, her allure almost ethereal, inspiring admiration and longing in those who beheld her. Yet, her aloof demeanor instilled a sense of reverence, an unapproachable sanctity. "Goodness, she is stunning. Who is she?" murmured one player. "Even the principal seems to be bowing to her. Her status must be extraordinary. That aura, it's simply unparalleled. I almost found myself wanting to kneel before her." Another added, "Her beauty eclipses even Qin Ruoyao's. If only I could be her boyfriend, I would wake up smiling from my dreams." "Don't even think about it. She wouldn't look your way," someone retorted. "Speaking of which, should I take off my pants to impress her?" Lin Xuan splashed water on his face, attempting to cool down before stepping out of the men's restroom clad in his basketball attire. As he made his way back to the court, Qin Ruoyao suddenly appeared not far in front of him. "Lin Xuan," she declared, her chin held high in a haughty manner. Lin Xuan frowned, feeling irritated at the unwelcome encounter. He attempted to bypass her, but she blocked his path once again. "Is there something you need?" he asked impatiently. Meanwhile, Su Hua, accompanied by the principal, stood beneath a tree at a distance that was neither too far nor too close from Lin Xuan and Qin Ruoyao. However, their conversation was crystal clear to her. The principal wiped the sweat from his brow, contemplating the precarious situation of Su Zong witnessing Lin Xuan with another woman, especially given that he believed Lin Xuan was infatuated with Qin Ruoyao, essentially her devoted admirer. Chapter 43. Are you playing hard to get? Jiang Qing's heart raced with anticipation. Hopefully, Lin Xuan wouldn't sabotage himself. Considering his behavior lately, it shouldn't be a problem, right? "Lin Xuan, I know you're putting on an act," Qin Ruoyao suddenly interjected. Lin Xuan frowned. "An act? What are you talking about? You're playing hard to get, aren't you? Deliberately distancing yourself from me, provoking me to realize my feelings for you. Deep down, your favorite person is still me," she asserted confidently. Lin Xuan was taken aback. "What nonsense is this? Have you read too many romance novels?" "Lin Xuan, I dislike this game of yours. I desire sincerity. If you continue down this path, I will stop speaking to you," she warned. "Then go ahead, I would welcome it," he replied lightly. Su Hua felt the chill dissipate from her body. Jiang Qing sighed in relief. Thankfully, Lin Xuan still knew how to maintain his boundaries. Qin Ruoyao's eyes widened in shock. How could Lin Xuan speak to her in such a manner? She had extended an olive branch, yet he refused to take it. Did he derive satisfaction from her persistent attempts to engage him? Taking a deep breath to quell her anger, Qin Ruoyao reminded herself that she needed Lin Xuan's earnings from his writing, lest she confront him directly. "Lin Xuan, don't spend the money you earn from writing on starting a company. Such ventures can easily lead to losses," she instructed. "I understand. So, you're implying I should save that money for you instead?" Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow. "Isn't it customary for boys to spend money on girls they like?" "Lin Xuan, I've set my eyes on a necklace, not too extravagant, just a few $100,000 from the Haizu store on Fengxiang Street." She imagined flaunting the necklace to her high school classmates, wishing to outshine them after a previous encounter where one of them had purchased a necklace worth over $100,000. What's a mere few $100,000 for a necklace? I must have one worth $400,000. She was determined to reclaim her pride among her peers. "Qin Ruoyao, if your brain is malfunctioning, you ought to seek treatment." Lin Xuan replied coldly. That money is mine. It has nothing to do with you. Your audacity rivals that of a fortress. How dare you covet my money? I assure you, even if I were to use my money to feed a dog, I would never give it to you. Qin Ruoyao's expression turned pained. Lin Xuan, how could you speak to me like that? Do you mean to imply that I am worth less than a dog in your eyes? Jiang Qing was taken aback. Every time she saw Lin Xuan with Qin Ruoyao, he appeared to be her devoted admirer, but now he was confronting her with such disdain. It was undeniably satisfying to witness. Lin Xuan was weary of entangling himself with this narcissistic, deluded woman. He attempted to bypass her and leave, but she grasped his wrist. Su Hua's eyes were fixed on Lin Xuan's wrist, a tempest brewing within her. She felt an overwhelming urge to sever Qin Ruoyao's hand from him. Clenching her fists, she suppressed her impulsive emotions. Lin Xuan felt as though his hand was ensnared by a venomous serpent. Revulsed, he flung Qin Ruoyao away. She stumbled to the ground, her short skirt exposing her knees, which were now scraped and bleeding. With tears welling in her eyes, Qin Ruoyao lamented, "It hurts, Lin Xuan, it really hurts." In the past, Lin Xuan would have rushed to her aid, but now he merely cast her a mocking glance before returning to the court to continue playing. A smile graced Su Hua's lips, the shadows around her dissipating, replaced by a sense of delight. The principal wiped his forehead in relief. Thankfully, Lin Xuan seemed indifferent to Qin Ruoyao. Qin Ruoyao kicked the ground in frustration. Lin Xuan, how dare you treat me this way? You were supposed to be my devoted admirer. I hate you. Tears streamed down her face as she wept pitifully. Principal Qin, Su Hua spoke softly. Su Son. The principal responded obsequiously. If I recall correctly, Qin Ruoyao was once the campus belle of Shanqing University, used in their recruitment campaigns. Su Hua's tone turned icy. Well, that was the responsibility of the publicity department. I'm not entirely aware of the details, the principal stammered, wiping the sweat from his brow. Normally, he could handle pressure, but when Su Hua exerted her influence, he struggled to maintain his composure. Your publicity department ought to be thoroughly reformed. An individual with superficial beauty and questionable character should not represent Shanqing University in recruitment. Su Hua's voice was laced with danger. I will ensure the publicity department undergoes a thorough overhaul, and such incidents will not happen again, the principal quickly assured her. Furthermore, the quality of your students leaves much to be desired. I have never encountered a woman so brazenly pursuing a man for money, Su Hua remarked with a stern expression, showing no signs of levity. The principal understood that Su Hua was wielding her authority for personal gain. However, as a board member with significant shares in Shanqing University, her words were not to be disregarded, especially given how egregiously Qin Ruoyao had behaved. Rest assured, Su Zong, I will provide you with a satisfactory response, the principal pledged. Very well. Su Hua turned to leave. Just seconds before her departure, Qin Ruoyao spotted her, her pupils dilating in shock. Wasn't she the woman who had stolen Lin Xuan from her at her wedding? What was she doing at the school? Moreover, the leaders of the institution were surrounding her, including the principal, who appeared to be treating her with great respect. Who was she? In Qin Ruoyao's mind, the announcement echoed, proclaiming that Su Hua, the head of the Su group, would be attending the school's opening ceremony in the afternoon. Could this woman be Su Hua? No, it was inconceivable. How could Lin Xuan possibly associate with such a prominent figure? When Luo Yuan noticed that Qin Ruoyao had not arrived, he came to seek her out. Yao, what is wrong? Seeing her struggle to stand, Luo Yuan's heart tightened, and he rushed over to support her. Ruoyao, she said, as she finally let down her guard and collapsed in tears against Luo Yuan. Why did Lin Xuan treat me this way? He pursued me so ardently, and just when I began to develop feelings for him, he turned his back on me. It hurts so much, Luo Fei Wu. Indeed, Qin Ruoyao had begun to harbor feelings for Lin Xuan. In recent days, his image had frequently invaded her thoughts. Perhaps it was human nature to covet what was lost while discarding what was readily available. Qin Ruoyao was a woman who valued benefits above all else. She had previously deemed Lin Xuan a waste, and even if she liked him, she would never approach him. However, now that she was aware of his impressive talent in writing, she found herself yearning to keep him close. Yao, don't cry. If Lin Xuan doesn't want you, I'm still here. I promise to treat you exceptionally well, Luo Yuan said, wiping her tears with a tender touch. Am I really that unlikable? She sobbed uncontrollably. Of course not. Many people in this school adore you. If you were unlikable, they wouldn't care for you at all, he reassured her. But Lin Xuan doesn't like me, she lamented, the memory of his disdainful gaze causing her heart to ache. His lack of appreciation is his own shortcoming. Yao, if you choose to be with me, I will cherish you dearly, Luo Yuan promised earnestly. Qin Ruoyao frowned, rising from Luo Yuan's shoulder. I'm going back to gym class. She had no intention of being with Luo Yuan. His family merely owned a small factory that earned a mere 400,000 a month. If it weren't for Luo Yuan's unwavering devotion, she would hardly bother with him. I'll walk you back, Luo Yuan insisted, trailing closely behind her like a devoted follower. After Su Hua returned to the accommodation arranged by the principal, he immediately contacted Qin Ruoyao's homeroom teacher. Has Qin Ruoyao from the third-year computer science class committed any violations of school rules in her 3 years here? The homeroom teacher, who had guided her from freshman to junior year, shook her head. No, nothing of the sort. Why do you ask? She was seen pestering a boy named Lin Xuan for hundreds of thousands to buy a necklace, and Su Zong witnessed it. The principal replied calmly. Su Sun? The homeroom teacher questioned, puzzled. Yes, the head of the Su group, Su Hua. The teacher gasped in shock. The principal continued. You need to have Qin Ruoyao write a 3,000-word reflection to present during the opening ceremony at 3 o'clock to provide an explanation to Su Zong. Understood. I will handle it immediately, the homeroom teacher said solemnly, aware that this incident could jeopardize the school's reputation in front of Su Hua. They had put forth considerable effort to create a favorable impression, only to have it jeopardized by Qin Ruoyao's actions. With a grim expression, the homeroom teacher sought out Qin Ruoyao. Qin Ruoyao, you want to see me? She approached, dressed in a white chic dress. Regarding your pestering Lin Xuan for a necklace worth hundreds of thousands, you are to write a 3,000-word reflection to be read at the opening ceremony today. Teacher, I refuse to write it. Qin Ruoyao pouted, feeling humiliated. Besides, my request for money from Lin Xuan was a private matter and didn't affect the school. The teacher was unyielding, her voice cold. You can choose between writing the reflection or expulsion. Qin Ruoyao's expression turned to one of disbelief. Expulsion? Isn't that a bit severe? Fearful, she hurried back to her dormitory to begin writing the reflection, reluctant to ask Luo Yuan for assistance, as she feared tarnishing her image as a goddess in his eyes. Struggling for words, she aimed to obscure the details of her request for money from Lin Xuan. After gym class, Lin Xuan, drenched in sweat, decided to return to his dorm for a shower. He and Wang Dehee exchanged jokes as they made their way back. At the dorm entrance, Jiang Qing intercepted him. Secretary Jiang? What are you doing here? Lin Xuan asked, perplexed. With a gentle smile, Jiang Qing replied, Young Master Lin. Su Zong is waiting for you. Please follow me. Jiang Qing led Lin Xuan to a 2-story villa. Young Master Lin. This is the accommodation arranged for you by Su Zong. We've already moved your belongings from your dorm. Lin Xuan was confused. Why had Su Hua arranged a separate dormitory for him? Was it due to the love letter incident from yesterday? Just then, the principal emerged from the villa. Lin Xuan. He greeted warmly. Lin Xuan was taken aback. The principal was usually stern and serious, yet now he was so amiable. It must be due to Su Hua's influence. Indeed, wealth and power can do wonders. Principal, Lin Xuan responded politely. Young Master Lin, I've reviewed your grades. They're quite impressive. Keep up the good work. You have a bright future ahead, the principal said with an encouraging smile. A student who excelled academically, was polite, and was connected to Su Hua was certainly a favored one. Thank you, Lin Xuan nodded. This is my business card, the principal said, handing it to Lin Xuan. If you have any needs or difficulties at school, don't hesitate to reach out. Understood, Lin Xuan accepted the card. I'll take my leave now. Do get along well with Su Zong, the principal said, casting a meaningful glance at Lin Xuan, noting how well-matched he and Su Hua appeared, one handsome and the other beautiful. A sight for sore eyes. As the principal departed, Lin Xuan entered the villa. After Jiang Qing escorted him in, she discreetly left, thinking it best not to be a third wheel. Su Hua was already seated at the dining table, clad in a white short dress, cinched at the waist with a black belt, exuding an aura of serene beauty. Upon hearing footsteps, she looked up and softened her gaze upon seeing Lin Xuan. Please, take a seat. It was only in Lin Xuan's presence that she could shed her defenses and aloofness. Lin Xuan casually pulled out a chair and sat across from her. Su Hua fronted slightly. Lin Xuan touched his arm, feeling the chill. Su Hua remained silent, her eyes fixed on him. Lin Xuan fidgeted, wondering what was amiss. Had Su Hua developed a mood? Perhaps it was because he tentatively moved to sit beside her, and at last the coldness dissipated. It seemed Su Hua was displeased because he hadn't sat next to her. He realized she had an endearing, childlike side. Su Hua, why did you arrange for me to move here? Lin Xuan asked, perplexed. Because I don't want my man to feel uncomfortable. I want to give you the best of everything, she replied. Just as Lin Xuan felt a surge of emotion, Su Hua leaned in, her lips brushing against his ear, her tone teasingly rising. This makes it convenient for us to indulge in our secret romance. Lin Xuan thought. Who would have imagined that the formidable and decisive head of the Su group had such passionate desires in private? It's already past midnight, Su Hua. Let us eat, he said, serving her food. Su Hua did not pick up her chopsticks. Instead, she slightly raised her right hand, wincing in pain. I'll feed you, Lin Xuan said, lifting an oyster to her lips. Be good and open your mouth. Obediently, Su Hua parted her lips, laughter dancing in her eyes. Action? You are so good to her. In Su Hua's eyes, an unmistakable possessiveness and profound affection gleamed. She found herself increasingly enamored with him, a yearning to keep him hidden away for her own eyes only. However, should this be the case, she would be deprived of witnessing the vibrant and tender side of him. He would return to his former self, engaging in endless quarrels and playful banter with her. Each conversation would pierce her heart, his disdainful words accompanied by a look of aversion that left her aching inside. Lin Xuan sensed an impending danger and, upon raising his gaze, found Su Hua's gentle smile directed at him, seemingly harmless. It must be an illusion, he thought. Su Hua, this is something you also enjoy, Lin Xuan stated, as he picked up an abalone to feed her. Su Hua bit into it, presenting herself as a sweet and gentle little wife. In Qin Ruoyao's dormitory, she was diligently penning an apology, striving to complete 3,000 words within 3 hours. Although Shanqing University is a private institution, it ranks among the top in the country. A gilded opportunity for her, particularly as it is frequented by the affluent. Having finally gained admission to Shanqing University, she was determined to avoid expulsion. Li Xiu returned to the dormitory and inquired curiously, Qin Ruoyao, what are you writing? Leaning to take a look, she exclaimed, an apology? What is going on, Ruoyao? Qin Ruoyao's voice was laced with grievance. I encountered him in the restroom, and he smugly spoke of his novel, claiming that once he had money, he would buy me things. I jokingly asked him for a bracelet, only for the principal to overhear. The principal ordered me to write a 3,000-word apology and to recite it at the opening ceremony. Qin Ruoyao bit her lip. Lin Xuan, I don't wish to place the blame upon you, but a girl's reputation is of paramount importance. It's of little consequence for boys. And all of this stems from you, so do not blame me. Just for this, you have to write an apology and read it publicly? Li Xiu's eyes widened in disbelief. Yes, the principal was accompanied by a woman. She must have taken offense to me, Qin Ruoyao replied, pursing her lips. Ruoyao, it's undoubtedly jealousy. She envies your beauty and is trying to make things difficult for you, Li Xiu asserted vehemently. She is leveraging her connection with the principal to suppress you. If this gets out, I'd like to see how the school handles it. Beauty? Qin Ruoyao tightened her grip on her pen, acknowledging that even she could not deny the woman's beauty, far surpassing her own, exuding an aura of strength. Her looks and demeanor paled in comparison, and she was indeed wealthy. The woman must be deliberately targeting her because Lin Xuan favored her. Lin Xuan's affection for her was the sole advantage she held over that woman. Yet, Qin Ruoyao's gaze dimmed. Did Lin Xuan still harbor feelings for her? It was painful. Why did Lin Xuan stop pursuing her after so many years? If he had continued, she wouldn't have to humbly seek reconciliation or pen this embarrassing apology. Li Xiu, unable to contain her excitement, hastily crafted a post for the forum. Princess Yu, this is utterly disgusting. A woman accompanying the principal cannot stand Ruoyao's beauty and has concocted a reason to punish her, forcing her to write an apology to be read at the opening ceremony. Ruoyao is genuinely aggrieved. As the belle of Shanqing University, numerous boys secretly admired Qin Ruoyao. What? Slandering our goddess and making her write an apology? How can we tolerate this? The followers rolled up their sleeves, fervently typing on their phones, ready to unleash their fury. What nonsense! The school is being tyrannical, punishing an innocent student based on a woman's words. Reading an apology in front of the entire school will humiliate our goddess. This is a form of covert bullying against students. Damn, Shanqing University is a prestigious institution, yet it resorts to such disgraceful tactics. That woman must be the principal's mistress. Li Xiu relished the attention, satisfied as dozens of replies flooded in within seconds. Ruoyao, don't write that apology. Just take Lin Xuan to clarify the situation with the principal this afternoon. If the principal insists on punishing you for that woman's sake, then let us expose this to protect the image of the school, Li Xiu declared passionately. But, Xiu, Lin Xuan wanted to explain. Qin Ruoyao replied, biting her lip in distress. He doesn't like me anymore. Otherwise, he wouldn't belittle and mock me today. Ruoyao, he is playing hard to get, Li Xiu asserted confidently. No, I've shown him kindness today, yet he still ignored me. He truly doesn't like me anymore. With a soft thud, tears streamed down Qin Ruoyao's cheeks, filled with sorrow. Why did fate torment her so? Just as she developed feelings for Lin Xuan, he ceased to reciprocate. Ruoyao, this is his cleverness. Since he employs such tactics, he wants to end things quickly, especially after experiencing the sweetness of it. He will persist until you are utterly devoted to him. loving him with all your heart, Li Xiu explained with conviction. Is that true? Qin Ruoyao's tear-filled eyes brimmed with hope. Absolutely, Li Xiu affirmat. Ruoyao, a dog like Lin Xuan would never so easily cease his affections. If he were to change so swiftly, it could only mean one thing. He is pretending. And I must say, he is playing his role remarkably well. Qin Ruoyao pursed her lips, pondering. Then according to what you say, Lin Xuan will continue this charade. But why wouldn't he? He helped me clarify things with the principal this afternoon. Wait, let me think, Li Xiu mused, stroking her chin. Got it. Li Xiu's eyes sparkled. What is the plan? Qin Ruoyao eagerly pressed. Ruoyao, I'll say you've fallen ill. Lin Xuan won't be able to remain indifferent. He will surely come find you. Then let us proceed with your idea, Xiu. Qin Ruoyao picked up her phone, ready to call Lin Xuan. I'll use your phone for a more convincing effect. Li Xiu seized Qin Ruoyao's phone and dialed Lin Xuan's number. Meanwhile, after Lin Xuan had finished feeding Su Hua, a call came in. Upon seeing the contact name, Su Hua's brows furrowed. I'll step out for a moment, she said, taking her phone and exiting. Upon leaving the villa, she entered a small garden, placing the phone to her ear. What is it? Speak. As she listened to the report on the other end, her expression grew increasingly frigid. Finally, the caller asked, Master, how should we deal with these individuals? Su Hua's red lips parted slightly. Eliminate them and feed their remains to the black tiger and other beasts. The person on the other end paused momentarily, then respectfully replied, Understood. Chapter 46. The psychotic Su Hua, with her captivating beauty, alluring figure, long flowing black hair, crimson lips, and a white dress cinched at her slender waist with a black belt, captivated all who beheld her. Click. A passing male student stared at Su Hua for a moment, unable to resist capturing the scene of her on the phone. Su Hua cast a fleeting glance his way, paying him no mind. After ending the call, she turned to head back into the villa. A bodyguard, with a fierce gaze, prepared to chase after the boy to demand he delete the photo. Wait. Jiang Qing halted him. Secretary Jiang, what's wrong? The bodyguard asked, puzzled. Don't pursue him. Let him take the picture, Jiang Qing replied. Why? The bodyguard questioned further. President Su dislikes being photographed. Every time she is caught on camera, we must ensure those images are deleted immediately. Which is why no one knows the identity of the Su Group's leader. Why is this time different? The bodyguard inquired, perplexed. Because she wishes to be photographed. Jiang Qing's lips curled into a slight smile. Huh? The bodyguard was increasingly baffled. How could President Su desire to be photographed? This dormitory will be Lin Xuan's residence, and should images of this villa circulate, people will inevitably connect President Su and Lin Xuan. Jiang Qing explained this way. She can assert her claim, making it known that Lin Xiao has a significant other. Is President Su truly such a childish person? The bodyguard was dazed, while Secretary Jiang, having served President Su for many years, undoubtedly understood him intimately. When Secretary Jiang spoke, she likely referred to Mississippi. Yet the bodyguard wondered aloud, Secretary Jiang, President Su, why go through such trouble? Why not simply hold young Master Su's hand and step outside? Wouldn't that make their relationship unmistakably clear? Jiang Qing cast him a sidelong glance. Since she was uncertain whether young Master Lin wished to make their relationship public, she resorted to subtle means to discreetly let others know that she and Lin were romantically involved. With a sigh, Jiang Qing reflected, who would have imagined that Su Hua, famed for her cold and ruthless demeanor, was so humble in matters of the heart? It is said that the first to love always loses. Here, President Su was undeniably the losing party. The affection between President Su and young Master Lin was destined to be unequal. Fortunately, President Su possessed power and influence. Even if Lin were indifferent to her, she could still compel him to remain by her side. After hearing Jiang Qing's words, the bodyguard silently admired, thinking, who else in the world could possibly tame President Su like this except Lin Xuan? When Su Hua returned to the villa, Lin Xuan had already finished his meal and was just stepping out of the dining room, preparing to wash away the sweat that clung to him, a smell he could no longer endure. At that moment, his phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, Lin Xuan muttered, Yao baby? Damn, Qin Ruoyao. Qin Ruoyao had never called him before. He had almost forgotten to delete her contact. Thankfully, the little jealous Su Hua was absent, or else he would have had to exert great effort to explain. As Lin Xuan prepared to hang up, a cold female voice sounded behind him. Action? Is that Qin Ruoyao calling you? Su Hua narrowed her eyes. Lin Xuan's hand trembled. Damn, Su Hua had returned, and just caught him in the act? Every time Su Hua saw Qin Ruoyao's name, she reacted with intense jealousy. Well, Su Hua, Lin Xuan braced himself and said, this call is from Qin Ruoyao. I swear, since you took me away from the wedding, I haven't spoken to her once. Don't believe me? Take a look. As he scrolled through the call history, his finger accidentally flicked to the far earlier records, revealing that aside from a few calls with Wang Dehee and Yi Li, the majority were all between him and Qin Ruoyao. The last entries showed Qin Ruoyao feeling wronged, crying to him for 3 hours in the dead of night. A dangerous aura radiated from Su Hua. Lin Xuan glanced at the call log, in confusion. Damn, how did it scroll so far back? The phone stopped ringing, and Lin Xuan breathed a sigh of relief. Su Hua, I swear I've had no contact with Qin Ruoyao by phone, and I don't know why she called. If I'm lying, may heaven strike me down before he could finish. Su Hua's slender finger pressed against his lips. Sweetheart, don't make O's that work against you. Lin Xuan relaxed, realizing she was no longer angry. Yet at that moment, the phone rang again, once more and yet again. The screen lit up, displaying the glaring words Yao, baby, visible to both Su Hua and Lin Xuan. Damn, not again. Lin Xuan groaned. Su Hua narrowed her eyes. Lin Xuan was utterly exasperated. He had barely calmed Su Hua's jealousy, and now this obsessive pest seemed to have provoked her ire once more. He had never found Qin Ruoyao so vexing before, like a stubborn leech impossible to shake off. Old dang, don't you dare harm me, Lin Xuan exclaimed. Su Hua, I blocked Qin Ruoyao. Wait. Lin Xuan nervously tried to press the hang-up button. Su Hua commanded, answer it. Lin Xuan was bewildered. Why would she want to answer Qin Ruoyao's call? Wasn't she the most resentful about his interactions with Qin Ruoyao? Even mere conversations sparked her jealousy. But no matter, he would comply with her wishes. The whims of a love-stricken soul were beyond his guessing. Lin Xuan pressed the answer key. Lin Xuan, it's bad. Yao Yao is sick. She just fell after leaving the bathroom and is now unconscious. You must come quickly, came the anxious voice of Li Xiu through the phone. Lin Xuan snapped, call an ambulance. I'm not a doctor. I can't treat her. Before he could finish, Su Hua suddenly grasped his wrist, pushed him against the wall with a commanding president-style pinning. In the process, she accidentally activated the speakerphone. With a loud thud, Lin Xuan lost his grip on the phone, which crashed heavily to the floor. Lin Xuan, are you there? Li Xiu called out, receiving no response. Removing the phone from her ear, she frowned and murmured, strange. What's wrong? Qin Ruoyao asked curiously. It seems Lin Xuan's phone dropped to the floor. He picked it up, and no matter how I call, he doesn't answer. I don't know what he's doing, Li Xiu explained. I hope nothing has happened to him, Qin Ruoyao said anxiously, snatching the phone. Lin Xuan, she shouted nervously. Her anxious voice echoed through the phone as Su Hua's beautiful eyes shimmered with a trace of light. Indeed, Qin Ruoyao was listening. Su Hua licked her lips with a hint of malice. Perfect. She could let Qin Ruoyao hear how deeply affectionate she and Xian were. Chapter 47. Let her listen. Su Hua, what's wrong? Lin Xuan felt a twinge of nervousness at her posture. Su Hua? That sounds like a girl's name. Qin Ruoyao frowned. Lin Xuan, what are you doing? Her face darkened. Why was he speaking to a woman? Wasn't he supposed to be in the dormitory? What's going on? Su Hua smiled, exhaling softly into Lin Xuan's ear. Xian, of course, it's because I want to devour you. Changing locations, school sounds thrilling too. Indeed, Lin Xuan knew he couldn't refuse and reluctantly agreed. The school did seem especially exciting. His eyes gleamed with anticipation. However, Su Hua, I just finished basketball this morning. The sweat smell is awful. Let me shower first. No worries, I adore that scent on you, Su Hua murmured, inhaling deeply at his neck. Lin Xuan thought. Su Hua's obsessive tendencies truly set her apart from other women. She even liked the sweat smell he himself detested. The call continued. Su Hua, I'm going to hang up now. Lin Xuan reached to end the call, but the woman showed no intention of leaving his side. Let her listen, shall we? Su Hua's ruby lips brushed against his, her breath sultry and enticing. Lin Xuan thought, what kind of twisted fetish was this? They whispered intimately, unheard by Qin Ruoyao on the other end. Lin Xuan, Qin Ruoyao shouted again. Her voice served only to fuel Su Hua's excitement, her eyes sparkling with a strange light. Su Hua's soft arms encircled the man's neck, the unique fragrance of a woman enveloping Lin Xuan's senses. Action? Tell me, who pressed you against the wall? Su Hua whispered near the corner of his mouth. Lin Xuan tensed. It was Su Hua. She glanced at the phone still illuminated on the floor, smiling slyly. Then who is your favorite person now? Also you, Su Hua. Do you still like Qin Ruoyao? Su Hua narrowed her eyes. No, I don't. You are the only woman in my heart now. It was the truth. As he grew to understand Su Hua, his affection for her deepened. Good boy. Su Hua's crimson lips met Lin Xuan's, her pearly teeth gently nibbling his lips, determined to leave her mark on him. Lin Xuan groaned softly, the bite igniting a fire in his throat. Su Hua frowned, She didn't wish for such a beautiful, sultry sound to be heard by any other woman. She ended the call on Lin Xuan's phone and, like a temptress, pushed him onto the sofa. Gazing upon the alluring woman before him, Lin Xuan weakly murmured, "Su Hua, could we perhaps change locations? I want to take control for once." He is a man of great stature. How can he always remain beneath a woman? Well, it is all up to Xian. Su Hua embraced Lin Xuan, and they rolled over, with her beneath him and Lin Xuan above. "Xian, this time you shall take the lead." The woman's soft hands encircled the man's neck, teasingly whispering in his ear. A boundary of innocence. The phone emitted a series of beeps, and Qin Ruoyao stood there in a daze. With a sharp crack, her phone slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground, producing a crisp sound. Li Siyu's heart skipped a beat. "Ruoyao, what has happened?" Li Siyu inquired with concern. "Su, Lin Xuan truly no longer has feelings for me." Qin Ruoyao's tears fell as she expressed her grievances. He was with another woman, who had him pinned against the wall. Lin Xuan declared that he favored her most. "Yet he has said he no longer likes me." "Siyu, I even heard Lin Xuan's muffled groan. He must be entangled in some flirtation with that woman. I feel so miserable." Qin Ruoyao clutched her heart, feeling it ache with every beat. How could Lin Xuan betray her? How could he? She had finally gathered the courage to like Lin Xuan and wish to be with him. Yet he had chosen another woman. "Lin Xuan treated you in such a manner?" Li Siyu exclaimed in disbelief. "See, what should I do? Lin Xuan no longer cares for me." Qin Ruoyao's tears flowed like pearls from a broken string. "It is impossible. Lin Xuan cannot truly mean to play hard to get. He pursued you with such fervor." Li Siyu pondered with furrowed brows. "We of you will," Qin Ruoyao cried, burying her face in her arms as tears streamed down her cheeks. Witnessing Qin Ruoyao's agony, Li Siyu felt a pang in her heart and frantically devised strategies to assist her. "Ruoyao, I have figured it out." Li Siyu exclaimed excitedly. "I know how to help you win Lin Xuan back." "What is the plan?" Qin Ruoyao asked, her eyes red. "You must take the initiative to pursue him." Li Siyu replied. "No, that won't do." Qin Ruoyao rejected vehemently, her expression animated. "How can I actively chase Lin Xuan? He used to cling to me like a lovesick puppy. I cannot switch roles like that." "Ruoyao, the only way to reclaim Lin Xuan is through this method. He might feel exhausted from pursuing you and has sought companionship with another woman, but he still holds affection for you. If you make the first move, he will surely reciprocate," Li Siyu urged. "Let me think it over," Qin Ruoyao said, pursing her lips. Lin Xuan still had feelings for her. "Now calm." Qin Ruoyao recalled that her reflection paper remained unfinished and quickly resumed writing. Meanwhile, Li Siyu browsed the forum. As the campus bell, Ruoyao attracted considerable attention, and given the bullying she faced, her post must have garnered thousands of replies, all discussing the matter. However, when she opened the thread, Li Siyu was stunned to find only a few hundred replies. What happened? Confusion marked Li Siyu's face. Exiting her post, she discovered that the forum was abuzz with discussions about another woman instead. The post with the most replies read, "Luo, I saw an unparalleled beauty, even more stunning than the campus belle." It included a photo taken surreptitiously. Li Siyu Skufa. Even if she were beautiful, could she compare to Ruoyao? This person must be exaggerating, claiming Ruoyao is inferior to that woman. Ruoyao's admirers would surely roast them in the comments. With a sense of anticipation for drama, Li Siyu clicked on it. Chapter 48. I have overindulged. She did not view the photo, but scrolled straight to the replies. "The handsomest in the world. Wow. She is stunning. Ah, my love, I adore you. I love beauties. You up there, put your pants back on. Goodness, she is breathtaking. I thought they were exaggerating. But she truly surpasses the campus belle in beauty, and her figure is simply divine. Those long legs, wow. Ironclad Lubin. This must be fake. How can there be such a beautiful girl? Team battles can lose. I'm a junior in the computer science department, and I can attest that this morning she visited the gym with the principal and other leaders. She is even more beautiful in person. Lubin must die. I wonder which lucky guy gets to be her boyfriend. He must be dreaming to wake up smiling." Li Siyu was taken aback. Is she really that beautiful? Unconvinced, Li Siyu scrolled up, and upon seeing a breathtaking photo, her jaw dropped, feeling as though her face had been slapped. Heavens! She is stunning. Li Siyu gasped. She surpasses even the most beautiful stars in the entertainment industry. "Ruoyao, come look." Li Siyu showed her phone to Qin Ruoyao, whose pupils dilated in shock. "It's her." Seeing the flood of compliments beneath the post, her expression darkened significantly. The sight of anyone more beautiful than her was intolerable. After finishing her reflection paper, Qin Ruoyao, her hand nearly cramping, gathered her belongings and stealthily approached a large tree outside a villa. Other students hoping to observe had been chased away by bodyguards, but Qin Ruoyao remained, as Jiang Qing had deliberately allowed her to stay and watch. As Su's secretary, she was obliged to assist her in undermining her rival. Inside the villa, Su Hua had changed into a white suit, her soft hair elegantly tied back, exuding a cool and pure demeanor, akin to an untouchable flower on a high peak, devoid of the previous allure she had displayed. Lin Xuan felt a sense of satisfaction, as only he could witness Su Hua's enchanting form. Su Hua, I will attend the ceremony now, Lin Xuan stated. Su nuntai Hua nodded. Her spirits high after a satisfying meal, her eyes sparkling with a faint smile. Wait. Just as Lin Xuan was about to leave, Su Hua called out to him, stepping forward and planting a kiss on his lips while standing on tiptoe. Xian, this is a farewell kiss. Jiang Qing, who had just entered, interjected, nothing to see here. It's just a farewell kiss. They'll meet again in less than 40 minutes. Upon exiting the villa, Lin Xuan noticed Qin Ruoyao's grim expression. He had indeed been here at noon. How could he share a bed with another woman? Especially that woman who had disrupted their wedding. If it weren't for her, they would have already been married and living in bliss. She loathed that woman with a passion. Biting her lip, Qin Ruoyao resolved silently. That vixen thinks she can win Lin Xuan's heart. She would reclaim him and flaunt their love before her, causing her pain. With this thought, pursuing Lin Xuan no longer seemed so unbearable. Su Hua also exited the villa, her keen gaze landing on the large tree. President Su. Qin Ruoyao is hiding behind that tree, Jiang Qing explained. Su Hua's lips curled into a smirk as she strode toward the grand hall. Wang Tihe awaited Lin Xuan beneath the dormitory building, and upon spotting Lin Xuan approaching, he curiously asked, Suanzi, didn't you return to the dormitory at noon? Lin Xuan nodded. I've moved dorms. I'll take you to see my new place sometime. So you no longer have to share space with that treacherous Yi Li. Wang Tihe, perceptive as ever, immediately recognized Yi Li's true nature as a green tea prince. It was unfortunate that at one point, Suanzi had been so smitten by Qin Ruoyao that he had desperately tried to please the Lin family, treating Yi Li as a good friend. Thankfully, he had managed to clear his mind. By the way, have you been sleeping poorly these past few days? Your dark circles are quite pronounced, and your steps seem a bit unsteady. What is up with your mouth? Lin Xuan halted, raising an eyebrow. It was bitten by my benefactor. As for the dark circles, I've overindulged. He sighed, what can I say? The demands of my benefactor are simply overwhelming. Although it was always Su Huan who initially pushed him down, her allure was simply irresistible, drawing him into a state of indulgence and ecstasy, both physically and emotionally. You're simply exquisite. Wang Dehe rolled his eyes. By the way, Suanzi, may I have a glimpse of your benefactor's photograph? In his good friend's words, his benefactor was young, beautiful, wealthy, talented, a perfect woman. However, the rich women he encountered online were often quite portly, leaving him curious about Lin Xuan's benefactor, wondering if Suanzi was merely boasting. You'll see shortly, Lin Xuan replied mysteriously. Since spotting Su Huan's photograph on the forum, Yi Li had taken to positioning himself along her route from the villa to the venue. Upon her appearance, his heart raced at the sight of the woman he dreamt of nightly. He yearned to speak with her, to draw nearer, but his face bore the bruises from Lin Xuan's earlier confrontation, preventing him from presenting himself before Su Huan in such a disheveled state. Thus, he could only linger in the shadows, secretly observing her. He was determined to drive Lin Xuan away from Su Huan's side. He aspired to replace Lin Xuan as her man. The Grand Hall of Qin University was capacious enough to accommodate the entire student body. Su Huan did not make a direct entrance, but remained in a lounge on the second floor, where she could observe the proceedings below. Before the commencement of the opening ceremony, the principal stood at the center of the stage. Before we begin, we must address a particular student who shamelessly demanded a necklace worth 400,000 from another student. She shall now read her self-critique. Whispers erupted among the students. Did you hear about the incident on the forum? Li Xiu, a friend of Qin Ruoyao, posted that a woman by the principal's side envied Qin Ruoyao's beauty and intentionally targeted her. Is that so? Why would the principal heed that woman's words? I hear people saying she's his mistress. I suspect there's truth to it. Ah, truly, the ugly often stir trouble. Lin Xuan was astonished. Had Su Huan witnessed what transpired between him and Qin Ruoyao outside the restroom? No wonder she was particularly amiable today. However, hearing his classmates refer to Su Huan as the principal's mistress irked Lin Xuan immensely. The term mistress was an affront to Su Huan. Silence, Lin Xuan reprimanded, and an immediate hush fell over the room. The students exchanged puzzled glances. What was the matter with Lin Xuan? Why such a vehement reaction? She is not the principal's mistress, and she is not ugly. You do not know the full truth. Refrain from making baseless assumptions, lest you invite trouble upon yourselves. Now, With Lin Xuan able to afford a Koenigsegg and a Rolls-Royce, no student dared to provoke him. Even if they disbelieved him, they chose to remain silent. The principal called out, Qin Ruoyao, please come to the stage. Chapter 49. Su Hua and Qin Ruoyao encountered. All eyes turned to Qin Ruoyao as she ascended the stage. Her head bowed in embarrassment, clutching her self-critique as she slowly made her way forward. Today, in front of the entire school, I apologized to Lin Xuan and to the institution. I should not have disregarded propriety and allowed Lin Xuan to purchase me a necklace. After receiving the teacher's reprimand, I have come to deeply understand my errors. Qin Ruoyao read from her script without daring to lift her gaze. From above, Su Hua paid little attention to Qin Ruoyao, her focus solely on Lin Xuan. Jiangqing, do you not think Xian is exceptionally handsome and remarkable? The stunning woman rested her chin on her hand, her eyes glinting with amusement. Jiangqing's expression stiffened. This was a dangerous question. To say he was not handsome would imply that Su Hua had poor taste. But to agree might lead Su Hua to misconstrue it as her harboring feelings for Lin Xiao. CEO Su, you are aware of my past experiences, Jiangqing cautiously replied. I am immune to matters of love and men, and cannot discern beauty in such matters. However, the individuals you favor are undoubtedly handsome and exceptional. Indeed, Su Hua said, a slight smile gracing her lips. Since our acquaintance, he has consistently been outstanding and striking. CEO Su, you must search your conscience. Was Lin Xuan truly handsome and exceptional in the past? Truly, beauty lies in the eyes of the beholder. A knock echoed at the door, and Jiangqing opened it to reveal the principal's assistant. CEO Su, you are to speak shortly. Very well, Su Hua affirmed, rising and descending the stairs. As she passed the assistant, he momentarily lost his composure. CEO Su is simply breathtaking. Even I, a woman, felt my heart race. As Qin Ruoyao concluded her self-critique before the entire faculty and student body, her eyes were red with emotion, and she could not bear to look up. Having been raised in the spotlight, she dreaded encountering the scornful gazes of her peers. Principal, I feel a bit unwell. May I step out? She approached the principal, her voice choked with emotion. The principal sighed, you may go. Qin Ruoyao kept her head low as she exited through the side door, coincidentally colliding with Su Hua, who was descending the stairs. It's her. Qin Ruoyao's face darkened, her fists clenched tightly. This woman had humiliated her before the entire school. Surely, she was reveling in her triumph. Continuing to look down, Qin Ruoyao pressed forward. Qin Ruoyao, Su Hua's voice was icy. Qin Ruoyao halted, her fists clenched at her sides. Su Hua approached, het, tonne indifferent. Your self-critique today was instigated by me. I informed the principal of your misconduct. Qin Ruoyao could no longer contain herself. Her eyes filled with venom as she glared at Su Hua. Do you think that your wealth and power grant you the right to act as you please? Even if I lack riches, I am still a person. Why must you treat me with such disdain? She shouted, portraying Su Hua as a tyrant. I merely asked Lin Xuan to purchase me a few items. What wrong have I committed? And was I not successful? Jiangqing shook her head, marveling at Qin Ruoyao's audacity to speak thus to CEO Su. Had it not been for Su Hua's fear that Lin Xiao would confront her, Qin Ruoyao would likely find herself in dire straits. The principal's assistant, meanwhile, was sweating profusely from attention. You wealthy individuals may possess fortune now, but that does not guarantee your future prosperity. And we, the less fortunate, may yet rise to prominence. Do not celebrate too soon. Qin Ruoyao clenched her fists. Currently, Lin Li favored her. Even if she married Lin Xuan, he would remain loyal. She would inevitably become the Lin family's young mistress. She refused to believe this woman held more power than the Lin family. Once married, she would ensure this woman was trampled beneath her feet. Su Hua maintained an unruffled demeanor throughout. Qin Ruoyao noticed the look in Su Hua's eyes, as if she were a mere jester. Indeed, a jester. She was the belle of Qin University, pursued by countless men, and her academic performance was exemplary. Everything she had achieved was through her own efforts, while this woman relied solely on inherited power. Why did she presume to look down upon her? Su Hua chuckled softly. I wield power, and what of it? Who am I to blame for possessing authority while you do not? Thus, you must endure my whims. Su Hua's previously relaxed demeanor shifted. Her gaze sharpened, and an imposing aura enveloped her, nearly suffocating Qin Ruoyao. Qin Ruoyao, I had little intention of engaging with someone like you. Yet who compelled you to covet my man? Su Hua narrowed her eyes. Lin Xuan is mine. Should you dare cross my boundaries, your prideful visage shall be obliterated, and your life may very well be forfeit. Su Hua's lips curled into a sinister smile as she licked them. She had been trained as a killer from a young age and found pleasure in the act of taking lives. Fear gripped Qin Ruoyao's eyes. Unbeknownst to her, the image of Lin Li bound to a cross and bled dry at the hands of this woman flashed in her mind, while she herself was devoured by a ferocious white tiger. No, this will not transpire. This is a society governed by the rule of law. How could this woman possess the audacity to take their lives? Su Hua retracted the oppressive aura surrounding her, a faint smile gracing her lips. Assistant Shun, is it not time for me to take the stage? Indeed, the assistant replied promptly, extending his hand. Miss Su, this way please. Qin Ruoyao's gaze flickered momentarily. The audacity of this woman to attend the opening ceremony astonished her. When she had lamented to Luo Yuan, he had assured her that he would publicly seek justice on her behalf, ensuring this woman would lose face. Individuals of her stature valued their reputation above all. Soon, she would be utterly humiliated. Such a spectacle was one she could not miss. Qin Ruoyao reconsidered her earlier decision and returned to her seat. Yao Yao, are you all right? Li Xiu inquired with concern. Do not worry, I am fine, Qin Ruoyao replied, a glint of coldness flashing in her eyes. Li Xiu wore a puzzled expression. Only moments ago, Qin Ruoyao had seemed in distress, yet now she appeared quite pleased. On stage, the principal, microphone in hand, struggled to deliver an impromptu speech. Dear students, as you embark on this new semester, it is imperative that you dedicate yourselves to your studies, foster camaraderie among peers, and participate in practical activities rather than confining yourselves to mere rote learning. The principal wiped the sweat from his brow, wondering when Ms. Su would arrive. He was running out of things to say. The students below displayed visible impatience. From elementary school to university, these principals and deans always drone on with the same lengthy speeches. I wish I could tape their mouths shut. How can they be so verbose? Indeed, this is always the most excruciating part for me. At last, the assistant appeared at the foot of the stage, nodding to the principal. The principal's eyes brightened. Finally, we can conclude. I trust you all are eager for me to cease this idle chatter. He chuckled, though it was merely a courteous remark. However, the students shouted in unison, yes. We do not wish to hear any more. Chapter 50. The panic of losing Lin Xuan. The principal's expression momentarily stiffened. Yet he quickly regained his composure. Perhaps I am simply growing old, and students no longer wish to see this old man. The individual who will grace the stage next, I assure you, will be a sight to behold. The principal smiled broadly. Anyone who beheld Su Hua would be left in awe of her beauty. Casting a glance toward Lin Xuan, the principal mused on the young man's fortune in being favored by Ms. Su. It was rumored that her acquisition of shares had coincided with Lin Xuan's completion of his college application, suggesting that her interest in him had led her to become the controlling shareholder of Qin University. The principal felt he was onto something. Curiosity rippled through the students. Who is the principal speaking of? Could it be the head of the Su group? Didn't the school mention she would come to speak this afternoon? I truly hope it is that exceptionally beautiful woman. I long to see her, lamenting that I am not a junior in computer science. With a slight smile, the principal announced, next, let us welcome the highly anticipated leader of the Su group, Ms. Su, to the stage. Indeed, it was the head of the Su group. It was said she was the first female head of the Su family, shrouded in mystery and possessing formidable skills. She rarely appeared in the media, leaving many unaware of her appearance. Students curiously scanned the room for a glimpse of Su Hua. Wang Dehe leaned into Lin Xuan. What do you think the head of the Su group looks like? Everyone claims she is stunning, but I have my doubts. CEOs, regardless of gender, are rarely attractive. They work tirelessly, their hair falls out, and their diets are erratic. How could they remain appealing? No, she is indeed beautiful. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. She is the most beautiful woman in the world, possessing both beauty and kindness, and an undeniable gentleness. A hint of adoration sparkled in his eyes. Suanzi, you speak as if you have spent every day with her. Wang Dehe scoffed, rolling his eyes. Lin Xuan shot him a glance. If I told you she is my benefactor, would you believe me? Are you joking? That is utterly impossible. She is solely devoted to her work and shows no interest in men. You should stop daydreaming. Wang Dehe had never seen Su Hua, but had heard enough rumors. All the men who sought to entice her had been summarily dismissed. There were whispers suggesting she was a lesbian, with her secretary as her rumored partner. Do not inquire about my benefactor again. You would not believe me if I told you, Lin Xuan replied, shaking his head. Yet, truthfully, he still felt somewhat enchanted. How had such an exceptional woman taken an interest in him? Wang Dehe regarded him skeptically. Is Suanzi being serious? Could be true? No, that cannot be. Wang Dehe shook his head. No one could possibly be Su Hua. The sound of high heels echoed through the vast, silent hall, drawing everyone's attention. The principal bowed respectfully, saying, Miss Su, please. Mouths gaped in astonishment as they watched the young woman ascend the stage. Her beauty was striking, almost aggressive, captivating all who beheld her. Every gesture exuded an air of nobility. Boom! The audience was left in stunned silence. She was indeed the enchanting beauty discussed fervently across forums. Goodness, she is even more captivating than in photographs. My word, have today's CEOs become this stunning? Hey, beautiful lady, do you need a warm bed partner? Scram. Do not compete with us men for women. It is us who should attract Ms. Su. You are delusional. Lin Xuan is the most handsome boy in our school. If she were to favor any boy here, it would surely be Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow, appreciating the discernment. Wang Daihe stared in shock at Lin Xuan, realizing he had indeed spoken the truth. She was extraordinarily beautiful, the most striking person he had ever encountered. Qin Ruoyao's countenance had turned an unsightly shade, akin to liver. This woman was the head of the Su Group, the largest company in the country, involved in numerous high-tech fields and finance. Even national leaders afforded her a measure of respect. Jealousy surged within Qin Ruoyao. This woman possessed such beauty and commanded the world's largest company. Fate seemed woefully unfair, particularly since she had stolen Lin Xuan away. Gazing at Lin Xuan, her expression darkened further. What was that look in his eyes? Affection? Adoration? He had once looked at her with that very gaze. Clutching her heart, Qin Ruoyao succumbed to the overwhelming panic of potentially losing Lin Xuan. She had believed their connection to be fleeting. Now, it appeared he was becoming more deeply ensnared. How could Lin Xuan, of all people, direct such a gaze? Meant solely for her, at another woman? She could wait no longer. She must swiftly reclaim Lin Xuan. Su Hua approached the lectern, unencumbered by notes. Her remarkable memory, allowing her to absorb the content of her speech with a single reading. As she spoke with deliberate calm, nearly every student was enraptured. Goodness! Not only is she beautiful, but her voice is also remarkably pleasant. Listening to her speech is not only devoid of tedium, but an absolute delight. Of course, these sentiments did not extend to Yi Li, Qin Ruoyao, or Luo Yuan. Yi Li was entranced by Su Hua's beauty, oblivious to her words, while Luo Yuan prepared to report the principal for arbitrary punishments towards students in favor of his mistress. In the presence of the entire school leadership and faculty, he was about to confront the powerful figure of the Su family conglomerate. To be candid, a sense of trepidation washed over him, instilling a desire to retreat. However, a glance at the distressed visage of Qin Ruoyao steeled his resolve. She had suffered such injustice, her eyes swollen from tears during their midday encounter. He had promised her to seek justice, and should he falter, how could she ever look at him the same way again? He could not back down. Whenever he contemplated surrender, the sight of Qin Ruoyao's reddened eyes, filled with indignation, bolstered his courage. As Su Hua concluded her speech, Luo Yuan abruptly rose from his seat. Chapter 51. I wish to report someone. The principal furrowed his brow and inquired, "Is there something you wish to address, young man?" All eyes in the room turned towards Luo Yuan. Su Hua's gaze was icy and devoid of any emotion. Luo Yuan felt a wave of cowardice wash over him again. Qin Ruoyao clenched her fists, cursing under her breath. How could she have neglected to remind him not to proceed with the report? Su Hua was a board member of the school, and to report her alongside the principal was tantamount to courting disaster. Qin Ruoyao shook her head at Luo Yuan, signaling him to refrain from continuing. Understanding her nonverbal plea, Luo Yuan felt a surge of emotion. Ruoyao was undoubtedly concerned for his well-being, fearing he might encounter harm. How could he betray her trust? "Mr. Su, I must report someone," Luo Yuan declared boldly, his voice ringing out. Qin Ruoyao froze, her rage palpable as she trembled. This foolish boy, hadn't she asked him to remain silent? Su Hua narrowed her eyes, demanding speak. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Luo Yuan felt the weight of Su Hua's formidable presence. "I wish to report." His voice faltered, "the principal and his mistress." The principal looked utterly bewildered. "Mistress? What mistress?" "Son, while it's acceptable to indulge in a hearty meal, do be cautious with your words. If this reaches my wife's ears, there will be consequences. Not to mention I'll be relegated to the couch for the night," he thought, knowing better than to speak out of turn. Earlier this morning, the woman beside the principal couldn't abide Rio's beauty, and she compelled the principal to punish her, forcing her to write a reflection and read it in front of the entire school. Luo Yuan's voice grew stronger as he continued. The principal was left speechless. Su Hua is his mistress? Good heavens! I lack the audacity or the means to have her as my mistress. Where on earth did this child hear such things? An assistant hurried over with a phone, showing the principal some messages. After reading, the principal's expression darkened. Who sent this? Li Xiu from the third-year computer science class. She is a friend of Qin Ruoyao, the assistant replied. Li Xiu has always used her real identity on the forum, There was no need for me to investigate. Very well, I understand, the principal said with a grave tone. Lin Xuan observed with an amused expression. To provoke Su Hua required audacity, indeed. He felt a twinge of sympathy for Luo Yuan. He too had once been enamored with Qin Ruoyao, only to be thoroughly exploited by her. Mr. Su, Luo Yuan declared with righteous indignation. As the principal of Shanqing University, to consort with a mistress is a profound moral failing. It is said that educators should nurture the young, yet this principal, for the sake of a mistress, unjustly punishes students. This is dereliction of duty. Such a person deserves your severe reprimand, Mr. Su. Oh, Su Hua chuckled lightly. And how do you propose to punish the principal and the mistress you speak of? Dismiss the principal and summon him and his mistress here to apologize to Ruoyao. Luo Yuan retorted. If you choose to ignore this matter, I would suspect you are complicit in shielding the principal. Shanqing University is a prestigious institution. Should this incident become public, it would tarnish the school's reputation. And I trust you do not wish for that to occur. This last statement was a blatant threat. Su Hua chuckled softly. Do you know who this mistress is? For reasons unknown. As Luo Yuan met Su Hua's gaze, an ominous premonition bubbled to the surface within him. The mistress is me, Su Hua, she stated coldly. Boom! A thunderclap echoed in the room. Not only Luo Yuan, but also Li Xiu and the other students widened their eyes in disbelief. Su Hua was indeed the woman by the principal's side. Those disparaging remarks they made about her on the forum now felt like a grave mistake. Li Xiu and the others hastily pulled out their phones to delete their posts. They could not afford to offend someone of Su Hua's stature. Is Li Xiu really seeing beauty through the eyes of her friend? One female student scoffed. To suggest that Su Hua is envious of Qin Ruoyao is utterly ludicrous. She possesses both beauty and a prominent lineage. Why would she envy her? Indeed, I even assisted Ruoyao in disparaging Su Hua. I hope she doesn't hold it against us. Qin Ruoyao clutched her clothing in distress. Until now, she had basked in the adoration of her peers. However, this semester had taken a turn, particularly after Lin Xuan altered his demeanor towards her. It seemed the root of the change lay not with Lin Xuan, but with the woman who had captured his attention. At that moment, Luo Yuan, too, felt the panic rise within him. His complexion drained of color. If Su Hua was indeed that woman, then everything he had just said was rendered moot. It was said that the head of the Su family was decisive and ruthless. How would she respond to him now? The principal spoke in a low tone. Luo Yuan, I will now answer your question regarding the punishment of Qin Ruoyao. According to Article 11 of the Student Handbook, one must not solicit large sums of money from others through improper means. The penalty may range from a mere reflection to a serious demerit. All present, including the professors and Mr. Su, witnessed how Qin Ruoyao had persistently solicited money from Lin Xuan. Merely requiring her to write a reflection was already a lenient course of action. How could you dare to disrupt the forum and the opening ceremony? Principal, y mesuri. I was wrong, Luo Yuan stammered, bowing his head in recognition of his fault. Li Xiu's complexion was ashen. However, she did not blame Qin Ruoyao. She still believed that the principal and other school leaders were protecting Su Hua while distorting the truth. The principal approached Su Hua, respectfully inquiring, "What is your decision regarding the punishment of these three?" Su Hua replied coolly, "Let it be according to school regulations." Jiang Qing was not surprised by Su Hua's answer. These two insignificant figures were not worthy of her attention. Had they insulted Lin Xuan, however, her response would have been far more severe. Very well, the principal sighed in relief. Should Su Hua have demanded strict punishment, it would have been troublesome. It would not only tarnish her reputation, but also have repercussions for the school. Thus, they would proceed according to school regulations, with heavier penalties. The principal declared, Li Xiu has disseminated rumors on the forum, and Luo Yuan has been credulous of these rumors. Both will receive demerits. As for Qin Ruoyao, her punishment will be amended. But she too will receive a demerit. The sanctions against all three cannot be rescinded. In an instant, their faces paled, for these records would follow them for life, marking them with a permanent stain. Qin Ruoyao had indeed tried to steal the chicken, but ended up losing the rice. After the lecture concluded, Lin Xuan returned to his villa to gather his belongings, while Su Hua rested her forehead on her hand, gazing at him. Action. It's truly impossible to look away. Suanzi. Wang Daihe called Lin Xuan. Where are you? I have a question about a problem from the computer book you gave me. I'll send you my location. Come over, Lin Xuan replied. All right. Chapter 52. Sweet words worth 10,000. Following Lin Xuan's location, Wang Daihe arrived at the villa. Observing the grand structure, he wondered if he had made a mistake. Wasn't this villa area reserved for welcoming esteemed guests or housing distinguished professors? As he surveyed the surroundings, Jiang Qing approached with a gentle smile. Are you Wang? Yes, Wang Dehe replied, somewhat dazed. Mr. Lin is expecting you. Please follow me inside. Jiang Qing guided Wang Dehe into the villa. Wang Dehe's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of the woman seated on the sofa. Su Zong. No, how is she here? Goodness, she is the one Su Zi mentioned. Su Hua, the head of the Su group, his benefactor. So this is genuine. Su Zi was not exaggerating. Wang Dehe felt a wave of dizziness. Su Zi truly excelled in securing a benefactor, and not just any, but the most esteemed woman in the great Xian nation. Hello, sister-in-law. I am Wang Dehe, a friend of Su Zi. He introduced himself with proper decorum. Su Hua's lips curled into a pleasant smile as she glanced at Jiang Qing. Jiang Qing nodded in understanding and approached, inquiring, Wang, may I have your bank account number? Wang Dehe, puzzled, wondered why they needed his bank account number. He retrieved his phone and provided the account details. Within 2 minutes, a notification from the bank appeared on his screen. Funds transferred to your account ending in 347, 100, 000. Current balance, 145 yuan. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 zeros. Incredible. 100,000 yuan. Wang Dehe was astounded. He thought he must have misread and rubbed his eyes, recounting once more. Indeed, it was 100,000 yuan. Sister-in-law, why did you give me 100,000 yuan? He gulped. Meanwhile, Lin Su, who was tidying up, looked bewildered. Well, 100,000 yuan. Su Hua cast a casual glance at him. A reward for you. Huh? Wang Dehe was confused. What had he done to deserve such a reward? He reflected on his recent actions. Aside from the ordinary, the only thing that stood out was calling her sister-in-law. So, by uttering that phrase, he had earned a reward of 100,000 yuan. Once Lin Su finished organizing, he began addressing Wang Dehe's questions regarding computers. Dehe, why did Su Hua give you 100,000 yuan? He asked quietly. Well, I called her sister-in-law, and her secretary asked for my bank account number to transfer the money. Wang Dehe explained. Hearing this, Lin Su felt a pang of envy. Although he appeared to be living lavishly, his own funds were a mere few hundred yuan. But who could blame him? He had foolishly allowed Su Hua to freeze his bank account. After leaving the villa, Wang Dehe rode his bicycle home, sitting on the sofa and repeatedly counting the zeros. His mother, concerned, furrowed her brow as she noticed him grinning foolishly. Unable to contain herself, she sat beside him and touched his forehead, then her own. You don't have a fever, do you? She wondered aloud. Mom, look. Wang Dehe excitedly handed his phone to her. Son, did you rob a bank? His mother exclaimed, eyes wide. Mom, what are you talking about? Am I that kind of person? I merely flattered her and was rewarded. Suddenly, he recalled the watch. He had kept it safely, never daring to wear it. Given that Su Hua was the head of the Su group, 600,000 yuan must be trivial for her, akin to 600 yuan for others. Flattering her earned you 100,000? Who do you think you're fooling? His mother was unconvinced. I only received this reward due to Su Zi's connections, Mom. If you don't believe me, ask Su Zi. To her, Su Zi was the exemplary son who was far more credible than Wang Dehe himself. Fearing her son might stray from the right path, she called Lin Su to confirm, finally convinced. Such a stroke of luck? Who is this generous benefactor? She inquired, astonished. Su Zi's dear friend. Is she that wealthy? She wouldn't toy with Su Zi's feelings, would she? His mother asked, worried. Mom, rest assured, Su Zi is not someone easily deceived. Besides, the way she looks at him is filled with affection. She undoubtedly cherishes him. The next day was Saturday. Lin Su was enjoying a deep slumber, completely exhausted from the demands of Su Hua. He finally stirred from his sleep around 11:30 noon. After washing up, he headed downstairs for lunch. Young master, the young lady has social engagements and will not return for lunch, the butler said respectfully. Very well, I understand, Lin Su replied. After his meal, he retreated into his creative space, continuing to write his novels. He completed the 2 he was serializing and uploaded the remaining chapters to the Fiyu novel website. Another website was set to release his new novel the following day, and he planned to finish all the chapters within a day. In the tea room, a fellow editor, Dog Tailgrass, sat with dark circles under his eyes, simultaneously eating and reading novels. Since entering the editing industry, he had grown disenchanted with novels. Yet Lin Su's work was the first he had become utterly captivated by. The writing's emotional resonance and the intricately crafted plot were simply remarkable. The poignant moments brought tears. The exhilarating scenes were thrilling, and the sweet segments ignited a yearning for romance, causing readers to ride the emotional roller coaster alongside the protagonist. Lin Su was destined to become a titan in the literary world. However, Dogtail Grass lamented that Lin Su's frequent updates had kept him awake until 3 in the morning, devouring the chapters whenever he had a moment to spare. Fortunately, he was nearing the end. Eager to see how many more chapters remained, Dogtail Grass found the count continually increasing, eventually exceeding 300 chapters before it ceased, with the final chapter marked as the end. Stunned, he frantically contacted Lin Xuan. Dogtail Grass, my dude, how did you finish the novel in one go? Didn't you promise me you wouldn't update everything in a single day? Lin Xuan, I kept my word. I agreed yesterday, so I completed it the next day. Dogtail Grass was left speechless. Dogtail Grass, when you plan to start your next one? With his writing prowess and ability to design plots, the next novel was sure to be a hit. Lin Xuan, it's already underway. Dogtail Grass checked Lin Xuan's homepage, perplexed, and asked, why can't I see it? Lin Xuan, it's on the Kizzy website. Dogtail Grass, brother, you're really not holding back. Dogtail Grass, why did you go to another site to publish? He grew anxious, fearing he had pressured Lin Xuan too much and driven him away. Lin Xuan, don't put all your eggs in one basket. Dogtail Grass sighed in relief. As long as Lin Xuan wasn't frustrated with him, everything was fine. Dogtail Grass, will your next book be back on my site? Lin Xuan, I'm not going anywhere. He intended to stick to his own novel site. Dogtail Grass frowned, sensing a potential withdrawal from the community. Lin Xuan opened Weibo, casually browsing celebrity gossip, thinking that if he were to start an entertainment company, it would be prudent to familiarize himself with the current entertainment landscape. He stumbled upon a trending topic. Orange news. Wanking from Su Hua's studio has been eliminated in the singer competition, and her studio is facing repeated setbacks. What lies ahead? According to insider information, Wanking may not succeed this time, and Su Hua's studio is on the verge of disbanding. Lin Xuan remembered Su Hua, who had long been suppressed but eventually gained widespread acclaim for her songs. He researched the artists in Su Hua's studio and found several talented singers who were likely to become stars. If he could recruit them into his own company, it would be a significant advantage. However, with the studio on the brink of dissolution, there was nothing to be had. It seemed he needed to find a way to persuade Su Hua to invest. After all, one shouldn't let good opportunities slip away to outsiders. Chapter 53. Escaping under the pot lid. After resolving his thoughts, Lin Xuan dove back into his creative space. A strong woman like Su Hua likely distinguished clearly between work and emotions. If he wanted her to invest in the studio, it seemed he would have to approach it with a business mindset. Lin Xuan resolved to create an investment proposal to persuade Su Hua. This was his first endeavor in such a task, requiring him to start from scratch. However, with the available space, time was no concern for him. In what felt like mere minutes in reality, Lin Xuan completed the investment proposal. Subsequently, he began crafting a novel, primarily focusing on a story set in a fantastical realm that had achieved remarkable success in adaptations. This space not only slowed the passage of time, but also provided various learning resources, alongside the remarkable advantage of his body never experiencing fatigue. Lin Xuan fervently tapped away at the keyboard, producing one manuscript after another. His rapid updates on the FEU novel website garnered a significant wave of monetary rewards. Author 666. It took only 4 days from the release to completion. For other authors, such a lucrative novel would take them a millennium to write. Count me in for generous rewards. Let us go with 3 cheers for love-powered writing. You should be a role model for other authors. New book, new book. I want to read the new book. Author, hurry up and write more. Some readers even went to other authors' posts, brandishing small whips to urge them to update. As a fellow author of Yandra novels, learn from this person, updating hundreds of thousands of words daily, finishing in 4 days. What about you? Still dragging along with a mere 4,000 words a day? Other authors, scurrying away, unable to compete. Hua Zhao, having returned early from her honeymoon due to a spat with her husband, sat at her workstation with a grim expression. It was still break time, and Go Via Ko, seated at her desk, was engrossed in Lin Xuan's novel. Hua Zhao harbored a disdain for Go Via Ko. While other editors showered her with flattery, Go Via Ko remained indifferent, particularly after Go Via Ko signed Lin Xuan, whom she deemed unworthy. Her irritation deepened. Go Via Ko, you seem quite fond of that novel. Surely, you've given it ample recommendations. How is its performance now? Hua Zhao remarked with a hint of mockery. Go Via Ko, engrossed in the novel, paid her no mind. This only confirmed Hua Zhao's suspicion that the novel's performance must be dismal, and Go Via Ko was too embarrassed to respond. I've said it before. A single female protagonist novel won't take off. Some people just refuse to believe, hoping for a miracle. Now look, they VE squandered their precious recommendations, Hua Zhao proclaimed. The other editors in the office eagerly anticipated the unfolding drama. If only Hua Zhao knew that the novel she scorned and dismissed was experiencing extraordinary success. What would her expression be? Lavender feigned ignorance of Hua Zhao's return to work. Upon entering the office, she walked straight up to Go Via Ko. Go Via Ko, How is the subscription count for Xian's Yandra novel? Lavender inquired, pretending to be curious. It's doing well, Go Viakeo replied dismissively. Well, you're being too modest. Since its release, it has consistently topped the subscription charts, with its popularity and subscription numbers several times higher than the second place. Xian must be earning 100,000 a day. Your commission this month is likely the highest in our entire editorial department, Lavender remarked. Casting a pointed glance at Hua Zhao, Hua Zhao's expression shifted to one of disbelief. Go Viakeo's novel was at the top of the subscription list? When did Go Viakeo sign such an impressive author? Hua Zhao opened the rankings, and the title and description of the novel seemed oddly familiar. Furrowing her brow, she clicked on the novel's content. Upon reading the first page, her pupils dilated in shock. This was the very single female protagonist novel she had rejected, the one that Go Viakeo had picked up. Hua Zhao continued to flip through the pages. It truly was his novel. She opened her computer to examine the data, initially assuming the rapid updates had artificially inflated its sales ranking. However, upon seeing the average subscription count, Hua Zhao was utterly flabbergasted. 350,000 average subscriptions. An average of 35,000 subscriptions per chapter. And this was only the data from 3 days post-release. The subsequent hundreds of newly updated chapters likely lowered the average subscription count. Otherwise, the numbers would be even more staggering. Hua Zhao bit her lip in frustration. This novel had not flopped as she had anticipated. It had instead exploded in popularity. Was this not a resounding slap in her face? Her complexion turned ashen, reminiscent of a liver. The other editors, witnessing Hua Zhao's dismay, felt a wave of satisfaction. This time, the arrogant Hua Zhao, who had taken advantage of her position, finally faced the consequences. Go Viakeo, having finished the gripping novel's plot, set down her phone. Hua Zhao, I was engrossed in reading the novel earlier and couldn't attend to you. Now, to answer your inquiry, Xian's novel hasn't flopped. Rather, it has become a massive hit. I came to thank you. Without your dismissal, I wouldn't have been able to sign such an outstanding author. Go Viakeo said with a sly smile. Go Viakeo, don't get too cocky too soon. Hua Zhao retorted, rising abruptly to head to the restroom. Gritting her teeth, she decided to reach out to Lin Xuan again. Luckily, she hadn't deleted his QQ. Hua Zhao, I'm an editor at Fu novel website. If you join my group, I will promote your novel across all platforms. Hua Zhao, with my recommendations, your novel will surely be far more successful than it is now. The earnings will multiply, and I will elevate you to the status of a platinum author. As Lin Xuan received Hua Zhao's message, he exited the space. Upon reading her words, he let out a cold chuckle and replied, You looked down on me before. Now you're asking me to come under your wing? Where's your dignity? Oh, esteemed editor, your skin is thicker than a city wall. Hua Zhao trembled with rage. She had made an effort to extend an olive branch, yet he responded with such disdain. Suppressing her anger, she continued to contact Lin Xuan. Xuan, think it over. Working with me is far more promising than being under Go Viakeo. Lin Xuan replied, No, thank you. With Lin Xuan's persistent refusals, Hua Zhao was thoroughly incensed. You have no choice. You must work with me, or you'll struggle to survive at Fin. Lin Xuan narrowed his eyes. Oh, is this a threat? But he was unmoved by such intimidation. If he could survive, so be it. After all, he was only there to make a quick profit and leave. Lin Xuan replied, Suit yourself. He needed to focus on writing and had no time to indulge this so-called editor. After blocking Hua Zhao, he returned to the space to continue his novel. When Hua Zhao attempted to send another message, a red exclamation mark appeared. He actually blocked her. This was the first time she had been treated this way by an author, and it made her both furious and amused. All right, I shall see how long you can maintain your stubbornness, Hua Zhao declared, putting away her phone and striding towards the president's office in her revealing outfit and high heels. Chapter 54, The Ultimate Weapon, Seduction. Around 4 o'clock, Lin Xuan finally emerged from the space. The moment he stepped out, he headed straight to the kitchen to prepare dinner for Su Hua. After their meal, Su Hua returned to her study to work. Lin Xuan felt a wave of trepidation. He almost forgot that when he initially mentioned wanting to earn money to support Su Hua, she had stated she would not lend a hand. He wondered if she would be willing now. Is something the matter? Su Hua noticed Lin Xuan's gaze lingering on her and furrowed her brow. Clearing his throat, Lin Xuan hesitantly asked, Su Hua, if I were to propose an investment in a studio, would you consider it? Su Hua's expression darkened with displeasure. After a prolonged silence, Lin Xuan decided to give up. If you're not willing, then I suppose it's not meant to be. I'll think of another way. Why would you think I wouldn't invest? Su Hua frowned, her voice growing increasingly frosty. How could she make him feel that she was so untrustworthy? It was merely a minor investment. I thought you would dismiss it, Lin Xuan replied. Su Hua pressed her lips together and stated, "Investment is not contingent upon the size of the project. I solely assess its investment value." Lin Xuan silently mused that Su Hua indeed maintained a clear distinction between work and personal matters. If Jiang Qing had overheard Lin Xuan's comment, she would certainly roll her eyes, for all of Su's dealings involved investments exceeding $1 billion. She had personally intervened in investments worth several hundred million. Was this truly a separation of public and private affairs? Lin Xuan placed the investment proposal on Su Hua's desk, saying, "Su Hua, this is the investment plan I devised. Please take a look." Su Hua remained seated in her office chair, showing no inclination to peruse the document. Lin Xuan had no choice but to elaborate. "I believe the Dream Studio possesses significant investment potential for several compelling reasons. Firstly, the owner, Su Dai, was once a superstar in the entertainment industry. Although the employees of her studio have not achieved substantial acclaim, each one is remarkably talented, as evidenced by their songs. He played 2 tracks. Are they both female?" Su Hua's expression turned ominous. "There are males as well," Lin Xuan quickly added, presenting songs by 2 male artists. With an impassive face, Su Hua flipped through the investment proposal, which contained profiles of all the studio's artists. Her gaze lingered on Su Dai's photograph. The 3 women were indeed beautiful and, notably, single. While Su Hua's tone revealed no discernible emotion, Lin Xuan recognized her jealousy. She had a penchant for envy, and he strongly suspected she had been raised in a vinegar jar. "Rest assured, Su Hua, my focus is solely on work," Lin Xuan assured her. "Besides, with you in my life, no other woman could possibly captivate my interest." "Proceed," Su Hua interjected, shutting the proposal and tossing it back onto the desk. Lin Xuan discerned a flicker of delight in her eyes and exhaled a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had learned the art of appeasing Su Hua. He had thoroughly familiarized himself with the proposal, having rehearsed it multiple times. They were currently facing a predicament. The studio was on the verge of dissolution, primarily due to the suppression from Xingui Entertainment. "I have devised a plan to help them emerge from this. I can guarantee that Xingui Entertainment will be unable to hinder their rise in the entertainment industry." Su Hua reclined in her office chair, quietly observing Lin Xuan. He wondered what her opinion on the investment was. Lin Xuan refocused his thoughts and continued to present the investment, explaining that if they achieved great success, they would host concerts, release albums, secure commercial endorsements, and participate in variety shows, generating substantial revenue, thus returning their investment manifold. Lin Xuan rambled on about the studio, having completed his pitch, yet Su Hua appeared unmoved. "What do you think of this investment proposal?" Lin Xuan inquired. "Terrible," Su Hua responded, countering Lin Xuan's points with her professional acumen. A seasoned player in the business arena, she outmatched Lin Xuan, who had little exposure to commerce. He found himself at a loss for words. Lin Xuan felt disheartened. Indeed, persuading Su Hua to invest was no simple feat should he seek investment from others. He truly did not wish to see this money go to someone else. Just then, Butler Wang arrived with milk and appeared to have grasped the situation. "Young Master Lin, I have something to discuss. Please follow me." The support of Butler Wang had entered the scene. Following him to the hallway, Butler Wang asked young Master Lin, "Are you seeking investment from Su?" "Yes, but hasn't been successful," Lin Xuan sighed, realizing how difficult Su Hua was to persuade. "Young Master Lin, you actually possess a secret weapon," Butler Wang replied with a knowing look. "What secret weapon?" Lin Xuan queried, puzzled. "The secret weapon is you yourself, young Master Lin." Butler Wang grinned. "You don't need to draft any investment proposals. Simply charm the young lady. Forget about investment. She would even find a way to pluck the stars and moon from the sky for you." "That seems implausible," Lin Xuan frowned, perplexed. Su Hua is quite clear about her boundaries. How could seduction lead her to invest? Butler Wang glanced at Lin Xuan knowingly. "While she may maintain a clear distinction between public and private affairs, young Master Lin, you are always the exception. All her principles dissolve in your presence." "How would I know if I don't try?" Butler Wang suggested with a subtle smile. "Very well, I shall give it a try," Lin Xuan resolved. Returning to the study, Su Hua was intently focused on her computer screen, having set Lin Xuan's investment proposal aside. Taking a deep breath, he recognized he had no alternative but to attempt this strategy, hoping for success. Yet, he was apprehensive about the outcome. Would he lose both his dignity and fail to secure Su Hua's investment? Unbeknownst to him, Su Hua's computer had opened a meeting, and several senior executives from foreign branches appeared on the screen. Su Hua was preparing for the conference. Lin Xuan approached her, leaning in to trap her between his body and the chair, their lips nearly touching. Chapter 55. I want to seduce you, even someone as composed as Su Hua, who could remain calm in the face of death, felt her heart race at this moment. This was the first time Lin Xuan had acted this way towards her. "What's wrong?" Su Hua asked, feeling uneasy. Lin Xuan replied, "I want to seduce you." Su Hua was momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, a glass of water held by one of the executives in the meeting spilled onto the floor. Su Hua frowned and slammed the laptop shut with a decisive clap, plunging the executive screens into darkness. What the hell? That was a man. I can't have seen wrong. The executives in the conference room exclaimed in astonishment. Another executive, stunned, added, "You must not have been mistaken. I also saw a man push Su into the chair." So, does Su Hua have a boyfriend now? The executives were engulfed in a state of disbelief. I think I just heard that man say he wanted to seduce her. Surely it's not what I'm imagining. It must be. Look how hurriedly Su Hua shut her laptop. They must be a him, not suitable for children. Everyone had a tendency to indulge in gossip. And these executives were no exception, especially when the subject was their usually composed Su Hua. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan realized that Su Hua was about to initiate a video conference. Thus, many had witnessed the moment he had pushed her down. The boldness he had felt moments ago dissipated, leaving his expression somewhat stiff. He had dared to confront Su Hua, that enigmatic woman. What audacity! Su Hua, let me sit up first, and then we can talk, Lin Xuan stammered, attempting to withdraw his hands from her chair's armrest. Yet, the alluring woman's soft arms encircled his neck, preventing his escape. Her breath, warm and enticing, brushed against his lips as she murmured, "Ah, Xian, weren't you going to seduce me? Don't back out now." From the outset, Su Hua had no intention of agreeing to Lin Xian's investment through conventional means. She had been waiting for this moment and would not let him easily retreat. Now, it was Lin Xian's turn to feel perplexed. Seduce? How does one seduce? He tentatively kissed Su Hua's lips, and he had to admit she was incredibly sweet, exuding an intoxicating fragrance. As the kiss ended, Su Hua rested her forehead against Lin Xian's, her eyes slightly crescent-shaped. "Ah, Xian, I am quite pleased with your performance." Lin Xian's eyes sparkled. If she was satisfied, then surely that meant investment. Yet, Su Hua's red, alluring lips curled into a teasing smile. "But for you to secure that investment, you will need to do more." She opened the desk drawer and retrieved a slender book. "What is this?" Lin Xian asked, feeling a sense of foreboding. Su Hua's delicate fingers danced seductively across his body. "Open it and see for yourself, Ah Xian." As he opened it, his expression turned to one of shock. What the hell? This narrative unfolds with the various flirtations between men and women, presenting a plethora of scenarios. "Action," Su Hua declared. "Today we shall experiment with the contents of this book, shall we?" She would not permit Lin Xian to decline, leading him to a grand floor-to-ceiling window, where he gradually succumbed to temptation and indulgence. The following morning, Lin Xian descended from the upper floor, bearing the unmistakable marks of fatigue, a pair of dark circles under his eyes. "Young Master Lin," the butler Wang greeted him with utmost respect. "Wang, do you still have the nourishing soup you prepared for me?" Lin Xian inquired, his voice lowered. "Young master, I have it ready for you. Once you finish breakfast, you may partake," Wang replied with an understanding expression, embodying the quintessential butler, always prepared to alleviate his master's concerns. Entering the dining room, Lin Xian found Su Hua elegantly enjoying her breakfast at the table. Observing the spirited and satisfied woman, his gaze turned wistful. Su Hua, the delicate yet formidable woman, excelled in all her endeavors, even surpassing him in physical stamina. Despite his perseverance, their current states felt worlds apart. He, a man, and she a woman. What an absurdity! "Come, let us have breakfast," Su Hua said, casting a glance his way. Lin Xian, accustomed to the routine, settled into the seat beside her, intending to feed her as he had done before. This time, however, Su Hua gently declined. "Ah Xian, you overexerted yourself last night. Today, you must rest well." Her voice laced with a hint of amusement. Lin Xian could only respond with a subdued, "Oh, all right," as he munched on his bread, feeling somewhat dejected. "Good boy," Su Hua remarked, placing her fingers on Lin Xian's brow, attempting to smooth away his furrowed expression. "I will be more accommodating to you in the future." His spirits sank further. After breakfast, Su Hua leaned back in her chair, her face bright with a smile as she regarded Lin Xian. He, on the other hand, sat beside her, stabbing his bread with fervor. He yearned for the training space, to hone his skills, to build his strength. The young maid nearby watched the scene with excitement, exclaiming, "Oh my, this moment is just too endearing. The domineering female CEO and her delicate husband. Can you feel the vibe?" Su Hua smirked and said, "Ah Xian, your seduction last night was successful." Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Did that mean their investment was secure? His efforts from the previous night had not been in vain, though he had enjoyed himself as well. "However, regarding the studio you mentioned, I will not be investing," Su Hua added. Lin Xian's expression fell. So, he had lost both his virtue and the potential investment? What a monumental loss. Su Hua produced a black card for Lin Xuan. I have unblocked this card. The password is your birthday. Xian. You have access to 1 billion. My refusal to invest stems from the fact that my wealth is, in essence, yours. Thus, the notion of investment is moot. 1 billion? Lin Xuan was momentarily stunned by the amount. If that isn't sufficient, feel free to ask for more, Su Hua assured him. That is more than enough, Lin Xuan thought. His previous gloom dissipating. The restful sleep he had enjoyed was worth every moment. He had not anticipated that Su Hua, who had previously frozen the card, would so readily hand it over. Are you not afraid I might use your money to buy things for Qin Ruoyao? Lin Xuan regretted the words as soon as they left his mouth, realizing he had inadvertently stepped on his own toes. Su Hua replied, because you said so, I choose to trust you once more. Xian, please refrain from doing anything that might upset me, all right? Her tone was gentle, yet Lin Xuan detected an underlying chill. Rest assured, that will never happen, he promised. Such a good boy. Su Hua's eyes sparkled with delight. By the way, Su Hua, Lin Xuan suddenly recalled, in novels, the delusional female lead often places a tracker on the male lead. Perhaps you could do the same? It would surely put your mind at ease. Already done. I installed it over 4 years ago, Su Hua replied. Lin Xuan was taken aback. You did. It dawned upon him that Su Hua, with her peculiarities, possessed skills typical of her kind. Su Hua, have you perhaps confused the timeline? Did we not just meet 3 years ago? Lin Xuan questioned, bewildered. Chapter 56. Her affliction. Perhaps. Su Hua lowered her gaze, torn between wanting him to remember the events of 5 years prior and wishing he would forget, for during that time, she had revealed to him a brutal side of herself. She sensed disbelief in his eyes. Surely, such gentleness would not be drawn to a violent and bloodied version of her. The thought tightened her grip. If he were to discover her illness, would he find her terrifying? After breakfast, Su Hua proceeded to the office to manage her work, while Lin Xuan withdrew a significant sum from the bank. Accompanied by butler Wang and 2 bodyguards, without a hint of fear, he filled a sack with money, emerging from the bank. The onlookers were left in awe. What? Is that all money inside? As Lin Xuan exited, the sack clearly contained cash, and the sight of his bodyguards and his luxurious car confirmed his affluence. Damn, there are so many wealthy individuals in this world. Why can't I be one of them? Dreaming of carrying cash in a sack. Several colorful-haired youths eyed Lin Xuan's bag with envy, contemplating following him to snatch his fortune. Yet, upon seeing the bodyguards, they hesitated. Lin Xuan drove a Koenigsegg, making his way to the dream-making studio. Inside, the atmosphere was bleak. Sister Dai, I'm truly sorry. I was eliminated early this time, Yu Wangking said, her eyes red-rimmed. This is not your fault. Su Dai extinguished her cigarette in the ashtray. It is Starshine Entertainment that is targeting us. No, more precisely, they are targeting me. Unwilling to accept the unspoken rules, Li Wei retaliated by threatening her career, forcing her to pay a hefty sum to exit her contract with Starshine. The entertainment industry, like a den of crows, offered no alternatives. She had resolved never to sign with another agency, despite having garnered numerous awards in the music industry. Her first concert post-departure was marred by a wave of scandalous revelations about her character. Accusations of being a mistress, ungrateful, and heartless towards her parents plagued her reputation, leading to a swift backlash from fans who withdrew their support and canceled concert tickets, effectively ending her singing career. Yet she refused to succumb, establishing a studio in hopes of nurturing future stars, only to underestimate Starshine Entertainment's reach. They would not allow her artists to flourish. She was but an ant beneath their boot, powerless against their overwhelming influence. I have brought you all down with me, Su Dai croaked, her voice hoarse. Sister Dai, don't say that. We owe our singing abilities to you. Without you, we would have likely exited the industry long ago. Yu Wangking grasped Su Dai's hand. Sister Dai, as long as we work together, we will overcome these challenges. It's futile. Su Dai shook her head with a bitter smile. No matter how much we invest, it will be in vain. I have sold my house and car and can no longer support the studio. Over the years, aside from paying the breach of contract fee to Starshine, she had invested every last cent into the studio, yet achieved nothing in return. Sister Dai, a man and a woman entered the conference room. Shuai, Gubin, you've arrived. Please take a seat. Su Dai welcomed them. However, Gu Shui and Gubin did not sit. Sister Dai, Gu Shui bit her lip. My brother and I have come today to terminate our contract with you. We cannot afford to linger any longer. In the dream-making studio, she only saw darkness. There was no future here. If she wished to carve out a place in the entertainment world, she had to leave the dream-making studio behind. Sister Dai, we shall not pay the penalty for breach of contract. At the time, you assured us that you would nurture us well, yet during our time at your studio, we have received no benefits whatsoever. Since the company is unable to provide us with anything, Why should we pay a penalty? Gu Shui spoke with conviction. Su Dai's expression betrayed her hurt, her lips curling into a sardonic smile. After a long pause, she conceded, "All right, I agree to terminate the contract." Su Dai inscribed her name on the termination agreement. Gu Shui and Gu Bin, elated, clutched the document tightly. Sister Dai, Gu Shui altered her previously amiable demeanor. Pouting as she remarked, "I advise you to leave the entertainment industry while you still can. Continuing with the studio will only drag others down." After all, she had already wasted a year on Su Dai. Yu Wonking spoke sternly. "Now that you have terminated your contract with Sister Dai, you are no longer part of our studio. Hurry up and leave. If we must go, then so be it. Do you think we hold you in high regard?" Gu Shui scoffed, departing with Gu Bin for Xingui Entertainment. Sister Dai, do not take Gu Shui's words to heart, Yu Wonking consoled. She speaks the truth. My running this studio will only bring misfortune to others. Su Dai retorted with a mocking smile. Wonking, Zhou Wei, you should leave as well. Once you part from me, Xingui Entertainment will no longer target you. I believe that with your talents, you will surely thrive in the music industry. Sister Dai, I will not leave. Yu Wonking cried. I can forego my salary. Zhou Wei sighed, acknowledging that despite his reluctance, disbanding the studio was indeed their best option. Wonking, even if you choose not to take a salary, I cannot sustain this studio. The rent, utilities, and even my daily sustenance are becoming unmanageable. The money from selling my car and house is nearly depleted. She saw no other path but to dissolve the studio. Enough of the sorrow. All good things must come to an end. Moreover, we are all still in Yundu, and we will see each other often. It is merely that we will no longer work together, Su Dai suggested, producing a bottle of red wine she had brought. They sat in silence, drinking. Before departing, Yu Wonking collapsed into Su Dai's embrace, sobbing, Sister Dai, I will miss you so much. The apartment I am renting is only a few hundred meters from your home. If you miss me, you can come and find me anytime. Goodbye, Sister Dai. Yu Wonking said, her eyes reddened as she left the studio. Su Dai remained alone in the empty studio for an hour and a half, her gaze vacant, devoid of any light. She had once believed she could resist the forces of capital. How naive she had been. As long as Xingui Entertainment existed, she would never rise again. A self-deprecating smile escaped her lips as she began to gather her belongings, carrying a large cardboard box towards the exit. Just as she opened the studio door, Lin Xuan appeared, waving to her. Misu, greetings. Chapter 57. My girlfriend dislikes Su Dai. Who are you? Su Dai inquired, puzzled. Lin Xuan dropped a sack on the floor, stating, I have come to discuss the future of your studio. Su Dai's expression soured, her previous amiability vanishing. We require no investment, and our studio has already disbanded. She had established this studio precisely to escape the clutches of capital. She would never again plunge into that abyss. Miss Su, I understand your concerns, Lin Xuan replied with a gentle smile. I wish to invite you to join our entertainment company. On his way, he had realized that rather than investing, it would be more beneficial to sign them directly to his company. Su Dai replied coldly, I have no intention of doing so. Please seek someone else. My entertainment company does not require its artists to partake in drinking or be subjected to unsavory demands, Lin Xuan stated. Aware from his past life that Su Dai's fallout with Xingui Entertainment stemmed from her refusal to be exploited by the company's artistic director. Indeed, Su Dai felt a flicker of interest. Come in, she invited. Returning to her office, Lin Xuan took a seat across the conference table. Are you an actor? Su Dai asked, captivated by Lin Xuan's striking features. I intend to become a boss, Lin Xuan replied. Being an actor confines one under the thumb of others. Having lived a life anew, I refuse to endure such indignities. Working as a subordinate cannot compare to the freedom of being a boss. Su Dai shook her head, chastising herself for asking such a foolish question. This man was undeniably handsome, and had he been part of the entertainment industry, he would have surely garnered significant attention. Moreover, his attire and his entourage of bodyguards signified that he was a person of privilege. How could he possibly be interested in the meager earnings of an actor? Do you know who is targeting our studio? Su Di Presit, Foruink Herbro. Yes, Xingui Entertainment, Lin Xuan answered. Su Dai chuckled bitterly. Xingui Entertainment is the leading company in the industry, dominating half of the entertainment realm. If you wish to sign me, I will be targeted by them. I'm aware. Lin Xuan leaned back in his chair, smiling slightly. Since I intend to sign you and the artists in your studio, I will ensure that I have a thorough understanding of the situation. Miss Su, let me inform you that the chairman of Xingui Entertainment, Lin Chong, is my biological father. Su Dai was taken aback. Isnt Lin Chong, only the father of Lin Li? I have never heard of him having another son. I have already severed ties with the Lin family. Lin Xuan replied casually. I bear a grudge against them. My aim is to bring down Xingui Entertainment. Would you be willing to lend a hand? Su Daiyai clenched her fists. It would be a lie to say she did not despise Xingui Entertainment. She had fought her way to the top, only to be embroiled in scandals instigated by them, to the point where she was nearly forced to exit the music industry. Now, at 30 years old, her time to make a comeback was dwindling. Sir, is the contract you speak of genuine? Su Daiyai gazed at the young man before her, a flicker of hope igniting within her. Indeed, it is genuine. There will be no need for drinking or compromising your integrity, and you will not be coerced into any unsavory arrangements. All work will be discussed solely as work, with no intrusion into personal lives. Additionally, the profit sharing will be 60 to 40 in favor of the company, with your share being 40. This will all be stipulated in the contract. Lin Xuan's offer was indeed alluring. In typical entertainment companies, the profit sharing for newcomers was often set at 20 to 80 or 30 to 70. But the promise of no exploitation and the maximum freedom granted was what she truly sought. She had left Xingui Entertainment precisely to pursue an environment free from coercion and to regain her independence. I should mention that my entertainment company has not yet launched, but it will be operational soon. That is acceptable, Su Daiyai replied, her voice slightly hoarse. There is nothing worse than her current predicament. I am willing to join your company. Determination flickered in her eyes. She was not ready to back down just yet. Me Su, your entry into my company will be solely as a singer, not as a boss. This must be made clear. You're suited to be a singer, not a manager. Su Die nodded honestly, I understand. However, this is merely my intention. My studio has 2 other singers, and I must consult them to see if they are willing to join. Go ahead and ask, Lin Xuan replied as he began drafting the contract on his computer. Yu Wangqing and Zhou Wei had not left. Instead, they found a nearby bar to drink. Zhou Wei verbally supported Su Daiyai's decision to disband the studio. Yet his heart was heavy with reluctance. He understood that apart from disbanding, they had no other choice. Continuing further would only waste money. Su Daiyai's resources were already dwindling, and it was unreasonable to expect her to sacrifice her basic livelihood for the studio. Zhou Wei incessantly poured liquor into his mouth. Wei Ge, has our studio truly disbanded? Yu Wangqing inquired, her voice tinged with distress, unwilling to accept this harsh reality. Zhou Wei remained silent. After a prolonged pause, he finally replied, let us meet at the pinnacle as Sister Daiyai suggested. Just then, his phone rang, and he answered the call. Zhou Wei, a company is willing to sign us, offering exceedingly generous terms. Would you like to return to the studio to discuss it? Su Daiyai's voice resonated from a phone. All right, I'll head back immediately. Zhou Wei's voice brimmed with uncontainable excitement. What is going on? Yu Wangqing asked, still in a daze. Wangqing, we want to have to part ways with Sister Daiyai. Come, let's return to the studio now. Wei Ge, you must be joking, Yu Wangqing responded skeptically, convinced that their studio had already dissolved and that Sister Daiyai had expelled them, marking the end of everything. Why would I deceive you? Zhou Wei replied helplessly. This is what Sister Daiyai herself stated, but we will be joining an entertainment company instead of remaining at the studio. Zhou Wei spoke earnestly, prompting Yu Wangqing to spring up from her chair. Wei Ge, let us hurry back. Within just 2 minutes, Zhou Wei and Yu Wangqing had returned to the studio. Su Daiyai shared with them the terms presented by Lin Xuan and explained his connection with Xingui Entertainment. Zhou Wei, Wangqing, whatever you choose, I fully support you. Please consider your options carefully. Sister Daiyai Yu Wangqing's eyes welled with tears of excitement. When I was eliminated, it was you who taught me to sing. You are my pillar of strength. Wherever you go, I will follow. Zhou Wei nodded in agreement. I feel the same way. After waiting for over half an hour, Lin Xuan completed the contract, and since there was a printer in the studio, he printed it out. Take a look at this contract and see if there are any issues, he said, placing 3 copies on their respective desks. There were no objections, and they signed the contract, affixing their fingerprints. Mr. Lin, may our collaboration be fruitful. Su Daiyai extended her hand towards Lin Xuan. He glanced at her, but did not shake her hand. I apologize, but my girlfriend dislikes any form of physical contact with other women. He was determined to extinguish any possibility of Su Hua confining him. Chapter 58 Huobao, the illness has struck, Wang Guanjia remarked with satisfaction. Master Lin is truly becoming increasingly astute. Su Daiyai smiled gently. It seems Mr. Lin dotes on your girlfriend. She must be very happy. She indeed is deserving of such affection, Lin Xuan mused, a glimmer of amusement dancing in his eyes, particularly when Su Hua occasionally acted coy, melting one's heart. Yu Wangqing felt a pang of sorrow, having fallen hopelessly in love with Lin Xuan at first sight upon entering the studio. She had been captivated by the sight of him diligently typing contracts, his earnest demeanor enchanting. As their conversations unfolded, she discovered his eloquence and gentlemanly grace, deepening her infatuation. However, he was already in a relationship, and he appeared to cherish his girlfriend deeply. The budding feelings she had just begun to explore were swiftly snuffed out. Lin Xuan wandered around the studio, observing, the instruments here are rather rudimentary. Su Dai, please procure some better equipment. He opened a large bag, revealing a substantial amount of cash, estimated to be in the millions. Su Dai, Yu Wanking, and Zhou Wei exchanged bewildered glances. They had noticed the shabby bag earlier and found it incongruous with Lin Xian's designer attire and bodyguards. What kind-hearted individual would use a sack to carry money? Su Dai pondered, momentarily stunned as she accepted the bundle of red bills. By the way, here, take this. Lin Xian tossed them a notebook. Su Dai curiously opened it, her expression transforming into one of shock. It contained a collection of songs. She mentally sang through the scores, her astonishment growing as each piece resonated with catchy melodies and rich emotions. The likelihood of any single song becoming a hit was exceedingly high, and there were not just one, but 10. These were songs that Lin Xuan had imported from another world, utilizing them without any sense of moral conflict. Your primary task now is to master these songs. I believe they will soon come in handy. I will ensure you rise to fame. His greatest advantage lay in the vast array of songs, films, and various other forms of content and knowledge from countless other worlds. This would undoubtedly pave the way for his entertainment empire. Novels and entertainment companies were merely the initial steps on his journey. Understood. Sudiegi nadie de permitible. Once Lin Xuan had orchestrated everything, he took his leave. Su Dai watched his departing figure, her eyes sparkling with ambition. Zhou Wei, wonking. This time we shall free ourselves from Xingui Entertainment's grasp. Let's not lose heart. Better days await us. For the first time since being mired in scandal due to Xingui Entertainment, she felt a glimmer of hope. She believed that today's choice would prove to be the wisest decision she had ever made. Indeed, Sister Dai, as you said, we shall meet at the pinnacle. Yu Wanking replied earnestly. Zhou Wei felt a surge of fervent anticipation rising within him. Young Master Lin, where shall we head next? Wang Guangjia inquired respectfully. To the cake shop, Lin Xuan responded. Wang Guangjia's eyes brightened. Today is Mrs. Birthday. Young Master Lin remembers? You actually remembered Mrs. Birthday. She will surely be delighted. Wang Guangjia remarked with a smile. Lin Xuan cast a glance at Wang Guangjia, knowing he had no choice but to remember. Last year, he had meticulously crafted a gift for Qin Ruoyao, only for Su Hua to mistakenly believe it was for her. After learning the truth, Su Hua had mercilessly punished him, leaving his lips bruised while she nearly devoured him. Upon entering the cake shop, Lin Xuan realized his novel royalties would not be dispersed for a few more days. Although Su Hua had provided him with a black card, using her money for a gift felt insincere. He resolved to personally bake a cake for Su Hua. Having never made a cake before, he offered a sum of money to the pastry chef, requesting hands-on guidance. The pastry chef had other tasks to attend to, leaving Lin Xuan to wait. He took out his phone to message Su Hua. Huabao, it has been 4 hours and 3 minutes since we parted. I miss you. The executives were reporting to Su Hua when she had set a special alert for Lin Xuan's messages, which bore a unique ringtone. She interrupted the meeting, retrieving her phone to read Lin Xuan's message, a slight smile gracing her lips. The executives exchanged bewildered glances, astonished to see Su Zong smiling so tenderly. Resembling a love-struck woman, exactly as the rumor suggested, Su Zong was indeed different with her young man. They wondered who this individual was, capable of capturing the heart of such a dedicated businesswoman. Su Hua lingered on the words Huabao for quite some time, her fingertips dancing across the screen as she replied. Lin Xuan, brimming with excitement, shared, I didn't invest in the Dream Studio. I signed them all. I will establish an entertainment company, a gaming company, and more. Su Hua, I will become a man who stands shoulder to shoulder with you. He certainly desired to enjoy the fruits of another's labor, but fate had bestowed upon him a remarkable advantage, sparing him from divine retribution. He also yearned to protect Su Hua from the danger she faced. Even as the head of the Su family, she often found herself targeted and threatened. Su Hua's lips curved into a smile. Sir, it's ready, the pastry chef announced as he approached. Su Hua, I have matters to attend to. I'll be busy for a while. Remember to return home early tonight. I'll be waiting for you. Lin Xuan concluded, putting away his phone. Su Hua's eyes glimmered with a faint smile as she ended the call. Proceed, she instructed. The senior management continued their work report. Suddenly, Su Hua received a photo on her phone. Upon opening it, she was confronted with the harrowing image of a person lying in a pool of blood. Su Hua froze, her eyes reddening with suppressed emotion. You may leave, she said, her voice strained as she clenched her fists, battling the tempest of rage within. She understood that she was on the brink of a breakdown. Chapter 59. Her bloodthirsty nature, unrecognizable to Qin Yes, CEO, Su. The senior management complied and exited the office, casting a worried glance back at Su Hua before closing the door behind them. Upon reaching the secretary's office, a senior member remarked, "Secretary Jiang, has something happened to CEO Su? I just saw her eyes were quite red, and her demeanor was off." Jiang Qing instantly clenched her fists, suppressing her panic. "Perhaps it's just that CEO Su isn't feeling well. I'll check on her. Lu, you may return." Jiang Qing calmly watched as the senior member departed. As soon as he stepped into the elevator, she strode purposefully back to the office. Su Hua had already donned her suit jacket and staggered toward the office door. "Sang." Jiang Qing rushed to support her. "Return." Su Hua gritted her teeth. "All right." Jiang Qing assisted her down the executive elevator, driving at breakneck speed to return her to Yi Yuan. Inside the bakery, Butler Wang observed Lin Xuan as he crafted a cake, pride welling in his eyes, tears blurring his vision. It truly hasn't been easy. Miss has invested her heart and is finally reaping the rewards. He had once feared that she would spend her life in solitude, but little did he expect that one day, Lin Xuan would come to recognize her kindness. Butler Wang's phone rang, and he stepped outside to take the call. "Secretary Jiang." "Butler Wang, CEO Su has had an episode." Jiang Qing's anxious voice came through. "I'm on my way back." Butler Wang's expression changed drastically. Each episode was a torturous ordeal for Mississippi Jiang Qing. Su Hua leaned against the car seat, her voice pained. "Do not let him know." She did not want him to witness her terrifying side. Jiang Qing nodded in agreement. "Understood." She relayed Su Hua's request to Butler Wang. "All right. I will keep it from young Master Lin." Butler Wang sighed. After putting away his phone, he returned to the bakery's back room. "Young Master Lin, I have urgent matters to attend to." "Very well." Lin Xuan nodded, having just finished baking the cake. Following the pastry chef's guidance, he meticulously applied cream to the cake's surface. Butler Wang arrived back at Yi Yuan. "Secretary Jiang, where's Miss?" "CEO Su has locked herself in the secret room." Jiang Qing replied, her concern palpable. The secret room was shrouded in darkness, a foreboding place. Each time Miss had an episode, she would isolate herself within, emerging battered and bruised. They could only watch helplessly, without recourse. Doctors specializing in neurology, psychology, and various other fields had been consulted, all to no avail. "Butler Wang, when do you think CEO Su will recover?" Jiang Qing pressed her lips together. "I do not know." Butler Wang sighed. "Miss suffers from a heart ailment. It requires a remedy of the heart." An idea sparked in Jiang Qing's mind, her eyes lighting up. "Butler Wang, do you think it's possible for young Master Lin to try? He is the only one who can reach into Mrs. Hart." Butler Wang shook his head. "I fear that young Master Lin would be frightened by Mrs. condition. It may lead him back to a desire to escape her, exacerbating her illness." Jiang Qing's gaze dimmed as she continued to stare at the tightly shut secret room. In the bakery, Lin Xuan adorned the cake with a ring of red hearts, even crafting a small figure of Su Hua atop it. "Sir, I never expected your first cake would turn out so splendidly," the pastry chef praised without reservation. "Indeed." Lin Xuan smiled, thinking that Su Hua would surely appreciate this cake. Though his gift was modest, he vowed that once he received his manuscript payment, he would present her with something more substantial. As Lin Xuan returned to Yi Yuan with the cake, he overheard a few maids discussing Mrs. episodes. "Her episodes are truly terrifying. Her eyes turn red, and she becomes unrecognizable to her kin, her strength surging alarmingly. I've heard that ever since she was brought back to the Su family, she has been like this. Despite consulting numerous doctors, her condition remains unchanged. One can only wonder what she endured during that time when she was abducted. Sure, let us not speak of it. Butler Wang has instructed us not to inform young Master Lin. If he finds out, we shall face dire consequences." Lin Xuan frowned. "Miss is having episodes? Unrecognizable to her kin? What has happened to Su Hua?" His voice suddenly rang out, startling the two maids. "Why, young Master Lin?" they stammered, unable to meet his gaze. "Tell me what is going on?" Lin Xuan demanded once more. The maids trembled as they replied, "We're sorry, young Master Lin. We cannot disclose this information." Lin Xuan understood their reticence stemmed from either Su Hua or Butler Wang's instructions, and he did not press them further. He recalled Butler Wang's anxious demeanor as he left the bakery. "Where is Butler Wang?" Lin Xuan inquired. "He is on the third floor," one maid answered. Lin Xuan placed the cake in the living room and strode purposefully up the stairs. Upon reaching the third floor, he spotted Butler Wang and Secretary Jiang standing at the end of the corridor outside a room that had been perpetually shut. Lin Xuan had lived in Yi Yuan for 3 years and had never entered this room. As Jiang Qing caught sight of Lin Xuan, a flicker of panic crossed her face. "Young Master Lin," she feigned nonchalance. "Where is Su Hua?" Lin Xuan asked. "CEO Su has gone out for a business meeting." Jiang Qing replied, her facade unwavering. "Is she in that room? What illness does she have?" Lin Xuan's tone grew serious. Butler Wang and Jiang Qing exchanged glances, remaining silent. Butler Wang, Secretary Jiang, I am her boyfriend. I have a right to know everything, Lin Xuan insisted, his voice firm. After a moment of hesitation, Butler Wang finally relented, realizing that Lin Xuan would learn the truth sooner or later. Miss is ill. It is a psychological ailment. She experiences episodes at least once a month, sometimes up to 4 times. Each episode ignites a bloodthirsty desire, compelling her to lock herself away and harm herself. Butler Wang's voice quivered with emotion. What had once been occasional flare-ups had escalated into something more severe since Lin Xian's arrival at Yuan. Why was I not aware of this? Lin Xian's voice was hoarse. He had been oblivious from the start. No wonder he often found Su Hua absent, except during his business trips. Butler Wang explained, "It is because Miss fears you seeing her in such a state. She has insisted we keep this from you. Therefore, we hope you will act as if you know nothing." Lin Xian's lips curled into a sardonic smile. It was fortunate he was unaware before, or he would have wielded this information to hurt Su Hua. What is this secret room like? Lin Xian felt a heaviness in his heart, wishing for her safety and health. Could her terminal illness 5 years later be connected to this condition? It is cold, dark, and oppressive, devoid of any light. Each time, she must endure hours alone within, Butler Wang recounted. Chapter 60. Eliminate them all. The secret room was utterly devoid of light. Butler Wang clenched his fists. "I spent time inside. It is stifling. I could hardly last an hour." He continued, "Miss could have sought solace from her subordinates, but she refrains from harming us and chooses to isolate herself instead." Lin Xian asked quietly, "Butler Wang, when did this begin?" Each word from Butler Wang pierced his heart like needles, causing him immense pain. What had Su Hua endured? Ever since the young lady returned to the Su family, I have been by her side, attending to her every need. From that moment on, she became a solitary figure, reluctant to forge connections with others. She struck me as a mere shell devoid of emotion. As Mr. Wang, the steward, felt his eyes welling with tears, he remarked, "Young Master Lin, it is only with your presence that I have come to realize the young lady is capable of laughter, tears, and anger. Her every emotion resonates with you. You are her entire world. Even if you witness her darker side, I implore you to show her understanding." This was a precautionary measure for Lin Xian, to prevent him from recoiling in fear or disgust upon encountering the young lady's violent and bloodthirsty demeanor. Lin Xian clenched his fists and declared, "Steward Wang, I must go in and keep her company." He could not allow her to remain alone in that chamber. Wang shook his head, cautioning young master. "The young lady is unable to recognize anyone in her current state. If you were to enter, it could endanger you. She has instructed us to protect you diligently. Should you be harmed, she would surely suffer immense guilt upon regaining her senses. Steward, are you truly willing to leave her to her own devices in that room, to potentially harm herself?" Lin Xian spoke solemnly. Wang fell silent, recalling Jiang Qing's words, contemplating whether Lin Xian might be the key to unraveling the young lady's emotional turmoil. "Young master, I may permit you to enter, but only under the condition that a bodyguard ensures your safety." After making a phone call, a dozen imposing bodyguards, former mercenaries with formidable skills, soon arrived. Additionally, Wang summoned a doctor equipped with a tranquilizer for precautionary measures. He understood that Lin Xian's safety was paramount. Without him, the young lady would not survive. At that moment, Su Hua stood at the center of the chamber, her eyes a vivid crimson, the surroundings awash in a sanguine hue. Her mind was consumed by a singular thought: to kill, to annihilate everyone in sight. With a click, the door lock was twisted open. Su Hua's blood-red gaze turned towards the entrance, radiating an intense, murderous intent. Lin Xian, upon seeing her, momentarily froze. The woman before him remained stunningly beautiful, yet her eyes glowed with a crimson fury. Blood dripped from her hands, staining the floor, and the walls bore witness to countless blood marks. An ominous aura enveloped her. "Young master, you should leave," Wang urged with concern, recognizing the dire situation. "There is nothing to fear," Lin Xian replied with a smile. He had witnessed firsthand how she had tortured Qin Ruoyao and Lin Liji to death. Her current state did not frighten him. Having faced death once before, he felt no dread in its presence. He stepped closer to Su Hua, while the bodyguards remained vigilant, ready to act at a moment's notice. "Su Hua, it's me. You're Xian. Do you recognize me?" "Su Hua, do not be afraid. We are all here for you. No one will harm you." Yet, Su Hua was ensnared in her own world, perceiving him merely as prey. Her gaze fixated on the man before her, her eyes sharp with predatory intent. "No." Wang shook his head. "You must not advance any further." "Young master, return quickly," Wang shouted anxiously. Ignoring Wang's warnings, Lin Xian continued to approach. "Su Hua dich get herips." "So, someone has come. How bold," she murmured, her movements shifting as the bodyguards' hearts raced, fearing for Lin Xian's safety. They positioned themselves in front of Su Hua, shielding Lin Xuan behind them. Witnessing this, Su Hua's excitement heightened. More are coming, she thought, her gaze sharpening. The air filled with the sounds of conflict as several bodyguards were thrown against the wall, the sickening sound of broken ribs echoing through the room. In less than 10 minutes, they were all incapacitated, the former mercenaries utterly outmatched by Su Hua's ferocity. The bloodlust in her eyes only intensified. This is dire. The young lady has completely lost control, Wang exclaimed, realizing that no matter how many bodyguards were summoned, they could not contend with her strength. In the blink of an eye, Su Hua stood before Lin Xuan, seizing the opportunity without allowing anyone else to react. "You are quite handsome," she remarked, her fingers tracing Lin Xuan's face, "but beauty will not save you from death." Grasping his throat, she added, "You would make an exquisite specimen, or perhaps a decorative piece in a glass coffin." Lin Xuan thought, does Su Hua have an obsession with specimens? Even in her madness, she fixates on this. As this scene unfolded before Wang, beads of cold sweat formed on his brow. "Doctor, bodyguards," he shouted. The bodyguards, responding to Wang's command, prepared to rush in, giving the doctor a chance to administer a tranquilizer. "Stand back," Lin Xuan commanded. Wang frowned, but Lin Xuan, looking into the eyes of the woman, filled with murderous intent, assured, "I believe she will not truly harm me." Wang, gritting his teeth, reluctantly raised his hand, signaling for everyone to halt. "You'll all die." Su Hua's voice dripped with menace as her grip tightened around Lin Xuan's throat, suffocating his breath. "Su Hua," Lin Xuan gasped, "you must take care of yourself." Tears streamed down his cheeks, landing on her hand. Su Hua furrowed her brow, bewildered by the pang of sorrow she felt upon seeing him cry. He was meant to be her target. He deserved to die. As Lin Xuan's expression grew increasingly pained, a wave of panic surged within Su Hua, compelling her to push him away. He coughed and clutched his throat, realizing that his gamble had paid off. Su Hua could not bring herself to kill him. "Leave," she hissed coldly. In her unstable emotional state, Lin Xuan pondered how to calm her. An idea formed, and he decided to take a chance. With determined strides, he approached Su Hua once more. Wang and Jiang Qing, having finally settled their nerves, felt their anxiety resurface as they watched Lin Xuan head towards her. "I offered you a chance. If you do not flee, you will perish," Su Hua warned, narrowing her eyes as she tightened her grip around his neck. In a moment of sheer audacity, Lin Xuan suddenly grasped the back of Su Hua's head and kissed her deeply. The collective gasps of disbelief from Wang, Jiang Qing, the bodyguards, and the doctor echoed in the room. At a time like this, he still thinks of romance? Su Hua stood momentarily distant, blinking as the rage within her began to dissipate. "This man, he is quite delectable," she mused, considering the possibility of keeping him as her bed slave. Wang and the others were left speechless. Was this truly all it took? As Lin Xuan noticed Su Hua reverting to her more gentle demeanor, he withdrew from the kiss. "Su Hua, listen to me. You need to calm down." A frown crossed her features, and she disregarded his words, fixated instead on why he would pull away. "So disobedient. I shall lock you up, keep you in bed." The fury within her began to resurface. Lin Xuan, feeling defeated, leaned in to kiss her once more. This time, Su Hua became as docile as a fawn. "There are too many people here, Su Hua. Let us return to our room, shall we?" he whispered enticingly in her ear. Su Hua's eyes darkened. This little bed slave knows how to follow orders. Complying, she allowed Lin Xuan to lead her away, leaving Wang and Jiang Qing in a state of utter disbelief. Just moments ago, the formidable, which seemed poised to unleash chaos upon the world. Yet now she is as docile as a fawn. How surreal. "Butler Wang, you have certainly misjudged the situation. Young Master Lin is not intimidated by President Su, and indeed, he possesses the ability to soothe her afflictions." Jiang Qing swallowed hard, realizing that she had underestimated young Master Lin's significance. The astonishment on Butler Wang's face had yet to fade. "Regardless, President Su shall no longer endure her suffering alone," Jiang Qing remarked with a light-hearted smile. "Indeed," Butler Wang replied, nodding with a grin. "Perhaps Miss will even recover completely. One must admit, young Master Lin is truly a treasure. I retract my previous remarks labeling him a calamity." In the room, Su Hua pushed Lin Xuan onto the bed. Lin Xuan had intended to release his pent-up energy, so he no longer cared about who was on top. This time, he willingly assumed the submissive role. "Little bed slave, I am quite satisfied with your performance," Su Hua teased, lifting Lin Xuan's chin, her luscious lips curling slightly as her enchanting eyes roamed over him unabashedly. "So handsome," she thought, marveling at how he perfectly matched her aesthetic standards. "Little bed slave," Lin Xuan thought, a vein throbbing on his forehead. "Forget it. Su Hua is unwell and currently delirious. I shall endure." Su Hua's gaze fell upon Lin Xuan's lips, recalling the thrill she felt when he kissed her earlier. Lowering her head, she captured his lips with hers, lacking tenderness. Instead infused with a hint of aggression. The temperature in the air began to rise. It was only after Su Hua had exhausted herself and drifted into a deep slumber that Lin Xuan commenced tending to her bloodied hands. What had she endured? Lin Xuan frowned, having always believed Su Hua's life was one of glory, filled with tremendous power and wealth. He never realized the solitude that plagued her heart. The trials she faced must have been beyond the imagination of ordinary people. A surge of compassion welled up within him for Su Hua. In my past life, you avenged me, and in this life I shall protect you. Not only did he intend to establish a cultural empire, but he also aimed to bolster his martial prowess. While such aspirations might seem fanciful to others, he possessed a spatial anomaly, his golden key, that allowed for a significantly slower flow of time, providing him with all the resources necessary for training. As Lin Xuan exited the bedroom, Butler Wang inquired with concern, "How is the young lady? She has already fallen asleep." Lin Xuan replied, brow furrowed. "Butler Wang, aside from her manic symptoms, does Su Hua have any other ailments?" "None that I am aware of." Butler Wang shook his head. "However, the doctor mentioned that the illness may eventually affect her organs." Understood. Lin Xuan resolved to ensure that Su Hua regained her health. Unfortunately, the medical practices of this alternate world were lacking, and he had no means to acquire the necessary healing knowledge to assist her. Returning to the room, Lin Xuan devoted the night to caring for Su Hua. When she awoke, he was resting beside her bed, unaware of the events that had transpired during her episode. Confused, she gazed at him, wondering why she wasn't in the secret chamber. Observing her bandaged hands, which resembled dumplings, she smirked slightly. Such clumsy wrapping must have been done by Xian. Seeing Lin Xuan exhausted, she chose not to rouse him and quietly covered him with a blanket before stepping out of the bedroom. Remarkably, she felt as if nothing were amiss in the past. After such episodes, she would emerge pallid and require at least a day's rest, sometimes even 4 days for more severe outbreaks. Butler Wang, upon seeing Su Hua in the living room, was taken aback. "Miss, you appear remarkably well today." "I'm fine," Su Hua replied, puzzled as to why she felt so untroubled this time. "Uncle Wang, does Xian know about my condition?" "Yes, Mississippi. I initially intended to keep it from young Master Lin, as per your wishes, but somehow he learned of it. Concerned for your well-being, he insisted on entering the chamber, and I couldn't prevent him. I thought he might be of assistance, so I allowed him in." Butler Wang recounted the events of the previous day, omitting the part where Su Hua nearly choked Lin Xuan, which would have only led to her regretting her actions. Su Hua's lips curled into a faint smile. So Xian was not afraid. How wonderful. My feelings for him are growing stronger. After her episode, Su Hua exhibited an extraordinary amount of energy, with Lin Xuan feeling thoroughly drained. After returning to her room, she moved him to the bed to sleep, completely unaware of what had transpired. Chapter 62, Alas. My girlfriend is too clingy after washing his face upon waking. Lin Xuan glanced at his phone and found several messages from Wang Dehe. Adopted son, Suanzi, let me tell you, today Qin Ruoyao has gone mad. She actually bought you breakfast and left it at your seat, which I promptly devoured. Adopted son. This is akin to red rain falling from the sky. Previously, it was you bringing her breakfast. Why is she treating you now? Could it be that she has developed feelings for you and wants to pursue you? Adopted son, Suanzi, be wary. Qin Ruoyao is merely pretending to care. Don't be deceived. Adopted son, I believe President Su is quite splendid, powerful, wealthy, and beautiful. It treats you well. You should focus on her instead of being a scoundrel who straddles 2 boats. Lin Xuan sighed, realizing he needed to keep a close watch on Suanzi to prevent him from being lured away by other temptresses. He replied helplessly, "Rest assured, I have no interest in her. Even if it were offered voluntarily, he wouldn't want it." Wang Dehe quickly responded, "That's good. By the way, Suanzi, why didn't you come to class this morning? Are you feeling unwell?" Lin Xuan replied, "Sai, my girlfriend is too clingy, holding me in bed and not letting me leave." Wang Dehe, overwhelmed by this revelation, cursed himself for asking. He seriously doubted he would be spared from witnessing Suanzi's public displays of affection in the future. At the dining table, Lin Xuan fed Su Hua shrimp, saying Hua Bao, "This is your favorite. Eat more." The servants in the dining room were taken aback. But the one et gleam, Hu Bao, such an endearing term for the young lady. How enchanting. Simply enchanting. Su Hua's eyes deepened with delight. Hu Bao, that name is rather lovely. In the afternoon, Lin Xuan appeared at school, now the center of attention, handsome, wealthy, and the author of a bestseller. Many girls gazed at him with excitement. Lin Xuan is so incredibly handsome. How did I not notice it before? One girl wondered. If I had known, I would have pursued him. Don't even think about it. Lin Xuan likes Qin Ruoyao, so you have no chance. Qin Ruoyao has already become a thing of the past. Look, Lin Xuan hardly acknowledges her now. As Qin Ruoyao approached, the girls exchanged glances. Her expression was dark as she walked past them, fists clenched tightly. No, I have not become a thing of the past. Lin Xuan has merely temporarily set me aside. As long as I am willing to humble myself and pursue him, he will surely accept me again, and then I will have the pleasure of slapping their faces. As soon as Qin Ruoyao left, the two girls scoffed. Whom are you putting on such a sour face for? What is there to be upset about? Every day, you rely solely on your looks to entice men. In their eyes, Qin Ruoyao is nothing more than a green tea princess, utterly nauseating and pretentious. As soon as Qin Ruoyao entered the classroom, she spotted Lin Xuan, who was seated at a desk, tidying up his belongings, and her heart raced uncontrollably. Lin Xuan had transformed into an incredibly handsome figure compared to the past. He is destined to be her boyfriend, to marry her. And even Lin Li hopes for their union. These two brothers will ultimately be her men. Qin Ruoyao presented Lin Xuan with the knee pads she had prepared that very morning. Lin Xuan frowned. These knee pads were personally sewn by me for you, she declared. Though in truth, they were purchased, for her delicate hands could not endure the pain of sewing. You frequently play basketball, running, and jumping, which is hard on your knees. These will make a significant difference, she explained bashfully before returning to her seat. The other students in the class observed Qin Ruoyao's actions with astonishment. What a turn of events. Previously, it was Lin Xuan who chased after Qin Ruoyao. Now she was the one proactively offering him gifts. It seemed she had developed feelings for him. What do you think Lin Xuan will do? Will he accept the knee pads? Many of the boys had become fans of Lin Xuan, their admiration evident in their expressions whenever his name was mentioned. I hope Lin Xuan doesn't have a change of heart. He's so exceptional now, he could have any woman he desires. Why would he want someone like Qin Ruoyao? Wang Dei, he thought, his guard instinctively rising. This simply wouldn't do. He had to prevent Qin Ruoyao from getting too close to Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan, don't you already have knee pads at home? These are quite ugly. Perhaps you should decline them. Lin Xuan agreed. Indeed, I find them rather unattractive. As Lin Xuan picked up the knee pads and walked forward, Qin Ruoyao's heart raced, and a flush of red crept onto her cheeks. What was his intention in approaching her? Was he coming to thank her? Or perhaps to say he liked the knee pads, and that she need not trouble herself to make them for him anymore? Surely, Lin Xuan still cared for her. Just as Qin Ruoyao was contemplating how to respond, Lin Xuan walked past her and tossed the knee pads directly into the trash bin. What? Lin Xuan actually threw them away? Does he not like Qin Ruoyao anymore? What a relief. He should be this resolute. Some murmured. I realize Qin Ruoyao is not as divine as she appears. She's quite ordinary. Tears welled up in Qin Ruoyao's eyes, her face reflecting profound hurt. Those knee pads were a gift from her. How could he dispose of them? As Lin Xuan returned to his seat, he passed by Qin Ruoyao, who grasped his arm. Her voice breaking. Lin Xuan, why? Why treat her this way? With disdain, Lin Xuan violently shook her off. There's no reason. I simply consider those knee pads trash. And trash belongs in the trash bin, doesn't it? His tone dripped with mockery. Chapter 63. I must remain loyal to my girlfriend. Trash? Lin Xuan dismissed the knee pads as garbage, which was tantamount to calling her garbage. Qin Ruoyao's expression darkened. Upon returning to his seat, Wang Dei leaned in with enthusiasm. Lin Xuan, did you know that you looked particularly dashing just now? With a sigh, Lin Xuan replied, I must remain loyal to my girlfriend. So I won't entertain gifts from other women. Wang Dei was taken aback. My girlfriend has a strong sense of possessiveness. If she finds out, she'll be furious. The classroom erupted into chatter. Wait, Lin Xuan has a girlfriend? Who is she? Who is it? No wonder Lin Xuan had ignored Qin Ruoyao. They were all curious about his girlfriend. Lin Xuan, could you refrain from discussing your girlfriend? Wang Dei lamented. Feeling overwhelmed by the abundance of dog food, the term used for witnessing others' romantic affections. Why don't you find someone for yourself? Lin Xuan shot back. Wait, Wang Dei thought. He must find someone even better than Lin Xuan's girlfriend. But, truly, how could anyone match the wealth and lineage of Su Zong? Perhaps he could find a gentle girl to be his girlfriend. After all, a domineering woman like Su Zong wouldn't be exceptionally tender-hearted. As Qin Ruoyao sat in her seat, her feelings of grievance deepened, and tears streamed down her cheeks, making her look pitifully beautiful. Luo Yuan had taken a leave of absence today, otherwise. Upon seeing Qin Ruoyao's state, he would have felt unbearable sorrow. Qin Ruoyao, what has happened to you? Li Xiyu inquired with concern. Qin Ruoyao quietly recounted the incident to Li Xiyu. Qin Ruoyao, if you wish to win Lin Xuan back, you must persevere. This is merely the beginning. In time, you will touch his heart, Li Xiyu comforted her. Though Qin Ruoyao felt the urge to give up, the thought of Su Hua, that woman, ignited her determination. She liked Lin Xuan, and she would not yield easily. She was resolute that as long as she treated Lin Xuan well, he would surely notice her. After class, Lin Xuan returned to his small villa and lay down, immersing himself in writing his novel. The library on his novel website must be rich to retain readers. As the news site lacked content, he needed to compose high-quality works to fill it. Lin Xuan wrote across various genres: male-oriented, female-oriented, urban, fantasy, martial arts, romance. Each category was represented. His fingers danced rapidly over the keyboard, and he had already set up the novel app, awaiting the opportunity that would propel it to success. He believed the Morning Glory would provide him with that chance. 2 days later, Lin Xuan's earnings arrived, totaling over 10 million. His novels had become a sensation across the internet. Meng Bo, the president of Fiyu novel website, returned from a business trip. "How have the novels been doing during my absence?" he inquired. The editor-in-chief of female-oriented novels replied, "President, the female-oriented section remains unchanged." Meng Bo nodded. Maintaining the status quo was still a positive outcome. "And what about the male-oriented section?" he asked. The male-oriented editor-in-chief appeared significantly more confident, smiling as he responded, "President, we have released a blockbuster novel that went from inception to conclusion in just 4 days, achieving an average of 500,000 subscriptions. It's gone viral." Meng Bo's expression shifted to one of astonishment. In just 4 days it was completed, and it reached 500,000 subscriptions? Editor Wang, ensure that this author is treated exceptionally well. Meng Bo instructed. A knock echoed through the room. "Come in," Meng Bo called, dressed in a cheongsam. The Morning Glory entered the office, her slender waist swaying. "President," she called out in a high-pitched voice. The two editors exchanged glances and discreetly exited the office. The Morning Glory, having just married, was back to charm the president again. Tisk tisk. The female editor speculated. Editor Huang, do you think she is here regarding Lin Xuan's novel? The male editor, hearing this, began to worry. He hoped this Morning Glory wouldn't cause any trouble. Chapter 64. You're fired. In the office, the Morning Glory sat on Meng Bo's lap, her eyes red as if she had been crying. "Darling, what is wrong? Why are you so clingy as soon as I return?" Meng Bo's hands wandered playfully across her front and waist. "Is this because you've been wronged, and you want the president to seek justice for you?" The Morning Glory pouted. What grievance could you possibly have? Who dares to make my little darling suffer?" Meng Bo chuckled, squeezing the Morning Glory's hand affectionately. "There exists a novelist named Xian, whose exceptional talent I wish to nurture personally under my guidance. However, he vehemently refused my offer, hurling insults at me, calling me shameless and unattractive. After berating me, he went so far as to block me, prompting me, in a fit of anger, to delete him as well, rendering our previous conversations inaccessible. Is it the renowned male author who has achieved great success in the male readership sector?" Meng Bo furrowed his brow. "Yes, indeed, it is him. Sigh. You may not be aware, but Xian is an author under the auspices of Dogtail Grass, who has always harbored disdain towards me. This incident could very well be orchestrated by Dogtail Grass himself. Xian, emboldened by his accomplishments, seems to believe he is beyond reproach and has taken to insulting me." La Hua lamented, tears spilling down her cheeks. "Darling, do not weep. I shall avenge you," Meng Bo said tenderly, wiping her tears away. "Every time you say that, CEO, it has been a year and Dogtail Grass continues to flaunt his arrogance before me." La Hua turned her face away, slipping off Meng Bo's lap. "Your consideration for the company is understandable, but it seems I am of lesser importance than the company. I shall return to my office now." Meng Bo would not allow La Hua to depart so easily. She was the most striking figure in the company, both in appearance and demeanor, and her prowess in the bedroom was equally captivating. Moreover, she had just recently wed, making the thought of her engaging with another man all the more tantalizing. He grasped La Hua's hand, pulling her back into his embrace. "It's quite simple. I can assign him directly to your team. As for Dogtail Grass, I shall terminate his employment. What do you think?" Changing editors typically requires the author's consent, but it is rare for an author to oppose the website's arrangements, as they rely on it for their livelihood. I doubt Xian is any exception, and as for Dogtail Grass, he is merely an ordinary editor. There are plenty of editors aspiring to join our prestigious website. Losing him is inconsequential. Really? La Hua's eyes sparkled with hope. "Thank you, CEO. My darling. How I miss you. Come, allow me to kiss you." Meng Bo eagerly leaned in. "CEO," La Hua playfully pushed against Meng Bo's chest, feigning resistance. Moments later. The office was filled with suggestive sounds. Half an hour later, La Hua emerged from the office with an air of triumph, striding over to Dogtail Grass's desk. A temporary victory does not guarantee future successes. Some individuals ought not to celebrate prematurely. What is rightfully mine cannot be seized by anyone. With that declaration, La Hua returned to her own desk, leaving Dogtail Grass furrowing his brow in confusion. What could her words imply? Surely it pertained to Xian? Before long, Dogtail Grass was summoned to the HR department. Dogtail Grass, pack your things and prepare to leave the company. You will receive compensation equivalent to 1 year's salary. His expression darkened immediately. It appeared the company could no longer accommodate him. More accurately, La Hua could not. Perhaps it was for the best. He would no longer have to navigate the judgments of others. He had long since grown weary of it. And what of Xian? How will he be managed? Dogtail Grass inquired. I have heard the CEO has arranged for him to work under La Hua, a staff member from HR replied. They felt a twinge of sympathy for Dogtail Grass, who had painstakingly signed a top-tier author only to be reduced to a mere pawn for another. Just as expected, a shadow of concern crossed Dogtail Grass's features. He reached out to Lin Xuan, sending a message. I've been terminated, brother. The company has assigned you to work under La Hua. You don't plan to continue writing novels for Fu, do you? If so, I fear La Hua won't treat you kindly. He could already foresee La Hua's actions. She would likely withhold any favorable recommendations for Lin Xuan's novels and scrutinize them for any violations, swiftly taking them down at the slightest infraction. Generally, novels do not withstand such intense scrutiny. Lin Xuan replied promptly. Her actions are fortuitous. Had she not transferred me under her, I would have felt it a pity. It seemed he intended to escalate matters further, potentially amplifying the reputation of his own novel website. Dogtail Grass was perplexed. What do you mean by pity? Furrowing his brow. He thought, given Xian's temperament, how could he possibly wish to serve under La Hua? As he pondered, Lin Xuan sent another message. I'm about to launch my own novel website. Interested in joining as an editor? Dogtail Grass was taken aback. So, that was the reason he chose not to continue with Fu. He was venturing into the world of novel websites. Without hesitation, Dogtail Grass responded, absolutely. Even if the website were to fail, he would accept it, as Xian had already earned him a substantial commission. Brother, before launching your website, you need to gather a plethora of novels to expand the library, Dogtail Grass kindly advised. Lin Xuan replied, I'm already prepared. I've written over 20 novels and will continue to do so. Dogtail Grass was astonished. You wrote all of them? Lin Xuan confirmed, yes. I've been writing novels for several years, preparing to release them all at once. He refrained from mentioning that he had written them in just a few days, as that would be too extraordinary. Of course, all of this was thanks to the space he had access to. Brother, I'm with you all the way, Dogtail Grass declared. The prospect of 20-plus novels authored by Xian guaranteed success. The rise of Xian's novel website was merely a matter of time. FEO would soon find itself facing a formidable competitor. Lin Xuan quickly received a notification regarding his assignment under La Hua. The chief editor contacted him, providing La Hua's QQ card. You should add La Hua. She will guide you moving forward. I have no interest in her, Lin Xuan retorted. The chief editor frowned, kindly warning him, this is the company's arrangement. If you refuse, it may adversely affect you and your novels. Whatever, Lin Xuan replied nonchalantly. It would be best if they took down his novels. His objective was to use FEU's platform for free publicity for his own website. Chapter 65. President Su is also reading novels. The chief editor, feeling helpless, reported the situation to Meng Bo. Meng Bo was typically resolute in his decisions, and it was the first time an author had dared to defy him. He felt a surge of indignation. Tell him if he refuses to work under La Hua, his novels will be taken down, and FEU will no longer publish his works. He was determined to see if Xian would still dare to resist. The chief editor conveyed Meng Bo's ultimatum to Lin Xuan. Whatever, Lin Xuan replied again. Those 2 words again. The chief editor was exasperated. He genuinely enjoyed Xian's novel and recognized his immense talent. He did not wish to see him face censorship. But how could he handle such a response? With no other option, the chief editor stated, President Lin Xuan has said whatever. Very well then, let us take down his novels. Meng Bo replied, visibly amused by the entire situation. The chief editor hesitated, but President, his talent is exceptional. If he is banned, it would be a significant loss for our website. Should we reconsider? Ridiculous. Meng Bo scoffed. What does it matter how well he writes? FEU is the largest website in the country. There are authors receiving hundreds of thousands or even millions in monthly royalties. We can certainly survive without him. With no choice left, the chief editor had to remove his novels. Over 200,000 readers were abruptly interrupted from their engrossing reads, forced out of the narrative. What is happening? Where are the novels? They searched in vain, finding nothing, as if Xian and his works had never existed. Many took to Weibo to lament. What happened to the novel about being pampered by a possessive tycoon? Why has it disappeared? What is going on? My source of spiritual nourishment is gone. Why was Xian's novel taken down? FEU Novels. The official blog of FEU Novels was overwhelmed, leading them to respond. It was taken down due to inappropriate content and misguided values. They also deployed internet trolls to sway public opinion, implying that Xian's novel was immensely popular and profitable for the site, making its removal a reluctant necessity. Fans of Lin Xuan were furious. Is this truly inappropriate content and misguided values? They are not to be underestimated. Soon, they uncovered several of Fiyu's popular novels that crossed similar boundaries, demanding the removal of those works as well. Come take a look, we've already listed them for you. Hurry up and take down Fiyu novels. Stop playing dead. Come out Fiyu novels. Could it be that only one novel is being banned? You claim it's for inappropriate content and misguided values. But aren't these other titles even more problematic? Fiyu novels. The official blog of Fiyu novels began to feign ignorance. They had not anticipated the magnitude of Xian's influence, as someone had even pushed the trending topic to the top, and his fans were remarkably tenacious. The Public Relations Department reported the situation to Meng Bo. We have retracted the trending topic, but they are still causing a ruckus. President, this matter may prove difficult to handle. Meng Bo furrowed his brow tightly, dismissing the concern, stating that they would quiet down after a while. Wang Daihe had already finished reading Lin Xuan's novel early on. He discovered the news of its removal in a group chat. Xian, your novel has been taken down? Wang Daihe asked in disbelief. Yes, Lin Xuan nodded. Damn, how could they dare to take down your novel? Wang Daihe couldn't help but curse. Lin Xuan replied, let them take it down. I'm planning to create a novel website, and you can check it out later. A novel website? Wow. Xian, are you really going to start a novel website? Wang Daihe was astonished. Yes. His novel website had been developed a few days prior, and he planned to apply for qualifications soon to publish his works. He intended to position himself on a moral high ground, creating the impression that he was forced out, while also appearing inspirational for having his novel maliciously banned. He would swiftly pivot to establishing a novel website, embodying the archetype of a male protagonist in a feel-good novel. Through this method of self-promotion, his novel website could attract numerous downloads without incurring significant advertising costs. On the same day of the novel's removal, Su Hua inadvertently stumbled upon Lin Xuan's author account on his phone and read some content during her leisure time. A senior executive reported to Su Hua and caught sight of the novel page on her desk. Isn't this a novel? A romance and mindless face-slapping genre. Even CEO Su reads such novels? The executive was taken aback, not expecting Su Hua to harbor such interests. By afternoon, when Su Hua intended to revisit the content, she found the book missing, her brows knitting together in distress. She picked up the phone. Have someone come in. Xiao Xingfen entered. Su, did you call for me? Look into something for me. Su Hua bit her lip, her face serious. What is it? Xiao Xingfen, noticing her grave demeanor, felt a surge of anxiety. Su Hua was typically composed, so her current expression hinted at something significant. Investigate why the novel by an author named Xian was taken down from the Fiyu Novels website. Su Hua's face darkened. Xiao Xingfen, huh? Investigate a novel's removal? Doesn't he seem to fit CEO Su's typical style, does it? Is there a problem? Su Hua shot him a glance. No, none at all. Xiao Xingfen fervently shook his head. I'll take care of it right away. Xiao Xingfen exited Su Hua's office, visibly startled. Jiangqing noticed and curiously inquired, what is wrong with you? You look as though you've been struck by lightning. Secretary Jiang, do you know what task CEO Su just assigned me? Xiao Xingfen still found it hard to believe. What task? She asked me to investigate the reason behind a male-focused novel's removal, something about being spoiled by a sickly sweet tycoon. Who's the author? Jiangqing pressed. The name is Xian, Xiao Xingfen replied. Jiangqing understood, realizing that young Master Lin had ventured into writing novels. It was no surprise, then. Jiangqing smiled. Xiao Xingfen frowned. Him? Assistant Xiao. It's not unusual for CEO Su to be drawn to someone she admires. In truth, CEO Su is somewhat of a romantic. As long as young Master Lin remains loyal and doesn't oppose her, treating her with affection, she becomes a softer version of herself in his presence. Otherwise, she can be quite the handful. Secretary Jiang, are you referring to Lin Xuan, who was brought in as a temporary solution that day? Yes, that is him. Jiangqing affirmed. Xiao Xingfen remarked. He just doesn't seem worthy. The man who deserves to be with CEO Su should be formidable, not just a pretty face. Chapter 66 Lin Xuan and CEO Su. Xiao Xingfen couldn't help but ask, Secretary Wang, what do you think CEO Su sees in Lin Xuan? And you seem to have a favorable opinion of Lin Xuan. You're not CEO Su, so you wouldn't understand why she is attracted to Lin Xuan. What she seeks isn't a partner to stand beside her, but a man she adores, someone who can protect and warm her. As for me, Jiangqing smiled. As long as he treats CEO Su well, my impression of him will be favorable. Love breeds affection, after all. Assistant Xiao, if you genuinely take the time to understand Lin Xuan, your perception of him will surely improve. Jiang Qing chuckled. Xiao Xingfen remained skeptical. He's just a worthless individual. The idea that my opinion of him would improve is laughable. Jiang Qing raised an eyebrow, eagerly anticipating the day Xiao Xingfen would be proven wrong. Although Xiao Xingfen was not fond of Lin Xuan, he still had to maintain a respectful demeanor, as Lin Xuan was someone Su Hua cherished. Following Su Hua's instructions, he diligently investigated Lin Xuan's novel. Within an hour, he returned to Su Hua's office. CEO, I've clarified the situation. It was the FEU novel site that fired the editor responsible for young Master Lin's work and reassigned him to another editor. Young Master Lin was unwilling, so they took down his novel. Su Hua narrowed her eyes, a storm brewing within. Her fingers drummed rhythmically on the desk, each tap resonating with significance. Xiao Xingfen recognized that someone was about to face consequences. Samin Biding Hyang, Su Hua instructive. Xiao Xingfen frowned, clearly surprised by the importance Su Hua placed on Lin Xuan, deeming even this minor issue worthy of Bai Linjiang's attention. Understood, Xiao Xingfen acknowledged, leaving the office shortly after. Bai Linjiang soon arrived. CEO, he greeted respectfully. I need you to handle something important for me, Su Hua stated. Bai Linjiang's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Whatever task CEO Su personally assigned must be significant. Surely, it couldn't be anything less than a major case requiring his attention, barring that incident where he had to deal with student brawls at Qin University. Su Hua continued. Look into the contract with FEU novels, identify their errors, and sue them. Also, assist the author, particularly one named Xian, in terminating his contract with FEU novels. His writing is exceptional, and he deserves better than to be taken down like this. Su Hua's tone carried a sense of pride. Bai Linjiang, a contract with a novel website requires my direct involvement? Wait, Xian, are you referring to Lin Xuan, the young master? Yes, Su Hua nodded. Bai Linjiang felt a surge of excitement. He wasn't keen on taking on minor cases, but if it involved Lin Xuan, he would gladly accept. Lin Xuan was someone CEO Su cared for, and it was always advantageous to align oneself with him. However, President Su, the FEU Novels website is the largest platform for literature. If young Master Lin wishes to compose novels, FEU would be an excellent avenue. Perhaps I should negotiate with them to relist young Master Lin's works. They surely dare not continue to slight him. Bai Linjiang suggested. No need. Su Hua's lips curved with a frosty resolve. My man shall never suffer the slightest injustice. If FEU cannot accommodate him, I shall not allow him to remain there. If he loves writing, then I shall create a platform for him myself. Bai Linjiang marveled. President Su's devotion is truly formidable. With such affection lavished upon young Master Lin, how could he not ascend to greatness? Yes, President Su, I shall attend to it immediately. Bai Linjiang withdrew. News of Lin Xuan's residence in a quaint villa soon leaked. Gossip King, shocking news. Lin Xuan moved into the same villa once occupied by the CEO of Su Corporation. According to my investigation, he moved in that very day. How coincidental. What could be the nature of their relationship? Could it be the two of them? This post quickly went viral, sparking fervent debate. Wow, Lin Xuan suddenly starts driving Koenigseggs and Rolls-Royces. Could it be because of President Su? If true, Lin Xuan is incredible. He even managed to win over the stunning CEO of Su Corporation. Someone tell me if this is real. So, Lin Xuan no longer clings to Qin Ruoyao, but instead has President Su as his girlfriend? Honestly, if President Su likes you, who would even care about Qin Ruoyao? Lin Xuan had become a campus sensation, and Su Hua, a top-tier financial magnate, was renowned for her beauty, figure, and capability. Their rumored romance fueled heated discussions. The forum's front page was flooded with posts. The initial revelation amassed over 3,000 responses within 10 minutes. Qin Ruoyao's face darkened as she scrolled through the comments. She switched to a secondary account to counter the disparaging remarks that elevated Su Hua. You know nothing. Lin Xuan has always loved Qin Ruoyao and has never favored any other woman. He has pursued Qin Ruoyao for so many years. There's no way he would so easily lose interest. Even if he is with someone else now, his heart remains with Qin Ruoyao. Many disagreed, and a fierce online quarrel ensued, dividing the forum into two camps. Those who believed Lin Xuan favored Su Hua, and those who insisted he loved Qin Ruoyao. Upon learning this from Wang Dehe, Lin Xuan posted on the forum, I once liked Qin Ruoyao, now I do not, and I never will again. Yet he neither confirmed nor denied his relationship with Su Hua, mindful of her aversion to media exposure and her desire to keep their affair private. His ambiguity fueled students' imaginations. Lin Xuan denies Qin Ruoyao, but not Su Hua. Could they really be together? Maybe he just likes the attention from us, saying they're a perfect match. Lin Xuan beamed reading the comments, pleased with the ambiguous effect that deterred many suitors. Yi Li, upon realizing the truth, seethed with jealousy. How dare Lin Xuan earn Su Hua's affection? Su Hua's rightful partner should be him, not Lin Xuan. A cold glint flashed in Yi Li's eyes. He vowed to reclaim Su Hua. During gym class, they crossed paths. Yi Li's expression was sour. Lin Xuan, you don't really think you can win President Su's favor, do you? And if not? Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow. Huh, she only sees you as a plaything. You defied her before, and couldn't have her. Now she is just indulging in a fleeting fancy. You won't last long before she discards you. Yi Li sneered. Fully aware Su Hua wouldn't abandon Lin Xuan so soon. His word were meant solely to unsettle Lin Xuan. As long as Lin Xuan was unsettled, Yi Li fad triumphant. Unbeknownst to Yi Li, Lin Xuan remained unshaken. Su Hua was a devoted, albeit possessive, woman who loved only one man for life. How could she ever abandon him? Oh, really? Lin Xuan lazily stretched. Too bad, you're not even worthy to be his plaything. Seeing Yi Li's face visibly darken, Lin Xuan sauntered past him in high spirits. Since falling for Su Hua, Lin Xuan despised any man who coveted her. Were it not for school regulations, he would have long since dealt with Yi Li. Yi Li's expression turned ashen. Suddenly, a sly smile crossed his lips. No rush. Let Lin Xuan bask in his arrogance a while. I've devised a plan to deal with him. After what happened, President Su will surely abandon Lin Xuan. Once she no longer cares for him, she'll see me. The next day, Lin Xuan attended only one class before returning to the night garden, where he entered the kitchen to cook. Young Master Lin, Butler Wang remarked, Miss 1T be returning for lunch today, so you needn't prepare a meal. If young Master Lin is at school, Miss generally remains at the company. Without you here, the company and night garden feel much the same to her. Lin Xuan replied, I'll bring her lunch myself. Very well, young Master Lin. Thank you for your efforts. Butler Wang nodded with a smile. Lin Xuan cooked Su Hua's favorite dishes and carried them to Su Corporation. Sir, may I ask who you are? The receptionist frowned. I'm here to see your CEO, Ms. Su, Lin Xuan replied. Noticing the food containers and hearing his words, the receptionist eyed Lin Xuan curiously. Could this man be yet another suitor trying to seduce President Su? He is certainly more handsome than most, but President Su isn't one to judge by looks. Besides, I heard she already has a boyfriend whom she dotes on. Do you have an appointment? The receptionist asked politely, maintaining professionalism. Lin Xuan frowned. Hesitant to disrupt Su Hua's work, he refrained from contacting her directly, instead calling Secretary Jiang Qing. Young Master Lin, Jiang's voice came through the phone. I'm at Su Corporation, downstairs, Lin Xuan said. I'll come down to meet you right away, Jiang responded. While waiting near the front desk, the receptionist, a fellow admirer of beauty, could not help but inquire, Sir, do you like President Su? Yes, Lin Xuan admitted with a slight smile. I do, sir. A friendly warning, President Su has someone she likes. If you insist on approaching her, you risk being expelled from Su Corporation, becoming fodder for the media, and the laughter of netizens. I suggest you avoid the danger. There are always paparazzi lurking near Su Corporation and President Su's events, hoping to capture someone being thrown out. Such footage goes viral instantly. Don't worry, I won't be expelled, Lin Xuan replied with a grin. The receptionist shook her head, deeming him foolish. He is bound to learn the consequences of trying to seduce President Su. Such a pity for such a handsome man. Jiang Qing descended in the elevator. Secretary Jiang, the receptionist greeted respectfully. Jiang nodded and courteously addressed Lin Xuan. Young Master Lin, please follow me. The receptionist was left bewildered. Although Secretary Jiang is merely a secretary, her standing within the company ranks just below that of President Su. It is her first time witnessing such deference from Secretary Jiang towards someone outside of President Su. Who on earth is this man? The receptionist's eyes suddenly sparkled, glimmering with curiosity. As Lin Xuan followed Jiang Qing upstairs, she swiftly took out her phone, capturing a photograph of Lin Xuan's back and sending it to the company chat group. Guess what I just saw? President Su's boyfriend visited the company today. I reckon there's an 80 chance he's her boyfriend. And Secretary Jiang personally came to fetch him. Ah, he's so handsome, a perfect match for President Su. Moreover, he seems very gentle and chivalrous. Truly, a man worthy of winning President Su's heart. Ladies and gentlemen, he is extraordinarily handsome. Indeed, far more so than those so-called male actors in the entertainment industry. The onlooking employees frowned, skeptical. Could he really be that handsome? It seemed implausible. Jiang Qing escorted Lin Xuan into Su Hua's office. Young Master Lin, President Su is currently in a meeting. Please wait a moment while I inform her of your arrival. Jiang Qing was eager to share the news with Su Hua. She knew President Su would be thrilled to learn that Lin Xuan had come to visit her. No need. I will wait for her here. I wish to surprise her. Secretary Jiang, you may proceed with your duties, Lin Xuan replied. Very well, young Master Lin. After pouring Lin Xuan a cup of coffee, Jiang Qing exited the office. Alone in the office, Lin Xuan wandered about aimlessly, unwittingly making his way to Su Hua's lounge. The lounge was spacious, furnished with a bed, bathroom, wardrobe, and all the necessary amenities. It was evident that Su Hua regarded her office as a second home. 20 minutes later, Jiang Qing knocked on the door to remind Lin Xuan. Young Master Lin, President Su's meeting will conclude in about 5 minutes. Weren't you planning to surprise her? You might want to prepare. All right, Lin Xuan nodded. Lacking substantial experience in romance, he took out his phone to search for ideas. After a fruitless search, he posted in a dating forum. This is my first time visiting my girlfriend at her company, and she will soon finish her meeting. How can I surprise her? Waiting for advice. Soon, several seasoned gentlemen responded with enthusiasm. It all depends on the strength of your relationship. If it's solid, just present yourself as a gift. If not, consider giving her an expensive present. I've read in novels. You could wall slam her the moment she walks in. Yes. And if you wall slam her, how could you not follow it up with a passionate kiss? After the passionate kiss, make sure to keep it pure. A wall slam? That was indeed a splendid idea. The last time he wall slammed Su Hua, she seemed quite exhilarated. Grateful to the gentleman who suggested the wall slam, Lin Xuan prepared himself by leaning against the door. Meanwhile, at the conference room, President Su was surrounded by senior executives reporting on the project. She nodded occasionally, her expression serious. Tap, 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 the sound of her footsteps echoed. The doorknob turned. At last, she had arrived. Lin Xuan focused intently. As soon as Su Hua appeared, he grasped her delicate wrist and forcefully pushed her against the wall. One hand firmly encircled the alluring woman's slender waist, while the other braced against the wall. Chapter 68. Astonishing. At the moment Lin Xuan pulled Su Hua's hand, she instinctively raised her own, attempting to restrain him, but upon realizing it was Lin Xuan, she relaxed entirely, surrendering to his embrace against the wall. Feeling the solidness of his chest and his unique scent, her breath almost caught in her throat as her beautiful eyes gazed intensely at him. She relished the way he took charge. The senior executives stood frozen, astonished at the audacity of someone daring to wall slam President Su. Jiang Qing swallowed hard, exclaiming, "Young Master Lin, how bold!" The executives, with a mindset of watching a spectacle, thought he was doomed. President Su had never shown any mercy to men who dared to flirt with her, let alone someone who wall slammed her. This man would surely face dire consequences. Yet in the next moment, they were astounded to see President Su wrap her arms around Lin Xuan's waist. What on earth was happening? The executives widened their eyes, incredulously witnessing this scene. Not only did President Su not retaliate, but she actively reciprocated. They suddenly recalled her earlier remark in the conference room about her man calling her. Could it be that this man was indeed President Su's boyfriend? They had assumed she was the dominant one in this relationship, given the dynamic of a powerful woman and a younger man. But here she was displaying a more delicate demeanor in front of him. Was this merely their illusion? The executives' eyes sparkled with intrigue as they fixated on the pair. Lin Xuan, overwhelmed with nervousness, was oblivious to the executives craning their necks to catch a glimpse inside the office. Su Hua clung tightly to Lin Xuan's waist, drawing him closer until their bodies were pressed together. Their noses brushed, and the air between them crackled with tension. What does Xian want to do? Su Hua teased, her voice lilting and imbued with a hint of seduction. Lin Xuan recalled the advice from the forum post. Wall slam her, kiss her. With that thought, he followed through. Lowering his head, he captured Su Hua's crimson lips with his own. A glimmer of amusement danced in her eyes as she closed them, savoring Lin Xuan's clumsy kiss. Wow! The executives erupted in uncontrollable cheers. Lin Xuan's face stiffened as he turned to see a throng of executives clad in suits, all wearing expressions of excitement and exhilaration. Was there a hole he could crawl into? Su Hua, noticing Lin Xuan's pause, shot a cold glare at the unwelcome spectators. If there are no pressing matters, kindly return to your work, Jiang Qing interjected, clearing her throat and ushering everyone out. The executives left, thoroughly satisfied, having witnessed an extraordinary moment. One could only imagine the activities that transpired behind closed doors. Wow, that was explosive. I never expected President Su and her boyfriend to interact in such a manner. Seeing her act like a little woman was a complete transformation. The executives couldn't help but discuss as they walked away. Absolutely astounding. In front of that man, President Su resembled a tamed fawn. I've never found her so endearing before. I must admit, the man is indeed handsome. Could President Su be a face person? Their chemistry is quite pleasing to the eye. But who exactly was this man? I want to know him. As soon as this was said, all eyes turned to Jiang Qing. Why are you all looking at me? Without President Su's permission, I cannot disclose his identity. If you wish to know, you may inquire with President Su herself, Jiang Qing replied earnestly. That privilege was hers alone. The others had to quell their curiosity. Inside the office, Lin Xuan picked up a lunchbox. Su Hua, I came to bring you lunch today. All of these dishes were personally prepared by me, comprising your favorites. He had brought 2 lunchboxes containing 5 dishes, a soup, and 2 servings of rice, all neatly arranged on the table. Su Hua remained silent, merely staring at him. Lin Xuan furrowed his brow, wondering what was troubling her. He sensed a hint of distress in her demeanor. A bold thought crossed his mind. It is likely that their kiss was interrupted, leading to a minor quarrel. Lin Xuan attempted once more to press his lips against Su Hua's, gently coaxing her, Hua Bao. It is time for lunch. Su Hua nodded, her lips pursed. The visible improvement in her mood was palpable. Lin Xuan mused himself. Su Hua could be quite childish at times, needing reassurance. Yet he found this endearing. What man does not relish the dependence of the woman he adores? A little tantrum can indeed add spice to their relationship. As Lin Xuan fed Su Hua, he admonished her, Hua Bao, you must not immerse yourself entirely in work. I do not, Su Hua refuted. Oh, Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow in confusion. In my heart, there's only you, Xian, she declared, her gaze fixed intently on him. Su Hua had long since abandoned thoughts of self-harm. Initially intent on eliminating those who threatened her, she had fought fiercely to secure her position as the head of the Su family, gaining power that alleviated her fears of endangering him. Once she dealt with her adversaries, she envisioned a tranquil life alongside him. Lin Xuan felt his heart race. The earnestness with which Su Hua spoke of her affection was utterly captivating. What I mean is, while you work, do remember to eat and rest. By nurturing your health, we could grow old together, do you not agree? Having spent ample time with Su Hua, Lin Xuan understood the methods that would best appeal to her. Su Hua nodded obediently. After feeding her, Lin Xuan swiftly finished his own meal and tidied up the containers. Throughout this, Su Hua rested her chin in her hand, watching him with admiration, perceiving her Xian as flawless. Once Lin Xuan set the containers aside, Su Hua wrapped her arms around his neck, and they collapsed onto the sofa together. Chapter 69. Xian must stay with me tonight. Her inky tresses sprawled across the pristine sofa, and at that moment, clad in a white shirt and a tailored skirt, she exuded an innate allure. Lin Xuan swallowed hard. He felt he had dug his own grave. At this moment, he yearned to embrace Su Hua completely, yet, Xian, can we stay in the office today? Su Hua's fingers playfully teased him. She had long desired this closeness. It was not merely her desire that drove her. Rather, it was the profound sense of security she felt when she was intimately connected to him, believing it meant she truly possessed him. Lin Xuan replied, no. Xian has grown bolder, daring to defy me. Su Hua narrowed her eyes dangerously. Lin Xuan, emboldened, retorted, Hua Bao, do not forget, you are currently on your period. His audacity to corner and kiss her stemmed from this very reason. She could only gaze at him, but not indulge. Seeing her vexed expression filled Lin Xuan with delight. He had finally regained some ground. Su Hua, with a resigned nibble on his lip, declared, I shall let you off this time, but next time, Xian, luck may not be on your side. As they sat up from the sofa, their clothes and hair were in delightful disarray. You still have work this afternoon, Hua Bao. You should rest, Lin Xuan gently urged. Stay with me, Su Hua pleaded, her beautiful eyes locking onto his. All right, Lin Xuan agreed with a nod. Upon entering the break room, Su Hua pushed the door open but suddenly halted, slamming it shut with a bang. What is it? Lin Xuan inquired, puzzled. Wait, let me go in first, she instructed, stepping into the room. When Lin Xuan followed, he discovered that she had removed all the photos from the walls, fearing they might frighten him. Feigning ignorance, Lin Xuan lay beside her on the bed. Su Hua, prone to insomnia and never napping during the day, quickly succumbed to sleep with Lin Xuan by her side. Meanwhile, he immersed himself in his own pursuits, writing, practicing martial arts, composing music, and honing his computing skills. In comparison to Su Hua, he felt inadequate and yearned to grow swiftly, becoming a man she could rely on. At approximately 1:40 p.m., Lin Xuan prepared to leave for class. Su Hua's arm tightened around his waist. Her face nestled against his chest. Do not go, Xian. Stay with me. Her voice was tinged with softness and drowsiness. Hua Bao, be good. I must attend class, Lin Xuan murmured soothingly. There is no need. I can simply make a phone call, she stated, retrieving her phone and dialing the principal. Miss Su, what can I do for you? The principal was taken aback. This was the first time Su Hua had personally called him. Xian must stay with me. He cannot attend class this afternoon. The principal was stunned. Did she mean what he thought? Clearing his throat, he reminded himself to remain pure-minded, interpreting it as merely lying in bed and chatting under blankets. Yes, Miss Su, I will inform the teachers immediately, he responded respectfully. Su Hua continued, Furthermore, whether he attends class or not is at his discretion. Can this be arranged? Lin Xuan was taken aback. Was this the privilege of having connections? However, he still planned to attend class diligently, occasionally skipping to avoid any scrutiny that might tarnish the school's reputation. He would not concern himself with others, but Su Hua was the largest stakeholder. The crux was that he could attend class while mentally engaging in his own activities, maximizing his time. Of course, Ms. Su, I will adhere to your instructions. The principal agreed without hesitation. For the entirety of that afternoon, Lin Xuan accompanied Su Hua in handling work matters. The influx of individuals reporting to Su Hua in her office was substantial, each discreetly observing Lin Xuan as he sat on the sofa, engrossed in his phone. This time, Su Hua left work early. Lin Xuan took her hand as they exited, and Su Hua beamed. Throughout their journey, all the employees watched them with excitement. Ah, he truly is Ms. Su's boyfriend. Xiao Chun did not deceive us. They were a perfect match. Their looks surpassed even those of the current entertainment industry's most attractive figures. Look at Ms. Su, a formidable woman, who in the presence of her boyfriend transforms into a delicate little wife. Love truly does make a difference. Let's lock it down. I'll bring you to the Civil Affairs Bureau for an impromptu wedding and children. 4 days later, Lin Xuan's novel website officially launched. Wang Dei rushed to the reader-organized group, exclaiming, "Brothers, he built a website himself, where all his novels are published. It's called the Palm Treasure Novel app. You must check it out. The stories are phenomenal." Initially, the readers thought he was joking. How could that be possible? You think it's easy for a big male protagonist to establish a website just days after being banned? Please craft a more believable rumor. Do you take us for fools? Wang Dei insisted. If I am lying, may I never stand again. Whoa, a solemn vow. The disbelief was palpable. Chapter 70, the male protagonist of a sweet novel. Readers flocked to download the Palm Treasure Novel app. Lin Xuan had 6 pseudonyms, each designed to cater to various reader preferences. One of the accounts specialized in writing stories about obsessive characters. Under the pen name Xian, readers exclaimed, "This is it. This Xian is indeed the quintessential male protagonist. Look at that, they banned my novel, and now I've launched my own website." Lin Xuan's loyal fans began promoting the Palm Treasure Novel app across various platforms, drawing numerous curious onlookers to download the app. Backed by the allure of a big male protagonist stepping into reality, the novels within were exquisite, captivating their readers, who, in turn, recommended the app to friends. The momentum grew exponentially. Watching the data, Go Wei's jaw dropped. In just 2 days, the download count soared to 3.5 million, with 3 million daily active users. The crux of the matter is that Lin Xuan did not expend a single cent on promotion. This is utterly astonishing. Lin Xuan smirked, deeming it insufficient. "Boss, what are your next steps?" The character, Dogtail Grass, appeared intrigued. Judging by the recent proceedings, it was evident that this boss was a cunning individual, leaving one to wonder what his subsequent course of action might be. Establish an image. Lin Xuan glanced at Dogtail Grass. Huh, what kind of image? Dogtail Grass seemed a bit perplexed. Lin Xuan replied, "A compelling and tragic persona." He intended to post in the commentary section of his novel to inform readers about the ban on his book and the reasons behind his departure from the Fiyu novel website. A glimmer of dark intent crossed Lin Xuan's face. Since Fiyu had handed him the knife, he would not hesitate to turn the tables. Dogtail Grass remarked, "This is shameless." He had clearly planned to leave, yet he deliberately provoked Fiyu into banning his book to drive him away. Nevertheless, this maneuver from the boss is immensely gratifying. Lin Xuan's post created a seismic stir within the literary community, even trending on Weibo with the headline, "Best-selling novel author forced out." The public relations department of Fiyu showed no signs of urgency. The Zhangzheinbao novel app was a venture initiated by an author with limited capital. Their attempt to crush it were not as simple as squashing an ant. They slowly contacted Weibo's official team, offering a sum of money to have the trending topic removed. Weibo responded, "Director Liu, I will arrange for the trending topic to be removed at once." However, Liu frowned. "Wait a minute." Another technician, Wang Hai, inquired with curiosity, "What is it?" "I'm trying to remove the trending topic related to the Zhangzheinbao novel website, but for some reason, I cannot manage it. I checked the computer and the system, and there seems to be no issue." The occurrence of such an anomaly without the system crashing was unprecedented. How could this be? Let me give it a try. Wang Hai assisted him, yet the result remained unchanged. The trending topic could not be removed. This time, Wang Hai was taken aback, realizing it was indeed true. While other trending topics could be manipulated, this particular one could not be altered. A bold thought emerged in Wang Hai's mind. "Lao Lu, do you think our website might have been hacked?" Lu immediately dismissed the notion, asserting that it was impossible. Our website's defenses were designed by several top hackers in the world. For over a decade, it has never been breached. Moreover, if the system were compromised, there would be at least some warning. Wang Hai furrowed his brow. We should promptly consult the manager about this. Upon hearing their report, the technical department manager knitted his brow tightly and ordered all technicians to inspect the system. Ultimately, they found no issues. They concluded that it was highly likely they had indeed been hacked, and in a manner so stealthy that they hadn't even realized it. Moreover, their backend had been tampered with. This revelation sent Weibo into a panic. The intruders' capabilities were formidable, and if their system were incapacitated, it would be a fatal blow to any internet platform. Weibo scrambled to enlist top computer experts to bolster their security system while simultaneously reaching out to Lin Xuan. We have discovered that the trending topic concerning "you cannot be manipulated." Is this your doing, sir? Lin Xuan lounged comfortably in front of his computer, legs crossed. Would he admit to such illegal activities? Rapidly typing away, he feigned ignorance. I am merely a student who operates a novel website and writes stories. How could I possess the capabilities you allege? He then turned the tables. By the way, I had no idea that trending topics were manipulated by you. Was it also you who removed the trending topic where my readers defended me? Lin Xuan insinuated, I hold grudges. If I truly had the power you claim, I might very well incapacitate your website. Although Lin Xuan denied the accusations, it was an overt threat. Weibo was nearly certain that Lin Xuan had infiltrated their backend. Yet they were powerless to take action against him, lacking any evidence to involve law enforcement. If they provoked him, he might indeed bring their website to its knees. Weibo had no choice but to swallow their pride and bide their time until they could fortify their security system before seeking retribution. Unable to remove the trending topic, Fiyu novel website could only watch as the Zhangzheinbao app's popularity soared. The general manager, while downloading the Zhangzheinbao website, was taken aback by the plethora of high-quality novels it contained, many of which were suitable for adaptation into films or animations. The general manager hastily made his way to the president's office, bursting through the door. Manager Lin, a secretary, urgently attempted to intervene. However, it was too late. The door swung open, and the general manager immediately spotted the trumpet flower perched on Meng Bo's lap. The two engaged in an intense kiss. Chapter 71. Powerless, the trumpet flower, upon noticing the general manager, calmly dismounted from Meng Bo's lap. President, I must return to my work now, she said sweetly. Don't forget your promise to me. Returning to her workstation, a peculiar flush adorned her cheeks, and Lavender and others exchanged knowing glances. While applying lipstick in front of a small mirror, she coldly remarked, some people ought not to play double-faced. Those who provoke me will meet a fate akin to dogtail grass. The male editing department remained silent. In the president's office, Meng Bo, displeased at being interrupted, asked, What is it? President, the Lin Xuan, whose novels we have removed, has launched a new website, reported the general manager. Meng Bo scoffed. He dares to oppose us? How utterly foolish. Find a way to suppress him. Do not let his website see the light of day. Meng Bo commanded, his expression darkening. Since he dares to establish a novel website, I will ensure he loses everything. The general manager, with a serious demeanor, responded, We have already taken measures to suppress him. However, within just 2 days, his novel website has amassed 3.5 million downloads. With a furrowed brow, the general manager continued, At this moment, Lin Xuan has posted a lengthy article accusing us, causing his downloads to soar to 13 million. Simultaneously, our app has been uninstalled by numerous readers. This was their first encounter with such a situation, where another website was overshadowing theirs, and they found themselves utterly powerless. Meng Bo's expression shifted. It trend? You didn't have it removed? He couldn't help but scold the public relations team. 13 million downloads. That is a significant number. How could Lin Xuan's novel website grow to this extent? The trending topics were removed as we contacted Weibo, the general manager replied, pursing his lips. Then why are these trending topics still visible on Weibo? Meng Bo pointed angrily at his phone. The general manager lowered his head. Weibo responded that they cannot remove them. How is that possible? Meng Bo frowned. The general manager's expression turned grim. I reviewed the novels on his website, and they are quite captivating. President, it seems our website is truly facing a formidable competitor. Meng Bo slumped into his office chair, despondent. Lin Xuan possessed such formidable talent, capable of launching a novel website. He had thought Lin Xuan was merely an ordinary author, and the ban on his novels would be inconsequential. Yet, he had managed to overshadow the Fiyu website. Meng Bo also downloaded the Zhangzheinbao novel app, and upon viewing the contents, his face turned ashen. President, this is bad. A member of the legal department rushed in, flustered. What now? Meng Bo snapped, his irritation palpable. The legal department of Su Group, by Lin Jiang, has filed a lawsuit against us. What? Meng Bo's eyes widened in astonishment. Su Group? The head of the legal department lowered his gaze, informing us that our contract was deemed illegal, citing numerous clauses and demanding modifications, as well as compensation for the author of the novel. Furthermore, they insisted on the return of the copyright of the novel, which had been excessively cherished by the deranged tycoon, back to the original author. Throughout his discourse, the head of the legal department spoke with a trembling voice. How could this be? Meng Bo shook his head in disbelief. How had he offended the Su Group? The head of the legal department continued. President, our chances against the Su Group's legal department are slim. Even if we had a fighting chance, we cannot afford to confront the Su Group. Meng Bo's complexion turned pale. His family had more than just the novel website. If the Su Group set their sights on them, the other businesses would be doomed. You must contact by Lin Xuan and inform him that we will comply with all their demands to avoid going to court. Meng Bo commanded, his voice quivering. Understood. The head of the legal department sighed in relief, grateful they wouldn't have to face by Lin Xuan. Meng Bo slumped despondently onto the sofa. This incident was undoubtedly a severe blow to Fiyu website. The general manager, furrowing his brow, couldn't contain himself after the legal head departed. President, could it be that the Su Group is targeting us because of Lin Xuan? Lin Xuan? Meng Bo knitted his brows tightly. Yes. A general manager nodded. I sense that Lin Xuan is far more than just an ordinary author. The Su Group's legal department had approached us, demanding we terminate our contract with Lin Xuan. Among countless authors, they specifically mentioned Lin Xuan, which clearly indicated their intentions were aimed at him. President, we have indeed encountered formidable opposition. It is highly probable that Lin Xuan has connections with the Su Group. Upon hearing this, Meng Bo felt a chill creep over him. Lin Xuan was somehow linked to the Su Group. President, our novel website was thriving. Can you recall how we offended Lin Xuan? The general manager reminded. Yes, it was her. Hua. Meng Bo's face flushed with anger. If it weren't for her instigation, he wouldn't have taken down Lin Xuan's novel. Wouldn't have chased him away, and wouldn't have set up a competing website. This wouldn't have provoked the Su Group. It's all her fault. Fuming, Meng Bo stormed into the mail editing office. Upon seeing him, Hua's eyes brightened. The president had informed her that he intended to promote her to chief editor, and he must be here to announce the news. She expected him to come personally. He must have come to support her. A smile graced Hua's face. President, what brings you here? She asked cheerfully as she approached him. Chapter 72. Today's youth. The others in the office frowned upon witnessing Hua's familiar demeanor with the president. Could it be that she would soon be promoted to chief editor? Yet, the president's expression seemed rather unsettling. President? Hua noticed Meng Bo's unwavering gaze upon her, and couldn't help but remind him. Suddenly, Meng Bo raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap across Hua's face. She was momentarily stunned. Everyone in the office froze in shock. The president had struck Hua, whom he had always doted on. In her year at the company, she had been treated like royalty, and now she was being slapped by the president. Regaining her senses, tears streamed down her face. President, why? Hua's expression was filled with grievance. What have I done wrong? To be struck publicly. Wasn't that an utter humiliation? Do you comprehend what I have endured because of you? Meng Bo trembled with rage. Hua covered her face, tears welling in her eyes. President, I have always diligently performed my duties as an editor. How could I have harmed you? Surely this is a misunderstanding? The male editors exchanged perplexed glances. Harmed? What do you mean harmed? Had it not been for you, I would not have had to remove Lin Xuan's novel, and he wouldn't have targeted our website. Meng Bo's face darkened severely. He had always believed that Lin Xuan's hit novel was merely a stroke of luck. However, after reading a snippet of Lin Xuan's works on the Zhangzhanbao novel app, he realized that each of his novels held immense potential for success and could be adeptly adapted into films. It dawned on him just how great a treasure they had lost. If Lin Xuan had remained with their website, he could have directly generated billions in profit and attracted numerous readers. Now, all of that was in vain, and they had instead invited a formidable rival. He had suffered a complete defeat. President, he is merely an author, Hua scoffed. What can he do against our website? Should we fear him? Merely an author? Do you know his background? He is backed by the Su Group. He has now established a competing novel website against Fiyu. Meng Bo exclaimed. In just 3 days, that website amassed 13 million views. Hua's complexion drained of color. How can this be? How could Lin Xuan be so formidable? The Su Group is the most powerful company in the nation. Lin Xuan's backing is the Su Group. She had always thought of him as just an ordinary author and had felt emboldened to act as she did. Had she known of his lineage and capabilities, she would have endeavored to curry his favor. President, Hua grasped Meng Bo's hand, tears cascading down her cheeks. I was unaware of his prowess. Please, grant me another chance. Just one more opportunity. Meng Bo forcefully flung her hand away. Leave the company at once. His demeanor was as frigid as ice. In return, all the gifts and money I've given you. Su Hua felt a chill spread through her entire being. Over the past year, she had earned millions from Meng Bo, yet she had spent just as much. Now, she possessed only a few thousand. Meng Bo had given her 2 million. She had no way to repay him. President, you cannot treat me this way. We have been through so much together. Su Hua cried. If you do not comply, prepare for litigation. You have 20 minutes to gather your things, or I will have security escort you out. Meng Bo did not spare her another glance and headed straight back to his office. Su Hua, pale-faced, collapsed in her chair. It was over. Everything was over. Soon he shook her head. One reaps what one sows. Many authors, seeing the surge in popularity of the Zhengzheinbao website, began submitting their works. A few days ago, Lin Xuan had entrusted Dogtail Grass with the establishment of an editorial team. He discovered that Dogtail Grass had previously been an executive at a company, possessing considerable talent, but had been deliberately targeted and suppressed, leading him to become an editor. Lin Xuan appointed him to oversee all matters regarding the novel website. Lin Xian's website followed a premium route, currently hosting a limited number of novels, but those who secured contracts were reaping tremendous rewards. In just 3 days, Lin Xian's several novels had earned him over $1 billion in revenue, allowing him to rent an entire floor for the editor's office. As Lin Xuan entered the office building, an editor inquired, "Excuse me, sir, who are you?" Just as Lin Xuan was about to respond, Dogtail Grass emerged from the office, his eyes lighting up upon seeing Lin Xuan. Boss? B-boss? Nearly all the editors gasped in astonishment. This was their boss, Lin Xuan. Wow, he looked so young, barely in his 20s. They had assumed he was at least in his 40s. "Boss, what brings you here?" Dogtail Grass asked, remembering that their boss was still a university student who had classes to attend. "I just came to take a look," Lin Xuan responded, feeling somewhat remiss as the proprietor who had never once visited since founding the novel company. "Boss, coincidentally, I have something to discuss with you." Inside the office, Dogtail Grass poured a cup of tea for Lin Xuan. "Today, representatives from Xingui Entertainment contacted me, expressing interest in purchasing the film and television rights to some of our novels, 5 or 6 in total. Should we consider selling the rights to them?" He slid a document across the desk, detailing the novels and their offered prices, which were quite substantial. Without glancing at it, Lin Xuan set the file aside. "No sale. Under no circumstances will I part with any of the novel rights, regardless of the sum offered." Dogtail Grass reminded him, "Boss, selling the rights would bring us a considerable revenue." Lin Xuan replied, "All these rights will be retained. My entertainment company will utilize them for future productions." His mission in establishing the novel website was precisely to develop film and television adaptations, earning from readers and expanding the novel's renown. How could he possibly relinquish those valuable rights so easily? Dogtail Grass's eyes widened in astonishment. "Producing dramas? Running an entertainment company? That's incredible. So, Dog, you should support more novels suitable for screen adaptations." Lin Xuan nodded. Dogtail Grass found himself stealing a few more glances at Lin Xuan, sensing that his ambitions extended far beyond merely running an entertainment firm. Are young people nowadays truly this formidable? Chapter 73. Lin Li's background besides. I have a grudge against Xingui Entertainment. I want to entertain any cooperation offers from their website. Lin Xian's eyes gleamed coldly. The Lin family's primary business focus was on entertainment, games, showbiz, video platforms, and the rival's intent was to undermine the Lin family's empire. Naturally, he would not limit himself to those endeavors alone. He aspired to build his own commercial empire, carefully avoiding any overlap with the Su Group's operations. Why so? Dogtail Grass could not help but inquire. Because I bear a grudge against them. I established this entertainment company to bring them down. Regarding the Lin family, Lin Xuan had finally attained a calm composure. Meanwhile, in the chairman's office of Xingui Group, Lin Chong sat his chair, with Wang Yijin perched upon his lap as they shared an ardent embrace. A phone call interrupted them. Irritated, Lin Chong answered, "What is it?" "Chairman, your wife has arrived at the company," came the assistant's voice. "Understood," Lin Chong said, then ended the call. Wang Yijin rose, adjusting her attire, casting Lin Chong a reproachful glance. "We are true love, yet you make me feel like a mistress. Junior, bear with it for now. Rest assured, when the time comes, I will divorce her and marry you," Lin Chong reassured her. "You've been saying that for 10 years. Just keep humoring me," Wang Yijin scoffed. "All right, I'll leave now before your wife finds out about us." Wang Yijin gathered some documents and exited. Jiang Shukin soon arrived. "Yijin," Jiang greeted warmly. "Shukin? What a surprise you're here today." Wang Yijin feigned astonishment. The two were close friends, and Jiang did not conceal anything from her. Smiling, she said, "Today is Chang's birthday. Since he is so busy, I thought I'd bring a cake. You and the chairman are truly affectionate. Your relationship makes others envious." Wang Yijin smiled bitterly. "Alas, my husband has been a vegetative patient all along. I cannot even celebrate his birthday with him." "Yijin, perhaps you should find someone new," Jiang suggested with genuine concern. "No," Wang Yijin shook her head. "I want to wait for the day he awakens." Jiang sighed. Her friend was admirable in many ways but hopelessly devoted. Her husband had been in a vegetative state for 5 or 6 years, yet she remained steadfast in her care. "By the way, Shukin, I must report that the chairman has been keeping his distance from those women lately. Even if they fall upon him, he promptly avoids them." Wang Yijin smiled. That is just like him, almost obsessive about cleanliness, eager to stay far from those women. A blush of sweetness graced Jiang's cheeks. Wang Yijin noticed the smile, and a dark gleam flickered in her eyes. She wondered how long Jiang's smiles would last. "Shukin, I want to intrude on your time with the chairman. I'll get back to work." "Okay," Jiang nodded, watching Wang Yijin's retreating figure. Jiang thought that Yijin was quite charming and possessed a fine temperament. Fortunately, her heart belonged solely to her husband. So Jiang felt confident leaving her near Chang as his secretary. In fact, Yijin had been introduced to the Lin group by Jiang herself, and she trusted Yijin would not betray them by seducing Chang. Jiang carried the cake into the office. From a distance, Wang Yijin observed Jiang's back, her lips curling slightly. "What good is a noble lineage? My son and husband still belong to me." Wang Yijin. She called Lin Li. "Would you like to come to my place for dinner tonight?" "Alright, Elena Linuda." Later that evening, Jiang Shukin personally prepared dinner. Noticing Lin Li's absence, she called him. "Lier, what are you doing? Why aren't you home for dinner?" "Mom, I'm out with classmates. I can't come back yet." "You eat first," Lin Li replied. "Alright, Li, be careful." After hanging up, Jiang Shukin sat alone at the dining table. Aside from the servants, she was the sole occupant of the entire dining hall. A vague sadness weighed upon her heart. She had borne many daughters and sons. Yet Lin Xuan never regarded his own mother, constantly opposing her. Her daughters were busy with their own affairs and often inattentive. Only Li was considerate and knew how to cheer her. Now even Leo was absent. The food on the table tasted bland and insipid. Soon, she could no longer eat. Setting down her chopsticks, she resolved to discard the meal and ascended the stairs alone. Meanwhile, Wang Ma emerged from Lin Xian's room, holding a broom and dustpan. "Madam," she respectfully addressed Jiang Shukin. "What are you doing?" Jiang frowned. "The young lady instructed me to clean the young master's room every few days." "Young master?" Jiang sneered coldly. "He has severed all ties with our Lin family. What kind of young master is he now?" Wing Masaid inwardly. She could not comprehend why Madame treated the young master, her own son, as if he were an enemy. "Didn't I order you to remove all his belongings? Why are some still here?" Jiang was adamant about erasing all traces of Lin Xian. "The young lady insisted on keeping them," Wang Ma replied. "Remove everything immediately," Jiang commanded with a grim expression. Wang Ma sighed deeply. The young lady was still abroad and had not returned. Without her presence, no one could prevent Madame from removing the items. Would the young master's traces in the Lin family truly be erased completely? She wondered how Lin Xian was faring now. Meanwhile, at Wang Yijin's place, she frequently fed Lin Li morsels, urging him to eat more of his favorite dishes. "Our mother and son can only meet in secret like this," Wang Yijin sighed. "Lier, when will you inherit the Lin family? When can we truly acknowledge each other?" "Mom, I will be cautious. I must not let Jiang Shukin or the other Lin daughters suspect anything," Lin Li vowed, fully aware of the dire consequences should his identity be revealed. Lin Li served a piece of chicken to Wang Yijin. At this moment, Lin Xian had already severed ties with the Lin family, leaving me as his sole son. I have begun to engage with the company's operations, and in a few short years, I shall wield substantial power. Lier, you can go about your business. Mother is reassured. Wang Yijin smiled softly. From a tender age, Lin Li, under Wang Yijin's influence, harbored a deep-seated resentment towards the Lin family, loathing Lin Chang for abandoning them, and despising Jiang Shukin for usurping his father. He aspired to seize control of the Xingui group's assets and expel the Lin family, condemning them to a life of destitution. Chapter 74. Making up for a birthday gift after completing dozens of novels, Lin Xian cast them aside. These works were sufficient to yield adaptations for several years. The remaining dozen or so novels were set for scheduled releases, intended to keep readers in suspense. Aside from the black card bestowed upon him by Su Hua, he had amassed a fortune of 100 million, a sum accrued from royalties on Fiyu and another literary website, as well as withdrawals from his own publishing platform. Armed with this wealth, he ventured to the mall to procure a gift for Su Hua, aiming to make amends for her birthday that had been marred by her illness. As Lin Xuan entered the jewelry store, the enthusiastic sales associate greeted him. "Sir, how may I assist you?" "I wish to purchase a pair of diamond rings," Lin Xuan replied. The associate discreetly assessed Lin Xuan, noting his exquisite attire and commanding presence, before leading him to a prominent display. "Sir, these rings were personally designed by Master Farland. The centerpiece features a heart-shaped imperial jade, adorned with scattered diamonds, symbolizing everlasting love and companionship through the years," she elaborated. Lin Xuan examined the rings, finding them to his satisfaction. They were a perfect fit. "How much do they cost?" he inquired. The associate, sensing a potential sale, eagerly responded. "Sir, the total for these rings is 90 million. A flicker of anxiety crossed her face, as the price had previously deterred several customers. "These rings would be an exquisite gift for your beloved. Perhaps you might reconsider?" she implored. "Isn't that Lin Xuan?" Lin Qingziyu pointed out, her eyes lighting up upon seeing him. "Indeed, it's Xiao Xian," Lin Qingwan exclaimed, having longed for an opportunity to speak with him. She hoped to persuade him to apologize to their parents, believing that such an act might coax him back into the Lin family fold, allowing them to live harmoniously once more. However, her busy schedule had thwarted her plans, and she had not expected to encounter him in the mall. "Dear sister, this jewelry store is an international luxury brand. The least expensive items here start at $1 million. What is Lin Xuan doing here?" Lin Qingziyu scoffed. "Isn't he just here to flaunt his wealth? It seems he still possesses that same vanity. Thankfully, he has distanced himself from our family. Otherwise, he would have brought great shame upon us." Lin Qingwan felt a pang of disappointment. They were blood relatives. Yet all members of the Lin family held profound biases against Xiao Xian. "Third sister, mind your words," Lin Qingwan chided softly. "Xiao Xian is not the person you imagine. We have all misjudged him. And what do you suggest he is doing here? Does he have the means to purchase such items?" Lin Qingziyu retorted, leaving Lin Qingwan momentarily speechless. Ever since he returned, he has taken everything good that was meant for Li, coveting all that Li possesses. What else could that signify but vanity? Lin Qingziyu continued, her irritation palpable. "Enough. Cease your remarks," Lin Qingwan interjected, exasperated. "Let's see what unfolds." Lin Qingziyu, eager to witness Lin Xian's misfortune, followed Lin Qingwan to his side. The sales associate had already begun to package the rings. "What are you doing, Xiao Xian?" Lin Qingwan inquired, her brow furrowed. Upon seeing the two sisters, Lin Xian felt a wave of vexation. Yet, it was fortuitous. He would not need to make a trip to the Lin family. He withdrew a bank card, stating, "This card contains 150,000, an amount that represents what your family has spent on me. The remainder is a gift to you. The password is 6 zeros. Do you insist on cleaving yourself from the Lin family so decisively?" Lin Qingwan asked, her expression pained as she held the card. "Or else," Lin Xian scoffed, "should I express gratitude to your family?" "Xiao Xian, why not return to the Lin family? I will persuade our parents. They surely won't hold your previous departure against you," Lin Qingwan urged, her tone laced with guilt. "I have neglected you before, but I promise to treat you well from now on." "Huh," Lin Xian scoffed coldly. "Lin Qingwan, spare me your pretenses. The others in the Lin family are no better than you." Lin Qingwan's eyes widened in shock. Xiao Xian, you know? Though she had never shared Lin Xian's misfortunes, there were times she had joined in the laughter. The realization hit her. He had endured immense pain while remaining kind to them, never revealing a hint of his suffering. Lin Qingwan apologized, she stammered. "Dear sister, why do you apologize to him?" Lin Qingziyu interjected, frowning. "Shouldn't he be ridiculed for his actions?" Lin Xian. Lin Qingziyu crossed her arms defiantly. "What business do you have in this luxury store? Do you possess the means to buy these items?" Lin Xian, uninterested in engaging with Lin Qingziyu, chose silence. The sales associate had completed the packaging. "Sir, please follow me for payment," she said respectfully. Lin Qingziyu scoffed. "You are wasting your time with him. He is merely a bumpkin pretending to be wealthy." The associate frowned. "No money? Is that even plausible?" She cast a discerning glance at Lin Qingziyu, having observed that Lin Xian's clothing was from the prestigious Osei brand, each piece unique and worth millions. His shoes and watch similarly bore hefty price tags. His entire ensemble was worth several million. How could he possibly be without means? The other patrons, mostly affluent ladies and socialites, recognized Lin Xian's refined appearance and exchanged disapproving glances at Lin Qingziyu. What family does she belong to? Such rudeness. One murmured. Indeed, how unbecoming. If I had a child like that, I would certainly discipline them. What embarrassment. Misinterpreting their comments as directed at Lin Xian, Lin Qingziyu sneered. Lin Xian, if you wish to avoid humiliation, you should leave at once. Third sister, silence. Lin Qingwan admonished. Why is my elder sister defending him? Lin Qingziyu wondered. Excuse me, how much do these rings cost? I will cover it, Lin Xuan inquired, determined to demonstrate her support for Lin Xuan, who had been deeply hurt by their family and was reluctant to accept them. She sought to convey that she still held him dear as her brother. Chapter 75. The bodyguard, Mr. Su, as Lin Xuan stood by, preparing to observe the unfolding drama. The sales associate smiled politely. Miss, this gentleman is purchasing a pair of rings, totaling 90 million. Lin Xuan's expression froze in disbelief. What? 90 million? Lin Xuan gasped, her eyes wide with astonishment. 90 million for the rings. Her most expensive jewelry amounts to merely several million. Yet Lin Xuan audaciously demanded to purchase a ring worth nearly 100 million. Miss, may I inquire if you wish to pay by card? The sales assistant maintained a serene smile. Lin Xuan tightened her grip on her Chanel bag. She had assumed that Lin Xuan had only spent a little over 1 million. To her astonishment, it was actually 90 million. Presently, she possessed merely 300 million. Young as he was, she couldn't bear to see him indulge in such extravagant spending, fearing he might stray onto a misguided path. Lin Xuan, why are you spending so much money? Lin Xuan furrowed her brows, expressing her disapproval. Miss Lin, does this concern you in any way? Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow in question. Lin Xuan haughtily lifted her chin, retorting, why not choose some of the more affordable items? Perhaps elder sister might gift them to you. I advise you to refrain from pretending to be affluent. Unfazed, Lin Xuan produced his card and handed it to the sales assistant. Please proceed with the transaction. Very well. The sales assistant approached with the card reader. Lin Xuan prepared to witness Lin Xuan's humiliation, doubting he could successfully complete the payment. Lin Xuan entered his password. Payment successful. The card reader emitted a cold mechanical beep. What? Lin Xuan's eyes widened in disbelief, shaking her head in denial. It was impossible for Lin Xuan to possess such wealth. Surely, there must have been a mistake. Lin Xuan, where did you acquire such funds? Lin Xuan suddenly recalled Lin Li's words from that day at the wedding, when a woman had taken Lin Xuan away. The thought darkened her expression. Lin Xuan, you haven't truly become someone's kept man, have you? You are a member of the Lin family. You must not lower your worth to become a lover. Listen to elder sister and return to the Lin family. You can still lead a life of luxury there. Bystanders were taken aback. What kind of twisted reasoning was this? Seeing their brother with money led them to believe he was being kept? Could he not simply be in a relationship? Even if the funds were from a girlfriend, it was quite normal for a girlfriend to spend on her boyfriend. Miss Lin, the affluent lifestyle you speak of consists of a mere 300 yuan monthly allowance from middle school through university, surviving on leftovers, and residing in a servant's quarters? Lin Xuan smirked mockingly. Goodness, the onlookers were once again astonished. Given the attire of the two sisters, they seemed quite wealthy. Yet their brother lived in conditions worse than that of an ordinary family. No wonder this man harbored such disdain for his sisters. What kind of family was this? It was no surprise that the girl was so ill-mannered. From their dialogue, it was evident that the young man had distanced himself from his biological parents, and good riddance. Any family like that was best avoided. Lin Xuan bit her lip, a sense of resentment toward Lin Xuan brewing within her. How dare he humiliate them, his sisters? In public? Lin Xuan's expression stiffened as well. Lin Xuan, I apologize. Elder sister has neglected you in the past. Would you consider returning? I promise to make it up to you, Lin Xuan said, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Returning is possible, Lin Xuan replied nonchalantly. Lin Xuan, you truly wish to come back? Lin Xuan's eyes sparkled with hope. For me to return, it is contingent upon you expelling Lin Li from the Lin family. Lin Xuan replied with a casual tone, I find him intolerable. Of course, even if Lin Li were to leave the Lin family, he would never consider returning. The Lin family disgusted him. Is it so difficult for you to tolerate Lin Li? You two could coexist peacefully, Lin Xuan frowned. Since you are unwilling to remove him, refrain from pestering me in such a manner. Lin Xuan grasped the ring and departed. He had more pressing matters to attend to and no time to waste with them. Lin Xuan entered a quaint cake shop, intending to bake a cake for Su Hua knew, as this particular bakery was somewhat secluded. A few men in black suits quietly approached the exterior of the cake shop, pretending to browse. They caught the attention of Su Hua's bodyguard. One of them was recognized by Su Hua's entourage, prompting swift action to apprehend them and bring them before Su Hua. In the living room of Night Garden, a stunning woman adorned with a delicate hairpin, donned in an elegant white kipeo, reclined gracefully on the sofa, her curvaceous figure evoking imagination. Su Hua gently swirled the red wine in her glass, her subtle gaze flickering to the three men kneeling in submission. Aren't these my uncle's men? What brings them here? Su Hua leaned languorously against the sofa, her tone indifferent. To her, they were mere ants, unworthy of her emotional investment. Master, they were following young Master Lin. I suspect they intended to harm him. The bodyguard replied respectfully. Su Hua's eyes narrowed dangerously. What do you intend to do with him? Her voice turned icy, sending shivers down the spines of the kneeling men. Ha! Su Hua let out a soft laugh. If you refuse to speak, then off to the snake pit you go. Snake pit? The men gasped in horror, their eyes widening. They had heard of the snake pit, a place teeming with thousands of snakes, all crammed into a mere 4 square meters, most of which had gone days without food. Once a person was thrown in, they would be ensnared by the ravenous snakes, consumed alive in their terror. It was too horrifying. The bodyguards prepared to escort the 3 men away. I'll talk. One man shouted in fear. They were returned to Su Hua's presence. Miss, he claims that Lin Xuan is someone you care about. He intends to capture Lin Xuan to use him as leverage against you. If you refuse to comply, he will torment Lin Xuan to death, causing you pain. The man trembled as he spoke. My dear uncle is truly disobedient. Su Hua smiled sweetly, her voice laced with chilling coldness. Since he is so unruly, there is no need to spare him. Chapter 76. Her fatal weakness. Initially, she had considered keeping him around for a while to utilize him against others. However, since he dared to target her Lin Xuan, there was no justification for sparing him. Anyone who dared to harm Lin Xuan deserved to perish. Su Hua lightly tapped her fingers on the armrest of the sofa, her eyes narrowing slightly. Housekeeper Wang, witnessing this demeanor, knew someone was destined for misfortune. Why must Su Hai provoke the man that the young lady held dear? Provoking the young lady herself was less perilous than inciting young Master Lin. Su Hua took up her phone and commanded, bring my dear uncle to me, and remember, do not let him die. Su Hua's people had long been lurking around Su Hai, having thoroughly grasped the situation. Capturing Su Hai was merely a matter of timing. At Su Hua's command, dozens of cars surged towards Su Hai's villa. Within a villa on the outskirts, where are they? Why haven't they returned yet? Su Hai frowned. I can't reach them at all, boss. Do you think they might have been captured by Su Hua's people? One subordinate expressed concern. Su Hua must have dispatched someone to protect him. Our people were discovered by hers. Su Hai sneered. It seems Su Hua truly values this Lin Xuan. Su Hua, it appears you are not without your vulnerabilities. Su Hai laughed artily. In the past, Su Hua had been as impenetrable as a fortress, devoid of any weaknesses. Who would have thought she would hold such concern for a man? Indeed, no woman could escape the bonds of love. Now that he had discovered her Achilles heel, dealing with her would be a piece of cake. He would undoubtedly capture Lin Xuan in the future, using him to coerce Su Hua into surrendering control of the Su family. Just a woman. Why should she compete with him for power within the Su family? Su Hai's face was alight with triumph. Soon, Su Hua would fall into his hands, and the Su group would be his. Ha! The mere thought of it filled Su Hai with immense satisfaction. After years of being suppressed by Su Hua, he could finally turn the tables. His smile had yet to fade when one of his subordinates rushed in, breathless. Boss, this is bad. The subordinate exclaimed, panting. What is the matter? Su Hai asked, his voice laced with urgency. A group of people has barged in. They must be Su Hua's people. They appeared out of nowhere, without any warning. What is going on? Su Hai's eyes widened in disbelief. My villa has impeccable security. Not even a fly could enter. How do people get in? And there was no sign of disturbance beforehand. They entered as if it were their own home. It seems we have had several of Su Hua's people embedded among our ranks. They simply unlocked the door and let her people in, the subordinate replied, trembling. Su Hai's expression darkened. It was his oversight. He had been naive to allow Su Hua's agents to infiltrate his surroundings. Just then a man strode in. Yuanya. Su Hai's voice rose with urgency. Su Hua's people have arrived. You must apprehend them at once. Hong Yuan Jia was his most trusted confidant, and all of Su Hai's hopes rested on him. Help you? Ah. Hong Yuan Jia smirked coolly, but I'm one of Su Hua's people now. My master intends to deal with you, so why would I assist you? Su Hai's pupils constricted in shock. You, one of Su Hua's people? After I placed such trust in you, you dare to betray me? He ground out through clenched teeth. I have always been one of Su Hua's people, strategically placed by her at your side. There's no question of betrayal, Hong Yuan Jia replied with a smile. 3 years ago, when you faced danger, it was my hand that intervened. I risked my life to save you to gain your trust, all to serve CEO Su. Su Hai trembled with rage, realizing he had been ensnared in Su Hua's web all along. That despicable, shameless wretch. Young Master Su, my mistress wishes to see you. Please come with me. Hong Yuan Jia said with a chilling smile. Su Hai's expression soured significantly. Over the past year, he had heavily relied on Hong Yuan Jia, who wielded considerable power. This incident, allowing Su Hua's people to enter, was surely orchestrated by him. With Hong Yuan Jia at his side, he must have nurtured a considerable network of allies. Su Hua could capture him at any moment. Just as he had dispatched men to capture Lin Xuan, Su Hua had struck against him. She must have acted out of her attachment to Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan held far greater significance in Su Hua's heart than he had ever imagined. If captured, Su Hua would undoubtedly relish tormenting him. No, he could not fall into Su Hua's hands. Su Hai would never kneel before her. Su Hua, you have acquired a fatal weakness. Even if I perish, others will ultimately bring you down. I concede this defeat to you, but mark my words, even in my loss, you shall not be victorious. With a maniacal laughter, Su Hai drew a gun and pressed the barrel against his temple, pulling the trigger. He intended to end his own life. A gunshot rang out. Su Hai's hand was struck, a bloody hole appearing in his right wrist. Su Hai groaned in pain, clutching his injured hand. Wanting to die is not so simple. Hong Yuan Jie sneered. Take him back to my master. Ensure he does not die. She wants him alive. Yes. Su Hai was tightly bound and thrust into a vehicle. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan, wishing to surprise Su Hua, sent her a message. Is Xuan, Hua Bao. I have some matters to attend to and will be home late. Don't wait for me for dinner. After a considerable time, he received a response. Hua Bao, okay. Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow. Previously, Su Hua would reply within 30 seconds. Yet this time, 5 minutes had passed. He could already envision her sulking and feeling wronged, prompting a soft chuckle from him. Su Hua's demeanor resembled that of a child. It was utterly endearing. At that moment, in the night garden, Su Hua was in a foul mood, radiating an icy aura. Butler Wong wiped the sweat from his brow. Miss, what is the matter? You were just languid, and now it seems as though someone owes you 8 million. No, 800 billion. Tell the chef not to prepare dinner for Xian tonight. Su Hua replied coldly. Butler Wong paused in surprise. No wonder Su Zong's mood had soured. It turned out that young Master Lin would not be dining with her. Yes, miss, I will inform him immediately. Butler Wong silently worried for Su Hai. With Su Hua in such a mood, he would undoubtedly become her outlet for frustration. Poor Su Hai had no chance. An hour later, Su Hai was forcibly brought before Su Hua. With a resounding thud, Hong Yuan Jie threw him to the ground. Second uncle, long time no see, Su Hua said, her eyes narrowing dangerously as she regarded the kneeling Su Hai. Su Hua, you are truly despicable. You have embedded spies among my ranks. Su Hai glared at her, his expression one of fury, as if he wished to consume her whole. All is fair in war, Su Hua remarked, elegantly rising in her pristine white kipeo. She took a small, exquisite knife from Butler Wong's hand. If Lin Xuan were present, he would recognize this knife as the one Su Hua had used to dispatch Qin Ruoyao and Lin Li. Chapter 77. Dangerously alluring second uncle. Su Hua crouched down before Su Hai. Her eyes curved softly as she smiled. I was initially considering sparing you for a while. But who dares to harm my Xian? Second uncle, since you dared to send someone to capture him, you shall reap the consequences. The blade of the knife tipped Su Hai's chin, the icy edge making him tremble uncontrollably. Su Hua, I am your second uncle. Spare me, and I promise I will never oppose you again, Su Hai pleaded. Once inside the night garden, his limbs felt weak. He feared torture more than death itself. Second uncle, it is too late for that, Su Hua replied, her smile unwavering. Her beauty was dazzling, compelling any man who beheld her to wish to keep her for themselves. To Su Hai, she now appeared as a demon returned from hell. A black tiger was tethered nearby, watching Su Hai with predatory intent. My dear second uncle, relish this moment of torment, Su Hua said, the knife's tip tracing his face, drawing forth beads of blood. Su Hua, I beg you, spare me. Please, spare me. So I continuously implored. Su Hua licked her lips, her eyes gleaming with excitement. She relished the torment of others. The more fearful they became, the more exhilarated she felt. She adored blood and the sight of those she tortured writhing in despair. With a sinister smile, Su Hua continued to slice the knife across Su Hai's face. While he was held by 2 bodyguards, unable to escape, only able to watch her in terror. The pain radiating from his face, coupled with the wound in his wrist, left him trembling uncontrollably. At one point, he even fainted from the agony. Wake him, Su Hua commanded coldly. A bucket of ice-cold saline, prepared in advance, was splashed onto Su Hai. His face bore the marks of Su Hua's knife, rendering his original visage unrecognizable. Su Hai was tormented to the brink of despair. Su Hua, your second uncle acknowledges his mistakes. I implore you, grant me a swift end. His lips quivered as he spoke. I only beg you, Hua, for a merciful release. Nothing is more agonizing than being tortured while yearning for death. Second uncle, why the haste? This has only just begun, Su Hua replied, a playful smile gracing her lips. After all, the Xian would not return for dinner tonight. There was ample time to torment him. With Su Hai's horrified gaze upon her, she continued, methodically slashing her knife across his body. Lin Xuan exited the bakery, carrying a cake he had put much thought into, even crafting a small figurine resembling Su Hua. On his way back, he disembarked once more to purchase a bouquet of roses. As he exited the flower shop and was about to reboard the vehicle, fate intervened, and he encountered Qin Ruoyao again. Qin Ruoyao cast upon Lin Xuan the gaze of a heartbroken lover. Lin Xuan inwardly cursed his misfortune. Attempting to leave, he found Qin Ruoyao blocking his path. Lin Xuan, why are you treating me like this? You once adored me so deeply. Why are you now with another woman? Was that cake meant for her? Qin Ruoyao's face was etched with hurt. Lin Xuan, I have fallen for you now. Won't you be with me? She implored humbly, clutching his hand. Instinctively, Lin Xuan shook off her grasp, mindful that Su Hua's bodyguards were nearby. He feared that this moment might be captured and sent to Su Hua. Miss Qin, please maintain your dignity. I'm a man who has a girlfriend, he stated coldly. Must you speak to me with such disdain? Qin Ruoyao bit her lip in anguish. For days, she had been monitoring Weibo and the Palm Treasure novel website, where Lin Xuan's entrepreneurial success had become a trending sensation, intensifying her desire to be with him. And if not, Lin Xuan retorted, Qin Ruoyao, do you not find your behavior pitiable? When I liked you, I was nothing but a devoted admirer, yet you treated me with contempt. Now that I no longer reciprocate your feelings, you chase after me. I was merely confused before. Only now do I realize I truly love you, Lin Xuan. Qin Ruoyao declared with a look of heartfelt affection. A cold smirk curled upon Lin Xuan's lips. Qin Ruoyao, you love money more than me. Don't feign innocence here. Don't think I'm oblivious to your affair with Lin Li. On our wedding day, you two were at a hotel together, weren't you? Qin Ruoyao's eyes widened in shock. How could he have known? Her complexion turned ashen. Don't misunderstand, she stammered nervously. You are the one I truly love. I only lost my way briefly. If you want me to sever ties with Lin Li, I will do so for you. Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow as Lin Li approached them. Ah, if it isn't my dear brother, Lin Li. Qin Ruoyao, you might as well clarify things with him now. Qin Ruoyao turned stiffly, her eyes meeting Lin Li's. Although her affections lay with Lin Xuan. Lin Li was the heir to the Lin Corporation and promised a life of wealth and privilege. She was reluctant to part with him. If you cannot cut ties with Lin Li, then spare me your feigned affection. It disgusts me, Lin Xuan declared, pushing Qin Ruoyao aside, then climbed into the car, accelerating toward the night garden. Elena Liapruaka, Qin Ruoyao. Yao, was that Lin Xuan just now? He inquired. Yes, she replied nonchalantly. I was just speaking with him. Lin Li embrajiter. Yao, you love Lin Xuan, don't you? No, brotherly, you're mistaken, Qin Ruoyao quickly denied. Silly girl. I love you and know your true feelings. If you love him, then pursue him. No matter what happens, I will stand by your side. Lin Li said with indulgent affection. Only if Qin Ruoyao was with Lin Xuan would the other woman abandon him. Then, deprived of the wealthy patronage, Lin Xuan would be left destitute. Brotherly, you are truly kind, Qin Ruoyao said, embracing him gratefully. A flicker of disdain surfaced in Lin Li's eyes. Lin Xuan returned to the night garden. The living room was permeated with a pungent scent of blood. Su Hua lay on the floor, grievously wounded and barely clinging to life. Su Hua, I will haunt you even in death. Su Hua gritted his teeth, bored with the torment. Su Hua plunged a knife into Su Hua's chest, blood splattering as it stained her face. At that moment, a smile curled on Su Hua's lips, bloodied. She resembled a blooming red spider lily, dangerous and enchanting. Chapter 78, I fear you not for the first time. Steward Wang witnessed Su Hua torment someone for so long and shook his head in disbelief. Su Hua had truly crossed the lady's bottom line. Coupled with young Master Lin's absence from dinner, the lady's mood was foul, a double blow. Su Hua was still alive, likely kept alive by the lady to feed Ollie. He would be tortured before death, then witness the tiger mauling him until his final breath. How tragic. Even Steward Wang could not help but feel sympathy for Su Hua. Su Hua bloodied night gently tipsu haivaze. My dear second uncle, at least you can fill Ollie's belly before you die. That's some use, she said with a tender smile. Su Hua, suai hist venomausli. I curse you to never attain love, to be betrayed by those you care for, and to live a life of solitude and misery. Betrayal. Su Hua's expression darkened as she clenched the knife's handle tightly, veins bulging on her hand. Soon, her face turned icy once more. Those who betrayed me are dead. As for loneliness, Xian will accompany me. Even if Xian dies, he will still be with me. Lin Xuan entered the living room, carrying the cake, roses, and the ring. Su Hua, egritif. He immediately saw her fiercely stabbing Su Hua. Upon hearing Lin Xuan's voice, Su Hua's face froze and her movements ceased. She turned stiffly to face the young man dressed in pristine white casual attire. whose demeanor was gentle and refined. Xian is back. Would he fear her now that he had witnessed her brutal side? Would he find her repulsive or loathsome? The knife slipped from her grasp. Xian, Su Hua's eyes reddened, and she looked helpless, like a child caught in wrongdoing. Xian, I'm sorry. If you find me frightening, I will change. I won't kill anymore. Everyone in the room stared at Su Hua in stunned silence, disbelief etched in their eyes. The ruthless female demon who had just slain without hesitation now appeared tender and vulnerable. This is surreal. Is this truly their mistress? Steward Wang's palms sweated profusely. Like Su Hua, he feared Lin Xuan might not accept this side of her. Young Master Lin must not revert to his former self, fearful of the lady, always fleeing from her, lest she lose her sanity. Su Hai, still clinging to his remaining consciousness, clutched his heart and gazed at Su Hua's helpless demeanor with astonished delight. She did not want this man to see her kill, indicating she never revealed her true nature before him. Ha, so I laughed bitterly. Lin Xuan, do you see how terrifying this woman is? She is a demon without a heart. She delights in torment and murder. If she despises you, you might share my miserable fate with no grave to rest in. I am Su Hua's blood-related second uncle, yet she has tortured me so mercilessly. You, an outsider, stand no better chance. You must not fall for her. You should flee as far from her as possible. Su Hai's later echoed uncontrollably. In his final moments, seeing Su Hua tormented by her lover brought him some solace. Young Master Lin, Steward Wang quickly interjected. Though he is the lady's second uncle, he has repeatedly sought her life for the family's wealth and power. She is justified in punishing him thus. But you are different. The lady favors you. Even if she harms herself, she would never hurt you. Her torment of Su Hai is retaliation for his attempts to harm you. I understand. Lin Xuan smiled faintly. He carefully placed the item he was holding down and approached Su Hua. At that moment, Su Hua's hands and feet were cold. She kept her head bowed the entire time, too afraid to meet Lin Xuan's gaze, dreading the terror and revulsion she imagined in his eyes. Her fists clenched tightly at her sides. If Xian truly feared her, if he hysterically tried to flee from her as before, she would never allow him to leave. The tenderness he had shown her these past days could not simply be retracted. Should he dare to escape this time, she vowed to imprison him for eternity. A dark fury welled up within Su Hua's heart. Her beautiful eyes gradually suffused with a blood-red hue. She struggled to suppress the violent impulses raging inside. Observing the trembling in Su Hua's hands, Steward Wang's heart leapt in alarm. Not good. Miss is about to have another episode. The young lady had been provoked into illness several times before by Master Lin. Seeing Su Hua's unease, Lin Xuan sighed softly, then took a tissue from the tea table to gently wipe the blood from her face. Su Hua looked at him in astonishment. Why did he remain so gentle with her? Was he not afraid? Could it be all a facade? She searched his face and eyes for any trace of pretense. None could be found. His gaze was as tender as ever, devoid of fear or disgust. Lin Xuan meticulously cleansed every trace of blood from Su Hua's face and clothes. Hua Bao, I know who you truly are. If you wish to kill, then kill. I shall not fear you, he reassured her calmly. Su Hua stared blankly at him, the redness in her eyes gradually fading. He had declared he was not afraid of her. He truly was unafraid. Lin Xuan gently reached out to stroke her head. However, this blood is too filthy. You need not soil your hands. Steward Wang exhaled in relief. Fortunately, Master Lin could accept the young lady in this state. Su Hua pressed her lips together, her mind still echoing those few words. Xian was not afraid of her, not in the slightest. Lin Xuan led Su Hua to sit beside the sofa. Sit here quietly. Leave everything else to me, all right? Turning around, his eyes darkened as they fixed upon Su Hai lying on the floor. The tenderness vanished entirely, replaced by an ominous shadow. He stepped toward the bloodstained blade, picked it up, and knelt before Su Hai. I know you try to sow discord between Hua Bao and me, but your schemes have failed. I shall never fear her. Not now, not ever. Lin Xuan could not be intimidated by Su Hua's murderous nature. After all, he had witnessed it in his previous life. He understood that no matter how many people she killed, even if it were herself, she would never harm him. Often, Su Hua's threats to render him a vegetable or a corpse to accompany her were mere words. She would never truly act on them. Otherwise, in their past life, she would not have allowed him to marry Qin Ruoyao. Chapter 79. I give myself to you. Su Hai looked at him in shock. Without haste, Lin Xuan severed Su Hai's neck, separating his head from his body. This time, Lin Xuan's face was splattered with blood. Su Hai's lifeless eyes still reflected profound resentment. The bodyguards and Steward Wang were all dumbfounded. My goodness, Master Lin, so frail and gentle-looking. Yet he can behead Su Hai without flinching. They had clearly underestimated him. A man who could win the affection of the young lady was certainly no ordinary person. Take the body away and clean this place thoroughly, Lin Xuan commanded. Su Hua's gaze never left Lin Xuan. Xian, why are you not afraid of me? She asked, dazed, having expected him to flee once more. She was painfully aware of the horror her killings entailed and had never dared let him see them. Hu Bao, you're my girlfriend. I love every part of you. Lin Xuan smiled tenderly. Look at me. He raised his bloodied hands. I have killed too, Su Hua. We are the same kind. Steward Wang smiled with satisfaction. Indeed, they were kindred spirits. Even the devoted boyfriend had been infected by her darkness. Very well, very well. Su Hua's eyes sparkled faintly. Truly, her Xian was wonderful. This side of him only deepened her reluctance to let go. Hua Bao, let us freshen up first. Lin Xuan whispered. All right. Su Hua obediently allowed him to lead her upstairs. Only Yongji Foned. Steward Wang, this man is the Master S. The Lady S favored one. No one dares provoke him. Su Hua's torment was due to his sending men after Master Lin. Wang explained with a smile. What exactly is his identity? Hong asked. No matter his rank, he is the man the lady loves. Please be cautious, Mr. Hong, and avoid provoking him, Steward Wang warned. Only as faz d'acunet. Doesn't that just prove he is ordinary? Judging by the lady's reaction, that man has never experienced true combat. He is not strong enough to deserve her. From their conversation, Hong understood that Su Hua's capture was also a result of Su Hua's men targeting Lin Xuan. Su Hua was dead, but what are the others? Might they exploit this man to threaten the lady? A weak man by her side would only be a liability. Upstairs, Lin Xuan and Su Hua bathed quietly and peacefully. Su Hua, wait here for me. I'll be up soon, Lin Xuan said, gently seating her on the bedroom sofa. He swiftly descended to retrieve the cakes, rings, and roses, then returned. Before Su Hua's astonished eyes, Lin Xuan knelt on one knee, presenting the roses. Opening a red box revealed a pair of dazzling rings. Su Hua pupils constricted sharply. Su Hua, Lin Xuan gazed at her tenderly. Will you be my girlfriend? I vow to love, protect, and cherish you for all my days. A flicker of disappointment crossed Su Hua's eyes. Only a girlfriend? She had hoped for more, marriage and children. Yet, being his girlfriend was enough. A smile blossomed on her face as she extended her hand. Lin Xuan slipped the ring onto her middle finger, signifying passionate love. He wore a matching ring on his own left middle finger. Hu Bao. Lin Xuan softly kissed her forehead. I wanted to give you this ring on your birthday, but I hadn't yet earned the money. I wish to gift you something bought with my own earnings. Su Hua blinked in surprise. Previously, she had always been the initiator. Now, it seemed her Xian had taken a lead. She found herself ever more enamored. Lin Xuan lit the candles on the cake. Hua Bao, make a wish. Su Hua's lips curved slightly. On her last birthday, Xian had also made her a cake, but she had been ill and could not enjoy it. The next day, Steward Wang told her that the cake had been made by Xian himself, and though spoiled, she had eaten a large piece. She could never waste something made by him, even if it meant a stomach ache. This was Su Hua's first proper birthday. After making her wish, blowing out the candles, and tasting a small slice of cake, Lin Xuan gently pushed her onto the carpet. Su Hua stared blankly at the man above her. In a low voice, Lin Xuan whispered in her ear, there is one more birthday gift. It is me. Hu Bao. I give myself to you. From this day forth, I am yours. He bowed his head and sealed his vow with a kiss upon her luscious, crimson lips. Su Huan's soft hands instinctively climbed up the man's neck as they kissed, the temperature in the room gradually rising. Soon, the air was filled with suggestive sounds. At 5:30, the chef finished preparing dinner. A maid ascended to the second floor, but was intercepted by Butler Wang. What brings you to the young lady's room? He inquired. Butler, I plan to call Miss and young Master Lin for dinner, the maid replied. Do you have any sense? Butler Wang's eyes widened. You cannot disturb young Master Lin and Miss. Don't ruin their good fortune. He was still contemplating raising the young master. The maid, being young and naive, did not comprehend Butler Wang's words, but she dared not disobey him and retreated. Xiao Lu, I was about to call Miss for dinner, but Butler Wang told me not to ruin their good fortune. What could that be? The maid asked in confusion. Another maid smirked knowingly. Of course, it's about the affair between a man and a woman. She mimicked a gesture, using her 2 fingers to poke at each other. The maid instantly understood they were kissing. She patted her chest, a wave of fear washing over her. Thank goodness she hadn't knocked on the door. Otherwise, she would have spoiled Mrs. Mood and faced dire consequences. Since Lin Xuan began training in the space, his physical strength and endurance had improved significantly, yet he was still thoroughly exhausted. Su Huan was simply enchanting, presenting him with 5 or 6 alluring outfits that left him utterly bewildered. The air was thick with an intimate atmosphere. Gazing at his handsome features, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. Now, Xian, you are truly wonderful. I wish for this moment to last forever. After staring at Lin Xuan for a while, she closed her eyes, embraced him, and drifted into a deep slumber. Chapter 80. The day after Su Hua learned of Qin Ruoyao's confession to Lin Xuan. Dressed in a crimson nightgown, she sat at the dining table scrolling through the forum of Qin University, her brows furrowing. Their relationship had been denied, and worse still. Numerous girls were referring to Lin Xuan as my husband, openly professing their feelings for him. Su Huan's expression darkened, anger surging within her. But her gaze fell upon the ring on her middle finger, causing her fury to dissipate. No matter how much they admired Lin Xuan, he would always be her man. However, she still needed to find time to visit Qin University to assert her claim. Gently touching the ring on her finger, a faint smile tugged at her lips. Nearby, Butler Wang nodded approvingly, finding that the young lady resembled a lovesick girl rather than the cold, emotionless shell she had once been. By the way, what about the bouquet of roses? Su Hua inquired. It's being well taken care of in the living room, Butler Wang replied. There's no need for concern. The flowers are vibrant and will not wilt in the short term. Create a separate greenhouse for them, employing a top-tier gardener to tend to them. Ensure they do not perish, Su Hua commanded. Understood, Miss, Butler Wang acknowledged. Throughout the morning, Lin Xuan appeared to be diligently attending class, yet in reality, he had entered the training space. He needed to swiftly elevate his martial prowess. In recent days, he had been practicing martial arts and firearms. The situation with Su Hua had made him realize that being by Su Huan's side would inevitably attract enemies, and he could not be a hindrance to her. At noon, as Lin Xuan prepared to return to his dormitory, he descended the steps of the teaching building and was greeted by a myriad of rose pots arranged in the shape of a heart. Naturally, the ever-curious people of Xia country could not miss such a spectacle. A crowd of students had gathered to witness the confession, even some professors observing from a distance. Lin Xuan noted the commotion but paid it little mind, his interest in gossip being minimal. As he passed the roses, Qin Ruoyao suddenly emerged, clutching a bouquet. Lin Xuan, she called, standing before him. Wow! A chorus of voices erupted in excitement. Lin Xuan felt a sense of foreboding. Was Qin Ruoyao truly confessing to him? Lin Xuan? Qin Ruoyao gazed at him earnestly. Will you be my boyfriend? Let's forget the past and start anew. Shocked, Lin Xuan found himself at a loss for words. Hadn't he already clarified matters with Qin Ruoyao the previous day? How could she brazenly approach him again? He had never realized she could be so shameless. And wasn't she the one who valued her reputation above all else? Did she not fear public humiliation? Snap! Snap! Yili discreetly captured the moment on camera, sending it to Su Hua. Su Zong, hello. I'm Yili. Qin Ruoyao is currently confessing to Lin Xuan. In the Su Corporation office. Su Hua squinted at the message. Jiangqing noticed her unusual expression and, while pouring coffee, discreetly glanced at her phone. Her eyes widened in astonishment at the content. A confession? Qin Ruoyao is confessing to young Master Lin? This is disastrous. Su Zong is bound to be furious. Young Master Lin is in for trouble. However, Jiangqing was taken aback when she witnessed Su Hua calmly blacklist Yi Li's number, returning her phone to the desk with an unruffled demeanor. Su Zong shows no reaction whatsoever. Jiangqing inquired curiously, aren't you going to call and ask what's happening? No need, Su Hua smiled fondly. I trust A Xian. Jiangqing, trust is paramount in a relationship. She hoped A Xian would not let her down. Jiangqing couldn't help but wonder what Lin Xuan had done to have such a profound effect on Su Zong in such a short time. Just a few days into the semester, he had almost been caught by Su Zong over a love letter. Now, she appeared indifferent to Qin Ruoyao's confession. Impressive. Young Master Lin was truly remarkable. Meanwhile, the gathering crowd continued to swell. Previously, Lin Xuan had always trailed Qin Ruoyao like a lovesick puppy, but now, she was the one pursuing him. This was the talk of the town. Do you think Lin Xuan will agree to Qin Ruoyao? He probably will. Lin Xuan has always liked her. With such a grand gesture, he must be overjoyed. Not necessarily. Lin Xuan has been ignoring Qin Ruoyao lately, and last time, he caused her to receive a severe reprimand in front of the entire school. It's clear he doesn't fancy her anymore. Exactly. Just the other day, he clarified their relationship on the forum. A number of girls began watching the spectacle with anticipation, eager to witness Qin Ruoyao's public humiliation. Lin Xuan, agree to be my boyfriend. I will cherish our time together and love you wholeheartedly. If you wish, we could even get married right away, Qin Ruoyao implored gently. She had dressed meticulously for the occasion, her softly curled hair cascading down her back, adorned in a delicate white dress with heels, her face lightly made up, exuding both beauty and innocence, evoking sympathy from onlookers. The crowd erupted in cheers. Lin Xuan, agree to her. Agree to her. They shouted, clapping excitedly. Yili, recording the moment, couldn't help but smile. If Lin Xuan dared to nod, Su Zong would not let him off easily. With Lin Xuan's affection for Qin Ruoyao, how could he possibly refuse her? Lin Xuan regarded Qin Ruoyao with an expression of disbelief. Qin Ruoyao, do you wish to be a mistress? He offered no mercy in his words. Qin Ruoyao's face froze, utterly taken aback by his response. You know very well that I have a girlfriend, yet you insist on approaching me. Is that not willingly choosing to be a mistress? The crowd gasped in shock. They nearly forgot that Lin Xuan had mentioned his girlfriend was possessive and disliked him interacting with other women. At that moment, Qin Ruoyao was also present and overheard Lin Xuan's words. Yet now she had the audacity to confess to him, truly eager to become the other woman. Yili's expression darkened. Lin Xuan actually rejected Qin Ruoyao. Why wouldn't he accept? That way, he could continue to sow discord between him and President Su. Lin Xuan raised his left hand, revealing his ring. Let me reiterate, I have a girlfriend. Qin Ruoyao, you'd better keep your distance. I don't want my girlfriend to misunderstand. Lin Xuan, did you have to embarrass me like this in public? Qin Ruoyao's eyes reddened with grievance. She had expected that in this situation, Lin Xuan wouldn't want her to lose face and would surely accept her confession. Yet he still refused. She had already humbled herself so completely. How could Lin Xuan reject her so callously? How could he? Her dignity was utterly shattered because of him. The more Qin Ruoyao dwelled on it, the more aggrieved she felt. Tears streamed down her face like rain, her sobs delicate and sorrowful. Chapter 81. Well done. Qin Ruoyao, what exactly are you to me? Why should I care about your feelings? Lin Xuan regarded her with a look that seemed to question her sanity. In your confession, it was so insincere. Just some roses, where's the ring? The homemade cake? Lin Xuan sneered, unwilling to linger further, and bypassed her as he left. Spotting a figure, Lin Xuan's eyes narrowed slightly. It was Yili, phone in hand, snapping photos and recording video, presumably intending to report back to Su Hua. Today's sensational drama was thoroughly satisfying to the onlookers. Tisk, I thought Qin Ruoyao was so pure, but once Lin Xuan became wealthy, she rushed to become the other woman. Now Lin Xuan drives a Koenigsegg and a Rolls-Royce, has earned tens of millions from writing novels, and even launched a novel website. So outstanding. When Lin Xuan was her sycophant, she scorned him. Now that he no longer favors her, she clings even more. How could Lin Xuan still want her? Looks like Qin Ruoyao is a gold digger. When I'm rich, brothers, I'm going to win her over. Qin Ruoyao listened to these whispers. Her face flushed deeply with embarrassment. She wiped her tears and fled. Luo Yuan hurried after her. Qin Ruoyao ran to a secluded spot, and Luo Yuan followed with concern. Qin Ruoyao collapsed on a Luo Yuan's shoulder, sobbing bitterly. How could Lin Xuan treat me like that? How could he? Luo Yuan gently patted her back. Yao, don't cry. Since Lin Xuan doesn't cherish you, just forget about him. There are plenty of others who like you. What am I lacking compared to that woman? Why must he love her? Qin Ruoyao's tears fell ceaselessly from her chin onto Luo Yuan's shoulder. She felt utterly unwilling to accept this. Su Hua possessed the most prestigious status and background. Why was she even competing for the same man? Luo Yuan's heart ached painfully. He had stood by Yao for so many years. Why didn't she love him? Why had she fallen for that worthless Lin Xuan? Qin Ruoyao's grievances deepened, and resentment toward Lin Xuan grew. Wasn't he indifferent to her because of that woman? Su Hua's status. She refused to believe Su Hua truly loved Lin Xuan. She would wait for the day Lin Xuan abandoned Su Hua. Then she would hold brother Lin's hand and stand arrogantly before Lin Xuan. She would become the young mistress of the Lin family, utterly beyond Lin Xuan's reach. At Su Corporation's office, Su Hua claimed indifference. But she constantly held her phone, browsing the Chongqing University forum, a hotbed of gossip. News of Qin Ruoyao's confession to Lin Xuan had undoubtedly been posted. The homepage was flooded with posts about Qin Ruoyao and Lin Xuan. The most explosive gossip of the year. Qin Ruoyao arranged roses in the shape of a heart and confessed to Lin Xuan. The campus goddess confessed to the campus heartthrob, who used to be her sycophant. Guess if he'll say yes? Many students lamented not being on campus to witness this firsthand, contenting themselves with online gossip. Su Hua refreshed the posts repeatedly. Lips pursed. Though she professed trust in Lin Xuan, deep down she harbored unease. After all, he had once been so infatuated with Qin Ruoyao. Eventually, the homepage was dominated by posts declaring Lin Xuan had rejected Qin Ruoyao, that Qin Ruoyao was the other woman, that Lin Xuan wore his ring finger adorned and publicly announced he had a girlfriend. Seeing this, Su Hua's eyes curved with a subtle smile. Action, you truly are obedient. Jiang Qing, curious, asked what she was looking at with such delight. Lin Xuan sent Su Hua message, Hua Bao. Today Qin Ruoyao confessed to me, but I refused. My heart belongs only to you. How could I accept another woman as confession? Su Hua quickly replied, well done. Lin Xuan breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he caught Yili taking photos to Su Hua in time. Otherwise, Su Hua might have locked him away again. Yili was likely to make a move on him, so he would have to respond accordingly. As for Qin Ruoyao, Lin Xuan's expression darkened. He had been too preoccupied making money to deal with her, but now it was time to handle her, lest she continue to linger annoyingly before him. He planned to expose Qin Ruoyao's and Lin Li's affair. There was no genuine affection between Qin Ruoyao and Lin Li, only mutual benefit. Qin Ruoyao coveted Lin Li's wealth and family background, while Lin Li, who had once liked Qin Ruoyao, sought to seize everything from Lin Xuan, his parents, his sister, his status as the young master of the Lin family, and even the woman he loved. Moreover, Lin Li exploited Qin Ruoyao to undermine him. If this sordid affair were revealed, it would surely ignite a dog-eat-dog spectacle, a drama destined to be riveting. His next move was to sow discord. After attending his second class of the afternoon, Lin Xuan arrived at a cafe. Having launched his novel website, he was now preparing to establish an entertainment company, and had come to recruit a manager for it. Lei Hui, clad in a worn suit, glanced at his phone repeatedly. 5 minutes past the appointed time, his hope waned. As expected, he shouldn't have harbored such high expectations. His reputation in the industry was abysmal. How could anyone hire him as company president? A mocking smile flickered across Lei Hui's face. Suddenly, a commotion stirred in the cafe as several young women in their 20s covered their mouths, faces flushed with excitement. Ah, he is so handsome. Which star from the entertainment world is this? I want to chase him. I want his WeChat and phone number. But such a gorgeous guy must have high standards for his girlfriend. I'd better not embarrass myself by approaching him. Lei Hui looked up and saw a youthful man in a white shirt and black pants, radiating sunshine, who strode over and sat opposite him. Sorry for being late. The teacher held up class, and there was traffic on the way. Lin Xuan nodded politely. Le Reborn. I had an appointment. Someone else is already sitting here. Lin Xuan extended his hand. Hello, Mr. Lei. I'm Lin Xuan, the one who arranged this meeting. Lei Hui was momentarily stunned, but courteously shook Lin Xuan's hand. Seeing Lin Xuan, his hope diminished further. A mere student starting an entertainment company? Perhaps this was a joke at his expense. Kid, I have other matters to attend to, so I want to keep you. Lei Hui rose, preparing to leave. His daughter was ill, and he needed to hurry to the construction site. Mr. Lei, do you doubt me because of my youth? Lin Xuan arched an eyebrow. Lei Hui said nothing, clearly unconvinced. Reintroducing myself. I'm also the proprietor of the Zhang Zhanbao novel website. Lin Xuan smiled. Chapter 82. Internet Giants? The owner of the Zhang Zhanbao novel website? Lei Hui was taken aback. The Zhang Zhanbao novel website had been making quite a stir lately and had gained significant momentum. Furthermore, it had risen to prominence in the literary realm, surpassing the Fiu novel website. Out of curiosity, he downloaded the app, and though the site housed fewer than 50 novels, each was exceptionally well-crafted, with most being highly suitable for adaptation into film and television. It was evident that this novel website would inevitably usurp Fiu's position as the leader in the literary domain. He had presumed that such a savvy marketing strategy must be orchestrated by a seasoned, astute businessperson, yet it turned out to be a young individual still in university. Mr. Lei, Lin Xuan continued, I am still a student and do not have ample time to manage the company. I greatly value your abilities and would like to extend an invitation for you to join my company. A bittersweet smile tugged at the corners of Lei Hui's lips. Mr. Lin, you may be unaware, but I was expelled from my family business for leaking bid prices, and consequently, no company dares to employ me. Are you not concerned that I might act detrimentally towards the company? I know you did not leak anything, Lin Xuan stated with conviction. In his previous life, Lei Hui had been recognized for his talents and invited to serve as an executive in a company, where he quickly achieved commendable results. Conversely, the Lei family gradually fell into decline, only later considering their son Lei Hui and uncovering evidence to prove his innocence. However, Lei Hui's heart had been shattered, and he would never return. He intended to leverage the resources from his previous life to recruit talent for his own company, putting them to good use. Lei Hui's expression momentarily faltered. After the incident was exposed, even his biological father had only offered him accusations and insults. This was the first time someone had expressed belief in him. Mr. Lei, here is the contract I have prepared for you. Feel free to review it. Lin Xuan handed a contract to Lei Hui. Upon reading its contents, Lei Hui looked up at Lin Xuan in astonishment. A monthly salary of 400,000, in addition to 8% of the company's profits. Lin Xuan produced a bank card. Mr. Lei, this is your advance salary, totaling 1,500,000. Intended for your daughter's medical expenses. Lei Hui's eyes glistened with tears. His daughter lay in a hospital bed, requiring a substantial sum for surgery. He had been working tirelessly to earn the funds necessary for her treatment, but the meager wages he earned were merely a drop in the bucket, leaving him on the brink of despair. Lin Xuan's gesture was undoubtedly a lifeline. His hand trembled slightly as he held the bank card. His daughter was saved. She would finally be saved. Lin Xuan smiled and extended his hand. Mr. Lei, I sincerely invite you to become the executive president of my Timu group. He had whimsically named the company without any deeper significance. It was merely a name that rolled off the tongue. Lei Hui shook his hand, his voice quivering. Thank you for this opportunity. Brother Lei. Lin Xuan instinctively altered his address. This is a list of individuals you can recruit into the company. The list includes directors, actors, screenwriters, and others. They are all talented individuals who have been suppressed for various reasons in the entertainment industry and have not had the chance to shine. As a newly established entertainment company, most promising talents would be reluctant to join. However, those who have been marginalized would seize this opportunity with fervor, as long as their talents are sufficient. He could enable them to showcase their abilities and attain brilliance in their respective fields. Boss. Some on this list have been explicitly blacklisted by Xinggui Entertainment and other capital firms. Signing them might provoke their ire, Lei Hui remarked with a frown. The targeting you describe involves suppressing their popularity and preventing their films and dramas from being released, correct? Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow. Précisely, les ruines dead. They have vested interests in major streaming platforms and cinemas. If they wish to suppress us, we would be powerless to resist. Not a concern. My company does not intend to share the spoils with others. Lin Xuan aimed to swiftly launch and expand his company, with no intention of negotiating submissively with those video platforms. The novel website, short video applications, entertainment companies, and long video software could all develop concurrently, transforming his company into an internet titan. In a world yet to witness the rise of short videos, he anticipated that their emergence would be captivating. Lei Hui was momentarily speechless. Boss, are you suggesting? Lin Xuan presented a proposal. This outlines my intended ventures and your preparatory tasks. You may peruse it. After reviewing its contents, Lei Hui's expression turned to one of astonishment. Short videos? This young man had conceived such a software, utilizing the novels from his website to produce short dramas, directing users to the short video platform while encouraging nationwide participation in short video creation. Once this short video platform takes off, it will become a universal app. Through this medium, the company's actors would gain fame, making the development of long video software a straightforward endeavor. As for films, those cinemas are profit-driven. They would never reject a blockbuster. Everything will be done in-house, eliminating reliance on any video companies, thus rendering them immune to the suppression of Xinggui Entertainment and other capital firms. This is truly remarkable. Yet, there remained a concern. Boss, what if Xinggui Entertainment suppresses our visibility? How do we address that? This short video app requires substantial traffic, while the readership for novels is significant. It alone cannot sustain such high traffic. Fear not, they cannot suppress us. Cannot suppress us? What do you mean? A look of confusion spread across Lei Hui's face. Isn't the suppression of visibility primarily driven by financial means? Xinggui Entertainment and other capital firms have no shortage of money. Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow. Do you think Fiyu's website has not attempted to suppress the popularity of Zhang Xianbei novels? Lei Hui was taken aback. Indeed, the trending topics during those days have been decidedly unfavorable to Fiyu while favoring its competitors. Given Fiyu's nature, they would typically remove such topics rather than allow them to linger. How did the boss manage that? Lei Hui recognized he should not pry further and refrained from continuing. Boss, I will diligently follow your directives. Excitement danced in Lei Hui's eyes. If this truly comes to fruition, the internet and entertainment landscape would undergo a transformative shift. Chapter 83. Strict Management. Lin Xuan stated, Brother Lei, the short video software has been developed. You will soon need to hire some technical personnel for maintenance. I will transfer the fund for the company tomorrow, so you can quickly assemble a team and begin filming the short dramas. Once we have sufficient capital, he plans to recruit a technical team to produce animations and children's shows akin to Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf, thereby flourishing across the television drama sector. That said, the novels on his website are primarily long-form hits, which are not well suited for short dramas. It appears he must allocate time to write some novels that are appropriate for short drama adaptations. After leaving, Lin Xuan went to the company to pick up Su Hua. Young Master Lin, greetings. Young Master Lin. The employees greeted Lin Xuan with warmth, recognizing that he was destined to become President Su's husband, and they were eager to ingratiate themselves with him. Upon reaching the door of the president's office, Lin Xuan found it tightly locked. A frown creased his brow. Young Master Lin, you are here to see President Su, correct? Xiao Xingfan's tone was somewhat unfriendly. Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow. Do you have an issue with me? Xiao Xingfan chuckled. I wouldn't dare. You are the apple of President Su's eye, and I wouldn't dream of provoking you. Just so you know. Lin Xuan approached and patted his shoulder, remarking, even if you harbor discontent towards me, you must endure it. Be cautious, or might just tell Hua bow. And do you think she would side with you? Xiao Xingfan's expression darkened instantly. He was, in fact, being threatened by Lin Xuan, yet he dared not retaliate. Damn it. This was truly infuriating. Lin Xuan left with a smile, making a call to Jiang Qing. Jiang Qing replied, President Su is in a meeting regarding a collaboration. Lin Xuan responded, send me the address. I'll go find her. Understood, young Master Lin. After sending the location, Jiang Qing entered the hotel private room. President Su. Jiang Qing lowered his voice. Young Master Lin said he's here to pick you up. Su Hua paused, gripping her wine glass. She recalled a previous occasion in the living room when she was also discussing a partnership, had a few drinks, and Lin Xuan advised her to drink less. Su Hua set her glass down. Secretary Jiang, do I smell heavily of alcohol? Not at all, Jiang Qing replied, feigning honesty. That's good. Su Hua sighed in relief. Jiang Qing was puzzled. It seemed President Su was quite anxious about young Master Lin discovering she had overindulged in alcohol. Was this the legendary strictness of a partner? After concluding the discussions with the other company, Su Hua signed her name on the contract. Pleasant collaboration, she nodded, knowing that Su Hua disliked shaking hands. President Wang refrained from extending his hand and merely inclined slightly, saying, President Su, pleasant collaboration. Are you heading back, then? Let me escort you downstairs. No need. Su Hua smiled brightly, revealing a radiant expression. My boyfriend will come and pick me up. President Wang's eyes widened. What? President Su has a boyfriend. This is big news. Moreover, when President Su mentioned her boyfriend, she exuded the demeanor of a delicate woman. It was surprising to see the decisive President Su in the business realm displaying such a side when discussing romance. Cough, cough. President Su, your boyfriend must be quite exceptional. President Wang remarked, noticing Su Hua's fondness for her boyfriend, deliberately praising Lin Xuan. Indeed, he's the most outstanding, Su Hua nodded. Jiang Qing looked up at the ceiling. President Su, ask yourself honestly, is he truly that exceptional? The truth is that lovers see beauty in each other. Well, I shall take my leave now, President Wang said. Shortly after he departed, a wave of intoxication washed over Su Hua, her eyes clouding with drunkenness. Jiang Qing observed her state and thought, President Su is drunk. Though President Su enjoyed drinking, she typically remained lucid after 6 drinks, only to become inebriated after some time. Previously, she had always monitored President Su, but it seemed she had indulged more while on the phone with young Master Lin. Jiang Qing assisted Su Hua in leaving. Not long after exiting the private room, a slightly intoxicated wealthy young man spotted Su Hua and was instantly captivated. This woman was extraordinarily beautiful. It was his first time encountering such a stunning girl, more enchanting than any star in the entertainment industry, and her figure was exquisite. Those fair, long legs and the allure wrapped within her shirt. The wealthy young man swallowed hard. He wanted her. Along with his 2 friends, he blocked Su Hua's path. What are you doing? Move aside, Jiang Qing said, lowering his voice. Move aside? If you serve me well, I might let you. The young man leered at Su Hua. Stay with me, and I guarantee you'll have a taste of luxury. Boss, his follower cautioned. Let's head back. We shouldn't provoke her. She could be someone significant. Significant? If she were someone important, would you have ever seen her? The young man retorted. His follower gazed at Su Hua for a while, shaking his head. Indeed, he had never encountered her before. Listen to me, the young man, slightly inebriated, pointed at Su Hua. She's here to seduce men, trying to climb the social ladder. I'm heir of Huangguang Group, and I am the elite. Beautiful lady, if you want to rise to the top, why not come and serve me? As he spoke, he approached Su Hua, reaching toward her chest. Jiang Qing's eyes narrowed, ready to intervene, but suddenly, Su Hua kicked the young man away. Jiang Qing watched as Su Hua exuded a fierce aura, swallowing hard and instinctively stepping back. President Su was drunk. If no one provoked her, she would behave. However, once someone did, she transformed into a ferocious beast, and no one would be safe. It was best to avoid provoking her, lest he end up battered. Jiang Qing silently lit a candle for the 3 men, considering them unfortunate for crossing paths with a drunken President Su. The young man, knocked to the ground, was completely sobered. He glared at Su Hua, furious. You filthy bitch, how dare you hit me? You two, go and capture her. He was determined to have her tonight. The 2 followers assumed Su Hua was merely a weak woman and thought it would be easy to seize her, rolling up their sleeves to approach. Little did they expect. Each was grabbed by Su Hua by the shoulder. With a loud thud, their heads collided. Su Hua then delivered a kick to their stomachs, sending them flying several meters away, crashing to the ground with a heavy thud. A murderous aura radiated from Su Hua as her dark gaze fell upon the young man, her eyes gleaming with excitement, as if she had spotted her prey. She licked her lips and stepped closer to him. The young man was engulfed by a profound sense of dread. Both his followers were black belts in Taekwondo, yet before this woman, they had no power to retaliate. Resembling helpless chicks. At this moment, the young man's thoughts of beauty vanished, replaced by an urge to flee. He had to escape. Stumbling to his feet, he desperately ran toward the staircase. Su Hua narrowed her eyes slightly. The prey she had set her sights on would never escape. With a swift motion, Su Hua grabbed a stone ball from the railing and struck the young man's knee, causing him to buckle and kneel on the ground. She approached him like a vengeful goddess returned from hell, her face cold as frost, her eyes hollow as if they were a stagnant pool. The bloodthirsty aura surrounding her filled the young man with terror, rendering his limbs weak as he frantically knelt and bowed his head. I'm sorry, beautiful. I know I was wrong. Please spare me, he pleaded. Spare you? Su Hua tilted her head, a sinister yet alluring smile gracing her lips. But what if I don't wish to spare you? Jiang Qing sighed. President Su was typically docile when drunk. Why provoke her? Let them serve as human punching bags, he thought, knowing that intervening would only result in him being the target of her wrath. The young man had blood streaming from his forehead, having cracked it open. Su Hua's excitement grew at the sight of the crimson blood. Young master. The two bodyguards rushed over to assist him. Young master, are you all right? The young man, seeing his saviors, felt his fear dissipate. He pointed at Su Hua, gritting his teeth. You two, go capture her. His bodyguards were mercenaries with incredible skills. He was confident they could subdue this woman. Once she was under his control, he would make her his slave, keeping her locked away to serve him. The young man leered at Su Hua. The two bodyguards, following their master's command, approached her. They truly have no fear. Su Hua licked her vibrant red lips. As the bodyguards attempted to seize her, she executed a spinning kick, sending each of them crashing backward like kites with severed strings. The bodyguards spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing that they couldn't fight, they stood up forcefully and each pulled out a knife from their body. Jiang Qing, who was leaning against the wall watching the show, shook his head calmly when he saw the bodyguard holding a knife. Not to mention knives at this point, mister. Su didn't even have a gun to fear. They both rushed towards Su Zhan with knives. Su Zhan moved her steps and approached them, gently grasping their wrists. The two bodyguards widened their eyes. This woman actually has such great strength. They can't move at all. The bodyguard's face showed fear. Su Zhan's lips curled up, and with a gentle twist, accompanied by a click, their wrists broke and hung down in a strange posture. Bang! Two knives fell to the ground. Su Zhan clenched her hands into fists and smashed them on the faces and bodies of the two bodyguards. They were completely like human meat sandbags, provided for Su Zhan to practice martial arts, without any resistance. After a while, both bodyguards were bruised and swollen. When Su Zhan got tired of playing, they were kicked out. Two bodyguards were struggling on the ground, clutching their chests. They were completely unable to get up, and, of course, they didn't remember. If this continued, their lives were in danger. The rich young man was dumbfounded. His two bodyguards couldn't withstand a move in front of this woman. It's your turn. Su Zhan picked up a small knife from the ground, smiled slightly, and her beautiful eyes stared straight at Fu Xiao. The wealthy young man's legs trembled. She's actually so powerful. Su Zhan's footsteps moved lightly, and at the moment when Fu Xiao wanted to escape, she came to him like a ghost. Fu Xiao was so scared that he fell to the ground. Su Zhan held a knife and crouched on the ground. Do you want to sleep with me? Call me a bitch? I'm sorry, I dare not. It was my inability to recognize pearls that offended you, Mississippi. So you let me go. What do you want, money? I can give you as much as you want. The voice of the wealthy young man trembled. 10 million. No, is 1 billion enough? Su Zhan kept staring at him, and when Fu Xiao finished speaking, she gave a slight smile. Sorry, this is not enough, and I don't need money. Su Zhan smiled and plunged the knife into it. The two attendants and two bodyguards of the wealthy young man felt a chill down their spine when they saw this scene. How could a girl dare to cut at a man's place? They were so scared that they closed their eyes and pretended to faint. I have been praying in my heart that this female demon head cannot see them, and they still have to carry on the family line. At this moment, Su Zhan had only blood in front of her, gunshots in her ears, and endless betrayals and killings everywhere. Her hostility grew stronger, and her cold gaze swept around her. Finally, his gaze fell on Jiang Qing, who was eating melons and watching the show on the side. Jiang Qing's relaxed expression stiffened. What the fuck? Mister? Su has set his sights on her. It's over. She's done. She can't run all. She can only be Mr. Su's meat target. She should have left early instead of just watching the show here. These few people are enough for Mr. Su to mess around. But unexpectedly, they're all pretending to be dead. Su, emere. Su. Jiangqing struggled to pull out a smile from the corner of his lips, struggling to the death. Well, I am your secretary, Jiangqing, one of our own people. Don't hurt me by mistake. However, Su Jun couldn't listen to her words at all. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, Su Jun kept approaching Jiangqing. Hurry up, catch her. The captain of the hotel security team led a group of security guards to rush up, and they held a stick to stop Su Jun. Jiangqing's eyes lit up. This savior. They're just going to be unlucky. Miss, please put down the knife immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. The captain of the security team said calmly. Okay, another group of people has arrived. Su Jun's lips twitched with excitement. Since you're still causing trouble here, don't blame us. The captain of the security team lowered his face. You guys go up and catch her. The captain of the security team raised his hand, and 9 security guards rushed forward. Jiangqing put his hand around his chest. Sir, I advise you not to go up and provoke General Su. She kindly reminded them. After all, they saved her, and she should reciprocate. What? The captain of the security team frowned. Don't you know just by looking at it? Jiangqing raised his eyebrows to indicate. In less than 2 seconds, the sound of banging on the flesh came from behind. The captain of the security team turned around and saw the guards under his control, one by one, being hit by Su Jun's fist and some even flying out. Where's Su Jun? They haven't touched a single hair. This woman is too powerful. The captain of the security team was shocked and widened his eyes. This group of big men had no resistance under her hands. She faced these security guards like she was torturing vegetables. Chapter 85. Taming Mr. Su, have you seen it? My family's Mr. Su doesn't recognize the 6 relatives now. You can't handle it. Jiangqing wrote. What should we do then? The captain of the security team swallowed his saliva. He couldn't beat this woman at all. But if left unchecked, his job at the hotel is not guaranteed. He finally climbed up to the position of captain of the security team. And this job cannot be lost. Jiangqing fell into contemplation and thought of something. Her eyes were bright. Perhaps she could try it alone. Last time Mr. Su fell ill and didn't recognize her relatives, it was Mr. Lin who calmed her emotions. I don't know if this time is possible. It should be possible, right? Jiangqing took out his phone and called Lin Xuan. Secretary Jiang. Lin Xian's voice could be heard on the phone. Young Master Lin, where have you been? Mr. Su has an urgent matter and needs you to come over and handle it immediately. Jiangqing urgently said. I am in the parking lot and preparing to go up. Lin Xian answered. Okay, then young Master Lin, hurry up. We're on the 6th floor. Jiangqing wrote. Bang, 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 bang. One security guard after another was thrown out, and one security guard was thrown onto the follower of the rich young man, who let out a painful cry. Why do you suffer while lying down? Damn it. As Su Jun's cold gaze swept over, the attendant quickly closed their eyes again and continued to pretend to be dead. Su Jun seems to have endless strength, as if she is playing with her prey. Her hands are not heavy, and if the prey faints or dies, it won't be fun. The security guards looked at Su Jun with fear in their eyes. Women can be so scary. No, where's this woman? It's clear that Shura has returned from hell. When Lin Xian arrived at the 6th floor, with a bang, a bodyguard was thrown in front of Lin Xian. Lin Xian looked at the people lying on the ground, groaning in front of him, especially the unconscious man with a knife stuck under him, and the cold woman standing between them, and was somewhat stunned. Young Master Lin, you're here. Jiangqing exclaimed excitedly, returning to his senses. Lin Xian's handsome eyebrows and eyes were filled with worry. Secretary Jiang, is it that Jun Bao has fallen ill again? This symptom is similar to that day, except that Su Jun did not harm herself, and her eyes are not as red as they were that day. That's not true. Secretary Jiang explained that Mr. Su was drunk. If she were drunk and no one provoked her, she would be very obedient. But once someone provoked her, she would become like this. I was supposed to help Mr. Su leave, but I was stopped by the man with a knife. He forced Mr. Su to be her lover, and Mr. Su became like this. Lin Xian's cold gaze turned towards Fu Xiao. If it weren't for the need to appease Su Jun now, he would never let him go like this. Lin Xian walked step by step towards Su Jun, with no fear on his face, only heartache. Miss, you said he's a pure little fresh meat who doesn't know martial arts at all. Can he do it? The head of the security team expressed his concerns, wondering how this man, referred to as young Master Lin, could possibly withstand a blow from her. Rest assured, he does not rely on brute strength to tame President Su. Jiangqing replied with a smile. What then? The head of security inquired, his curiosity piqued. You'll find out if you take a look, Jiangqing said, gesturing towards Su Hua and Lin Xian. As the head of security turned his gaze, a resounding thud echoed as Su Hua sent another security guard flying. The guard groaned on the ground, clutching his stomach, his mind racing with thoughts of how terrifying this woman truly was. How weak, Su Hua remarked disdainfully, wrinkling her brow. Hua Bao. Lin Xian's gentle voice came from behind her. Another foolhardy soul, Su Hua thought as she turned, her beautiful eyes narrowing with an icy glare. The head of security couldn't help but sweat for Lin Xian, silently hoping for the man's safety. If this woman were to unleash her wrath upon him, the consequences would surely be dire. What transpired next left him utterly astonished. Su Hua had intended to confront Lin Xian, yet upon catching sight of his face, all her hostility dissipated, leaving her appearing soft and harmless. Xian, why did you take so long to arrive? She whimpered, noticing Lin Xian's rather displeased expression. She quickly added, Xian, I've been good. I didn't drink much, just a little. She gestured with her fingers, a hint of drunkenness lingering in the air. Sensing the scent of alcohol emanating from Su Hua, Lin Xian dismissed his concerns. At that moment, she appeared adorably dazed, reminiscent of a playful kitten. With this thought, he instinctively reached out, gently ruffling her hair. Yes, Hua Bao is very obedient, he affirmed. Su Hua's eyes curved in satisfaction, her demeanor eliciting a warmth in Lin Xian's heart. The intoxicated Su Hua was undeniably charming. Xian, you've been bullying me, she pouted, wrapping her arms around his waist and looking up at him with her beautiful, beseeching eyes. This sight was utterly disarming. The guards on the ground, along with the wealthy young man's entourage, were left speechless. Seriously, who is the real bully here? It's them who were beaten down, not her. They grumbled, feeling the sting of indignation. Yet, they were grateful to Lin Xian for managing to tame this formidable woman. Otherwise, their lives would surely be at risk. I will seek justice for you, Hua Bao, Lin Xian promised, following her lead. Xian, you're so good to me, she replied, her petite frame, standing at 1.7 meters, appeared even smaller next to Lin Xian's towering 1.83 meters. She stood on her tiptoes and bestowed a playful kiss on his cheek. Jiang Qing watched in disbelief, her face etched with astonishment. While President Su was often adorably naive when intoxicated, she had never been this sweet and endearing before. Oh my, the current President Su is simply delightful. If she hadn't retained a shred of rationality, she would have rushed over to affectionately pinch Su Hua's cheeks and shower her with kisses. The head of the security team was also momentarily lost in thought. How could this fierce woman transform into such a sweet, innocent girl in an instant? It was nothing short of magical. What enchantment does this man possess to soothe her so effortlessly? He pondered. I cannot say, Jiang Qing replied, shaking her head. Perhaps it is the power of love. This reinforced her belief that Lin Xian was indeed the fire extinguisher for their President Su. Next time she gets angry, we should just bring Lin Xian over. Perfect. The head of security gave a thumbs up in admiration. Jiang Qing handed him her business card, stating, I am Jiang Qing, the secretary to the president of the Su Corporation. Here's my card. The head of security's eyes widened in shock. The Su Corporation? You mean to say you were the secretary to the president of the Su Corporation? Realization dawned upon him. This drunken woman was none other than the renowned President Su. Apologizing for the disturbance caused, Jiang Qing presented a check to the head of security. Here is 10 million to cover your medical expenses. That is 110,000 for each of your 9 guards. Please distribute it among yourselves. Upon hearing this, one of the nearby guards felt a sudden surge of relief, as if the pain had vanished. To be beaten and compensated over 100,000? What a bargain. He mused. Thank you, Secretary Jiang. The head of security gratefully accepted the check. Su Hua, feigning innocence, extended her hand to Lin Xian, saying, Look, Xian, my hand has turned red from their bullying. Her delicate, fair skin was marked from her own exertions. The onlookers were incredulous. Bullied? Are you sure it's not because you were beating us that it turned red? They exclaimed, exasperated by her shamelessness. Xian, please blow on it. It hurts. Su Hua pleaded, gazing up at Lin Xian with a pitiful expression. How could any man resist such a display? All right, Lin Xian acquiesced, gently blowing on the back of her hand. Su Hua's eyes narrowed in satisfaction. Does it still hurt? He inquired. As long as Xian is here. It doesn't hurt at all, she replied, causing the head of security to feel overwhelmed by their sweetness. Is this what young love is like nowadays? I never imagined I'd feel a longing for romance at my age. Witnessing such affection, he thought, while Jiang Qing looked on with a smile. Feeling content for the pair, Su Hua surveyed the crowd, her eyes still glazed with intoxication. Xian, let us go home, shall we? There are too many people here. She yearned for a moment alone with him. Oh, Xian is so tempting. I wish to find a place to savor him, perhaps in the car. As we've yet to experience that together. Lin Xian ruffled her hair again, soothing her. I have a few matters to attend to. Please wait here obediently for me. Okay. Imagine Su Hua nadith, compliant. As Lin Xuan turned to approach the still unconscious wealthy young man, his gentle demeanor swiftly morphed into one of cold resolve. President Su. Jiang Qin called out, concern lacing her voice. Are you all right? Su Hua narrowed her eyes, a lethal glint emanating from them, sending a shiver down the head of security's spine. Jiang Qin instinctively stepped back. Lin Xuan knelt beside the wealthy young man, pinpointing an acupoint on his body to rouse him. The young man awoke, racked with unbearable pain, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Yet, his fear of Lin Xuan overshadowed his physical agony. "W, what do you want?" He stammered. "Are you in league with that woman? I warn you. My father let you off easily. Is that so? Let him come find trouble with me." Lin Xuan sneered as he dragged the young man into a nearby private room, blood splattering across the floor. He intended to spare Su Hua the sight of violence. Opting to handle the matter within closed, Lin Xuan's fists relentlessly struck the face and body of the wealthy youth, skillfully avoiding any fatal blows, inflicting pain without endangering his life. In no time, the young aristocrat's visage was bruised and battered, his eyes swollen to mere slits, blood streaming from his nose. The agony etched on his face was matched only by the torment coursing through his body. Lying curled on the ground, he wished for nothing more than to succumb to oblivion. Regret washed over him. He truly regretted ever crossing paths with these two lunatics. How dare he covet her and attempt to make her his mistress? Lin Xuan's voice was dark and menacing, his eyes glinting with icy fury. "I was wrong," the wealthy youth muttered weakly, pain lacing his words. Lin Xuan scoffed. "Since you revel in coercing women into being your lovers, then you shall have none." With a blade that had been plunged into him by Su Hua, Lin Xuan grasped the hilt and twisted it mercilessly. The young aristocrat fainted once more. Even though the hotel's soundproofing was exceptional, his anguished screams pierced through, causing those outside to involuntarily shudder. Jiang Qin felt a surge of curiosity. What on earth had young Master Lin done to elicit such a wretched outcry? Once again, Lin Xuan pressed on a pressure point, rousing the wealthy youth. Tears streaming down his face, he pleaded, "Please, let me faint. Do not awaken me again. You wish to slip into unconsciousness?" Lin Xuan's smile was devilish. "I intend for you to remain awake, enduring this agony." He withdrew the bloodied knife, wiped the hilt with a handkerchief, and cast it aside expressionlessly as he stepped over the young aristocrat's prostrate form and exited. The wealthy youth's heart sank. He felt utterly ruined, a complete eunuch. He sobbed pitifully on the floor. Lin Xuan approached Jiang Qin. Su Hua shot a dangerous glance at her. "What are you doing near that woman, a Xuan?" Jiang Qin trembled slightly. "Young Master Lin, please do not involve me." Lin Xuan whispered, "Secretary Jiang, if there is no way to deal with that man, take full responsibility for his injuries upon my shoulders." He had two reasons for attacking the wealthy youth. Firstly, he dared to lay a hand on Su Hua. Thus he must face the consequences. Secondly, he sought to absorb the blame. "Rest assured, young Master Lin, this is merely a trifling matter. I will handle it proficiently." Jiang Qin replied respectfully. "That will suffice." Lin Xuan nodded, turning his gaze to Su Hua, whose previously stern demeanor transformed into an innocent, endearing visage, appearing exceptionally docile. Jiang Qin marveled at Su Hua's remarkable ability to change expressions so swiftly. How had she not recognized Su Hua's acting prowess before? Lin Xuan approached and took Su Hua's hand. "Hua Bao, let us return." Su Hua nodded in agreement. Chapter 87. The aggrieved the head of security and Jiang Qin were both intrigued by what Lin Xuan had done to the wealthy youth. Upon entering the private room, they beheld a man sprawled on the ground, moaning in excruciating pain. His face was a grotesque mask of bruises, rendering him unrecognizable even to his own parents. Jiang Qin's eyes widened in astonishment. "Goodness, is young Master Lin truly this formidable?" She mused, recalling that she had not offended him. Had she? The head of security, equally astonished, wore an expression of disbelief. Wasn't he, this young man, merely a fragile pretty boy? Clearly, anyone who could capture Su Hua's affections was no ordinary individual. He had underestimated him gravely. "Captain, I'm leaving," Jiang Qin said awkwardly, offering a faint smile. "Very well." The head of security nodded in a daze. Once Su Hua and Jiang Qin departed, the security personnel, who had previously been moaning on the floor, stumbled to their feet. "Captain, we must call the police." Quickly. One of the guards gritted his teeth. The head of security retrieved the check Jiang Qin had given him. "This is 10 million. It's compensation for all of us." The guards gasped in astonishment. 10 million divided among 9 of them meant over 100,000 each. The head of security raised an eyebrow, glancing at them. "So, do you still wish to alert the authorities?" "Captain, what is there to report?" Let them beat us a few more times. It would be worth it. The guards chuckled. This sum represented more than a decade of their wages. A beating in exchange for such riches was a bargain. The two bodyguards of the wealthy youth felt a pang of envy. Why were they not included in the compensation? The head of security approached them. You two, take your master for treatment. Understood. The bodyguards supported each other as they staggered inside, feeling disgruntled. How could that female tyrant have bested them so thoroughly while these guards appeared relatively unscathed? Upon entering, they were met with the pitiful sight of their master. The bodyguards gulped. In comparison, the female tyrant had shown them mercy. Unable to move their master, they could only call for an ambulance. In the parking lot below, Lin Xuan addressed Jiang Qing. I still need to handle the matter regarding that man who coveted Su Hua, so I shall take my leave. The young lady is in your care. It would be wise for her to keep her distance for now. When I spoke to her earlier, her gaze was filled with murderous intent. Understood, Lin Xuan nodded. He settled into his Rolls Royce, while Su Hua took her place in the passenger seat. Throughout the journey, Su Hua was far from composed. Xian, why are you ignoring me? If you won't pay attention to me, does that mean you no longer like me? The more she spoke, the more aggrieved she grew. Are you pretending? Xian, your heart is only for Qin Ruoyao. Why can't you like me? Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, her distress palpable. Lin Xuan felt a sharp throb at his temples. Every time Su Hua broached this topic, he sensed impending trouble. He had a premonition and pulled the car over to the side of the road. As soon as he pressed the brake, Su Hua lunged at him, asserting, Xian, listen here. You're not to like any other woman. If I find out you dare to associate with Qin Ruoyao, I shall confine you and keep you as my bed slave. Lin Xuan? Bed slave again? Last time, Hua Bao had a similar episode, treating him as her bed slave. Did she have some peculiar obsession with this notion? A designated driver on a small electric scooter happened to pass by. Wow. A stretched Rolls Royce. The driver's eyes widened. It was his first encounter with such an opulent vehicle. Click, click. He snapped photos of the car, feeling compelled to commemorate the moment. He even positioned himself beside the vehicle for a selfie. Just then, the door swung open. The driver's face fell. It turned out there were occupants in the car. My apologies, I'll be on my way, he stammered awkwardly. Lin Xuan inquired, are you the designated driver? Yes. The driver replied, taken aback, nodding. Lin Xuan continued, do you have any work at the moment? None. The driver shook his head, puzzled as to why Lin Xuan was asking. Surely he didn't intend to hire a driver? No, that was implausible. The man hadn't even been drinking, so why would he need one? Moreover, wealthy individuals typically had personal drivers. Then drive this car. Lin Xuan tossed the keys to him, along with 300 yuan. Wow. The driver's hand trembled as he grasped the keys. He could hardly believe he was about to drive a vehicle worth over 100 million. 300 yuan was a trivial sum. He would have gladly paid 1,000 just for the opportunity. All right. The driver stowed his electric scooter in the trunk, then witnessed Lin Xuan, who had just opened the passenger door, being ensnared by a stunningly beautiful woman, her delicate arms entwining around his neck. The handsome and refined man lifted the woman from the passenger seat and placed her in the back seat. The driver understood, his eyes glinting with a knowing expression. Initially curious as to why this gentleman had called for a driver without having consumed alcohol, it was now clear he was simply escorting his lovely girlfriend. Speaking of which, both of them were exceptionally attractive, a true feast for the eyes. The driver dared not linger, promptly taking his seat in the driver's position. Alas, a luxury vehicle worth over 100 million is indeed unparalleled, exuding an air of sophistication and comfort. Lower the partition, Lin Xuan whispered, suppressing his voice. Each of these cars has been custom-made at a hefty price by Su Hua. Featuring a unique characteristic, the windows obscure the view from outside, while allowing a clear gaze from within. Additionally, every vehicle is equipped with a partition, once lowered. The sound from the back seat remained entirely unheard by those in the driver's and passenger seats. The chauffeur located the button for the partition, and it descended. Such is the distinction of a luxury car, truly exquisite, the chauffeur mused. Su Hua perched upon Lin Xuan's lap, alternating between caressing his face and tracing his abs, igniting sparks of desire. Lin Xuan grasped the delicate waist of the woman, his voice husky as he whispered in her ear, Huan Bao, be good. He was a man in the prime of his youth, enamored by the woman before him. If this continued, he would find it impossible to restrain himself. Xian, why won't you let me touch you? Su Hua began to pout, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Is it because you want to remain chaste for Qin Ruoyao? Is that why you refuse me? Lin Xuan felt a pang of discomfort. Why did this matter resurface? Never mind. He had to atone for his past misdeeds. No. Lin Xuan replied helplessly. Huan Bao, you are the only woman I desire. Then prove it to me, Su Hua insisted, her gaze fixed intently upon Lin Xuan's lips. Chapter 88. Su Huan's Triumph. Lin Xuan, with a resigned sigh, leaned down and captured the woman's luscious lips in a kiss. A glimmer of triumph flickered in Su Huan's eyes as her hands climbed to Lin Xuan's shoulders. Soon, their garments were in disarray. The chauffeur drove the vehicle, pressing the accelerator as it sped along the road. Suddenly, the car jolted violently, causing the chauffeur to frown. What kind of miscreant leaves a stick in the road? He shrugged it off and continued to accelerate, humming to himself. Driving a luxury car is simply delightful. What a thrill. Cruising in a Rolls-Royce Phantom is an experience he could boast about for a lifetime. Following the GPS coordinates, the chauffeur guided the car into the night garden. The opulence of the grand estate took his breath away. No wonder those who can afford a Rolls-Royce Phantom lead such lavish lives. The chauffeur parked the vehicle before a villa. Young Master Lin greeted Butler Wang respectfully. The chauffeur exited the driver's seat, causing Butler Wang to pause momentarily. "May I ask who this gentleman is?" "I am the chauffeur, hired by Mr. Lin to return his vehicle," he replied. "And where is young Master Lin?" Butler Wang inquired, brow furrowed. "He is in the back seat with an exceptionally beautiful woman," the chauffeur answered. Butler Wang smiled knowingly. "I see." He then instructed a servant to retrieve the small electric cart from the back seat of the vehicle. "Sir, has young Master Lin settled your fee?" Butler Wang asked. "Yes. He even paid more than double," the chauffeur replied. "Very well. I shall have a servant escort you out." Butler Wang arranged everything, dismissing the servants to avoid interrupting Su Huan and Lin Xuan. 20 minutes later, Lin Xuan emerged from the car, cradling Su Huan, the sweet scent lingering in the air. Su Huan's cheeks were flushed with an unusual hue. A few male servants caught sight of the alluring blush on Su Huan's face and quickly averted their gazes, their thoughts consumed by a singular notion. Young Master Lin is truly formidable. Lin Xuan led Su Huan to bathe. The dreamy intoxication in her eyes had yet to fade. She clung to Lin Xuan, insisting he carry her. Since returning to the night garden, Su Huan had not set foot on the ground, even during meals. She nestled in Lin Xuan's embrace, allowing him to feed her. Only with Lin Xuan did she exhibit such vulnerability. Towards others, her gaze was laced with hostility. "Have you all noticed how different the young lady is today? She's truly well behaved. My maternal instincts are overwhelming. Ah, who would want a daughter so sweet, soft, and beautiful?" The servants chatted excitedly. "Miju, Miju. Young Master Lin is truly impressive. He has unlocked so many facets of the young lady's personality. Previously, she was icy and unapproachable, but now, in young Master Lin's presence, she is gentle and amiable. I've been in the night garden for 5 years and have never witnessed this side of her." Exactly. The young lady is delightful now. She used to exude an intimidating aura, but her temperament has become so agreeable. I truly adore this side of her. I hope young Master Lin can maintain this. I've noticed the young lady's mood reflects his treatment of her. As long as he is kind to her, she will be happy. The servants began to regard Lin Xuan as a treasure. As long as he indulged Su Huan, their lives would be pleasant. Jiang Qing had also gone to handle matters regarding the wealthy young man, hurrying to the hospital with documents in hand. The young man lay in bed post-surgery, his gaze hollow. The doctor had informed them that his condition was irreparable, rendering him utterly incapacitated. His father, Zhang Hua, and mother, Lu Yan, rushed to his side. "My son, my poor son," Lu Yan wailed, collapsing beside him. "Dad, Mom, you must avenge me." The young man grasped Zhang Hua's hand, his eyes burning with hatred. He was determined to make those two scoundrels pay. Zhang Hua's eyes widened. Who did this? His face darkened. He had only one son and relied on him to carry on the family name, and now it was all ruined. "Dad, check the surveillance footage from the 6th floor of the Fengtian Hotel." The young man gritted his teeth. Click, click, click. Jiang Qing, adorned in high heels, entered the hospital room, accompanied by a lawyer. "Who are you?" Zhang Hua inquired sternly, scrutinizing Jiang Qing's face, feeling an unsettling sense of familiarity. The young man turned to look, his eyes widening in realization. "Dad, it's her. She is in cahoots with that woman. You must not let her go." "Indeed, it is I," Jiang Qing replied with a serene smile. Zhang Hua's forehead pulsed with veins. "You dare come here after what you did to my son?" "Mr. Zhang, it was your son who attempted to assault Ms. Su. She merely acted in self-defense," Jiang Qing stated with a slight smile. "Self-defense? Is it self-defense to render my son a eunuch?" Zhang was seethed. Jiang Qing maintained her smile. "Mr. Zhang, allow me to introduce myself. I am Jiang Qing, the secretary to the president of Su Corporation. This is our company's lawyer." "Su Corporation?" Zhang Hua quickly pulled out his phone to search. Although Su Huan rarely appeared in the media, Jiang Qing occasionally represented her in reports. Zhang Hua soon found information about Jiang Qing. "It really is her." His face paled. She was indeed from Su Corporation, and she had not lied. So the Ms. Su she referred to must be Su Huan? No, that can't be. Realizing this, Zhang Hua shook his head, thinking how could his son have crossed paths with Su Hua? Your son is the one who harassed Ms. Su, the president of Su Corporation. Jiang Qing shattered Zhang Hua's illusions. Thud. Zhang was heart raced. It truly is her. Under normal circumstances, he would ensure her demise, but this was Su Hua. Being the president of Su Corporation, what difference does it make? Lu Yin, agitated, exclaimed, having power and influence means you can do as you please. We could just create a situation where everyone is worse off. Slap. Zhang was struck Lu Yin. You foolish woman, what do you understand? If someone of Su Huan's stature truly engaged with us, she would remain unscathed, while we would face the wrath of Su Corporation. Their company could easily drive us to bankruptcy. They possess considerable wealth, but taking down a giant like Su Corporation is as simple as crushing an ant. We would stand no chance. Zhang Hua, do you see nothing but money? Is the company truly more important than your son? Lu Yin screamed in a fit of desperation. Zhang Hua's heart sank further into despair. He cared for his son and yearned to avenge him. Yet what could he possibly do? The inevitability of his son's inability to carry on the family line weighed heavily upon him. He could not afford to lose the company as well. A son. He could always find another woman to bear him more children. Jiang Qing produced a document containing rather intriguing content related to your son. You may wish to peruse it. Chapter 89. A declaration of sovereignty. Zhang was stared at the document, an ominous premonition creeping into his heart, as he grasped the paper and scanned its contents. His eyes widened in shock. This is... Zhang Hua's hands began to tremble. The document contained irrefutable evidence of his son's illegal activities, meticulously compiled. If this were to reach the police, his son would face a minimum of 10 years in prison. But that was not all. Jiang Qing handed him another file. Mr. Zhang, this pertains to your company. Zhang Hua's hands shook even more violently. What on earth had Jiang Qing uncovered about their company? As he perused the pages, his complexion grew increasingly pale, nearly resembling a sheet of paper. Market manipulation, tax evasion, theft of trade secrets from competitor firms. Each of these offenses could inflict severe damage upon their company, and he would find himself behind bars. Mr. Zhang, let us treat your son's situation as if it never occurred, resulting in a mutually beneficial resolution. Don't you agree? Jiang Qing offered a faint smile. Rest assured, Secretary Jiang, we will not pursue this matter any further. Zhang Hua hastily acquiesced. Since you are so agreeable, we shall conveniently overlook both your son's affairs and your company's issues. Jiang Qing remarked as she departed with her lawyer. Zhang was slumped into his chair, utterly defeated. Father, why won't you help me? The wealthy youth cried, his eyes brimming with disbelief that his father would not pursue those who had harmed him. Help you? Look at what they have uncovered. Zhang Hua retorted. Throwing the documents at his son, the young man turned pale. Zhang Hua's voice was low and grave. If we insist on pursuing this, it will only lead to our company's bankruptcy and both of us ending up in prison. Is it truly that dire? Lu Yin gasped, taking the document from her son and falling silent after reading its contents. Zhongli, why must you provoke Su Hua? Zhang Hua's mind raced with dread. He could only be thankful that his son had found himself in such a dire predicament. Otherwise, the information uncovered by Su Hua's subordinates would surely have been delivered to the police. Father, this isn't my fault. Su Hua is so enigmatic. She came without bodyguards. Just as secretary, the wealthy youth protested, feeling aggrieved. Had he known she was the head of the Su group, he wouldn't have dared to provoke her even with 100 lives. Take care of yourself. Zhang Hua slammed the door behind him. This son was effectively ruined. He must seek out a few mistresses to practice on. Son, Lu Yin realized Zhang Hua's intentions and wept as she embraced her son. On that day, Lin Xuan prepared to head to school, while Su Hua leisurely wiped her mouth. Xian, I will accompany you, she announced. Isn't your company busy? Lin Xuan frowned. The matters of the company pale in comparison to escorting my boyfriend to school. Although Xian wore a ring symbolizing love on her middle finger, many girls still called Lin Xuan husband from afar at Qin University. She felt it imperative to personally assert her claim over him. I see Xian seems troubled. Is your girlfriend so embarrassing? Su Hua's voice carried a hint of danger. No, Lin Xuan fervently shook his head. He had only hesitated because Secretary Jiang had mentioned Su Hua had an important engagement that morning at 9. He thought better of it, assuming that if Su Hua wanted to take him to school, she must not be too busy. Lin Xuan and Su Hua settled into the back seat of the car. The driver, aware of their intentions, lowered the partition. The young lady and Master Lin were surely about to indulge in some affectionate displays, and having already eaten breakfast, he didn't want to be overwhelmed by their affection. In the back seat, an intimate atmosphere enveloped them. Su Hua's hand lightly traced Lin Xuan's body, igniting a fire within him, while his face bore the marks of restraint. Su Hua's lips curled into a subtle smile. She was thoroughly familiar with the Xian's physique and knew precisely how to stimulate his desires. Thus, they teased one another all the way. By the time they arrived at Qin University, Su Hua pinned Lin Xuan against the car and kissed him passionately for an extended period, even biting his lip at the end. Time's up. Xian, you must attend your class now, Su Hua said, her gaze lingering on the alluring mark left on Lin Xuan's lips, a smirk playing at the corners of her mouth. A crowd of girls gathered around the Rolls Royce beneath the teaching building. What do you think Lin Xuan is wearing today? No matter what he wears. He is the most handsome in our school. He could wear a sack and still look good. Who do you think his girlfriend is? As Lin Xuan awkwardly adjusted his clothing and exited the vehicle, he let out a sigh of relief. Had he remained with Su Hua much longer, he might have succumbed to temptation, for she was truly captivating. The onlookers furrowed their brows. What is going on? Lin Xuan seems flushed, and there's a glimmer of moisture in his eyes. Is he unwell? Could it be that he just experienced something intimate? Perhaps his girlfriend was in the car? Girlfriend? Some girls curiously peered into the vehicle, but all they could see was a darkened window, obscuring any view of the interior. At that moment, the car door swung open. Whoa, someone's in the back seat. They craned their necks to catch a glimpse. Su Hua emerged, revealing her long legs. What? A woman. Then, Su Hua fully exposed herself to the crowd. Her beauty was so striking that anyone who had seen her would remember her visage vividly. All present recognized Su Hua. Their eyes widened in astonishment. Isn't that President Su? How is she in the same car as Lin Xuan? Could it be true, as rumored on the forum not long ago, that Lin Xuan's girlfriend is indeed Su Hua? How could that be? What does Su Hua see in Lin Xuan? Could it be that Su Hua and Lin Xuan have some familial connection? Or perhaps they are merely friends? The crowd buzzed with speculation. Xuan, Su Hua affectionately called out. Lin Xuan turned, and Su Hua quickly approached him. You forgot your books. Of course, it wasn't Lin Xuan who had forgotten. Su Hua had discreetly taken them from his backpack during their passionate kiss. She aimed to create a legitimate opportunity to reveal her identity. Lin Xuan frowned. Weren't these books securely in my bag? He examined his backpack and discovered it had been unzipped. Frowning further, Lin Xuan accepted the book she offered. Su Hua stood on her tiptoes and kissed him lightly on the cheek. Xuan, I'll pick you up tonight. Chapter 90. Qin Ruoyao and Luo Yuan's falling out at that moment. Everyone stared in disbelief. There was no longer any doubt regarding their relationship. Whoa, this is utterly shocking. Lin Xuan and Su Hua were indeed together. This was explosive news. Everyone rushed to post on forums. Wow, huge news. Lin Xuan and Su Hua are together. They even attached candid photos. The sight of the two extraordinarily attractive individuals standing together was simply mesmerizing. No wonder Lin Xuan has set his sights away from Qin Ruoyao. It turns out he is with Su Hua. Su Hua possesses both beauty and talent. In addition to overseeing the prestigious Su Corporation, the largest enterprise in Xia country. With such a partner, who could possibly still be enamored with Qin Ruoyao? With a girlfriend like Su Hua, one could even wake up smiling from dreams. Lin Xuan is truly remarkable for winning the affections of a girl like Su Hua. Lin Xuan furrowed his brow. Hua Bao, you seem hesitant. What's wrong? Su Hua lifted her gaze. It's nothing. Lin Xuan shook his head. Since Su Hua had chosen to reveal their relationship, it was likely she did not mind its exposure. Hua Bao, I must attend class now. All right. Su Hua nodded with a slight smile, her eyes curving. A smile of triumph graced Su Hua's lips, leaving the onlookers in shock. Was this the same icy CEO they had witnessed at the school's opening ceremony? The hearts of those girls who secretly harbored feelings for Lin Xuan shattered completely. With Su Hua by his side, Lin Xuan would spare them not even a glance. Moreover, with Su Hua's wealth and influence, any attempt to covet her would be akin to courting disaster. Qin Ruoyao witnessed this scene, her teeth clenched in jealousy. Lin Xuan, just wait. She seethed, her brow furrowing. One day, I will have you begging on your knees to be with me. Lisa, you glanced at Qin Ruoyao with concern. Ruoyao, are you all right? You adore Lin Xuan. And now he has brought his girlfriend to school. It must be painful for you. What does it matter? Qin Ruoyao scoffed. Doesn't he enjoy associating with the wealthy and powerful? I, Qin Ruoyao, am above such individuals. If he doesn't fancy me, I refuse to demean myself by clinging to him. With my looks, there are countless men who would love me. I do not lack for attention. Lisa, you frowned. Is Ruoyao's love turning to hatred? Meanwhile, the public relations department of the Su Corporation was working tirelessly. The revelation of Su and Lin's relationship at school was monumental, likely to stir up nationwide attention. However, Su specifically instructed that their affair should remain contained within Qin University. She was concerned that someone might target Lin Xuan and cause him harm. Qin Ruoyao's devoted admirer, Luo Yuan, had not attended school for over 2 weeks. In a daze, he arrived at Qin Ruoyao's home, where he had recently lost all his money and had to mortgage the factory to the bank. His father had been hospitalized in the ICU due to stress. During these days, Ruoyao often comforted him over the phone. He felt utterly suffocated and distressed. Coincidentally, today was Ruoyao's birthday, and he spent the little money he had left to buy her a small cake, hoping to meet and talk with her. The door to the Qin residence was ajar, and Qin's mother was conversing with Qin Ruoyao in the living room. "Ruoyao, how are things between you, Luo Yuan, and Lin Xuan?" her mother inquired. A flash of hatred flickered in Qin Ruoyao's eyes. "Mother, I have no desire to associate with a freeloader like Lin Xuan. As for Luo Yuan," she wrinkled her nose in disdain, "he is merely a useless sycophant." Luo Yuan stood wide-eyed, taken aback by her words. Qin Ruoyao snorted. "My previous friendship with Luo Yuan was only because he was generous and submissive. Otherwise, I wouldn't have bothered with him. Now that his company has collapsed and he owes a significant sum, he still calls me daily. If it weren't for maintaining my image, I wouldn't even acknowledge him." Suddenly, the cake that Luo Yuan brought fell to the ground with a thud. "Who is it?" Both Qin Ruoyao and her mother approached. "Luo Yuan, what are you doing here?" Qin Ruoyao's eyes flickered with panic. Did he overhear her words? "Ruoyao, were your words just now insincere?" Luo Yuan grasped her shoulders, his voice trembling. Qin Ruoyao forcefully shrugged off his grip, her pretense evaporating now that her true feelings had been uncovered. "They were genuine," she replied coldly. "Ruoyao." Luo Yuan was taken aback. "You are utterly worthless. If it weren't for your money, why would I maintain such a close relationship with you?" She lifted her chin, her face etched with disdain. "Money? So it was all about money." Luo Yuan gaped in disbelief. After a few seconds of incredulous silence, he burst into mocking laughter. "So, I have been played for a fool all along by Qin Ruoyao. Return the money I spent on you." He gritted his teeth. "Luo Yuan, you are the one pursuing me, not the other way around. I never forced you to give me anything. You gave me 200,000, expecting my favor in return. Was that not sufficient? I have no intention of repaying you." Qin Ruoyao retorted icily. "That was my father's life-saving money. He is in the ICU and needs 40,000 for medical expenses. If you have any conscience, you will give me that amount." Luo Yuan's veins bulged with anger. "Your father's illness is not my doing. Why should I pay you anything?" Qin Ruoyao scoffed. "If I refuse, what can you do about it?" Luo Yuan felt utterly defeated. Indeed, he had no recourse. He had given Qin Ruoyao cash under the table or bought her gifts, and she had taken all the receipts. He lacked any evidence to prove that he had given her most of his money. Qin Ruoyao, just wait. He clenched his fists and stormed out. After getting off the bus, Luo Yuan wandered home in a daze. Their little villa had already been mortgaged, and they were to vacate today. With the loss of his company, his home, and his father in the ICU, the bank refused to lend them money. All their relatives and friends had distanced themselves since their bankruptcy. He had sold everything he could, but still couldn't gather enough for his father's treatment. The only option left appeared to be high-interest loans. In front of his home, he spotted a familiar figure. It was Lin Xuan. "You've come to gloat over my misfortune?" Luo Yuan sneered, bitterness lacing his voice. "Yes, I am indeed a joke. Lin Xuan, you saw through Qin Ruoyao's true nature long ago, while I was kept in the dark. I'm not here to see your misfortune," Lin Xuan replied calmly. "Then what do you want?" Luo Yuan frowned. Their rivalry over Qin Ruoyao had been fierce. He couldn't fathom why Lin Xuan would seek him out now. "Let's collaborate, Luo Yuan," Lin Xuan proposed. "What do you want me to do?" Luo Yuan was taken aback. "I want you to continue being Qin Ruoyao's sycophant. Get close to her and obtain intimate photographs of her with Lin Li, especially any explicit content." Lin Xuan's eyes narrowed. If such images were to surface, it would tarnish Qin Ruoyao's reputation and cause Lin Li distress. After all, he is someone who values his image above all else. Otherwise, he wouldn't have hidden his relationship with her. Qin Ruoyao and Lin Li. Luo Yuan's eyes widened in shock. "They have been entangled for at least a year," Lin Xuan confirmed. "Damn it." Luo Yuan felt like cursing. He had thought of Qin Ruoyao as a pure and innocent girl, only to discover she was nothing more than a promiscuous woman. How could he have been so blind? He wanted to slap himself. "Lin Xuan, why didn't you tell me this sooner?" Luo Yuan lamented. "Had he known earlier, he wouldn't have acted like a dog for Qin Ruoyao. Would you have believed me if I had?" Lin Xuan shot him a glance. Luo Yuan fell silent. Indeed, he would have regarded Lin Xuan's warning as an attempt to sow discord between him and Qin Ruoyao. "If you follow my instructions, I will pay for your father's medical expenses," Lin Xuan offered. Hope ignited in Luo Yuan's hollow eyes. "Fine, I will accept this collaboration." Lin Xuan's proposal was undeniably beneficial to him. His father's illness had found a remedy. If he could successfully capture intimate photographs of Qin Ruoyao, as Lin Xuan suggested, it would indeed bring him a sense of relief. Observing his agreement, Lin Xuan tossed him a bank card. A perplexed expression marked Luo Yuan's face. If you were so destitute, Qin Ruoyao would not even spare you a glance. From this moment on, I shall transform you into a scion of wealth, Lin Xuan declared. Very well, Luo Yuan nodded, trusting Lin Xuan's astuteness. Following his directives had never led him astray. Lin Xuan concluded, in summary, the goal is to earn Qin Ruoyao's trust. 4 days later, a Maserati came to a halt before the gates of Shanqing University, drawing curious glances from many students. While not the most extravagant of luxury cars, it was still quite impressive. It was the first time such a vehicle had graced their campus. Who could it possibly belong to? Qin Ruoyao cast a curious eye in its direction. A driver approached the rear door and opened it, revealing Luo Yuan as he alighted from the car. What the hell? Isn't that Luo Yuan? I heard his family went bankrupt. How is he suddenly able to afford a Maserati? And look at his demeanor, replete with a personal driver. Even if Luo Yuan hadn't gone bankrupt, surely he wasn't wealthy to this extent. What could be happening? Qin Ruoyao's complexion paled swiftly. What was going on? Wasn't Luo Yuan out of funds? Just a few days ago, he asked me to lend him money. She had treated him poorly before. Would he choose to ignore her now? While Lin Li's family was affluent, he still needed to save up to start his own business and could not provide her with much, whereas Luo Yuan had always been more generous. Regret washed over Qin Ruoyao. Had she known, she would have softened her words to Luo Yuan and offered the 400,000 for his father's treatment. Li Xiu grasped Qin Ruoyao's hand, saying, Yao Yao, come on, let us go find Luo Yuan. See you. I had a falling out with Luo Yuan. Qin Ruoyao bit her lip. We had a huge argument a few days back. He might not even want to talk to me again. Yao Yao. Isn't it normal to argue? Don't worry. Luo Yuan likes you so much. He won't dwell on this, Li Xiu reassured her. Qin Ruoyao felt a chill in her limbs. This was entirely different. She had exposed her true self to Luo Yuan. He would no longer want anything to do with her. Luo Yuan glanced around and walked past Qin Ruoyao without sparing her a glance. Her fists clenched tightly. As expected, he was ignoring her. Yet, she yearned to win him back. Contemplating her strategy, she thought perhaps she could try a different approach. Given Luo Yuan's newfound wealth, he would likely transfer the 400,000 to her shortly. At noon, while Luo Yuan remained in the classroom, Qin Ruoyao sent him a transfer of 400,000. Luo Yuan looked at her in astonishment. Qin Ruoyao stepped closer to him. Luo Yuan, I'm sorry. The way I spoke to you that day was influenced by my mother. She never wanted us to be together, so I said those things to deceive her. In truth, I was gathering money for you, and today I finally managed to send it. She sighed. No matter what I say, I hurt you deeply that day, and it's only natural if you can't forgive me. Her tone was laden with sorrow. Luo Yuan raised an eyebrow and asked, Is this money I lent you? Or is it a repayment? Of course, it's a repayment. Qin Ruoyao assumed Luo Yuan was testing her, and hurriedly replied, You lent me so much. Consider this as my return to you. You needn't pay me back in the future. Luo Yuan smirked, stopping the recording. The advice from online friends proved fruitful. He would reclaim his 400,000. Luo Yuan clicked to accept the transfer. Qin Ruoyao felt a pang of regret. This money was all her savings. If Luo Yuan didn't forgive her, she would lose all. She had thought that he would refuse to accept the money. Chapter 92. Setting a trap for Qin Ruoyao. Luo Yuan. I'm off to have lunch now, Qin Ruoyao said, turning away dejectedly. Wait. Luo Yuan called her back. Her eyes brightened. Luo Yuan approached her. Yao Yao, I'm sorry. I was overly emotional that day. I frightened you, he said, his gaze tender. Excitement surged within Qin Ruoyao. Luo Yuan bore no grudge against her. It turned out that this infatuated boy would come running back if she showed him even the slightest kindness. It's all right, Luo Yuan. I understand. You were affected by changes at home, she responded, shaking her head. Yao Yao, you truly are understanding, Luo Yuan said, visibly moved. How is your family now? Is your father all right? Qin Ruoyao inquired with concern. Rest assured, the company is fine now, Luo Yuan replied with a smile. The person involved merely encountered some issues and went missing. He didn't abscond with any funds. In fact, he made a considerable profit. My family now has over 100 million in cash, and my father is out of ICU. His health is stable. A surge of warmth enveloped Qin Ruoyao. Over 100 million in cash meant Luo Yuan must have several million, even tens of millions, at his disposal. Given Luo Yuan's nature, it was likely that he would spend this money on her. In that case, I feel relieved, Qin Ruoyao said with a gentle smile. Yao Yao, I'm now affluent and can provide you with a good life. Will you be with me? Luo Yuan's eyes locked onto hers. Luo Yuan, I'm sorry. Qin Ruoyao bit her lip. Should Brotherly catch her with Luo Yuan, she wouldn't know how to explain. She could tell Brotherly that she liked Lin Xuan. But what about Luo Yuan? She couldn't let Luo Yuan jeopardize her relationship with Brotherly. A look of despondency filled Luo Yuan's eyes, which soon transformed into a serene smile. It's all right, Yao Yao. After this tumultuous experience, I've come to realize that loving someone doesn't necessitate possession. From now on, we shall be friends. I will continue to care for you, but I will no longer cling to the desire to be with you. Yao Yao. Whoever you choose to love, I will wish you happiness. My only wish now is to see you thrive. He needed to gradually dismantle Qin Ruoyao's defenses against him. As her suitor, she would never allow him to know about her relationship with Li. However, as friends, things are different. Qin Ruoyao's eyes sparkled. Thank you for your understanding. You're truly kind. Yet, a sense of unease gnawed at her as she bit her lip. Would Luo Yuan continue to spend on her now that he was not pursuing her? Just as she pondered this, Luo Yuan shouldered his backpack. Yao Yao. I'm wealthy now. Come on, let us go shopping. I'll buy you whatever you desire, he declared with extravagant flair. A wave of joy surged within Qin Ruoyao, though her face still bore hesitation. Luo Yuan, let's not go overboard. It's too much of a burden on you. What is the big deal? I'm loaded now. Besides, aren't a man's earnings meant to be spent on the woman he adores? Luo Yuan insisted, pulling Qin Ruoyao toward them all. Once there, he promptly bought her a necklace worth 200,000, with the purchase recorded under his name. Watching Qin Ruoyao's radiant smile as she held the necklace, Luo Yuan felt a wave of self-mockery. Clearly, Qin Ruoyao was a materialistic woman. How had he been so foolish in the past, getting played by this seemingly innocent girl? For now, he would let her bask in her triumph, patiently waiting for her to fall into his trap. A cold glint flickered in Luo Yuan's eyes. Yili was tirelessly plotting to ruin Lin Xuan's reputation, knowing that only if Lin Xuan were entangled with another woman would Su Hua grow disgusted and abandon him. A woman of Su Hua's status would never tolerate having her man sullied. The birthday celebration of a classmate named Wang Ping finally presented Yi Li with an opportunity. Wang Ping, how do you plan to celebrate your birthday this year? Yi Li inquired. Brotherly, my family isn't as affluent as yours. What else can I do? Just a simple family dinner, Wang Ping sighed, envious of Yi Li's wealth. If only his family had the 10 billion fortune Yi Li's did. He could spend freely as he pleased. Yi Li suggested, why not invite your family and classmates to a lavish club? I'll foot the bill. What do you say? Really? Wang Ping's face lit up with joy. Of course it's true. You're my good brother for many years. And it is only right for me to host a birthday banquet for you. Yi Li chuckled. Brotherly, thank you, Wang Ping expressed with heartfelt gratitude. However, I have a favor to ask of you. Yi Li continued. Brotherly, please speak. Whatever I can do, I will certainly assist you, Wang Ping assured him. Please invite Lin Xuan to the birthday banquet, Yi Li requested. Lin Xuan? Wang Ping frowned. Yes, as you know, my relationship with Lin Xuan has always been quite amicable. Recently, we had a bit of falling out, and he's been ignoring me. I hope to use this birthday banquet as an opportunity to mend our friendship. Yi Li sighed. I do not wish to lose such a friend. It's a trivial matter, Brotherly. Leave it to me. Wang Ping confidently patted his chest. Thank you for your assistance, Yi Li remarked, a shadow of cunning glimmering in his eyes. He had a distant relative who held a minor leadership position at a lavish club, and his family's factory required assistance from their company. Yi Li planned to have this relative slip a drug into Lin Xuan's drink at the banquet. He had also arranged for 2 women to be with Lin Xuan, intending to capture photographs of them in a compromising situation with him. He was determined that even Su would not be able to resist the temptation of Lin Xuan's disgrace. The mere thought of Lin Xuan's despair upon being cast aside by Su filled Yi Li with exhilaration. He could hardly wait to see Lin Xuan fall from grace. Vulnerable and beneath his heel once more, Wang Ping returned to his class and stood at the podium, raising his voice. Everyone, please quiet down. I have something to announce. The students paused their activities, looking at Wang Ping with curiosity. Clearing his throat, Wang Ping declared, in 3 days, it will be my birthday, and I would like to invite everyone to celebrate at the lavish club. A thunderous reaction erupted in the classroom at his words. The club was one of the most exclusive establishments in the country, and with over 20 classmates, along with Wang Ping's family and relatives, the birthday celebration would undoubtedly cost several million. Pingu, has your family struck it rich? Such extravagance. A male student exclaimed in astonishment. Stop asking so many questions. Just tell me, are you going or not? Of course we're going. It would be too disrespectful not to attend Ping Ji's celebration. Finally, Wang Ping's gaze fell upon Lin Xuan, who had been dozing at his desk. Wang Dehe nudged Lin Xuan awake. Suanzi, he called. Lin Xuan stirred from his slumber. What is it? He replied, his tone irritable, having been engrossed in crafting content for short videos when interrupted. Suanzi, someone is looking for you. Wang Dei pointed at Wang Ping. Wang Ping smiled amiably. Lin Xuan, I just announced that I'm inviting everyone to my birthday banquet at the Lavish Club. I noticed you were asleep, so I wanted to personally extend the invitation. The event will take place the night after tomorrow. Do you have time? Lin Xuan squinted his eyes. Wang Ping came from a modest background. Although his parents held minor positions at a company, their combined income was only around 40,000, hardly sufficient to support the extravagant expenses of the club. Wang Ping and Yi Li were on good terms, and it was likely that Yi Li was footing the bill for this birthday banquet. It seemed that Yi Li was indeed preparing to take action against him. Lin Xuan smirked coldly. Yi Li was truly investing considerable effort to undermine him. Lin Xuan, all the other classmates are coming, Wang Ping added, anxious that Lin Xuan might decline. We've been classmates for 3 years. You can't refuse me this favor. Fine, I will go, Lin Xuan replied, a smirk forming on his lips as he anticipated Yi Li's next move. In the days that followed, Qin Ruoyao enjoyed a life of luxury, with Luo Yuan taking her on shopping sprees and generously transferring money to her. Darling, come out. I'm waiting for you at the Jinyu Hotel, Lin Li said suggestively. Okay, brotherly, I'm on my way, Qin Ruoyao sweetly responded. As she stepped out, Luo Yuan approached with a cup of milk tea he had purchased for her. Luo Yuan, I have some family matters to attend to and need to head back, Qin Ruoyao said apologetically. All right, Luo Yuan replied, offering her the milk tea. Do you need a ride? No, I've already called a car. It will arrive shortly. Although Luo Yuan had previously stated they would only remain friends, Qin Ruoyao still felt he was pursuing her, attempting to lower her defenses to gradually win her over. She needed to ensure Luo Yuan continued to spend money on her, and couldn't let him discover her relationship with Lin Li. Ruoyao, please be careful, Luo Yuan urged. Dressed in a charming floral dress and adorned with heels, Qin Ruoyao left the restaurant with a light and cheerful stride. Luo Yuan sensed she was not heading home. Driver, please follow that car in front, he instructed. That car has a young lady in it, right? Young man, I'm a law-abiding citizen and do not engage in stalking. The driver firmly refused. Luo Yuan, adept at acting, looked downcast. Sir, that girl is actually my girlfriend. For the past few days, she has been indifferent to me, always leaving the house looking glamorous. I suspect she may be seeing someone else. So I just want to follow her to clarify this misunderstanding. He even showed the driver a picture of himself with Qin Ruoyao. The driver was now convinced of Luo Yuan's story. Cheating? That's unacceptable, he exclaimed, harboring a deep-seated hatred for unfaithful partners. Having had a daughter who was also betrayed. Young man, wait here. I'll ensure I follow her closely and won't lose sight of her. With righteous indignation, the driver pressed the accelerator, tailing the taxi that Qin Ruoyao was in. Luo Yuan observed as she entered the Jinyu Hotel. The driver offered sympathetic consolation. Young man, ordinary locals wouldn't just go to a hotel without reason. You're likely not mistaken. She's probably cheating on you. Don't be too heartbroken. There are plenty of fish in the sea, right? Thank you, sir, Luo Yuan replied. After disembarking, he handed the driver a red bill. You keep this. I want to take your money. The driver waved it off. Use it to buy yourself something nice to cheer up. With that, the driver sped away. Luo Yuan rubbed his nose, feeling a twinge of guilt at the driver's sincere concern. Upon entering the hotel, he overheard the front desk staff gossiping. Did you recognize that girl? One staff member asked. Is she the one in the white dress with all the little flowers? Yes, that's her. Not long ago. She came here in a wedding dress to book a room. The front desk employee had a particularly vivid memory of Qin Ruoyao in her wedding dress. Tisk tisk. She really knows how to play. Even married, she's out here having fun. Honestly, I doubt that guy is her husband. What couple ever books a room separately? They never seem to leave together, either. If you're right, then her husband must be quite the fool. Luo Yuan stroked his chin, realizing he had indeed stumbled upon Qin Ruoyao mingling with another man. But had Qin Ruoyao actually gotten married? He called Lin Xuan to share the news. Lin Xuan, I just heard from the hotel staff that Qin Ruoyao came here recently in a wedding dress to book a room. She must have gotten married. I wonder who the groom is. As he spoke, he silently empathized with the unfortunate soul who had married her, thinking how pitiful it was for a new bride to be cavorting with another man on her wedding day. Compared to that man, his own situation of being deceived by Qin Ruoyao didn't seem as tragic. Lin Xuan, there was a prolonged silence on the line. Lin Xuan, are you there? Luo Yuan asked curiously. Lin Xuan softly spoke. The one who is marrying Qin Ruoyao is me. Luo Yuan exclaimed. It's actually Lin Xuan. But what about you and Qin Ruoyao now? He was somewhat befuddled. The relationships involving Su, Qin Ruoyao, Lin Li, and Lin Xuan were exceedingly convoluted. Lin Xuan and Qin Ruoyao had held a wedding, yet she was now pursuing him again. Lin Xuan pressed his fingers to his temples. I did not marry her. I was interrupted at the wedding by Hua Bao. I have seen through Qin Ruoyao's true nature. Luo Yuan's eyes widened in shock. Wow, this is incredibly thrilling. Why couldn't I witnessed the drama unfold live? Keep your eyes on Qin Ruoyao, Lin Xuan instructed before ending the call. Luo Yuan proceeded to hide outside the hotel, waiting for Lin Li and Qin Ruoyao to emerge. Qin Ruoyao swiped her card and entered a room, where Lin Li pinned her against the wall. Li go. Qin Ruoyao shyly lowered her gaze. Yao Yao, you haven't sought me out these past few days. Have you been so content with Lin Xuan that you've forgotten about me? Lin Li asked with narrowed eyes. Previously, Lin Li had manipulated Qin Ruoyao to instill animosity within the Lin family towards Lin Xuan, ensuring that Lin Xuan would lose any chance of inheriting the Xingui group. His goal had been achieved. Lin Xuan had severed ties with his family and signed a disassociation agreement. Now, being with Qin Ruoyao was merely a means for Lin Li to toy with the woman Lin Xuan cherished. Chapter 94. Lin Xuan's scheme. Li go. I've come to realize that I do not like Lin Xuan. I like you. I no longer intend to have any ties with him, Qin Ruoyao said coyly. Li go. All I desire now is to be yours alone. Lin Li's expression darkened abruptly. Lin Xuan had already latched onto that wealthy woman and was living quite well. Should Lin Xuan stray, that woman would undoubtedly abandon him. He longed to see Lin Xuan in destitution. Lin Xuan had always adored Qin Ruoyao, and she was the perfect choice to entice him into infidelity. How could she choose to abandon Lin Xuan? Li go, what is wrong? You seem a bit down, Qin Ruoyao inquired with a frown. It's nothing. Lin Li shook his head. I was just thinking about a rather tricky matter at the company. Li go, you've joined the company? Qin Ruoyao exclaimed in surprise. Yes. Father asked me to learn there for a while, Lin Li nodded. Li go, you're truly amazing. Qin Ruoyao's eyes sparkled. Lin Li was already interning at the company before even graduating, clearly being groomed as a successor. He would eventually become the president of Xingui Group, and she would become the president's wife. Yao Yao, you don't need to compromise for my sake. If you like him, feel free to be with him, Lin Li said gently. Li go, let's not talk about Lin Xuan right now. Qin Ruoyao's hand slipped beneath Lin Li's shirt, and he recalled her alluring demeanor in bed, leaving him parched. Before long, they were entangled on the bed. Lin Li left first, stepping out of the elevator, where the front desk staff cast him odd glances. As Lin Li exited the hotel, Luo Yuan snapped several photos with his phone. 3 minutes later, Qin Ruoyao also appeared. Luo Yuan captured another photo, then casually tucked his phone away and strolled past with a shopping bag. Yao Yao, didn't you say you were heading home? Luo Yuan feigned surprise. Upon seeing Luo Yuan, Qin Ruoyao momentarily panicked. Why is he here? She faltered, unsure of how to explain herself. Luo Yuan pursed his lips and asked, Yao Yao, do you have a boyfriend now? A friend of mine had a similar situation to yours right after spending the night with his girlfriend, and you just came out of a hotel. Luo Yuan. Don't misunderstand. I haven't. Qin Ruoyao hurriedly clarified. Luo Yuan sighed. There's no need to hide it from me. I've told you. I only consider you a friend and a woman I wish to protect. For me, Yao Yao, as long as you're happy, that's enough. Luo Yuan opened a shopping bag he was carrying. Is this a box of Fran perfume? Qin Ruoyao's eyes fixated on the contents. This tiny bottle costs 60,000. Yao Yao, I specifically picked this out for you at the mall. Do you like it? Luo Yuan spoke softly, gazing at her as if she were his entire world. Yes, I love it. Qin Ruoyao nodded earnestly. Thank you, Luo Yuan, but this must have cost you a fortune. Luo Yuan replied, it is only natural for a man to spend on a woman, and I'm not short on money right now. Luo Yuan had her completely wrapped around his finger. She couldn't help but think that despite knowing she had a man, he still gifted her such an expensive perfume. He truly didn't seem to care. Luo Yuan, I do indeed have someone I like. Previously, Lin Xuan didn't reciprocate my feelings, and I was so distressed that I went to a bar to drown my sorrows. Then Lin Li appeared and saved me, and I began to like him. Qin Ruoyao began to confess her relationship with Lin Li. Luo Yuan inwardly scoffed. Qin Ruoyao's lies flowed effortlessly. Luo Yuan, I only decided to give up on Lin Xuan not long ago before developing feelings for Lin Li. Am I a terrible person? She asked, her eyes reddening, unable to accept her own actions. Yao Yao, it's not that way. In my heart, whatever you choose to do is right. Luo Yuan comforted her tenderly. Besides, it was Lin Xuan who rejected you, so choosing another man is not wrong. Luo Yuan, you're so kind. Qin Ruoyao felt touched and threw herself into his embrace. A wave of disgust washed over Luo Yuan. What a filthy woman Qin Ruoyao was. Did she not understand boundaries? He was reluctant to be touched by her, pulling away. Yao Yao, let us maintain some physical distance. You're with Linley now, and I fear he might misunderstand our relationship. Okay. Qin Ruoyao nodded heavily. A glimmer of cunning flickered in Luo Yuan's eyes. He believed he would soon obtain evidence of Qin Ruoyao and Lin Li's affair, at which point he could ensnare them, leading to Qin Ruoyao's disgrace and the loss of her family's home. Before long, it was the day of Wang Ping's birthday banquet. Wang, butler, have you completed the investigation? Lin Xuan inquired. Young Master Lin, it has been completed. Wang butler replied respectfully. Yili has a distant cousin named Wang Li who works as a junior manager at the Dazzling Club. Her family runs a construction company, and Yili's family operates a relatively large real estate company. Wang Li's family has always sought to collaborate with Yi South Real Estate. Lin Xuan smirked. Just as he had suspected, Yili was eager to make a move against him. If Yili intended to use Wang Li for something, it could only mean one thing: poisoning him, either with a narcotic or an aphrodisiac, most likely the latter. Perhaps Yili had even prepared a woman for him. Wang butler, are they conspiring to drug me? Lin Xuan leaned back on the sofa, speaking in a nonchalant tone. Wang butler looked astonished. It was impressive that young Master Lin was so well informed. Indeed, young Master Lin, they have procured a substance from abroad known as love powder. It is colorless and tasteless, nearly undetectable when mixed into beverages. Coincidentally, this drug originated from the Lady S organization. Wang butler produced a small vial. This is the antidote. Lin Xuan was taken aback. Wang butler, you managed to find the antidote in such a short time? That's remarkable. Typically, antidotes were well concealed. It was astonishing that Wang butler had acquired it within 2 to 3 days. Just a fortunate coincidence, Wang butler chuckled. Lin Xuan did not ponder for long before he took the vial of antidote into his hands, scrutinizing it intently. Chapter 95. Prioritizing Romance over Friendship. Young Master Lin, should we inform the miss about this matter? Inquired Butler Wang. No need, Lin Xuan replied, a chilling expression gracing his visage. I wish to deal with him personally. I shall immerse myself in the fray, employing legitimate means to ensure Yi Li is incarcerated. He shall serve as my first test subject to ascertain the efficacy of the martial arts I have practiced in isolation. Butler Wang, observing Lin Xuan's demeanor, rubbed his arms. Feeling an undeniable chill, having spent considerable time in Lin Xuan's company, he had discerned that beneath Lin's outwardly gentle and refined exterior lay a calculating disposition. Young Master Lin can be even more formidable than the miss at times. Su Hua had a friend, or more accurately, a woman who had shamelessly clung to Su Hua to gain her friendship. Initially, Su Hua had ignored her, but after she saved Su Hua, the latter begrudgingly accepted her as a friend. Su Wenyu entered the night garden, expecting to find a scene of utter disarray. After all, it housed a malevolent figure who was notorious for wreaking havoc and destroying the garden's precious possessions. Yet, Su Hua adored him, no matter how much chaos he caused. She would never display anger. To Su Wenyu, Su Hua's affection for Lin Xuan felt like a delicate flower blooming amidst a pile of manure. Upon stepping into the night garden, Su Wenyu was taken aback. Wait a moment. How is the night garden so impeccably maintained? Has it recently been restored after being ravaged by Lin Xuan? Miss Su, greetings. The servants greeted her with cheerful smiles. Su Wenyu's suspicion deepened. Previously, each time she visited, the servants appeared as if life had been drained from them. Why did they seem so cheerful now? She pulled a servant aside and inquired. Has something remarkable happened in the night garden? Indeed, every day is filled with joy, the servant replied, beaming. Isn't it? Young Master Lin and the miss are inseparable, and her good spirits have uplifted our own. Even our bonuses have increased significantly. Last month, I received 23,000. What great event could this be? Su Wenyu pressed. Oh dear, the servant exclaimed, slapping her forehead. I must hurry to deliver these items, Miss Su. I cannot chat further. With that, the servant rushed away. As Su Wenyu entered the villa, she spotted Lin Xuan lounging with one leg crossed, indulging in fruit. He cast a fleeting glance at her without acknowledging her presence. Su Wenyu's expression contorted with confusion. Why did Lin Xuan appear so relaxed? Lin Xuan, what are you doing in the living room? Su Wenyu asked with curiosity. Previously, he had always sequestered himself in his room, not lounging on the sofa while munching on fruit and scrolling through his phone. Lin Xuan ignored her, furrowing her brow. She pressed on. Lin Xuan, how is your relationship with Su Hua? The moment the words left her mouth, she regretted them. What a foolish question. How could Lin Xuan and Su Hua possibly be on good terms? It would be a stretch to assume he wouldn't T-stab Su Hua in the back. Lin Xuan did not even spare her glance. His indifference ignited Su Wenyu's temper, prompting her to exclaim loudly, Lin Xuan, are you even listening to me? At that moment, Su Hua entered, her brow furrowing in disapproval. Why are you shouting? She reprimanded, her tone laced with reproach. Su Wenyu's face darkened. How embarrassing. Su Hua had overheard. Even if Lin Xuan was indeed at fault, Su Hua would invariably take his side. Alas, her friend prioritized romance over friendship. Lin Xuan approached Su Hua, his voice soft and affectionate. Have you been tired after working all morning? Yes, Su Hua admitted, extending her hand. My fingers are sore from typing. Allow me to massage them. Lin Xuan offered, adeptly kneading her hand. Su Wenyu's eyes widened in disbelief. What was happening? Why was Lin Xuan treating her friend with such warmth? I'm tired, Su Hua confirmed, extending her hand. Lin Xuan began to massage her hand with practiced ease. What kind of situation is this? Su Wenyu pondered. The two of them appeared so sweet, so in love. She startled at her own thoughts. The words sweet and in love should not be associated with Su Hua and Lin Xuan, who had only known coercion and resistance. Yet the current scene suggested otherwise, as if they were enveloped in a bubble of affection. Lei Hui contacted Lin Xuan, and upon seeing the message on his phone, Lin Xuan furrowed his brows. Hua Bao, I have matters to attend to upstairs. I prepared a meal. You may eat first. All right, Su Hua nodded. After Lin Xuan ascended the stairs, Su Hua and Su Wenyu sat across from each other at the dining table. Su Hua, what is your current situation with Lin Xuan? Su Wenyu inquired, curious about what had transpired during her 2-month absence abroad. Su Hua lifted her left hand, showcasing her ring. We are in a romantic relationship. Do you not feel that Lin Xuan is merely putting on an act? Su Wenyu hesitated, voicing her suspicions. I fear that his current kindness may have ulterior motives. Perhaps to extract company secrets, harm you, or even poison you. Given Lin Xuan's previous comments, he had prepared dinner for Su Hua again. He might be slipping you some slow-acting poison. I trust him, Su Hua replied, her luscious red lips curling into a smile. I believe he genuinely wishes to treat me well. Even if it were an act, I would still savor it. Su Wenyu sighed inwardly. It seemed the love-struck woman was impervious to reason. Once Lin Xuan finished his tasks, he joined them in the dining room, feeding Su Hua as he had done before. Su Wenyu felt an urge to curse. Goodness, must they be so excessive in their affection? She commanded a servant. Please bring me a pair of chopsticks and a bowl. Oddly enough, in previous visits, she was always provided with utensils during meal times. This time, however, it seemed the servants had forgotten their manners. The servant glanced at Su Hua upon hearing the request. Su Hua, her expression impassive, instructed, no need to prepare them. Su Hua, when did you become so stingy? Are you unwilling to share a meal with me? Su Wenyu fumed. Indeed, I am reluctant, Su Hua replied nonchalantly. For these dishes were prepared by Xian himself. I do not wish for any woman other than myself to partake in his culinary creations. Su Wenyu cursed silently, berating her friend for prioritizing romance over friendship. Fine, if you won't share, I shall seek out my own young paramours. She had several, many of whom were from the entertainment industry. It baffled her why Su Hua, with her status and wealth, would only cling to Lin Xuan, eschewing all other men. Chapter 96, Disturbing Su Zong's Grand Performance. That afternoon, Meng Bo personally sought out Lin Xuan. Dark circles hung beneath his eyes, accentuating his haggard appearance. He harbored a deep-seated animosity toward Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan's novel website had launched barely over a month ago, yet its daily active users had surged to 8 million and continued to grow rapidly. The copyright for the novels on the Zhang Xian Bao website had attracted countless producers and entertainment companies, making it a hot commodity. Industry assessments indicated that the developmental prospects of the Zhang Xian Bao website were far superior to those of the Fiyu novel site. The latter, being a publicly traded company, faced plummeting stock prices under the pressure from Zhang Xian Bao. Meng Bo sat in a hotel, his expression grim as he observed Lin Xuan's entrance. The moment Lin Xuan arrived, the scowl on his face was quickly replaced with a forced smile. Mr. Lin, please have a seat, Meng Bo said amiably. Lin Xuan reclined in his chair, raising an eyebrow as he inquired, what business does the all-powerful Mr. Meng have with a mere novelist such as myself? Meng Bo's expression stiffened. Was Lin Xuan not overtly mocking him for censoring his novel? Young Master Lin. Meng Bo feigned ignorance of the sarcasm lacing Lin Xuan's words and presented a contract before him. This is the termination agreement regarding the rights to your novel. Please sign it. Lin Xuan's novel had previously been signed for comic adaptation with a certain company, hence the protracted process of termination. Young Master Lin, the full rights to this novel belong to you, and you need not return any of the remuneration you have received. Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Lin Xuan's eyes. His novel had propelled Fiyu novels to market prominence, making them their fiercest competitor. Yet Meng Bo was willing to return the rights to him. However, Mr. Lin, I have an uncharacteristic request, Meng Bo said awkwardly. Could you perhaps speak to your benefactor about continuing our collaboration with the Meng Group? Benefactor? Lin Xuan's brow furrowed in confusion. Meng Bo clarified. the individual from the Su group. Realization dawned on Lin Xuan. It appeared that Su Hua had intervened on his behalf to reclaim the rights to his novel. Moreover, the recent amendments to the contract by Fiyu Novels, along with their proactive compensation to authors, were likely orchestrated by Su Hua. With such a formidable and reassuring partner, how delightful it was. Mr. Meng, the Meng Group has been in collaboration with the Su Group for many years. Terminating this partnership would not bode well for either of our companies, don't you think? Meng Bo stated. Mr. Meng, you jest, Lin Xuan chuckled lightly. The termination of this partnership would indeed affect your Meng Group, but the Su Group would remain largely unscathed. Such a colossal entity as the Su Group has numerous companies vying for collaboration. Do not forget, Meng Bo, that we harbor animosity. Why on earth would I advocate for you? Meng Bo's face grew rigid. Indeed, without the cooperation of the Su Group, the Meng Group would suffer significant repercussions. While the impact on the Su Group would be negligible, his father had declared his intention to groom an illegitimate son to inherit the family business. Thus, he had no choice but to seek Lin Xuan's assistance. Young Master Lin, here is a sum of 10 million. Please accept it. Meng Bo placed a check before Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan smirked. Mr. Meng, are you attempting to dismiss me like a beggar? My income from the novel site, combined with my own works, amounts to tens of millions daily. This paltry sum hardly constitutes even half a day's earnings. Grinding his teeth, Meng Bo produced a check for 30 million. Lin Xuan remained unmoved. What will it take for you to persuade your benefactor to cease their pursuit of the Meng Group? Meng Bo's patience was wearing thin. Mr. Meng, if the Su Group truly intended to target you, it would not merely entail terminating our partnership. Should you continue to pester me or engage in any actions that displease me, I might just allow my benefactor to take measures against the Meng Group. I believe that a mere whisper in Su Hua's ear could suffice. Mr. Meng, I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Lin Xuan rose from his seat. The main event awaited him that evening, and he had little time to indulge Meng Bo. As Lin Xuan departed, Meng Bo clenched his fists tightly. It was all because of that wretched trumpet flower. Were it not for her, he would not have fallen to such depths. And as for Lin Xuan, with a talent like his remaining at his novel site, his inheritance of the Meng Group would be assured, leaving the disgraceful illegitimate son, Meng Li, no chance to flaunt himself before him. Meng Bo's expression was one of utter despair. Had he known, he would have endeavored to curry favor with Lin Xuan. Upon returning to the night garden, Lin Xuan found Su Hua seated gracefully on the sofa, clad in an elegant black kipeo that accentuated her alluring figure perfectly. The slit revealed her radiant, fair legs, while her hand rested against her forehead, her enchanting eyes glimmering with an alluring charm that was irresistibly captivating. Lin Xuan swallowed hard. He noticed that Su Hua seemed to exude an increasing femininity, every gesture imbued with a unique allure, especially in bed. "Ah Xian, come here," Su Hua beckoned, her crimson lips curving enticingly. Very well. As Lin Xuan settled beside her on the sofa, Su Hua's delicate arms entwined around his neck. "Ah Xian, do you think I look beautiful in this outfit?" Su Hua breathed softly into his ear. "Beautiful." Lin Xuan nodded, unable to deny the magnetic allure of her appearance. "Baby, I just met Meng Bo. Did you manage to retrieve the rights to the novel?" Lin Xuan inquired. "Yes," Su Hua replied. "But truth be told, I am indifferent regarding that novel. You need not exert yourself over such trivial matters. I do not wish for my man to suffer any grievances. Anything that belongs to my man shall not fall into the hands of outsiders," Su Hua declared. Lin Xuan was taken aback, filled with a profound sense of security. "Ah Xian, consider me your support. Whenever you encounter matters that you cannot resolve alone, remember to seek my assistance." She aimed to provide a world of support for her, Ah Xian. She understood that he was building his own career, which she would not intrude upon unless absolutely necessary. She desired him to soar freely and realize his potential, rather than confine him as a caged bird. "Miss Su." At that moment, Jiangqing entered the living room, only to be greeted by the sight of Su Hua perched on Lin Xuan's lap, exuding an unmistakable intimacy. Jiangqing gasped, "Oh no, have I interrupted something?" Su Hua's icy glare fixed upon Jiangqing. "Miss Su, I came to inform you that it is time to depart," Jiangqing said, bracing himself. In the cold gaze of Su Hua, Jiangqing quietly exited the living room, waiting outside for her. "Ah Xian, I have perused your novel. The chemistry between the protagonists is filled with delightful little intimacies. Tonight, let me try them out," Su Hua whispered conspiratorially in Lin Xuan's ear. Lin Xuan was taken aback. Indeed, his novel contained numerous such intimate moments. Being a Yander narrative, it was unavoidable. Goodness, had I known, I would have chosen a different genre. Yet, for some reason, he felt a surge of excitement. In a Maybach, Su Hua sat in the rear seat, while the driver navigated the roads, and Jiangqing occupied the front passenger seat. "Miss Su, Everyone has mostly arrived. They are waiting for you at the Glamorous Club, Jiang Qing reported. Very well, Su Hua replied nonchalantly. Lin Xuan also changed into an elegant outfit and made his appearance at the Glamorous Club. Yili followed closely behind, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. Lin Xuan, your good days are numbered, he thought, having arranged everything meticulously to ensure success. To his surprise, Su Hua was also present at the Glamorous Club. He intended to make her witness Lin Xuan's revelry with two women, confident that once Su Hua saw it all, she would have no choice but to rid herself of Lin Xuan. Inside the opulent private room, most of the attendees were from Qin University. Qin Ruoyao donned an evening gown, deliberately parading back and forth in front of Lin Xuan, yet she received not a single glance from him. Frustrated, Qin Ruoyao sank into the sofa. Ruoyao, spare yourself the effort, Wang Ping advised, shaking his head. Lin Xuan is already with Ms. Su. He would never look your way. Another girl, unable to tolerate Qin Ruoyao's antics, chimed in, exactly, Qin Ruoyao. Even if you still harbor feelings for Lin Xuan, you should give up. It's evident to all that between you and Ms. Su, the choice is clear. Besides, daring to vie with Ms. Su for a man is tantamount to courting death. You're all mistaken. Qin Ruoyao's expression darkened. I never liked Lin Xuan. I merely felt a sense of loss at losing a friend like him, mistakenly thinking it to be love. Is that so? Wang Ping raised an eyebrow, clearly skeptical. Qin Ruoyao bit her lip. Had she known, she would have refrained from pursuing Lin Xuan. Now, she had become the subject of ridicule among her classmates. As she traversed the school corridors during this period, whispers concerning her entanglement with Lin Xuan and Su Hua echoed all around. Lin Xuan and Su Hua were portrayed as a blissfully affectionate couple, while she was labeled as the interloper attempting to disrupt their relationship. Her once pristine reputation had been irrevocably tarnished due to Lin Xuan. Among her classmates, Lin Xuan had emerged as the most successful, having penned a best-selling novel, launched an impressive online literary platform, and secured a relationship with Su, the esteemed CEO. Wang Ping reflected on this. Other students speculated that Lin Xuan's entrepreneurial success was likely bolstered by Su Hua. Otherwise, how could he achieve such remarkable feats in merely a month, establishing his site as the second largest in the field? There was even a subtle sense that he might be overshadowing the leading literary website, Fu, though they suspected Lin Xuan was merely riding on Su Hua's coattails. They still admired him. After all, being able to enjoy the benefits of such a relationship was a talent in itself. And to be in Su's good graces was nothing short of extraordinary. Indeed, it was impressive. Among us, Lin Xuan would likely be the most accomplished after graduation. The Lin family truly possessed extraordinary individuals. Wang Dei had returned home early due to food poisoning. A server approached with a tray. Sir, this is your drink. The server presented a tray containing only a single glass of wine to Lin Xuan, who accepted it. Yili's eyes glimmered with a hidden light. The wine contained a sedative. Once consumed, it would induce a state of drunkenness within 15 minutes, followed by an urge for intimacy shortly thereafter. Lin Xuan placed the glass on the table, showing no intention of drinking. Yili, anxious, called Wang Ping over. Ligo, what's the matter? Wang Ping asked, frowning. Find a way to get him drunk, Yili replied. Why would you want to get him drunk? Wang Ping inquired, puzzled. I just met Lin Xuan. Yili said despondently. He refuses to forgive me, and I cannot fathom why he suddenly quarreled with me and distanced himself. When I asked him the reason, he remained silent. They say that truth spills forth in drunkenness. I wish to hear if a tipsy Lin Xuan might divulge the cause. I desire to salvage our friendship. All right, Li Go. I will help you get him drunk. Wang Ping, blissfully unaware of the underlying motives, was eager to assist. After all, Li Go had spent lavishly on his birthday celebration, so he must fulfill this small request. Wang Ping approached Lin Xuan, holding a glass of wine and a bottle filled with red wine. Lin Xuan, everyone is drinking, and you're abstaining. Is this how you disrespect me? Wang Ping took a seat beside him, raising his glass. Come, let's have a drink. Lin Xuan glanced at Yili's direction. Yili was indeed impatient, unable to wait even a moment longer. Lin Xuan decided to humor Yili and play along with the charade. He raised the glass and tilted his head back, consuming the wine in one go. Yili was so thrilled that his hands trembled. Lin Xuan had swallowed the drugged wine, and soon everything would proceed as planned. Before long, Lin Xuan felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his head dropping onto the table. Did he get drunk so quickly? Wang Ping frowned. He has only had 2 glasses of red wine. This seems excessive. Li Go, Wang Ping approached Yi Li. Lin Xuan is already inebriated beyond consciousness. It's nearly impossible to extract any words from him now. Let it be. I'll seek another opportunity another day to see if I can uncover anything. Yi Li sighed. Wang Ping, You should call the hotel staff to take him home. The indulgent service was attentive. For intoxicated patrons, they would either arrange a room for them or send them home. All right. Wang Ping quickly summoned a server. Excuse me, where does this gentleman reside? The server inquired respectfully. Wang Ping was taken aback. He had no idea, and Lin Xuan, inebriated, could not provide his address. How about we book a private room for him? I'll cover the cost. Yili produced a bank card. Certainly, I will arrange that for you, the server responded. Once the card was processed, they helped Lin Xuan leave. Li Ge, you're so kind to us friends, Wang Ping remarked. Kind? Yili scoffed internally. There is no friendship here, merely mutual exploitation. Lin Xuan was escorted to a private room on the top floor. Two individuals had been lurking there, one hiding behind the curtains and the other concealed within the wardrobe. Shortly thereafter, two alluring women entered the room. Yili had intended to send Lin Xuan two unattractive and overweight women, but that would lead Su Hua to believe he was being set up. Who knows what kind of person we are meant to serve? One of the voluptuous women remarked. Heavily made up. If it weren't for the generous pay, I wouldn't lower myself to serve the same man as another woman. Enough, enough, if you feel wronged. I feel even more so. Am I any less than you? The other woman retorted. I wonder what he looks like. I suspect he'll be a real catch. As they approached the bed and caught sight of Lin Xuan, their eyes lit up. Incredible, he is so handsome. They had never encountered such an attractive man. Judging by his attire, he was evidently wealthy. Perhaps this time they would earn a fortune and even secure a wealthy benefactor. Their hearts raced with excitement as they gazed at Lin Xuan, akin to hunters eyeing their prey. Xiao Xiao, we won TB at a loss this time. Indeed, he is exceptionally handsome. Unable to contain their eagerness, the two women reached for Lin Xuan, intending to undress him. Before they could lay a hand on him, Lin Xuan suddenly opened his eyes, a fierce glint flashing within. You! The two women were startled. Is he not intoxicated? One of them regained her composure. Xiao Xiao. He has been drugged. Yes, fine. He may even come on to us, that's true. The woman named Xiao Xiao sighed in relief. Really? Lin Xuan sat up on the bed, an icy demeanor enveloping him. As he suspected, Yili's intention was to fabricate a scenario in which he was cavorting with other women, intending to send photographs to Su Hua to drive her away. However, he had not anticipated Yi Li's ruthlessness in sending two women. The two women eyed him with suspicion. Didn't he seem under the influence of the drug at all? Lin Xuan retrieved two ropes from somewhere. What do you intend to do? One woman felt a surge of intense fear. It's nothing. I merely want you to remain here in this room. Lin Xuan had no intention of letting them go. These individuals were powerful evidence that Yili had drugged him. The two hidden mercenaries frowned. It appeared the drug's effect was insufficient, and they needed to administer a stronger dose. They stepped out from the shadows. You've all come out. Lin Xuan squinted his eyes, pleased that he no longer had to search for them individually. Mr. Lin, one mercenary with a scarred face, exuding a menacing aura, brandished a small packet of powder. If you're wise, take this yourself. Pardon me, but I have no intention of complying, Lin Xuan sneered. Then don't blame us. The one-eyed mercenary chuckled darkly. The two mercenaries advanced toward Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan narrowed his eyes. He would first practice his skills on these two men before dealing with Yili. With his handsome visage and soft demeanor, the two mercenaries assumed Lin Xuan lacked combat prowess, believing it would be effortless to subdue him and force the drug down his throat. As the scarred mercenary reached for Lin Xuan's shoulder, Lin Xuan suddenly seized his arm, twisting it fiercely and executing a shoulder throw. The scar-faced mercenary's back crashed heavily against the ground, emitting a dull, resounding thud. The expression on the other mercenary's face shifted abruptly. He had assumed that Lin Xuan was utterly powerless, yet, to his surprise, Lin possessed a certain degree of skill. This mercenary charged forward, throwing a punch, only to be met with a fierce kick to the chest from Lin Xuan, who sent him flying violently. Coughing painfully, the mercenary clutched his chest, lying on the ground in discomfort. Lin Xuan nodded with satisfaction. During his time in the spatial realm, he had been diligently honing his martial arts, where countless masters would manifest to spar with him. Though he was often beaten mercilessly, it now seemed those ordeals had not been endured in vain. Extracting a rope, Lin Xuan bound the two mercenaries tightly, their limbs immobilized. Then, clutching two lengths of rope, he approached the two women. Fearful, they knelt, pleading for mercy. Forgive us, please, they begged. We know our wrongs, spare us. One of the women even seized Lin Xuan's trouser leg, imploring, Sir, I am willing to give myself to you, without compensation, please spare me. She was scantily clad, her ample bosom almost bursting forth. Lin Xuan's eyes remained impassive. Having endured Qin Ruoyao, he had become immune to feminine allure, except for Su Hua, of course. Other women, even if entirely disrobed before him, stirred no emotion within his heart. In his eyes, they were no different from mere slabs of pork. With an expressionless demeanor, Lin Xuan replied, "I'm sorry, but I have a girlfriend to whom I must remain chaste." Showing no compassion, he bound the women and stuffed cloths into their mouths. The two women were utterly clueless as to what Lin Xuan might do to them, overwhelmed by a profound terror of the unknown. Returning to the mercenaries, Lin Xuan produced a small knife and lightly traced it across their faces. Neither dared to move. "I'm telling you, you can't do this to us. What you're doing is illegal." The scar-faced mercenary gritted his teeth. "Illegal?" Lin Xuan sneered coldly. "I am merely a victim defending myself lawfully. In truth, it is you mercenaries who have committed numerous offenses within this territory. Should your activities be uncovered, you might well face the death penalty." The two mercenaries clenched their fists tightly. Lin Xuan pressed the blade S-tip against the one-eyed mercenary S remaining good eye. "If this eye were gouged out, would you not be utterly blinded?" The one-eyed mercenary trembled. Turning to the scar-faced mercenary, Lin Xuan continued, "And you, how about becoming a eunuch?" He recalled that about a month ago, he had castrated another man. The blade had sliced through with a single twist, severing completely. The scar-faced mercenary S eyes widened in alarm. The one-eyed mercenary felt a chill run through him. They could see in Lin Xuan's expression that he truly might carry out such acts, and their composure shattered. "What do you want us to do? Speak. If it's within our power, we will do it," they pleaded. Lin Xuan smiled faintly. "It's simple. Contact your employer. Find a way to bring them here." The mercenaries bit their lips. One of their primary rules was never to reveal their employer's identity. Summoning the employer here risked exposure, and if the organization discovered it, they would lose their mercenary status. "Seems you're in quite a predicament. Very well, I shall choose for you." Lin Xuan placed the knife S-tip back beneath the scar-faced mercenary. "Will it break with a single hard stab?" "I'll do as you say. Please don't castrate me." The scar-faced mercenary trembled, voice shaking. He took out his phone and contacted Yili. "How are things? Has Lin Xuan been compromised?" Yili asked anxiously. The scar-faced mercenary glanced nervously at Lin Xuan before replying, "Sir, rest assured, all is as usual. But there is an issue requiring your immediate attention. It's rather complicated." Chapter 99. Yili frowned. "What is wrong?" "It's hard to explain over the phone, sir. You should come here quickly." Understood, Yili nodded. Lin Xuan had no bodyguards nearby. Wang Dehi had been cleverly sent away by him. Yili had witnessed Lin Xuan drink the wine and fall unconscious, soon to be overwhelmed by the aphrodisiac S effects. He had tested the potency of the drug powder. No one could resist it without an antidote. Yet such an antidote was never available on the market. Even if Lin Xuan remained conscious, resistance was impossible. Yili had no inkling that the two mercenaries he had hired were now thoroughly subdued by Lin Xuan. Yili sneered. He was eager to witness Lin Xuan's downfall. Wang Ping watched Yili's retreating figure, puzzled. Why is he in such a hurry? What is he off to do? After finishing the call, Lin Xuan stuffed the scar-faced mercenary S foul-smelling sock into his mouth. The stench of sweat and salt permeated his mouth, so revolting that the mercenary nearly fainted, eyes rolling wildly, face contorted in agony. The one-eyed mercenary felt fortunate to be comparatively clean. Otherwise, his fate would have been far worse. Unexpectedly, Lin Xuan then forced the scar-faced mercenary's other sock into the one-eyed mercenary's mouth. Damn it, he cursed internally. Having completed these actions, Lin Xuan washed his hands, then settled onto the sofa, playing with his phone, crossing one leg over the other as he awaited Yili's arrival. The two women wept bitterly, their tears resembling falling pear blossoms. The mercenaries, though bound, felt sympathy for them and glanced at Lin Xuan with curiosity. Had this Lin Xuan been hurt by women before? How else could he remain so indifferent in the presence of two beautiful, shapely women? Yili swiped his card to enter the private room. A cautious man who had brought 4 bodyguards for precaution. Upon seeing the scene before him, 2 mercenaries and 2 women all bound, his pupils constricted sharply. Where is Lin Xuan? At that moment, a clear, magnetic male voice came from behind. Young Master Yi, were you looking for me? Yili spun around to see Lin Xuan reclining leisurely on the sofa, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. Yili's brows knitted tightly, the deep furrows almost capable of trapping a fly. According to the original plan, Lin Xuan should have been entangled with the 2 women in bed. Why then? Were his own men tied up? And why did those 2 mercenaries claim all was normal? Suspicions mounting, Yili's expression darkened. Lin Xuan, was it you who summoned me here? Yes, indeed, Lin Xuan admitted without hesitation. Yili stared at him for a long moment before sneering. Lin Xuan, your skills are impressive. How can you remain unscathed in this situation? Lin Xuan approached him. I know your intention. You want me to mingle with other women so that Su Hua will abandon me, giving you a chance to rise. Am I correct? Yes. Yili confessed. I intend to find a way to separate you two. Lin Xuan, a man like you is unworthy of Miss Su. I do this for her sake. She deserves a better man. That man is me. If I could become Su Hua's partner, I would cherish her, love her enough. Su Hua would then understand who truly deserve her love. Oh, Yili, Lin Xuan said coldly. You think that by discarding me, you could take my place? Even if I were absent from Su Hua's side, you would have no chance with her, just as in the previous life. After marrying Qin Ruoyao, Yili never had the opportunity to approach Su Hua. Lin Xuan was not being vain. He believed that no matter what happened, Su Hua would only ever want him. Yili, come to terms with reality. Su Hua will only ever have affection for me. Lin Xuan realized that flaunting in front of a rival was rather exhilarating, especially when witnessing the rival being incarcerated. Yili's veins bulged ominously as he gritted his teeth and exclaimed, Lin Xuan, everything is achievable. I refuse to believe that Su Hua cannot see my sincerity. Of course, this was contingent upon Lin Xuan thoroughly breaking Su Hua's heart. Yili picked up the powder dropped by the mercenaries on the ground, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Lin Xuan, you managed to escape just now, but this time, you shall not evade me. You lot, restrain him. He must be force-fed this powder. In that fervent moment, Yili completely forgot that he had already dispatched someone to summon Su Hua. With a swift wave of his hand, 4 bodyguards lunged forward in unison. Excellent. 4 against 1. Lin Xuan flexed his wrists. As one bodyguard charged at him, he began to throw punches, his speed akin to lightning, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. A single punch landed squarely on the bodyguard's eye, while another, armed with a knife, found his wrist seized by Lin Xuan, who twisted it with a snap, rendering it useless. A swift roundhouse kick sent another advancing bodyguard crashing to the ground. Lin Xuan maneuvered effortlessly among the bodyguards, sustaining no injuries whatsoever. Ridiculous. His relentless training in the confines of his space was certainly not in vain. Observing the bodyguards fall one by one, Yili's eyes widened in disbelief. When did Lin Xuan become this formidable? In a state of panic, Yili glanced around, ultimately fixing his gaze on 2 mercenaries. He rushed over to assist them, removing their socks and unbinding their ropes. You must go and capture Lin Xuan. The 2 mercenaries shook their heads vehemently. They dared not provoke Lin Xuan. During their brief encounter, they had discovered his remarkable combat prowess. These 4 bodyguards, alongside themselves, were no match for him. Yili gritted his teeth and said, I will double your pay, an additional 2 million. The mercenaries still shook their heads. Yili pressed on, 10 million. Regardless of the cost, Lin Xuan must be forced to ingest this powder today. Such an opportunity will be scarce in the future. The mercenaries hesitated for a moment, but resolutely shook their heads. Money was worthless if one's life was at stake. They cowered in a corner, glancing timidly at Lin Xuan, hoping that he would spare them for their prudence. Lin Xuan laid waste to all in his path, his frigid gaze settling upon Yili. Yili, it is your turn now. A surge of intense fear gripped Yili's heart. Chapter 100. A ruthless beating for Yili after concluding her business. Su Hua exited the private room. Upon stepping out, she noticed 2 men, dressed like students, strolling past her, engaged in conversation. Li Fang, have you heard? Lin Xuan has been cavorting with women. What is this about? The other boy inquired, his eyes widening. The birthday banquet hasn't even concluded. Lin Xuan, having indulged in a few drinks, took a stunning beauty upstairs to a private room. That Lin Xuan truly knows how to play the field, doesn't he? 2 women. He must be drained tonight. But isn't he with Su, the CEO? She is stunning and wealthy. Why would he seek other women? The other boy questioned. Confusion etched on his face. Who knows? Perhaps he thinks the wildflowers outside are more fragrant than the cultivated ones at home. Su Hua pursed her lips, a glint of frost glimmering in her eyes. 2 bodyguards, catching Su Hua's cue, stepped forward to intercept the 2 boys. Who are you? The boys frowned. Gentlemen, my lady has business with you. The boys turned to see Su Hua standing at the forefront of the bodyguards, startled, and quickly lowered their heads, aware of their recent remarks. Su CEO, they stammered. Su Hua approached them, narrowing her eyes, her voice laced with menace. You just claimed that Lin Xuan is in a private room with 2 women? CEO, I only heard from others. I can't vouch for its authenticity. If it turns out to be false, you can't hold me accountable. The boy who had been so eager to speak earlier said weakly. Investigate. Su Hua coldly commanded. Yes. CEO, Jiang Qing promptly descended to make calls and verify Lin Xuan's room records. Wang Jianghai, the chairman of the lavish club, had come upon hearing of Su Hua's arrival, eager to ingratiate himself. CEO, why are you lingering here? Is there a problem? Su Hua's icy gaze pierced through Wang Jianghai. Chairman Wang, I believe your establishment should maintain a degree of decorum. Wouldn't you agree? Su Hua's voice was frigid. Why yes indeed. Wang Jianghai wiped the sweat from his brow, inwardly questioning what could possibly be indecorous about his club. He discreetly pulled Jiang Qing aside. Secretary Jiang, what is going on? The CEO seems rather displeased. Just then, Jiang Qing received a phone call. Understood, she replied, her expression turning grave as she nodded. Returning to Su Hua's side, Jiang Qing reported, CEO, it's confirmed that young Master Lin indeed booked a room at the club on the 21st floor. A cleaning staff even witnessed 2 women using the key card to enter the room. Wang Jianghai sensed the atmosphere grow even colder. Could it be that the man who had appeared at the hotel that day, the one who had quelled Su Hua's wrath with a mere kiss, was involved? From Jiang Qing's tone, Lin Xuan was indeed in a room with 2 women. Damn it, what on earth is happening? If this is true, Su Hua might unleash her fury upon him and the establishment. This could be a misunderstanding, don't you think? Wang Jianghai said, trembling. Jiang Qing concurred, CEO, let us conduct a thorough investigation to avoid misjudging young Master Lin. Their relationship has been a hard one. If there's a misunderstanding, any extreme actions taken by the CEO might jeopardize their bond. Storm clouds brewed in Su Hua's eyes. Ah Xian, I hope you won't let me down. She murmured. Let us go. Su Hua narrowed her eyes. CEO, where are we headed? Jiang Qing inquired. To the room Lin Xuan booked. Su Hua pressed her lips together. Darkness slowly enveloping her beautiful eyes. If it truly is you, Ah Xian, your freedom shall be forfeit. Your body, your heart, all belong to me entirely. The 2 boys trembled as they pleaded. CEO, this really has nothing to do with us. We'll be on our way. Su Hua, expressionless, ordered them taken away. The boys turned pale. Their original plan had been to inform Su Hua of Lin Xian's activities and then escape overseas with a hefty sum. Little did they expect to be detained by her. If it were discovered that they were in cahoots with those who had set Lin Xian up, what fate awaited them at her hands? With a determined stride, Su Hua, clad in high heels, advanced towards Lin Xian's private room, followed closely by Jiang Qing, Wang Jianghai, and a contingent of bodyguards. Inside the room, for bodyguards lay moaning on the floor, 2 others, still able to stand, hesitated to engage Lin Xian, preferring to feign unconsciousness rather than face his wrath. Yili had never treated them well. They saw no reason to risk their lives for him. Lin Xian approached Yili step by step. Yili, attempting to maintain composure in Lin Xian's presence, could not allow himself to appear weak before this worthless adversary. Lacking any martial training, he found himself utterly defenseless against Lin Xian. Lin Xian seized Yili by the collar. Yili, Su Hua already has a boyfriend, and that person is me. Do you incessantly covet another man's girlfriend? Are you truly that pathetic? Just because I've ignored you for the past couple of months doesn't mean I'm an easy target. You are unaware that I have been privy to your schemes all along. I had the antidote prepared in advance, just waiting for you to take the bait. Now that you have come to me, Yili, do not blame me for what follows. Yili gritted his teeth. This time he had lost. He had underestimated Lin Xian. He never anticipated that Lin Xian possessed such abilities. Not only had his intellect sharpened, but his martial arts had also reached such heights that even his 4 bodyguards were utterly powerless against him. Lin Xian, when did you master martial arts? Moreover, why have you chosen to accept President Su? And what has caused your affections for Qin Ruoyao to wane? How wonderful it would be if you still harbored feelings for Qin Ruoyao. Lin Xian sneered. Why should I divulge that to you? Yili, today I shall teach you a lesson, so you understand the consequences of coveting another's girlfriend. Bang! Lin Xian's fist crashed against Yi Li's nose with such force that the sound of its fracture echoed. Yi Li clenched his teeth, enduring the pain in silence. Slap! Lin Xian delivered a resounding blow to Yi Li's face, proclaiming, you enjoy meddling in others' relationships, don't you? Allow me to awaken you and impart the true meaning of honor and integrity. Slap, slap. Lin Xian unleashed a flurry of strikes upon Yi Li's face. He even followed up with 2 punches, transforming Yi Li's eyes into panda-like orbs. It had only been a month or 2 since Yi Li had last endured a brutal beating from Lin Xian, and now his once-recovered face was swollen, with blood streaming from his nose and 2 darkened eyes to match. Chapter 101, The Innocent Lin Xian. The 2 mercenaries lurked in the shadows, trembling at the sight of Yi Li's pitiful condition. Clearly, Lin Xian had shown them mercy. The bodyguard on the ground felt a surge of dread. They were fortunate to have withdrawn in time, or they too would have faced a brutal thrashing. Lin Xian was indeed ruthless. Bang! Lin Xian's palm left Yi Li's face, his fist now targeting Yi Li's waist, back, and abdomen. Yi Li was rendered a mere punching bag, unable to topple over despite the relentless assault. Satisfied, Lin Xian delivered a kick to Yi Li's chest, sending him crashing backward like a kite with its string cut, sliding down to the ground. Toof! Yi Li coughed up a mouthful of blood. Lin Xuan had meticulously studied the art of combat, knowing precisely how to inflict pain without endangering life. He had no intention of sparing Yili, as he stepped forward, twisting his wrist with every step. The bodyguards continued to feign unconsciousness, while the mercenaries and 2 women cowered in a corner, trembling, barely daring to breathe, fearing that Lin Xuan's wrath might turn their way. Su Hua approached the door, tightly gripping the room key card. She hesitated, lacking the courage to push the door open, fearing she might witness a scene where Xian was entangled with the 2 women. Jiang Qing and her entourage kept their distance from the door, anxious about witnessing something they shouldn't, lest President Su take action against them. Noticing Su Hua's hesitation, Jiang Qing approached, frowning, and asked, "President Su, what is the matter?" Su Hua pressed her lips together, worrying that if she opened this door and discovered the truth about Xian, he might no longer wish to play along with her. This warmth she had painstakingly gained was too precious to lose. Jiang Qing's heart raced in that moment. She fervently hoped this was merely a misunderstanding and not a reckless act by young Master Lin. Casting a glance at Su Hua, Jiang Qing thought that if young Master Lin truly betrayed President Su, she would likely revert to her former icy demeanor. No, she would become even more unhinged. She recalled that Night Garden still had a coffin large enough for 2. Bang! A heavy object struck the door, causing everyone to turn their attention toward it. Jiang Qing strained to listen for any sounds from within. "President Su, it seems there are sounds of someone being beaten inside. What if young Master Lin has fallen into a trap and is now fighting back? He doesn't know martial arts and could be in serious trouble." Jiang Qing expressed her concern. Though young Master Lin was ruthless, such as when he severed Su Hai's head or when he brutally dealt with a wealthy young man who attempted to harass President Su, he had never trained in martial arts. He appeared frail, and in a fight, he would likely be on the receiving end of blows. Furthermore, if he truly was set up, the opposing party would surely dispatch skilled fighters, leaving young Master Lin with no chance to defend himself. "President Su, should we go in and take a look?" Before Jiang Qing could finish, Su Hua had already pushed the door open. Jiang Qing. She almost forgot that when it came to who cared most for young Master Lin, it was undoubtedly President Su, so there was no need for her to prattle on. Upon entering the room, Jiang Qing signaled for several bodyguards to follow. Lin Xuan was pummeling Yili's face. Silence. An eerie stillness engulfed the room. Lin Xuan's expression froze. What the hell? How did Su Hua get here? His grip on Yili slackened, and Yili collapsed to the ground, groaning in pain. Su Hua observed Lin Xuan's frenzied assault with neither shock nor disbelief, but rather an unmistakable excitement. Yes, excitement. Ever since she met Xian, he had always been as gentle as jade, and this was the first time she had witnessed him in such a wild state. Xian was becoming akin to her kind. Jiang Qing gazed at the scene before her. Bodyguards strewn across the floor, 2 women bound and helpless. Mercenaries cowering in the corner, and Yili, who had been thoroughly beaten. She swallowed hard. Was this all the work of young Master Lin? Goodness, was he truly this formidable? The earlier reports indicated he was as weak as a newborn chick. What had transpired? Jiang Qing felt an overwhelming sense of relief that she had never crossed paths with Lin Xuan. Wang Jianghai stared blankly. Indeed, President Su's boyfriend was not to be trifled with. Lin Xuan stepped closer to Su Hua, anxiety gnawing at him. The last time he had severed Su Hai's head, it had been to placate Su Hua, which seemed justifiable. But now, as Su Hua witnessed his brutality firsthand, would she still feel the same affection? Those individuals were not my doing. They merely turned on each other. The scene you just witnessed, where I struck Yili, was merely me adding a few finishing punches. Lin Xuan weakly defended himself. The people on the ground. What the hell? How shameless. Jiang Qing. This scene felt eerily familiar. Previously, when President Su was intoxicated and dealt with that wealthy young man, she too had portrayed herself as an innocent flower. Love had muddled Su Hua's mind, claiming it was merely self-inflicted chaos. Whatever Xian said was the truth. Lin Xuan raised his hand again. Look, I have a cut on my hand. Jiang Qing glanced over. It was just a tiny scratch from the tip of a knife, with a drop of blood oozing out. It would heal on its own before they reached the hospital. The bodyguard, feigning unconsciousness, inwardly protested his innocence. Damn it. How could they complain about such a trivial injury? They had never encountered someone so brazen. Su Hua held Lin Xuan's hand, her brow furrowing deeply. Wang Jianghai, ever perceptive, suggested, President Su, I will send someone to fetch supplies to treat the wound. Thus, everyone present, those lying on the ground and those standing, watched as Su Hua meticulously tended to Lin Xuan's minuscule injury. She affixed a large adhesive bandage to his hand. Xian, does it still hurt? Su Hua asked, her expression concerned. With you tending to me, it no longer hurts, Lin Xuan replied with a playful smile. Others. Such an unexpected serving of dog food. After tending to Lin Xuan, Su Hua turned her icy gaze upon those sprawled on the ground, compelling them to awaken. Splash! Ice-cold water drenched them. The bodyguards could no longer pretend. They feigned awakening, concerned that if they continued this charade, they might be awakened in a far more painful manner. Yili also regained consciousness, his eyes lighting up at the sight of the beautiful woman. Mr. Su, it is I, Yili. Lin Xuan has put me in this predicament. He is far too adept at masquerading. Before you, he presents himself as gentle as jade, yet in secret, he is a devil. You must not associate with him. Mr. Su, Lin Xuan still harbors feelings for Qin Ruoyao. He is merely feigning affection for you to manipulate you. Keeping him close will only bring you harm. Have the others returned to school yet? Chapter 102. Hua Bao handles Yili. Mr. Su, I speak out of concern for your well-being. You deserve a man far superior to the likes of Lin Xuan. Yili exclaimed hoarsely. Jiangqing shook her head in disbelief. His audacity is astonishing, daring to slander the man that Mr. Su holds dear right in front of her. By the way, did he truly claim to be Yili? She had indeed encountered Yili before, having met him several times due to matters concerning young Master Lin, ostensibly to keep an eye on him, which had allowed her to obtain Mr. Su's phone number. It was evident that Yili harbored feelings for Mr. Su. Jiangqing scrutinized him for a prolonged moment, clucking her tongue in pity. How unfortunate! She recalled Yili as quite a handsome young man. Yet now he bore a visage so bruised that even his own parents might not recognize him. At this moment, a storm brewed in Su Hua's eyes. Xian is a fine man, my man, and it is not for you, an outsider, to judge. Su Hua's voice was icy as she spoke. Su Hua, the Su Hua of Su Corporation. The one-eyed mercenary gaped in shock. The scar-faced mercenary stared at Su Hua for a while, his countenance paling. It truly was Su Hua. Her identity was far more than merely the president of the Su Corporation, though her standing in the underworld was unknown to them. A saying circulated, do not provoke Su Hua. Damn it, that scoundrel Yili had failed to inform them that the one behind Lin Xuan was Su Hua. Otherwise, even if they had 100 lives, they would not dare to assist Yili against Lin Xuan. The two mercenaries could only breathe a sigh of relief, thankful that Lin Xuan had not encountered any misfortune. Otherwise, they could not fathom how they would meet their end. The commotion among the mercenaries caught Su Hua's attention, and her frigid gaze fell upon them. Explain, what is the situation? The two mercenaries trembled in fear, pointing in unison at Yili. Mr. Su. He is the one who paid us to capture photos of young Master Lin consorting with two women. We did not intentionally target young Master Lin. We were merely following orders, and we beseech Miss Su to show us leniency. Su Hua's beautiful, cold eyes turned towards the two women, who promptly knelt before her. We were merely following orders, being paid to act. It was he. The two women pointed at Yili. He hired us, and even drugged this man. Drugged? Su Hua's eyes narrowed dangerously, her aura darkening. The bodyguards, witnessing the mercenaries' cowardice and observing Su Hua's demeanor, especially the ever-pleasing General Wang Jianghai, who was deferentially following Su Hua, began to comprehend her formidable identity. The bodyguards stammered in unison, we were simply following orders. We were just attacked. Miss Su, you needn't worry. We have not harmed young Master Lin in the slightest. Su Hua's cold reply was, you have inflicted wounds upon him. The bodyguards were taken aback. Just those minor scratches? Oh, we are innocent. Those little injuries were just accidents. From the words of the mercenaries and the women, Su Hua gleaned the general course of events. Xian had been drugged, yet he had cleverly evaded disaster. Had Xian fallen into their trap? She could scarcely bear to imagine the outcome. Su Hua crouched before Yili, her voice icily calm. Who gave you the audacity to target him? Yili gazed at her, wounded. How could she look at him with such disdain? Mr. Su, everything I did was for you, Yili said, his voice filled with anguish. Xian is my everything. If you truly acted for my sake, why then would you conspire against him? Su Hua's tone was gentle, yet it carried an undercurrent of chilling intensity. A surge of panic coursed through Yi Li's heart. Wang Zhonghai anticipated Su Hua's intent to deal with Yi Li and discreetly exited the room, arranging for personnel to ensure no one approached that space. Mr. Su, I only wished to win your heart. I wanted you to see my unwavering devotion. Everything I did was for you. Yi Li gazed at Su Hua with deep affection. For me? Huh. Such a noble pretext. Su Hua narrowed her eyes. Those who dare to harm Xian deserve to perish. As for Yi Li, she yearned to make him wish she were never born. You enjoy drugging others, delighting in inciting violence against Xian, do you not? Then I shall return the favor in kind. However, Su Hua paused, her red lips parting. What I offer you is a man, not a woman. Gasps filled the private room. Su Hua was truly ruthless. If Yi Li were not driven mad, he would be deemed exceptionally resilient. Lin Xuan felt elated, reveling in the protection of his wife. Upon hearing Su Hua's words, Yi Li's eyes widened in horror. Mr. Su intended to drug him and send 2 men his way? No, this cannot be. Su Hua, how can you do this to me when I love you so? Yi Li exclaimed in disbelief. Su Hua cast a weary glance at him, then picked up a packet of powdered drugs from beside Yi Li. The chilling scent wafted from it, causing her expression to grow colder still. This is what you administered to Ah Xian, is it not? If so, then you shall consume it. Su Hua intended to force the drug into Yi Li herself. She wished to deal with all who threatened Ah Xian personally. Just as she was about to grasp Yi Li's chin, Lin Xuan seized her hand. Su Hua paused momentarily. Hua Bao, do not let him taint your hands. I shall take care of this. Lin Xuan took the packet from Su Hua and, gripping Yi Li's chin, forced his mouth open, pouring the contents into it. Jiang Qing observed, young Master Lin, is this action not a stark contrast to your innocent persona? Looking at Su Hua, her eyes sparkled in admiration for Lin Xian's boldness. It seemed they were cut from the same cloth. Mr. Su, how shall we handle them? Jiang Qing inquired, glancing at the women, bodyguards, mercenaries, and those who had exchanged money to inform Su Hua. The 2 men had long been terrified, their faces as pale as sheets. Su Hua cast a fleeting glance at them, her tone nonchalant. Send them to the Golden Triangle as slaves. Whether they survive, and in what manner, that shall depend on their own abilities. The color drained from their faces, devoid of any trace of blood. The mercenaries, well aware of the Golden Triangle, felt a sense of impending doom. In that realm, slaves possessed the least rights and would be subjected to relentless cruelty, facing a near-certain death. They were finished. Jiang Qing, fetch 2 male escorts, Su Hua stated coolly. Yes, Mr. Su, Jiang Qing replied, promptly making a call to carry out Su Hua's orders. Chapter 103. He has lost his mind. Let us depart. Su Hua turned away. Mr. Su, how can you treat me this way when I love you so dearly? Yi Li crawled forward, attempting to grasp Su Hua's legs. Su Hua's gaze hardened. Before Yi Li could reach her, she kicked him away and took Lin Xian's hand as they left. Yi Li lay on the ground, gazing at the retreating figures of Su Hua and Lin Xian, his eyes void of life. Ha ha ha, he laughed derisively. Su Hua, how ruthless you are. No matter how deeply he adored her or the irrational actions he took for her, Su Hua would never acknowledge him. He had lost utterly. He could not accept that Lin Xian could remain by her side, while he could not. Yet, no matter how unwilling he was, he found himself with no opportunity for resistance. Su Hua, why can't you take a moment to gaze upon the torment that plagues Yi Li? Under the potent influence of the drug, Yi Li soon succumbed to unconsciousness. Upon regaining consciousness, he found himself staring at 2 men seated beside his bed. Although Butler Wong was not present, he had remained informed throughout the entire ordeal, despite promising Lin Xian to keep Su Hua oblivious to his plans. He could not afford to be negligent regarding Lin Xian's safety. Thus, he had discreetly equipped Lin Xian with a diminutive surveillance device. Should any unforeseen calamity befall Lin Xian, his dispatch personnel would promptly arrive to rescue him. The young lady's prowess is truly formidable, Butler Wong mused with a smile. Moreover, Master Lin has exceeded my expectations. He appears to be a mere weakling, yet his skills are remarkably impressive. Those who might consider capturing Master Lin to threaten the young lady will find it a challenging endeavor. Indeed, the young lady is extraordinary, the bodyguard expressed with admiration. And Master Lin is equally impressive. Not only can he placate the young lady, but he also possesses formidable strength. Truly remarkable. Butler Wong then severed the surveillance connection. Butler, why have you disconnected the surveillance? The bodyguard inquired with a frown, still eager to watch the unfolding drama, which was far more captivating than any television show or film. You mustn't look, Butler Wong replied with a grin. That powder, it's said that the antidote alleviates the effects temporarily, but they will resurface later. Of course, once the antidote is ingested, the potency will diminish, and a visit to the hospital could resolve it. However, with the young lady present, why would one need to go to the hospital? Huh? The bodyguard was utterly perplexed. Butler, what shouldn't we look at? Young man, do not pry indiscreetly, Butler Wong chuckled, casting a sidelong glance before exiting the room. Su Hua was well aware of the nature of the drug her comrades had used. After leaving the private room, she noticed Lin Xian's complexion subtly shifting. She had reserved a private room at a lavish nightclub, where the fragrant allure of women muddled Lin Xian's thoughts. In no time, he found himself pinning Su Hua onto the bed, the line of innocence left to the imagination, in stark contrast to the passionate entanglement between Lin Xian and Su Hua. Yi Li's private room lay in utter disarray. Though Yi Li had been ensnared by an aphrodisiac, his consciousness remained intact. Faced with 2 men, his mental state deteriorated. and he ultimately succumbed to madness. He was dispatched back to the Yi residence by Su Hua's associates. Yi Mu paced anxiously in the living room, fretting incessantly. Where on earth has Lier gone? He won't answer his phone, and the bodyguard we sent after him is unreachable. Despite sending so many people, not a trace of him can be found. Yi Fu sat on the sofa, languidly puffing on a cigarette, indifferent to her distress. What are you so anxious about? He's a grown man now, with bodyguards by his side. What could possibly happen? Yi Mu believed that given their family status, no one would dare harm her son. Furthermore, her son had always been amicable and was unlikely to offend anyone. Yet, her temples throbbed with unease, and her heart raced as if struggling to breathe. Su Hua's people had also returned Yi Li, unceremoniously depositing him at the villa's entrance. The servants merely beheld a disheveled man with bruises and a disordered demeanor outside. How can you not love me when I am so handsome and devoted to you? Why did you choose him? I'm a man best suited for you. Yi Li snapped a branch and stretched it toward the air. Darling, this is my rose for you. Will you accept me? The servant frowned, finding the voice disturbingly familiar. Wait, his watch and attire also seemed familiar. Suddenly realizing, the servant's eyes widened in shock. Isn't this the young master? How has he ended up like this? His mental state appears quite unstable. Several servants assisted Yi Li back into the villa. One servant hastened to report to Yi Mu and Yi Fu. Sir, madam, the young master has returned. Yi Mu sighed in relief. As long as he is back, that is all that matters. Yi Fu responded, see? I told you there was no need to worry. Who would dare lay a hand on my son? The servant wiped the sweat from his brow. Sir, madam, the young master is in trouble. Yi Mu's heart sank. What trouble? The young master seems to be mentally unstable and has sustained serious injuries. The servant replied tremulously. What? Yi Mu's eyes widened in horror. She stumbled outside, and as she reached the door, she beheld her injured son. My Lier. Yi Mu embraced Yi Li, weeping uncontrollably. Who has done this to you? My poor child, how you've suffered. Yi Fu scrutinized Yi Li, recalling the servant's claim of his mental instability. Yi Li forcefully pushed Yi Mu away. You old and ugly woman, do not touch me. I only want the woman I love. Lier, what has happened to you? Yi Mu stared in shock at her son. Yi Li disregarded her words, clutching the bundle of branches. Darling, I will propose to you shortly. You will say yes. Won't you? Quickly, get Lier to the hospital. Yi Mu shouted in panic. The doctor examined the results and shook his head. Doctor, what is wrong with my son? Yi Mu inquired anxiously. The doctor sighed. There is little chance of recovery, and his injuries are severe. It appears he was assaulted by another man. Yi Mu's face drained of color as she collapsed to the ground. Yi Fu's expression darkened as he made a phone call. Find out who harmed my son. If I discover who it was, I will ensure they suffer a fate worse than death for daring to lay a hand on him. Su Hua had finished her preparations and sat elegantly at the dining table in a white silk nightgown, exuding grace and nobility. She picked up her phone and made a call. Have you begun addressing the matters concerning the Yi family? Not yet, Jiangqing replied. Su Hua's fingers tapped lightly on the table. Does their family operate any businesses? They have a real estate company, Yishe Real Estate, which is quite renowned in Yindu. If parents fail to raise a good son, they must face the consequences, Su Hua remarked quietly. Chapter 104. As the weather turns cold, the Yi family is destined for bankruptcy. Jiangqing patiently awaited Su Hua's orders. Given that Yi Li dared to confront Master Lin, Su Hua would undoubtedly not let the Yi family escape unscathed. Jiangqing, investigate Yishe Real Estate, Su Hua commanded coldly. Understood, President Su, Jiangqing replied respectfully. Butler Wang observed with a cheerful demeanor. As the weather turns cold, the Yi family is indeed on the brink of bankruptcy. If the Yi family has not engaged in illegal activities, President Su might establish a real estate company to compete with them. However, how could a company like the Yi family possibly operate without violating regulations? The Yi family is in for a rough time. By the way, President Su, the individuals who returned Yi Li reported that he has gone mad, Jiangqing added. Su Hua replied nonchalantly, her eyes betraying no emotion. To her, men outside of Lin Xuan did not merit her excessive emotional investment. After breakfast, Su Hua returned upstairs. Due to the effects of the drug, Lin Xuan remained asleep in bed. When Lin Xuan awoke, he saw Su Hua sitting at the foot of the bed, her expression grave and discontented. Babe, what is wrong? Lin Xuan asked nervously, reflecting on what he might have done to upset her. Before attending the birthday party, Su Hua had been perfectly fine. It was only upon returning that her demeanor had changed. Could it be that she had misunderstood something? Babe, I assure you, although I took the drug yesterday, I remained lucid before your arrival. I did not engage in any ambiguous behavior with any woman other than you, Lin Xuan hurriedly promised, raising 2 fingers in a vow. Su Hua's expression remained icy. Lin Xuan was utterly at a loss. He had no idea why Su Hua was angry or how to placate her. Xian, Su Hua said, biting her lip. I'm sorry. It's my failure to protect you. She couldn't help but wonder what she would do if something truly happened to him. Thankfully, he was safe and sound. Lin Xuan was momentarily taken aback. It turned out Su Hua was blaming herself for not having safeguarded him. A warm sensation surged within Lin Xuan's heart. Perhaps only Su Hua truly cared for and cherished him in this world. Gently wiping away the tears at the corners of Su Hua's eyes, Lin Xuan soothingly spoke. Hua Baosi, I'm perfectly fine, aren't I? I promise you, I will take good care of myself and will not allow myself to fall into danger. All right, I believe in you. Xian, Su Hua nodded, intertwining her fingers with his. Xian, you mustn't encounter any misfortune. You have to stay safe for me. If you dare to face any peril, I will follow you to the ends of the earth. You shall never be rid of me. In the past, Lin Xuan might have resisted Su Hua's fervent declarations, but now he felt nothing but happiness. What man wouldn't relish having a girlfriend who devoted herself entirely to him? Meanwhile, at the Yi family residence, Yi father mobilized every possible resource to investigate who had harmed Yi Li, yet no trace could be found. The surveillance footage had vanished, and there were no informants. Moreover, the 4 bodyguards had disappeared without a trace, as if they had evaporated from the realm of Xia overnight. With a scruffy beard and a face etched with despair, Yi father slumped onto the sofa. He had only one son, upon whom he had pinned all his hopes. Yet now, not only had he gone mad, but he had also lost his ability to conceive. The only solace was that the Yi family was financially stable enough to send Yi Li to a hospital to retrieve his sperm, hiring a woman to act as a surrogate. Still, the chances of success were exceedingly slim. Have you found child's father? Yi mother hurriedly inquired as she descended the stairs. Yi father shook his head in defeat. There's not a single lead. It's been 3 days. How can we still find nothing? Dear, send more people to search. Yi mother's voice was tinged with urgency as she watched her foolish son, wishing she could tear apart the one responsible for his plight. It's hopeless. We searched for 3 days without results. We investigated all the avenues. Yi father lamented. Just then, his phone rang, and he answered it. Chairman, there's a crisis at the company. You must come at once. The tax bureau is here to audit our accounts. The secretary's anxious voice echoed through the line. What? Yi father sprang from the sofa in alarm. Moreover, our company is trending on Weibo. Chairman, you should check it yourself, the secretary added. In a flurry, Yi father rushed to his car and headed towards the company. While en route, he recalled the secretary's words, hastily retrieving his phone to check Weibo. What he saw made his blood run cold. Yi Real Estate employs substandard construction materials, raising serious concerns about building quality. Yi Real Estate purchased residential land at a low price, coercing unwilling residents. Yi Real Estate has withheld workers' wages, leading to a worker's suicide by jumping into a river. Structures built by Yi Real Estate have collapsed, and more. Nearly 20 pieces of incriminating information flooded the trending topics on Weibo, as well as other platforms. Yi father's complexion turned ashen. How had these details, which they had managed to conceal so well, resurfaced? Who was behind this? Upon arriving at the company, he found the entrance and underground parking lot choked with people. The driver frowned. Chairman, we can't get through. Yi father had no choice but to don a disguise and blend into the crowd. The throng erupted with shouts. Refund. Refund. We demand our money back. We spent our life savings on these homes only to have them compromised for profit. Do you have no conscience? Refund us. Amidst the chaos, Yi father struggled through the crowd, clutching his mask. When his hat was accidentally knocked off, a man recognized him and exclaimed, "It's the chairman of Yi Real Estate." Almost everyone turned to look. Confirming Yi father's identity, the crowd surged forward, grabbing at his clothes and hair. Refund us immediately. I refuse to live in your house. Yi father found himself in a disheveled state, his hair in disarray, his attire torn, completely stripped of his former elite demeanor. Security personnel from Yi Real Estate arrived, forcibly extricating Yi father from the throng and escorting him into the building. The secretary, taken aback by Yi father's disheveled appearance, stammered, "Chairman, what happened to you?" "I'm fine," Yi father replied grimly. "We're the tax bureau officials." The secretary responded. After auditing the accounts, they took several of our documents with them. "Chairman, they uncovered the ledgers we thought were well hidden. We will likely have to pay an exorbitant amount in back taxes and penalties, possibly reaching into the billions." The secretary's expression was fraught with worry. Their company's cash flow was nowhere near sufficient, and with the exposure of so many scandals, the bank would likely refuse to extend loans. The company was perilously close to ruin. In Chapter 105, someone is set to devour the chairman. It was noted that many people were opting to breach their contracts and return their newly built homes. You should consider how to resolve this, the secretary advised. As he father sank into his office chair in despair, there seemed to be no feasible solution. 3 days later, Yi father was apprehended by the police, and all of the Yi family's assets were seized. Outside the Yi family villa, Yili clutched a branch, laughing foolishly. Yi mother sat on the ground, weeping bitterly. With the company gone and funds depleted, Yili had lost his mind, his child's father imprisoned for at least 10 years, and the perpetrator who harmed her son still at large. Why had everything changed so drastically within a week? The Yi family had plummeted from the pinnacle to the depths of despair. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan sat in the villa of the night garden, casually crossed his legs, and watched the news. How tragic, he mused, feeling an unexpected sense of delight. Being protected by his girlfriend felt rather pleasant. This life of ease was quite enjoyable. Now that the Yili situation had been resolved, it was time to deal with Qin Ruoyao and Lin Li. He could effectively utilize Luo Yuan for that purpose. After exiting Weibo, he played a game for a while before returning to the trending topics. To his astonishment, he found himself in the spotlight. Lin Li had garnered attention for winning first place in a national computer competition, trending on Weibo. The public was effusively praising Lin Li, while Lin Xuan found himself the target of scorn. A wave of marketing and fans was denigrating Lin Xuan. Lin Li is exceptional, having entered Yindu University with an impressive score of over 300 in the college entrance examination, and now he continues to win awards in computer competitions. Truly a genius. And Lin Xuan? He barely scraped by with a score of over 300, only getting into Qin University thanks to the Lin family's financial backing. A bastard is still just a bastard, unworthy of the limelight. Indeed, a bastard. The Lin family publicly claimed that Lin Li and Lin Xuan were twins to shield Lin Li from hurt and to prevent others from belittling him. They had never dared to reveal Lin Li's adopted status. The Lin family later concealed Lin Xuan, only bringing Lin Li to social events, which made it clear they valued Lin Li over Lin Xuan, leading people to speculate that Lin Xuan was the illegitimate child. None of the Lin family members stood up to refute the label of bastard. Please don't compare Lin Xuan to my idol. A lowly bastard like him is not worthy of being mentioned in the same breath as my idol. Bastards should keep their distance from my brother. Go away. The disowned bastard of the Lin family should just stay hidden and avoid embarrassing himself. Someone even uploaded a photo of Lin Xuan from his past, featuring his thick bangs, black-rimmed glasses, and tattered clothing. It was evident that someone had paid to incite fans and passersby to insult Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan scrolled through the comments on Weibo, a cold smile gracing his lips. Lin Li took particular pleasure in stepping on him to showcase his own prowess. It was truly addictive for Lin Li to incite others online to berate him. When Butler Wang inadvertently caught a glimpse of Lin Xian's phone screen, he furrowed his brow and said, "Young Master Lin, do you require me to send someone to handle this matter online?" "No need. I shall handle it personally." Lin Xuan replied, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Since they dared to slander him, they must be prepared to face the consequences. Coincidentally, he found himself with some idle time and sought to entertain himself by stirring things up. He instructed the servant to bring him a computer. Placing the device on his lap, he typed away furiously, sending a message to those marketing accounts. Delete your comments and apologize to Lin Xuan. Otherwise, be prepared to bear the consequences. Many marketing accounts scoffed at his message, dismissing it entirely. One account, named Wang Gu Talks Entertainment, glanced at Lin Xian's comment and chuckled disdainfully. "Huh, delete my comment? As if, just for this post, I've received 40,000 yuan from them. Why would I jeopardize that?" Wang Gu Talks Entertainment replied to Lin Xuan, "Who are you? Why should I delete? Young man, I suggest you mind your own business." Lin Xuan casually clicked on the reply, reading Wang Ji's comment with a smirk. "If you don't delete it, I possess numerous methods to deal with you." Wang Gu took a sip from his cup, scoffing at Lin Xian's words. The audacity of this person to think he could handle him was nothing short of a joke. The content he posted did not constitute grounds for prosecution. With no police involvement and the distance of a screen separating them, how could Lin Xuan possibly confront him? Reporting him was the only route, and those in his line of work faced countless reports without consequence. "Ha ha, spare me your bravado. I am not intimidated by your threats. If you can do anything to me, I'll go live and eat shit while standing on my head." Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. That was an interesting idea. "Butler Wang," he called, "I have a request." "Young master, what do you need?" Butler Wang replied respectfully. "Gather some of the servants' excrement. I'll need it tomorrow." "Huh?" Butler Wang was bewildered. "What do you need the servants' excrement for?" Lin Xuan smiled slyly. "Someone has to eat it." Butler Wang's eyes widened in shock. "Are you planning to make someone eat shit?" "Young master, this is quite ruthless." Excitement glimmered in Butler Wang's gaze. He relished Lin Xuan's devious method of retribution. Lin Xuan responded to Wang Gu Talk's entertainment. Very well. I hope you do not come to regret this. He hacked into Wang Ji's computer. Wang Gu was leisurely sipping his drink when, after a few moments of fiddling with his phone, he noticed his computer's mouse moving slowly on its own. What is happening? Wang Gu was taken aback. He hadn't touched the computer. How could this be? The mouse clicked into the settings, scrolling down. Wang Ji's eyes widened in disbelief. What was it trying to do? The bottom options included logging out and deactivating the account. In a panic, Wang Gu attempted to regain control of the mouse, but to no avail. He couldn't operate it. He tried to shut down the computer, but that too was impossible. Finally, the mouse hovered over the deactivate account option. No, please, Wang Gu shouted in distress. Suddenly, the mouse stopped moving. He exhaled in relief, thinking it was merely a glitch. But then he saw Lin Xuan's message. I truly cannot do anything to you, except deactivate your account. Lin Xuan continued to manipulate Wang Ji's computer, lingering near the account deactivation option. No, this cannot happen. This account is my lifeblood. I have invested immense time and money into it, and it took 3 years to amass these 200,000 followers. If it gets deactivated now, all my efforts will be in vain. Wang Gu was drenched in cold sweat. At last, Lin Xuan clicked on deactivation. A prompt appeared. Do you wish to deactivate your account? With a loud crash, Wang Gu slammed his computer in desperation, the screen shattering into darkness. He sighed in relief, convinced that now the other party could no longer access his account. He replied to Lin Xuan, Haha, I wonder what else you could do to me? Feel free to unleash your tactics. Just as he sent the message, he was forcibly logged out of his account. This is... Wang Gu felt a sinking dread. Trembling, he attempted to log back into his Weibo account, only to see the message stating that his account had been deactivated. His face drained of color as he slumped into his chair. How could this happen? He had just broken his computer. How could the other party still deactivate his account? It was over. Everything was over. Maintaining a Weibo account required time, money, and luck. Once established, it could yield hundreds of thousands, even millions in income per year. Now that his account was deactivated, he would have to start from scratch. Wang Gu, shaking, logged into the QQ group for Weibo accounts. Hurry, everyone. Delete the defamatory posts about Lin Xuan and apologize. Quickly. No one heeded his call, instead mocking him. Old Wang, aren't you the bravest among us? Why so cowardly today? They can't do anything to us, so why act so timid? Exactly, Old Wang. In our line of work, we often face threats and reports. If we deleted posts every time we were threatened, we might as well quit. Veins bulged on Wang Ji's forehead. It's different this time. This time, it's about account deactivation. He was about to explain when a flood of messages erupted. Oh no, why has my Weibo account been deactivated? Mine too. What is happening? Damn it. My account, which I nurtured for 6 years, is gone. Who did this? Could be a Weibo glitch? Let us contact official Weibo for an explanation. At that moment, Wang Gu spoke up in the group. It's not a Weibo issue. It was the person who commented under Lin Xuan's post who did this. He deactivated my account. What? All the marketing accounts gasped in disbelief. So it was him. No wonder old Wang urged them to delete their posts. Before those who had been deactivated could react, they rushed to delete their comments. However, they had already missed Lin Xuan's deadline. And those who deleted comments were still subject to account deactivation. The once lively QQ group fell into a profound silence. These accounts represented money. With their accounts deactivated, it was akin to a death sentence. This wasn't our doing. Weibo should be able to rectify this. Let us go to Weibo's officials and have them restore our accounts, Wang Gu suggested. All those with deactivated accounts flocked to Weibo's officials. Upon understanding the situation, Weibo promptly instructed their technical team to restore their accounts. Technician Wang Hai sat at his computer, typing away, clicking to restore the accounts. The screen displayed. This account has been permanently deactivated and cannot be restored. After attempting several marketing accounts, the result remained the same. Wang Hai's scalp tingled with anxiety. The ominous feeling was creeping back. As a leading figure in the computer field of Daxia, he had seldom encountered such a challenging problem since joining Weibo's technical department. The recent turmoil surrounding the FEU website and the Zhangzheinbo novel site unfolded in such a manner that they were unable to retract the trending searches. Once again, he finds himself powerless to intervene. Wang Hai hurriedly reported this matter to the technical department manager. A spray of water erupted from the manager's mouth as he exclaimed, "Are you telling me that dozens of marketing accounts have been abnormally deactivated? We are still unable to restore them." Indeed, Wang Hai nodded. "I have verified that only one account belonging to Wang Gushuo was not officially deactivated by us. The others were all simultaneously terminated with a single click. It is evident that our backend was compromised. This incident involves Lin Xuan being insulted and targeted maliciously. Manager. The pseudonym used by the owner of the Zhangzheinbao site is also Xian. Could it be that Lin Xuan is indeed the proprietor of Zhang Zhangbeio novels? The same individual has infiltrated our backend on both occasions, and it is all connected to Lin Xuan, Wang Hai speculated. It must be. The manager forcefully struck the armrest of his office chair, the veins on the back of his hand bulging. Manager, now that we know that the puppeteer behind the scenes is Lin Xuan, should we not report this to the authorities? That hacker remains a looming threat over us. Wang Hai expressed with concern. If they manage to incapacitate our software, it would only take a day or two to result in a massive loss of Weibo users. If it were to be down for a week, Weibo would essentially be rendered useless. No, we cannot file a report, the technical department manager shook his head. We lack any evidence to prove his involvement. If we escalate this, we risk provoking him, and should he choose to attack Weibo, do we possess the capability to defend ourselves? In that case, are we to sit idly by? Wang Hai pressed urgently. Aside from waiting helplessly, we have no other recourse. The technical department manager clenched his fists. Since the last breach of Weibo, we have enlisted 3 top-tier computer experts to overhaul and fortify our security system, and we have set countless alarms, yet it has proven utterly ineffective. His intrusion into our backend remains as seamless as before, leaving no trace. Such a formidable opponent must not be antagonized. The manager gritted his teeth. Wang Hai fell silent. Indeed, there seemed to be no means of counteraction. The technical department manager sank back into his chair, pinching the bridge of his nose. I will report this matter to the chairman shortly. As for that hacker, let him wreak his havoc. It seems we have no alternative. Wang Hai withdrew. The Weibo staff also reached out to the marketing accounts. We apologize, but our backend indicates that your Weibo accounts were deactivated by your own actions. As this is a personal matter, we are unable to assist you in restoring your accounts. Upon reading this message, Wang Shuo felt his last glimmer of hope extinguished. Regret washed over him. He should not have engaged in a confrontation with that individual. He ought to have heeded his advice sooner, deleted the post, and apologized to Lin Xuan. All for the sake of a mere 40,000 yuan. He had lost his account.